Chapter 1. The Blue Star. In a certain urban village within the city, in a pristine and orderly white room, a slender figure of a young girl hurriedly donned her clothes in a steamy bathroom. The smooth skin was marred by a patch of fiery scars that were yet to be concealed by her garments. A long white nightgown cascaded down as the girl, with her head bowed, quietly exited the room. Creak! The old door next door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 40s who peered out at the girl clad in white. A flicker of concern flashed in her eyes. Aunt Wong has made dumplings today. Would you like to join me for a bite? No, thank you, Aunt Wong. I appreciate it. A melodious yet gentle refusal escaped the lips of the girl, who was just preparing to descend the stairs. Watching the retreating figure, Aunt Wong let out a soft sigh. In the urban village, at a crossroads, a menacing large truck halted by the roadside. Inside the cab, a voice was heard on the phone. Darling, when will you be home? Today is our daughter's birthday. Wife, we'll be back soon. After I finish this job and drop this son of the sea off with his mother, he'll get the reward and buy our daughter some delicious treats. All right then, I won't keep you. Someone's here. He'll come back after I drop them off. Hastily hanging up the phone, the shadowy driver pulled out a photograph, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it's you, young man. Confirming with certainty, he slammed the gas pedal and bellowed. Let's hit the road. Son of the sea. Asin was lost in thought about what to have for dinner that night. A sudden brightness flashed before her eyes, followed by a deafening roar that gradually dulled her senses. In the world of One Piece, during the year 1511 of the Sea Circle era, the sky was devoid of clouds, the sea was tranquil, and fish frolicked in the waters, playfully splashing the mundane waves. Suddenly, the clear sky darkened, and a petite figure plummeted from the clouds, restoring the sky to its previous clarity. Splash! A girl, approximately 11 years old, with cascading golden wavy hair and clad in an oversized white nightgown, her cheeks adorned with charming freckles, sank into the depths of the sea. The once leisurely fish swam towards the seabed, cradling the girl's body as they journeyed toward a distant island. Time passed, though the duration was unknown. Cough, 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 cough. A series of abrupt, hurried coughs echoed as the girl gradually opened her sapphire-like eyes, weakly gazing at the sky. The sea breeze caressed her gently, and the waves softly lapped at the sandy shore beside her. Summoning her remaining strength, and crawled up from the scorching sand. She brushed the sand off her body, and suddenly a pair of delicate white hands appeared before her, stiff and motionless. A joyful exclamation resonated across the island, causing birds to scatter in fright. How white! So soft! She instinctively touched her chest. Damn it, why has it shrunk? Am I 36? Before she could ponder where she was, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Host awakening detected. The strongest pirate system is beginning to bind. Binding failed. Host does not meet the original conditions. According to the binding failure regulations of the multiverse system, to serve every host well, the system energy will now be consumed to reorganize. At this moment, in an unknown space, a certain driver was laboriously toiling away. System searching host memories, and felt a pang of pain in her head, but it subsided almost immediately. System searching the history of the One Piece world. Search complete. The bond system has been generated. Ding. Host currently too weak. The system will consume energy to create a side defect-free devil fruit for the host. Energy consumption in progress. World extraction in progress. Extracted from the primordial world. Connecting to the primordial world. Connection successful. Target search completed. Extracting Phoenix bloodline. Extracting. In the primordial world, a shadow was fleeing in all directions, observing the faint blue screen before her, and, having read countless novels, instinctively understood the circumstances and began to pray, please don't let anything happen. How would I survive without you, dear system? It seemed as though her pleas were heard, for the text on the screen began to scroll. Bloodline extraction successful. Devil fruit creation in progress. Devil fruit creation complete. Ding! The devil fruit has been placed in the system space. Please retrieve it, host. Warning. System energy is about to be depleted, transitioning to passive mode in 5 seconds. Passive mode, disabling system's subjective consciousness. Host, I wish you a pleasant journey. What the heck? Staring at the content displayed on the screen and rubbed her forehead. She still had many questions unanswered, and yet the system had already rendered itself inactive. Forget it, at least the beginner's reward has been granted. However, after the series of system operations, and understood that she had traversed into the world of One Piece. Although she had rarely watched One Piece in her previous world, she was aware, thanks to recommendations from various platforms, that was a world where strength reigned supreme. In this realm, power represented everything. Well, that's fate, and mused inwardly. After all, there was nothing in her previous world worth longing for. Ever since the car accident with her father, who favored sons over daughters, she had been fortunate to survive, but her body and face had been severely burned. Since that day, apart from occasional interactions with Aunt Wong, she spent most of her time alone. Loneliness had long since become her norm. Now, given a second chance at life with a youthful, unblemished body and system assistance, she felt it was all a gain. As long as she didn't act recklessly, she could entirely lead the life she desired. With this thought, and paused, slowly squatting by the seaside, her head resting on her knees. Before her, the sea shimmered, reflecting the brilliance of the blazing sun. Reflecting on her past, she whispered softly, "What kind of life do I wish to lead?" Unbeknownst to the passage of time. Gurgle. Her stomach emitted an odd sound. Imzulhunli. Looking around the island, she found nothing edible. Right? A glowing exclamation mark appeared above her head as she suddenly remembered, "I haven't eaten the devil fruit the system gave me yet. I wonder if it will fill my stomach." With this thought, and summon the system space. The system space resembled a cubic area of approximately 100 cubic meters, capable of storing and retrieving items at will. In the center of the system space lay a red fruit flowing with crimson flames. "So beautiful!" and exclaimed in admiration. With a thought, an oval fruit, engraved with the images of several phoenixes and flames of various colors, appeared in her palm. Animal-type bird fruit. Mythical bee species, phoenix fruit. Note, this devil fruit does not exist in this world. It was created by an unknown entity through unspeakable means, using blood from various phoenixes in the primordial world. What unspeakable means? Never mind, let's just fill my stomach. Taking a bite, an indescribable strange flavor spread through her mouth, soft and viscous, filling her entire palate, making even canned herring seem delectable in comparison. Ugh, how terrible! Yet, to gain the powers of the devil fruit, and forced herself to swallow the entire fruit despite the nausea. Ugh, even if I starve to death, I would rather jump into the sea than ever eat a devil fruit again. Under the scorching sun, having just consumed the devil fruit, and tugged at the collar of her nightgown. "It's so hot. How can there be two suns in the sky?" Shaking her dazed head. Thud! Sand flew into the air. A figure collapsed onto the beach. "Please tell me I'm not about to traverse again right after this. Help me." Desperate cries for survival echoed across the vast ocean. Ding! Host is activating the devil fruit. Ding! Activation energy is insufficient. As day turned to night and night turned to day, the cycle continued. 3 days passed. On the desolate island, the ocean's tide crested over the sandy shoreline. In the sea, a petite and adorable girl lay submerged, the ocean's waves never retreating from her. Ding! External energy detected. System charging. Ding! System energy detected. Consuming energy to activate the devil fruit. Ding! System energy consumption in progress. Ding! Ding ding! The fruit has been successfully activated. Ding! The system energy is depleted. Ding! The bond system is officially initiated. Host. An age. 11 years bond points. 1 point each point allows for 1 bond lottery draw. Character status. Hunger fruit. Phoenix fruit. Flame of the blazing sun. Note, the flame derived from the mythical bird phoenix, capable of scorching the soul. Strength. E ordinary person F increase. Agility. E ordinary person F increase. Constitution. D ordinary person F increase. Will. E ordinary person F increase. Evaluation. Lieutenant of the Naval Headquarters. Other options currently unavailable. Bond lottery, 1 bond point. Bond, daughter of the sea. Effect, favor of the sea. Note, daughter of the sea. In the ocean, you will possess strength beyond your own, and your stamina consumption will be halved. Note, favor of the sea. As the daughter of the sea, you are more likely to receive the sea's blessings as long as you beseech the ocean. All will be granted. System space, no items. The route from the East Sea to Windmill Village. A colossal dog-headed warship cleaves through the waves. The ship's sides bristle with a multitude of cannons, emblematic of its might, while the pristine sails unfurl, adorned with the seagull flag that signifies justice. Lieutenant Commander Garp, is it truly all right for us to leave the G3 branch so directly? Inquired a man clad in a brown suit and a navy justice coat, his voice laced with concern. The addressee was a middle-aged man, sturdy in build, with hair graying at the temples and a resolute countenance. His large hands were busy shoving donuts into his mouth. The justice cape, representative of the Navy, fluttered fiercely in the cool sea breeze. Bogart, it's perfectly fine did I not request leave from Sengoku. But wasn't Sengoku's approval absent? The man replied, exasperated. Is that so? Ha ha. It's a no consequence. Sengoku surely won't be upset. Brul, 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 brul. The voice of the transponder snail erupted, interrupting Garp's triumphant laughter. Bogart cast a glance. A moment of silence enveloped them. Garp, standing at a distance, reached out to answer the transponder snail. Garp. The snail mimicked Sengoku's expression, and a thunderous roar echoed from the other end. You've taken leave without permission again. Hurry back to the New World. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Don't be angry, you'll return as soon as I've visited my grandson. Luffy must be missing me terribly. Don't even start your visits home, always last 10 days to half a month. Can't you bring your grandson to the naval headquarters? I promise, next time for sure. Garp replied sheepishly. Though he was unsure why the other insisted on leaving his grandson in the EC, everyone has their own unspoken burden. Sengoku did not press further, simply grumbling. They'll have a Kainu, and Kuzan take your place in guarding the New World. Get back here quickly. Understood, understood. Before Sengoku could finish, Garp forcibly hung up the call. Sengoku is truly ferocious. I merely wish to see my grandson, Garp muttered, picking his nose in dissatisfaction. At the naval headquarters, Marineford. Marshal's office. Achoo! Achoo! Damn it! It must be that fool Garp speaking ill of me behind my back. Upon hearing Garp's words, Bogart felt a wave of embarrassment. He thought to himself, this man takes leave 5 or 6 times a year, each lasting over 20 days. Who could tolerate that? At that moment, a voice broke through Bogart's contemplation. Report, sir. A small sea creature has been spotted at the rear of our ship. Major, there are countless sea creatures in the ocean. What is there to report? Bogart responded, his expression slightly displeased. Yes, sir. The issue is that this small sea creature has been following us for quite some time. The report continued hesitantly. We attempted to shoo it away, but it refuses to depart and keeps circling in place, seemingly seeking our assistance. Seeking help? Garp halted his donut consumption, interjecting, all right, Bogart, let's check out this intriguing development together. Very well, Lieutenant Commander Garp. Footsteps thrummed loudly at the rear of the warship. Lieutenant Commander Garp, the sea creature is right here. Following the Major's voice, they beheld a slender, small sea creature spinning in circles at the ship's stern. Upon noticing Garp's arrival, the creature ceased its rotation, emitting a whimper towards the group. After a few cries, it swam off into the distance. What is this? Before Bogart could finish, Garp interrupted him. Ha ha ha. Bogart, you will lead the ship as per our original plan to Windmill Village. I shall follow this fish to see where it takes me. With that, Garp activated his moonwalk, pursuing the sea creature. Lieutenant Commander Garp. Bogart's words fell short as Garp's figure vanished into the distance, leaving him in a state of disarray. On the ocean, Garp, employing moonwalk, trailed behind the sea creature. His motivation for following it, beyond curiosity, stemmed from a voice in his mind, subtly urging him to follow its path. A day later, a desolate island, adorned with a hint of greenery, emerged into view. It appeared that the destination lay ahead. With this thought, Garp activated his observation hockey, His formidable perception swept across the island. Yet he discerned no signs of life. Could it be the wrong location? He activated his haki once more. This time, a figure appeared on the sandy beach of the island. How had he missed it moments ago? A wave of questions surged within Garp. Boom, boom, boom. With each step echoing like a heartbeat, Garp glided toward the shores of the island, upon the sandy expanse, and, her body marred with dirt from her physical enhancement, lay unconscious. The rhythmic sound of Garp's footsteps drew nearer, as if sensing the approach of someone. The previously tranquil waters suddenly surged. The waves crashed against the shore, washing over Anne's body, repeatedly cleansing her of grime. Thud. As the sand kicked up, Garp gazed down at the girl being washed by the sea. Had that sea king brought him here to save her? Lost in thought, Garp bent down and lifted the girl into his arms. Yet, when Anne's little face turned towards him, Garp's hand trembled violently, nearly dropping her. What a remarkable coincidence. Memories flooded back 12 years prior. In the depths of the underwater prison, impelled down, a steady voice had resonated from a cell. Garp, I entrust my son to you. He is innocent. Please let him live safely. In the dimly lit prison, the two sat facing one another. 11 years ago, on the island of Baltigo in the South Blue. A mother with a sprinkling of freckles and golden, wavy hair leaned against the headboard, looking tenderly at the infant in her arms. Mr. Garp, I leave Ace in your care. Now, 11 years later, on the desolate island. Garp fixed his gaze on the girl in his arms. Blue eyes, freckles on her face, golden hair. Garp murmured softly, she resembles Rouge so much. Let us take you back. With that, he activated his moonwalk once again, propelling himself toward the warship. A day later, on the wooden deck of the dog-headed warship, a robust figure descended from above. Bogart approached. Vice Admiral Garp, you have finally returned. Next time, please don't act alone. Ha ha ha. I understand. Garp waved dismissively. Vice Admiral Garp, who is the girl in your arms? This is the girl I found after following that Sea King. Have the ship's doctor examine her. Understood, Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart curiously scrutinized but asked no further questions, turning to make arrangements. Little did they know the significance this girl would hold for the world, a revelation that would unfold many years later. Days passed on the dog-headed warship. In a room near the dining area, a beam of sunlight streamed through the ship's window. Ugh, my head hurts. Anne slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the wooden ceiling, gently rubbing her head. Where am I? A figure rose from the bed, golden waves of hair cascading over her chest, her bewildered eyes scanning her surroundings. This is a ship. I must have been saved. Suddenly, memories flooded back of the activation prompt for the devil fruit before she lost consciousness. And couldn't he help but roll her eyes, muttering, others consume fruits to enhance their power, while I need to provide energy for my own enhancement. However, considering her devil fruit was crafted by a system that did not exist in this world, it was somewhat understandable. After all, the extraordinary often comes at a cost. Upon reflection, had she not been rescued, she might have experienced yet another journey through dimensions, earning the title of the shortest-lived traveler. Amid her complaints, Anne opened the system panel to check her current status. After all, since her arrival in this world, she had yet to view her attribute panel. Deep blue, add points. Upon her call, a pale blue screen materialized before her. Bond system, Lieutenant of the Navy Headquarters. The devil fruit doesn't seem to have made me significantly stronger, she mused, stroking her chin. As for her attributes, and recalled her previous life's understanding. Strength represented physical power. Agility indicated speed, and constitution reflected one's physical resilience. The final attribute, will, remained elusive for the time being, so she decided to set it aside for now. When she attempted to tap the devil fruit and the plus signs next to her 4 attributes with her mind, the prompt she received was, lacking devil fruit awakening card, attribute enhancement card. Gazing at her attributes, and did not let pride blind her. Possessing strength without skill merely made one a powerful child. If she were to provoke a Navy lieutenant now, she would surely meet her demise. Nevertheless, this body was already far stronger than her previous one, granting her a degree of self-preservation. As she contemplated how her enhancements had occurred, the display of the bond system revealed everything to her. And hadn't anticipated that a mere musing in her moment of despair would become her lifeline. Truly impressive, this bond system. Does it really fulfill every request? She pondered. She decided to test it. Grr. Her stomach growled with hunger. All right, let us wish for food first, and obediently followed her heart, Stepping to the window where sunlight poured in, gazing at the azure sea, she contemplated, "Oh, great sea, please grant me sustenance." 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. The sea remained unchanged. Could it be that her tone was off? And thought for a moment, then suddenly leaped up. Of course, daughter of the sea. This is a scene of maternal tenderness. With a coaxing tone, she faced the window and spoke, "Dear Mother Sea, please bestow food upon your lovely daughter." 5 minutes later, still, nothing happened. Impossible. Could it be that my tone was too filial? And then changed her tone again. Over the next 20 minutes, she not only varied her pleading tones, but even incorporated dances from her previous life. Yet still, nothing occurred. Just as she was about to change her tone once more, a knock echoed from the door. "Little girl, please join me for a meal in the dining area," came a voice laced with barely concealed amusement. Her cheeks flushed crimson, matching the hue of a ripe plum. Reflecting on her earlier antics in the room, she found herself wishing she could vanish after a moment, and resolved that her embarrassment was not as important as others' perceptions. With a blank expression, she walked toward the door. Creak-as the door opened. A figure with a cool demeanor stepped out. Had it not been for the previous events in the room, one might have thought this was merely a distant girl. Yet in reality, a soldier clad in a navy uniform stood at the threshold, struggling to suppress laughter as he gazed at her. "You brat." The flush that had just receded from Anne's face returned with a vengeance. In a fit of flustered rage, she stomped on the soldier's foot before dashing away, leaving the soldier to hobble behind her, laughing and crying. Time rewound 20 minutes, in the warship's dining area, during mealtime for all personnel. Garp was relishing his lunch, surrounded by an array of empty plates, an undeniable testament to his voracious appetite. In the world of pirates, the quantity of one's meal often reflected their strength. "Bogart, is that little girl still unconscious?" "Indeed, Admiral Garp. How does one refer to the ship's doctor?" Bogart was perplexed by Admiral Garp's intense concern for a distressed young girl, yet he answered truthfully, "Her physical condition is entirely normal, with no apparent issues. According to the ship's doctor, it was merely a result of low blood sugar levels. In other words, she was simply too hungry, fainting from starvation." "Huh?" Garp banged on the table, causing all the dishes to clatter to the floor, erupting into hearty laughter. Bogart glanced at him, inwardly questioning what was so amusing. Just as Bogart pondered this, a series of peculiar prayers emanated from a nearby room. Accompanied by the tender voice of a young girl, her tone fluctuating, interspersed with the sound of footsteps, this painted an amusing picture in the minds of those in the dining hall, and laughter quickly filled the bustling space. Thanks to his observation hockey, Garp could perceive more vividly the antics of an in the room. In the midst of his laughter, he inadvertently sprayed food from his mouth. Ha ha ha. Garp, having traveled extensively, had witnessed many rituals. Yet most were formal ceremonies presided over by the elderly. This was his first encounter with someone like, and wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes, Garp turned to a nearby soldier and instructed, "Go fetch our little priestess to join us for a meal." "Yes, Admiral Garp." Time rewinds to the present, under the slightly amused guidance of the soldier, and approached the battleship's dining hall. The closer she got, the more pronounced the laughter became, and Anne's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red. Upon pushing open the grand doors to the dining room, a wave of raucous laughter erupted. "Little priestess, no need for prayers. The sea will not provide us food. To fill our bellies, we must rely on our own hands." A certain major jested. Though Anne had lived 2 lives, her previous one, marred by burns, had left her rarely venturing out or mingling with others. Thus, her social skills were quite lacking. Consequently, faced with such an embarrassing situation and the jests of others, she could only stand there, fingers entwined, unsure of how to respond. Bogart seemed to sense Anne's discomfort and interjected, "All right, Major, coolly, enough with the jokes." The moment Bogart's words fell, the laughter in the dining hall abruptly ceased. "Ha ha ha. Bogart, you truly are more suited to managing this ship," Garp remarked, eliciting a twitch from Bogart's lips as he retorted, "It's you who never manages the ship, leaving all the mess for me to clean up." Just thinking about the costs of ship repairs after each battle, coupled with the quartermaster's poker face back at headquarters, made Bogart sigh. Alas, hearing Bogart's complaints, Garp burst into laughter. Is that so? Don't take it too seriously. Garp scratched his nose and patted Bogart on the shoulder, prompting a look of utter exasperation to spread across Bogart's face. "Ha! Come here, little girl." Garp's call, and breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly navigated through the crowd. Fixing her gaze on Garp's large face, she felt a flicker of familiarity, though she couldn't quite place it. Out of politeness, she cheerfully inquired, "Excuse me, are you the one who saved me?" Garp nodded, then, and stood tall, arms at her sides, and bowed deeply at a 60-degree angle. "Thank you." Upon witnessing this, Garp laughed heartily. "No need for such formalities, young lady. Saving civilians is our duty as the Navy. No thanks required." Just as he was about to say more, his stomach audibly grumbled. Someone chimed in, "Let us eat first," and, feeling embarrassed, scratched her head but did not refuse. After all, she had only consumed a single devil fruit since arriving here. The thought of that flavor made her vow never to see a devil fruit again. With that, and took a seat at the dining table and began to feast heartily. "The ship's doctor confirmed that your body is in excellent condition. In fact, healthier than most. The fainting spell was merely a result of prolonged starvation." Bogart's voice reached her ears. Although she had learned through the system that she was fine, hearing it confirmed by someone else brought a sense of relief. "Thank you for the reminder, and I appreciate you looking after me during this time." As for why she was certain it was Bogart and not Garp who had cared for her, a glance back at Garp, who was devouring his meal with fervor, made everything abundantly clear. The dining hall was filled with the sounds of clattering dishes and cutlery. Half an hour later, "I am so full," and exclaimed, patting her round belly, gazing at the mountain of empty plates on the table. Releasing a contented sigh, Garp and Bogart exchanged glances, oddly sensing that this girl possessed the potential to become a formidable force in the now empty dining hall. Bogart instructed others to clear the table. Garp and Ann remained seated, gazing at each other with wide eyes. 5 minutes passed. "All right." Ann rubbed her sapphire-like eyes vigorously. "Curious, by the way, Uncle, why do you keep staring at me? Weren't we having a contest to see who would blink first?" Garp blinked exaggeratedly. "Don't you think that's rather childish, Uncle? I won. That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, isn't it a bit embarrassing for someone your age to be competing with a child?" "I won. That's not the point. The point is, I won," Garp interjected, his face displaying a hint of pride. Bogart, sitting nearby, let the antics of the two unfold without any emotional upheaval, observing Garp's beaming countenance, and reminded herself to be patient while living under someone else's roof. Looking back at Garp's brash and infuriating grin, she could no longer hold back. She stood on her chair and yelled in frustration, "Uncle, come out here. Let us change the game. Until we settle this, you want to know how many eyes the King of Horses has." This saying implies showing someone their place. With that, she stormed off toward the deck of the battleship. Though Garp didn't quite grasp the meaning behind the King of Horses' eyes, it didn't stop him from sensing the competitive spirit in Anne's words. Unwilling to back down, Garp strode after her. 20 minutes later, Anne lay on the deck in utter despair, surrounded by scattered wooden game pieces, feeling as helpless as she had upon first arriving in this world. Nearby, Garp stood before a scoreboard. Laughing heartily, a closer look revealed the score. 0-2-0 to in those 20 minutes, and had played her best games, checkers, chess, and beast-fighting games, but had lost every single one. Even in a fit of desperation, she had resorted to playing the 5-character chess game, in which she had previously won first place in an elementary school competition, yet she still met with defeat. Gazing at Garp's triumphant expression and challenging eyes, and thought, who plays children's games with a grown-up like this? "I'm exhausted. Just let it end. Come on, little girl. By the way, I still don't know your name." Silence enveloped the atmosphere, as Anne remained steeped in sorrow. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about another's name? "I had presumed you were already aware," Kapu remarked with a gentle pat on his head, smiling. "Tisish, who would know your name? Are you some sort of celebrity?" The girl scoffed dismissively to Ob so utterly disregarded. After a hearty laugh, Kapu solemnly declared, "My name is Monkey D. Kapu, an unremarkable naval officer returning home to visit my grandson, and I happened to rescue you along the way." Upon hearing Kapu's full name, Anne abruptly sat up, her gaze fixed on him, suddenly recalling why he seemed so familiar from their first encounter. This was none other than the esteemed grandfather of the brash young Luffy. A naval hero, simultaneously, and expressed her discontent. "You, a naval hero, should be out capturing pirates, not spending your days playing chess and tormenting little girls." Anne's words. Kapu exhibited no embarrassment. Rather, he wore a proud smile. "I have introduced myself. Now it's your turn. An orphan. Beyond that, I remember nothing." Anne's calm, melancholic voice that in both her past and present lives, she had always been alone. The salty sea breeze carried the essence of freedom. Yet it also bore the weight of the ocean's solitude. It tenderly swept aside the stray hairs from N's forehead before quietly retreating. Mr. Kapu, Roger said that if he had a daughter, she would be named N. And if a son, a fleeting memory flashed across her mind. Do you remember what your mother looked like? I do not recall, but she must have been gentle, and replied as she gazed out over the shimmering sea from the ship's railing. Her hands gripping the metal tightly, her face aglow with a smile. Reflecting on her past life, she mused that if her mother were still alive, perhaps she too would be living a life of happiness. Rather than weeping alone in her dreams on every dark night, tears gathered beneath her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and into the azure sea, sending ripples across the surface. Fish from the depths flocked to the side of the ship. Drawn to in sorrow, lost in her tears, the small figure of Ace suddenly appeared before Kapu. Perhaps Ace felt the same way. He recalled the first time he met him with a sigh. Kapu contemplated. Perhaps this is a fateful encounter. Approaching inside, he spoke softly. Will you be my granddaughter? And his steady voice resonated, as a pair of sturdy hands rested gently on her head, caressing her tenderly, with tear-filled eyes. And gazed at him, breaking into a smile as she wiped her tears away, responding brightly. All right. She was then enveloped in Kapu's embrace. Ha ha, from this day forth, you shall be known as Monkey D, and your grandfather will surely protect you. The following morning, upon waking from her slumber, and reflected on the events that led to her becoming Kapu's granddaughter, marveling at the fortune of a time traveler. However, there were a few matters to clarify. With a deep blue hue, a notification chimed. The host panel underwent a transformation. Please check for yourself. Bond, daughter of the sea, descendant of heroes effect, child of the sea, favored by the ocean, innate talent, remarkable note. Click to expand note. Click to expand note. Innate talent, as the granddaughter of a naval hero. You possess extraordinary talents. With a 200 increase in training speed, the system panel unfolded and discovered her host name had changed from into Monkey D, and her bond points had increased by 10 from the previous day. And an additional bond titled Descendant of Heroes appeared. Indeed, forming bonds with others was the correct approach to utilizing the system. Anne's agreement to become Kapu's granddaughter stemmed from her genuine feelings towards him, as well as her desire to explore the system's functionalities. That it seemed that the fastest way for her to grow stronger was through forming bonds. Naturally, these bonds required mutual sincerity. It was not merely a matter of verbal agreement. Upon focusing on the bond effects, and couldn't help but marvel, her naval grandfather was indeed a remarkable ally, as the bond effect was astoundingly powerful, with a 200 increase in training speed. This indicated that she would find it easier to become a formidable force. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the system's functions, remembering her actions from the previous day, Anne's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Today, she would test the lottery function. Initially intending to try a single draw, she decided to go for 10 draws now that she had accumulated 11 bond points. It is well known that the first 10 draws of any lottery yield the highest odds, except for the unlucky souls, of course. Bond lottery. A burst of vibrant light illuminated the surroundings. As the brilliance faded, a colorful vending machine materialized before. In the machine's coin slot featured 2 buttons, single draw and 10 draws. Observing her bond points, and exuberantly chose the 10 draws with a flourish of her small hand. As her bond points diminished, the vending machine began to vibrate wildly. Anne watched with bated breath, her heart racing as she fervently prayed. Moments later, the machine dispensed a collection of boxes, each shimmering with various hues, and counted eagerly. 1 gold, 2 purple, 2 blue, and 5 white. A golden legend, and exclaimed, leaping from her bed in excitement. Thud, the girl curled up on her bed, hugging her head, opening the lottery boxes, and shook each one in turn, revealing the rewards within. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 round sun hat, white, 1 sun umbrella, white, 1 exquisite denim hat, blue. Note: feature, never wears out, remains clean. 1 box of bread, white, 2 boxes of instant noodles, white, 1 set of fitting underwear, blue. Note: feature, automatically adjusts. Never wears out, always clean. 1 physical enhancement card, purple. Note: used to enhance host physique. 1 strength enhancement card, purple. Note: used to enhance strength. 1 devil fruit awakening card, gold. Note: the phoenix fruit cannot awaken on its own in this world. It must be awakened through the awakening card. The white rewards were mostly mundane items, while the blue rewards were more practical. With a mere thought, a set of white lace underwear materialized in Anne's hands. Let me give this a try. 2 minutes later, as Anne moved her upper body. The only drawback was her current congratulations, host, on acquiring a cultivation acceleration card. 2 hours, X1, blue. Note: enhances the user's cultivation speed by 50%. The hero's grandson, combined with the cultivation acceleration card, creates a perfect synergy. Deep blue point allocation. Ding. Host attributes have undergone changes. Please check them yourself. Bonding system host. Monkey D. And upon awakening the devil fruit, all 4 attributes have seen considerable enhancement. With agility witnessing the most significant increase, advancing directly from E to D, surpassing 2 stages, while willpower has also experienced a slight improvement. The evaluation has elevated from Lieutenant Commander of the Navy Headquarters to Major of the Navy Headquarters. The protagonist's devil fruit is crafted from the blood of a high-ranking world phoenix. Hence, to achieve full beast transformation, 3 flames must be awakened, culminating in an ultimate awakening using bonding points to transform the protagonist into a phoenix. Of course, each awakening of the flames can be considered a minor awakening, leading to modest attribute enhancements. Knock, knock, knocked out. A hurried knocking at the door resonates. Then, it's time to rise and have breakfast. Garp's voice calls from outside. Understood. Grandpa and tidies away the system and dons a loose-fitting white nightgown. You ask why I don't change out of this white nightgown. Haha. Where on a warship would one find clothes for a child? In the warship's dining hall. Good morning, Grandpa. Good morning, Uncle Bogart. Through introductions from yesterday, and recognizes the reliable man before her as Bogart, Garp's aide, who manages the various affairs aboard the ship. Good morning, and compared to Garp, who merely grins foolishly, the aide Bogart is evidently more polite. And come eat. Soon we shall commence training. Only by continually growing stronger can one protect oneself and loved ones. Understood. 10 minutes later on the warship's deck. Garp and Anne stand at opposite ends of the deck. Before we begin training, let's first assess your physical fitness so that Grandpa can determine the most suitable training method. Anne acknowledges the necessity of this step with a nod. And punch me with all your might. All right, Grandpa. As the words leave her lips, and channels all her strength and strikes Garp with her tiny white fist, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Bang! Her fist connects with Garp's chest, producing only the sound of flesh meeting flesh, while Garp remains utterly unfazed. In contrast, and collapses, crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. Grandpa, your body is too tough. It hurts. Not bad. And that punch likely holds the strength of a Navy lieutenant commander. Garp finds a fitting description. Bogart, witnessing Garp's assessment, is struck by the realization that this child possesses great potential. With their training, Anne's future looks promising. All right, let us proceed to the second test. Ignoring Anne's crouching form, Garp instructs a Navy soldier to bring forth a plate of peanuts. Then, I will now throw peanuts at you, and you must dodge them as best as you can. Otherwise, it will be quite painful. Just as the girl on the ground is about to protest, a peanut already whizzes toward her. Instinctively and nimbly dodges. That was close. Before she can catch her breath, another peanut is hurled her way. Anne begins twisting her body to evade each projectile. Seeing this, Garp grows enthusiastic, increasing both the speed and force of his throws. Gradually, fatigue sets in. Finally, a peanut strikes her, followed by an unending barrage of peanuts raining down upon Anne. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Grandpa, stop. Garp seems deaf to her pleas, continuing his relentless assault until the plate is devoid of peanuts at this point, and appears to be in a frenzy, writhing on the ground, moaning in discomfort. And your speed and reflexes are quite impressive. Likely at the level of a Navy lieutenant commander. Now, let us proceed to the third test. Garp produces a stout iron chain. Wait, dear Grandpa, could you allow your adorable granddaughter a moment's respite? And attempts to evade the test through a display of charm. Garp is wholly unimpressed. Years of grueling training with Luffy have rendered his heart as iron. And don't be like that. You remind me of Luffy, who always begs me not to abandon him in the mountains. At this, Anne feels a chill run down her spine. Without regard for Anne's fervent struggles, Garp swiftly binds her to one end of the chain and drags her toward the ship's stern. The other end of the chain is secured to the railing. Witnessing this, a panicked Anne cries out to Bogart for help. Uncle Bogart, please stop the old man. I might die. Splash. A great splash erupts as an is cruelly tossed into the sea by Garp. Isn't this a bit inappropriate, Garp? After all, Anne is only 11 years old, and she appears to be a devil fruit user. Garp waves his hand dismissively. It's fine. Luffy was even younger when he endured harsh training. Seemingly recalling something, Garp shouts to Anne, "This test lasts for 1 hour. Do your utmost to survive." Then he adds in a hushed tone, "Bogart will keep an eye on her. If any danger arises, pull her up immediately." "All right. I'm off for ANAP to AT this." Bogart refrains from further comment. To survive at sea, one must become strong. Without strength, nothing can be protected. A greenhouse cannot nurture towering trees that he speaks. A vision of a smiling figure flits through Bogart's mind and, submerged in the sea, hears Garp's words and feels an immediate surge of anger, ready to retort. But instead, she gulps down a mouthful of seawater. Glub, glub. Among the rising bubbles, a few fragrant words escape her lips. The salty water floods her nostrils, and it feels her consciousness slipping away. Ding! The system detects that the host is submerged in the ocean. "Would you like to activate the Ocean Maiden effect?" The system's voice rings in Anne's mind like celestial music. "Activate! Activate!" and exclaims, flailing her arms and legs. Ding! The Ocean Maiden effect has been activated. Anne's awareness gradually returns, and the discomfort of seawater in her nostrils fades. In that moment, and feels as if she has transformed into a fish, as though she were born to live in the sea. Her legs kick as she swims swiftly toward the warship. Opening the system panel, deep blue point allocation. Ding! The host's panel attributes have changed. Please check them for yourself. Indeed, upon activating the Ocean Maiden effect, all 3 attributes, save for willpower, have seen substantial boosts, although none have surpassed the next stage. This enhancement is already more than sufficient. Just the ability to breathe underwater is extraordinary. It signifies that as long as she wishes to flee, no one can hinder her, bored in the sea. And begins to reminisce about her past life related to One Piece, simultaneously contemplating her future path. In terms of the system, upon arriving at Windmill Village, she must forge bonds with the 3 little ones. Personally, she must intensify her training to transform her attributes into powers she can command. Through Garp's recent tests, and has come to understand the corresponding directions of her 4 attributes. Strength pertains to attack power. Agility relates to speed and reflex response. Physique corresponds to endurance and recovery, and willpower reflects each individual's mental fortitude. As for other potential functions, those will reveal themselves in time. As the warship sails through the ocean. Time ticks away, and the sun rises above the ship. That rascal Grandpa wouldn't have forgotten about me, would he? Recalling memories from her past life, Anne's forehead is lined with frustration. Just then, the iron chain rattles, and Bogart's voice calls from the surface of the water. "Come up, and okay." Lying at the stern of the ship, and intentionally mimic the appearance of a power wielder encountering seawater, her voice frail as she expressed her gratitude to Bogate. "Thank you, Uncle Bogate." After resting on the deck for a few minutes, Anne's fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing her fury as she stormed towards the deck. Observing Anne's departure, Bogate couldn't help but reflect on her politeness. Truly remarkable. He followed her with measured steps. In the forward section of the warship, Cap lay leisurely on a beach chair, his face obscured by a newspaper, basking in the sun, and, rushing from the stern, was filled with indignation upon witnessing this scene. "I endure suffering while you revel in comfort." With that thought, she dashed forward, kicking over the beach chair, her pristine iron fist crashing heavily into Cap's face. "Sleeping? I'll show you sleeping." Bang! The rear admiral was sent flying, colliding with the ship's railing. The surrounding naval soldiers were taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and silence. This was clearly a family affair. It would be wise for them not to interfere, while secretly vowing to avoid provoking this temperamental young lady in the future. Cap, his mouth agape in astonishment, quickly regained his senses. Rising, he noticed the drenched and glanced up at the sun. As if suddenly realizing something. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and burst into laughter, feigning ignorance. "And when did you arrive? Spare me your theatrics, grandfather. Do you wish to kill me? There's a limit to being oblivious." And roared, seemingly aware that leaving an 11-year-old girl, suspected to be a devil fruit user, in the sea for such an extended period was indeed inappropriate. He sheepishly suggested, "And go dry your clothes. Don't catch a cold." Rejecting Cap's concern, the girl stormed off. Once Anne's figure vanished, Cap turned to Bogate and inquired, "How long hasn't been in the water?" With a serious expression, Bogate replied, 1 hour. Huh? Cap laughed heartily, his face flushed with mirth. Bogate, we truly struck gold this time. Upon returning to her room, and rubbed her hands, muttering, that old man is really tough. She shed her nightgown and undergarments, striding naked into the bathroom, the sound of running water echoing. After a refreshing bath, and utilized her devil fruit powers to control flames, drying her clothes on the wooden floor of her room. Dressed in her now dry attire, she made her way to the dining hall. Taking her seat, she shot Cap a cold glare before beginning her meal in silence. Cap, undeterred by Anne's resentment, continued to discuss the results of the morning's tests. Your physical capabilities are comparable to those of a major from the naval headquarters. As his casual words fell, the clinking of cutlery gradually diminished, and the naval officers present turned their heads in disbelief. Cap paid no mind to their reactions and continued, though you possess the physical prowess of a major, your actual combat ability is likely only at the level of a lieutenant. Gasp. Upon hearing the admiral's evaluation, the others in the dining hall collectively inhaled sharply that a lieutenant seemed weaker than a major. But it depended on the individual. After all, this was merely an 11-year-old girl. The naval officers, noticing that Bogate did not dispute this, understood the gravity of the situation, their hearts churning with astonishment as they reflected on their years of experience. Admiral Cap, is what you said true? A deep voice interjected. Huh? Cap laughed heartily. Of course it is, coolly. After a moment of hesitation, struggling to find the right words, Cooley finally spoke up. Admiral Cap, please allow me to challenge Miss into a duel. He quickly added, I don't doubt Miss and S strength. I just cannot resist the urge to spar with a true genius. I understand, Cooley. Once we finish our meal, I shall have you both duel on the deck. Shooting a glance at Cap for taking charge, and chose not to voice her objections, as she too was eager to gauge her combat capabilities. Thank you, Admiral Cap. Today, the Doghead warship was quite lively. With soldiers not on duty gathering at the BOW.I in the center of the throng, Major Cooley and instead facing each other. Who do you think will win? It must be Major Cooley. I believe Missin will triumph. She's simply enchanting. I want to have children with Missin. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Let the match begin. Amidst the chatter, Bogate declared the duel officially underway. As his voice faded, Cooley's feet began to move rapidly in place. With a whoosh, he vanished from sight. That was sorrow, a helpful observer exclaimed. After Cooley's disappearance, and sensed the air around her vibrating, and a fist slicing through the wind hurtled towards her. A surge of alarm gripped her. How swift! She leapt forward, executing several rolls just in time to evade the perilous blow. Gasps filled the air as spectators witnessed a basketball-sized crater wherein it stood moments before. They were astonished. Most had failed to perceive Cooley's departure, yet it had managed to dodge his strike. The disparity in their abilities was unmistakable. Before Anne could regain her composure, a second, rapid punch was already upon her. Feeling the rush of wind behind her, she pivoted and retaliated with a punch of her own. Merely dodging would not reveal her physical limits. The clash of their fists sent shockwaves through the air, stirring the spectators' clothing and hair as they held their ground, neither willing to yield. Feeling the force transmitted through her fists, Cooley remarked, Impressive, you are indeed a prodigy. Just this strength alone surpasses most of the majors at headquarters. But my power exceeds this. It was essential to note that the Navy aboard Cap.'s warship comprised elite fighters who had survived the New World, their prowess evident. Cooley's white uniform sleeves billowed as he intensified his strike. Sending and hurtling through the air, her petite frame tumbled twice before she forcibly halted herself on the wooden deck. 5 long gouges marked the surface, evidence of an raw strength in stopping her momentum. Bring it on! Refusing to retreat, and charged at Cooley again, leaping into the sunlight to deliver a fierce punch. The naval major did not evade, and they exchanged blows on the deck, each landing strikes on the other. The crowd was thoroughly entertained. Go, Missin, knock that guy Cooley away. Damn Cooley, where are you hitting? The spectators' comments only darkened Cooley's expression. After a few exchanges, and, lacking sufficient power, was struck in the abdomen by Cooley and sent crashing to the deck. Curling up and sliding backward, cough, cough, as she flew through the air and contemplated, this guy's strength must be at least at the sea level. Engaging him head-on offers no chance of victory. I must devise an alternative strategy. Stifling her pain, and gradually stood up, raising her fist once more to charge at the seemingly invincible naval major. From that moment on, the deck became a stage for a repeated spectacle. The girl would be sent flying. Rise again, charge forward, and be hurled away anew. Cap and Bogate observed this scene, Nodding in approval that as powerful beings in this world, they understood that surrendering in the face of a formidable opponent was certainly easy. But such individuals could never become true powerhouses. True strength lies not only in power, but also in will. While physical prowess can be honed through relentless training, will often remains predetermined. Diane was acutely aware of this. Her apparent laziness did not imply a lack of determination. Having tasted the harsh realities of life in her previous existence, she understood the significance of her own strength. She must grow stronger. She aspired to become as formidable as the naval hero Cap. She aimed to surpass everyone in this world. A surge of intense thoughts arose from it, expanding outward, as the onlookers felt her indomitable spirit. Moved to solemnity, shedding their previous frivolous demeanor, even Cooley narrowed his eyes, adopting a serious expression. After being sent flying once more, he gasped for breath, trembling as he regained his footing, despite possessing a C-class physique. The relentless barrage was overwhelming. Through repeated collisions, and discovered a potential method to vanquish her opponent. As the spectators witnessed her rise time and again, their eyes brimmed with reverence. One could only ponder how many among them could surpass this 11-year-old girl if the roles were reversed. Perhaps this is what it means to be a genius. Achieving what others cannot defines true brilliance. Likewise, Cooley was profoundly impacted by An's unwavering resolve, recalling his own youthful days when he lacked such tenacity. Observing the changing expressions of the crowd, Bogut felt that this contest was indeed worthwhile. Under the gaze of many, and charged at Cooley once more. With each punch thrown, Cooley lost track of the number he had delivered. Yet he could assure that each was executed with utmost effort, just as he prepared to unleash another strike, and suddenly altered her actions, deftly rolling to his back. A smirk graced her lips. Exuding a sense of triumph, her feet slid across the wooden deck, producing a creaking sound, as she mustered all her strength for one final blow, infused with an unyielding belief in victory, like a tiger unleashed. Her momentum was unstoppable. Not good, Cooley exclaimed, his blood racing as muscles on his back coiled tightly. With a mighty yell, he shouted, "Iron block!" In that instant, and felt as though she had struck an impenetrable iron wall. Blood dripped from her delicate fingers as the cumulative injuries rendered her immobile. The victor of this contest is Major Cooley, Kapu declared, intervening, while Bogut instructed the ship's doctor to attend to it, ensuring no hidden injuries lingered. Understood. Vice Admiral Kapu. An did not object, for her intent had merely been to test her physical prowess, having no intention of utilizing her devil fruit abilities. After all, she was uncertain of the true extent of the Phoenix Fruit's powers. Opting to save that for encounters with adversaries, breathing in the fresh air, and lay sprawled on the deck, gazing at the pristine blue sky, patiently awaiting the doctor's arrival. "Thank you for going easy on me." Major Cooley. An was acutely aware of the Major's proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles. Defeating her would have been a simple task. Throughout the contest, Cooley had largely facilitated her experimentation. The Major nodded in acknowledgement, then remarked, "Missin, you have yet to employ all your powers, have you?" And nodded in agreement. "You truly are young, Missin." Cooley's gaze lingered on her face before he continued, "I joined the Navy at the age of 10 and took 2 decades to reach my current position. I am well aware of the role of talent. Yet, here you are, so young, wielding such formidable strength. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Navy, perhaps even an admiral at the pinnacle of power. By then, the Navy will surely eradicate those wretched pirates, restoring tranquility to the seas." Cooley's voice intensified as he spoke of pirates. Were they truly that detestable? In her past life, while viewing short clips, and had not perceived pirates as particularly loathsome. Cooley cast a sorrowful glance at him. "You will soon come to understand." With that, he strode purposefully away. "There are no significant issues, miss, and just a minor fracture. A few days of rest will suffice." After the ship's doctor bandaged her wounds, he departed the deck, leaving the girl still reclining, contemplating the sound of the waves. What exactly are pirates like? 3 days after the contest concluded, the soldiers aboard the warship began to regard him with a mixture of admiration and awe, sending a chill down her spine. With Kapu's consent, and spent the following days engaged in combat training with Cooley. Aside from eating and sleeping, through these realistic battles, and gradually mastered her own strength as for her injuries. Thanks to her robust physique, she had recovered by that very evening, when pitted against Major Cooley. The two were evenly matched if neither employed additional techniques. However, should Cooley utilize the 6 styles, and would be at a distinct disadvantage. Diane had inquired whether Cooley could teach her the Navy's 6 styles. Yet he refused, citing the need to protect Navy secrets. Approaching the old man, Kapu yielded no better results as he dodged her request, stating the time was not yet right. Although Kapu did not impart the 6 styles to him, he did share his own ultimate technique, the Iron Fist. In the warship's training room, a young girl was engaged in the literal act of forging, striking an iron block with her fists, the previous day, in the ship's dining hall, and had earnestly pleaded with her grandfather, "Since you cannot teach me the Navy's 6 styles, please instruct me in some of your specialties." Upon hearing this, Kapu had looked at her and laughed heartily, agreeing. Thus, the scene in the training room unfolded. Kapu informed him that if she could shatter the iron plate in the training room, it would signify her initiation into the Iron Fist technique. While it diligently practiced, Cooley's voice echoed from outside, summoning her to the deck. As she arrived and observed a Navy soldier hurriedly reporting to Kapu. As she drew closer, she discerned that the lookout had spotted pirates raiding a vessel. "Cooley, do we know which pirate crew it is?" Kapu inquired. "It has been confirmed. It's the Iron Bull Pirates, with a bounty of 8 million berries. Their captain, Charles, possesses the powers of the Zoan-type bull fruit." Kapu was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating encountering a devil fruit user in the East. It seemed that his clean seas operation had not been thorough enough. He ordered the warship to proceed at full speed. 5 minutes later, black smoke billowed on the horizon, flames illuminating the sky. An unsightly pirate ship lay anchored near a White Swan vessel. From this vantage point, Anne's considerable physical prowess enabled her to observe the battle unfolding on the White Swan's deck. Even at such a distance, she could smell the acrid stench of blood and the charred scent of flames. The distant sounds of the pirates' vicious, lewd laughter mingled with the pleas, screams, and wails of the innocents aboard the White Swan. The suddenness of it all shattered Anne's previous perceptions of the pirate world. The joyful, carefree life of pirates portrayed in anime, with Luffy and his crew, slowly dissipated from her mind. "Missin', do you see clearly now? This is what pirates are, cancers that must be excised from this world." Cooley stepped forward, fists clenched, gazing at the burning passenger ship in the distance. "Iron Bull Pirates. Captain, we've spotted a Navy warship approaching us. Check to see if it belongs to the 153rd Navy branch. I don't want to confront Monka just yet. Captain, it's not a ship from the 153 RD branch. Then we needn't concern ourselves with them. Let us wait until they draw closer and take them out as well. However, Captain, the number of cannons on their warship seems unusually high, and it appears to be significantly larger," the pirate sailor continued reporting. Though sadly, their captain was nowhere to be found. "Major Cooley, you will command this battle." Kapu issued his command. To Cooley in command implied a mere training exercise, and no formidable warriors above the rank of major would be dispatched. Upon receiving Kapu's orders, Cooley directed his elite naval soldiers to launch an assault on the pirates and, armed with a standard long sword, accompany the soldiers aboard the White Swan. Observing her granddaughter's actions, Kapu remained silent once aboard the White Swan and chose not to join the naval soldiers on the deck to slay pirates. Instead, she swiftly made her way into the ship's cabin, intent on safeguarding the civilians. The dim and narrow corridor of the cabin was strewn with personal belongings, each item stained with dark red blood, indicating that the carnage had occurred some time ago. The overwhelming stench of blood mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, creating a nauseating atmosphere in such a confined space. Anne waved her hand to fan the air and cautiously covered her nose and mouth as she proceeded inside. Had this been the Anne who had just crossed over, she would have turned back immediately. However, her character had undergone a significant transformation during her days of sparring and conversing with Cooley, particularly in her understanding of the pirate world. Venturing deeper into the cabin along a passageway tall enough for a person to stand, and gradually advanced, clearing away the obstacles of debris and severed limbs. Her gaze grew colder at one moment. As she passed by a room, she suddenly darted to the side that a long sword pierced through the wall. Thrusting out from the chamber, realizing the attack had failed, a burly pirate with a black beard and bare chest kicked through the door and appeared in the corridor, eyeing Anne with a predatory gaze. The bearded pirate licked his lips, his expression turning eager as he leered. "Little sister, what brings you here all alone? Come, let uncle protect you." With that, he reached for and drawing her standard long sword. A flash of steel illuminated the cramped, dim corridor as the bearded pirate clutched his bleeding wrist, collapsing in agony. Anne had never studied swordsmanship, yet her formidable physical prowess made dispatching a mere pirate a trivial task. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the bearded pirate snarled, "You little brat, I'll kill you." With a swift motion, and elegantly swung her sword, severing the pirate's other hand. Now rendered helpless and writhing on the floor, the bearded pirate convulsed in despair and approached slowly, directing the flames of her phoenix fire toward the stump of his arm. The agonizing pain surged through him as his hands were consumed, but fortunately, and managed to control the flames. Staunching the flow of blood, "Stop playing dead," she commanded, stamping her foot heavily on the pirate's chest, grinding it down with icy authority. "Tell me, are there any other pirates in the cabin?" Her melodious voice, however, sounded like the voice of a demon to the bearded pirate. Yes, he stammered. "There are 11 of us. We're a small crew. What else do you know? Speak," and pressed her foot down harder on the pirate. Having witnessed the horrific fates of the unarmed passengers in the cabin, an immense rage simmered within her. "Our captain is a user of the iron bull fruit and has a penchant for men. The first mate is involved with a sailor, but the sailor fancies the captain, who, in turn, prefers men. Just last night, I saw the captain and first mate fighting in a room, such useless INF surveying the multitude of slaves crouched upon the deck, and could discern no trace of vitality or hope in their eyes. Only numbness and despair lingered on the expansive deck of the warship. The sea breeze wafted with a potent scent, while flames continued to illuminate the sky. Reminiscent of a sunset, the lamentations of ordinary folk echoed. The cruelty of pirates loomed large, and the hold was a veritable hell. Corpses lay scattered upon the deck. Before and stood Sally at a cascade of memories. All the encounters since the pirates' arrival flooded her mind. The malevolence of the pirates surged forth and, with a hand covering her face, found the absurdity of it all almost comical. "Ha!" She emitted a deep, continuous, and sardonic laugh. How could such scum as pirates persist in existence? Yet they were idolized by countless as paragons of freedom. Truly, this world is irredeemably rotten. Rising to her feet, and steadied her swaying form and gazed at the sky painted with the afterglow of the setting sun. Suddenly, the sun appeared blindingly bright, living atop the same vast ocean, under the sun, on the dust, all belonging to humankind, bowing low to the powerful, one only humiliating the weak, and abruptly deemed this world excessively absurd. As she beheld the struggling figure of Charles, the iron bull, in the distance, and bent down to gently stroke Sally's head, saying softly, "Sister will prepare something for you to eat." Sally, frightened, nodded and watched as and departed. Immediately, she lowered her head, devouring the bread voraciously, half of which she surreptitiously stuffed into her tattered clothing, as if fearing she might never taste such delicacies again. Upon reaching the galley, and instructed the cook to prepare food for the survivors. Returning once more to the deck, the battle aboard the pirate ship had yet to conclude. Observing the lively Charles, and could no longer contain the fury that had brewed within her since encountering the pirates. The mere existence of such filth made her perpetually uneasy. She suddenly shouted with fervor, "Enough! Major Cooley, bring them back. Leave the rest to me." Cooley, gazing at N's murderous intent, offered no reply but turned to Admiral Garp. Garp, understanding that the moment had finally arrived, nodded subtly. Any rational individual confronted by pirates would undergo one of two transformations, either becoming a heartless pirate or joining the Navy to uphold their sense of justice. As for merely surviving, in this twisted world, is there truly a place of safety? Moments later, upon receiving the retreat signal, all Navy soldiers returned to the warship but on the pirate vessel. Charles, seeing the Navy's retreat, felt an internal sigh of relief for having survived, lowering his guard, unaware that greater suffering awaited him. On board the warship, after the Navy soldiers retreated and could no longer suppress her rage, all her fury transformed into a raging inferno. Her sapphire eyes suddenly blazed crimson, and her entire being ignited in a scarlet flame. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, she leapt from the deck. Blood-red flames cascaded, unfurling a pair of colossal flaming wings behind her. Standing poised in midair, fixating her gaze upon Charles, she slowly raised her right hand. Waves of crimson fire surged behind her, forming an immense phoenix silhouette. "Scum! Die!" A furious cry resonated through the heavens. "Divine bird of annihilation!" As N's finger descended, the massive phoenix silhouette flapped its wings and ascended, its boundless feathers unfurling. At its zenith, a piercing cry echoed through the firmament as it dove rapidly towards the Iron Bull pirate crew. Charles, witnessing the miraculous giant phoenix silhouette hovering before him, was left in stunned silence. With a thunderous roar, the fiery phoenix plunged from the sky, instantly engulfing the entire Iron Bull pirate ship. The canvas of doom slowly unfurled. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the pirate vessel. Fierce flames, fueled by the owner's wrath, roared outward in all directions. As for Charles, the captain of the Iron Bull pirate crew. He faced the flames as retribution for his sins. This was all orchestrated by Ndatio make that accursed pirate account for the suffering he inflicted upon others. The slaves on the deck beheld this spectacle and fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Quickly retreat, increase the power, raise all sails, Bogart shouted loudly. Before the Navy could react, the Navy's hero took the initiative. Fist of the Galaxy impact. Garp leapt into action. An abundance of Conqueror's hockey swirling around his iron fist that a single strike, accompanied by a whistling gale, dispersed the massive flames, propelling the warship to carve an endless white wake upon the sea. Long live Admiral Garp, the Navy shouted in unison. Yet, our protagonist, having expended her strength in that strike, succumbed to unconsciousness, cradled in the arms of Major Cooley, looking toward the heart of the flames. The Iron Bull pirate crew and the White Swan had long vanished, leaving only an incessant influx of swirling waters, symbolizing all that had transpired here. Charge, lads. Slay these feeble guards. Please spare us. Don't come near. Move away. No. The anguished screams of a girl echoed in the dreamscape. Ha ha ha. The pirate's sinister laughter reverberated endlessly and jolted awake, sitting up in bed, her cold sweat soaking the pillow, gasping for breath. Drink. Drink. Weakly, she flung aside the covers and descended from the bed. Exiting the room, night enveloped the world. A resplendent full moon hung in the sky, with countless stars dotting its vicinity. The bloody scenes of the day replayed in N's mind like a series of haunting slides. You were awake, hearing her grandfather's voice, and softly acknowledged with a hum. The night was silent. A subdued voice broke the stillness. Grandfather, how will the survivors be arranged? They will be sent to the nearby naval branch, where there are dedicated resettlement measures. Grandfather, why are pirates so cruel? Can't they just seize treasure and leave? Why must they act that way, when those they torment are merely powerless ordinary folk? Reflecting on the harrowing sights aboard the White Swan, N's hands gripped the warship's railing tightly, leaving an imprint, her soft lips biting down in indignation. Because they are no longer human, they are merely a pack of beasts driven by desire. Garp, accustomed to such brutality, gazed at the shimmering sea under the night sky and replied with resignation. Grandfather, are all pirates like this? You must discover that for yourself then. View the world with clarity. Do not be deceived by appearances. Garp gently ruffled his granddaughter's hair, running his fingers through her golden locks, his voice deepening as he inquired. And, will you become a pirate? The dim moonlight cast its glow upon the two, illuminating the desolate deck, where the entire warship lay in profound silence. Though unsure why her grandfather posed such a question, and, responding to Garp's somewhat somber tone, affirmed resolutely, I will never become a pirate. The girl turned, her expression resolute. I will personally send this detritus of the sea, scum, vermin, beasts, back to hell. Let them atone for their sins. Sensing his granddaughter's heartfelt disdain for pirates, Garp suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. He embraced his adorable granddaughter, planting a hearty kiss on his rugged, bearded visage. You old scoundrel, what are you doing? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stomped angrily on Garp's foot, despite the pain etched on her face. Garp maintained a satisfied smile. Ha ha ha. Tomorrow we shall begin learning the 6 forms of the Navy. I shall ensure you become the strongest Navy officer. Understood, old man, with a voice tinged with embarrassment and anger. And retorted, the Navy's 6 styles represent a breakthrough for the human body, built upon a foundation of robust physical fitness, paired with agile techniques, culminating in an explosive speed and strength that surpass the ordinary. Through various applications of techniques, the Navy's 6 styles can be categorized into 6 major forms: shave, moonwalk, gale foot, finger pistol, paper drawing, and iron blocked out on the deck. Garp was meticulously explaining the 6 styles to N. Grandfather, what are the techniques for utilizing the 6 styles? Ha ha ha. Let's take it step by step. Today we shall first learn shave. Shave is a method of high-speed movement achieved by rapidly stepping on the ground in quick succession, utilizing the resultant reactive force. With that, Garp demonstrated, his feet striking the ground in rapid succession. Whoosh! In an instant, Garp vanished from sight, appearing at the other end of the deck in the blink of an eye. So fast, and was taken aback. Her grandfather's shave was incomparably swifter than that of Major Cooley, their performances starkly contrasting. Just moments ago, she had failed to perceive Garp's trajectory. Do you understand? And, coming back to her senses in a daze, she immediately replied, I understand. Now you give it a try. Garp nodded in encouragement. In her mind, and silently chanted, System, activate training acceleration card. Ding. Activation successful. Host training speed increased by 250. Closing her eyes, and began to recall the techniques Garp had described along with the demonstration of shave. Her feet moved against the ground in accordance with her thoughts, increasing in speed, as immense reactive force gathered beneath her. The next moment, and abruptly opened her eyes and shouted, "Shave!" Whoosh, N's form flickered, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only to reappear before Garp moments later. "Grandfather, how is that? Ha ha ha. My granddaughter truly lives up to her name, far surpassing those so-called geniuses." Yet Garp added, "You must practice diligently, only then can you master shave." "Understood, grandfather." As she responded to Garp, and marveled internally at the sheer terror of the 2.5 times training acceleration. Now, let us continue with Iron Block. Iron Block is the ability to enhance muscle contraction through the accelerated flow of blood, resulting in formidable defensive power, albeit at the cost of near immobility during its execution. Yet Garp advised against its use. Why? Garp chuckled, scratching his head, even without his words, and understood the reasoning that in her previous life's anime. Many Navy members exhibited a mysterious confidence in Iron Block, that it was a power that could lead one to lose self-awareness. Many who mastered it believed themselves impervious to all attacks, often leading to their demise in battle. Although Anne had no intention of employing Iron Block, she recognized the value in learning it. After all, possessing multiple skills is never a detriment. One never knows when they might come in handy. Under the attentive guidance of the naval hero and the benefit of 2.5 times training acceleration, and mastered all the Navy 6 styles within half a day. Simultaneously, Garp imparted upon her the technique of life return. Observing and diligently practicing the 6 styles on the deck, Garp felt a sense of optimism for the future of the Navy. In the afternoon, beneath the scorching sun, and tirelessly practiced the Navy 6 styles, repeating her drills time and again. Even though she had already achieved a level of proficiency, with her body having developed muscle memory, she did not relent. After over an hour of rigorous training, and since that further solo practice was yielding diminishing returns, prompting her to halt. "Major Cooley, I wish to challenge you once more. I shall not refuse." Moments later, the spacious deck was crowded with onlookers, including Sally and others rescued from the Iron Bull pirates. "Sister, go for it." Sally's soft voice rang out. "Missin, you can do it. Show Major Cooley what you're made of. Missin, I want to have your babies." Listening to the increasingly outlandish cheers, and turned to Sally, offering a wry smile and nod. "Major Cooley hopes you will give it your all this time. Without holding back. I will give it my utmost." The match begins, with Bogart's sword crashing down on the deck. A resounding boom echoed. Anne seized the initiative, executing shave. Whoosh. All that remained was a cloud of dust in her wake. So fast. Missin is truly impressive. In just a few days, she has not only mastered shave, but has honed it to this degree. Of course, my sister is amazing. Ever since annihilating the Iron Bull pirates with the Phoenix's power, Sally had come to regard Anne as her older sister, calling her that every day. Anne did not reject the sentiment. Having such a delightful younger sister was quite nice. Suddenly appearing behind Cooley, and unleashed a powerful punch. Cooley was not to be outdone, retaliating with a punch of his own, their fists colliding with intense force, generating a powerful gust. Ultimately, Anne took a half step back, concluding their first exchange. "Missin's strength has improved significantly," Cooley praised, compared to their initial contest, and now stood as an evenly matched opponent. Galefoot, a massive green wind blade, surged forth, and Anne scrutinized the incoming attack. Searching for weaknesses, she found it. Finger pistol. Her fingers became rigid and straight, resembling a spear as she thrust it forth, striking the surface of the wind blade and shattering it instantly. "Wow, Missin is incredible. From today onward, Missin will be my idol." Sally beamed, her admiration evident. "Of course, my sister is amazing." Bogart nodded, visibly pleased with Anne's performance of the 6 styles. To think she could discern the flaw in Cooley's Galefoot. She was indeed a genius among geniuses, Garp remarked with unabashed pride. On the deck, figures darted about as Anne and Cooley repeatedly employed shave, searching for openings while the massive wind blades collided in the air. Time passed without notice. A perfect opportunity. As Anne executed Galefoot, Cooley teleported behind her .6 styles, continuous finger pistol. A barrage of finger pistol illusions surged forth, sealing off every possible escape route. Faced with the overwhelming number of finger pistols, and contemplated for a moment and abandoned the idea of using paper drawing. As for why she wouldn't employ Iron Block, and lacked any delusions of invincibility. Cooley's strength was C-class. Even if Iron Block could withstand the blow, she would undoubtedly suffer significant damage, making victory exceedingly difficult. Just as the spectators believed Major Cooley was about to triumph, a bewildering scene unfolded before their eyes. The finger pistols, swift as a tempest and capable of piercing steel, passed through its form, leaving behind flaming voids. Has she finally unleashed her devil fruit ability? Cooley quickly utilized shave to distance himself. My fruit is known as the Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast species. Phoenix fruit. I look forward to our encounter. An's body was enveloped in blazing flames as she spoke slowly. Gazing upon An, who radiated a fiery aura reminiscent of a celestial being, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. So beautiful, Garp observed An's transformation with satisfaction. Major Cooley, my fruit's destructive power is formidable. Let us settle this with a single blow. Cooley nodded, well aware of the phoenix's destructive potential, with a wave of her hand, and summoned a massive fireball that gathered above her head, coalescing into a miniature sun. Divine bird impact. A crisp sound echoed as the miniature sun unleashed countless fire phoenixes, diving toward Cooley. Iron block, steel. Before the eyes of the onlookers, innumerable fire phoenixes erupted from the sun, igniting a cascade of sparks. 1 breath, 5 breaths, 10 breaths. Under the relentless impact of the explosion, Cooley's body continued to slide backward, inching closer to the guardrail. Similarly, An, who had long sustained the little sun with the phoenix flames, was drenched in fragrant sweat, barely holding up her weakened form. After 20 breaths, the girl could no longer maintain the little sun and collapsed onto the deck. You have won, Major Cooley, and gasped, struggling for breath. There was indeed a way to defeat Cooley, for the phoenix flames upon him had yet to detonate. The power of the phoenix flames was surely more than this. However, should An recklessly unleash them, the defeat would not merely be a matter of a contest lost. Bogart, with his renowned sword at his side, stepped forward, surveying the two before raising his hand to declare. The victor of this match is An. Why is it missing? Questioned one onlooker. Isn't Major Cooley still standing? Fool, look closely. Just as confusion swept over the crowd, Cooley, unable to maintain the posture of the iron block any longer, crashed heavily onto the deck, his eyes turning white as he fell into unconsciousness. It turned out that during the fifth wave of the Phoenix's assault, Cooley had already lost consciousness, clinging to life solely through his indomitable will to survive. With Cooley's collapse, the deck erupted into jubilant cheers. Long live Missin. In the eyes of Garp and Bogart, a new star of the Navy was beginning to rise. In the training room, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 998 punches, 999 punches, 1,000 punches. Clang. The powerful iron fist struck the iron disc, resounding crisply throughout the training room. The girl, having just completed her training, lay on the wooden floor, the redness on her knuckles telling tales of her arduous efforts. I'm so tired. She wondered how her grandfather had managed to shatter 8 mountains. Ha ha ha. Grandpa persevered with the belief of becoming a strong warrior. It was this very conviction that earned him the title of the Iron Fist of Justice among pirates. What brings you here, Grandpa? And asked as she sat up, knowing that he would typically not interrupt her training except for meals. We are almost at Windmill Village. Soon you will meet your brother Luffy. Prepare yourself. Finally, they had arrived at Windmill Village. The prolonged time at sea had been quite disheartening, regardless of how well-equipped the ship was. Humans ultimately belong to the land. Understood, Grandpa. After freshening up, Garp, Bogart, and An stood at the ship's bow, gazing into the distance. We've finally reached Windmill Village. I wonder how Luffy has been during this time, Garp mused. His gaze drifting far, the sea level gradually rose, and the immense windmill came into view. A tranquil island exuding warmth slowly became clear to their sight. The gigantic windmill turned gently in the breeze, stirring the golden sunlight. Beneath the windmill lay vast, verdant fields, where people toiled diligently. As the warship drew nearer, intricate pathways and beautiful European-style houses came into focus on the island. Following the paths, one could see the rolling green mountains. The fishermen along the coast showed no sign of disturbance at the arrival of the warship. Perhaps they had long since grown accustomed to it. Clang. After a violent noise, the warship slowly docked at the port of Windmill Village. Garp instructed Bogart to allow the Navy soldiers some free time while he led in toward the tavern in the village center. Along the way, many greeted Garp, curiously eyeing An. Garp, you're back again. Ha ha ha, it's Village Chief Uppu. I couldn't help but worry about Luffy. Humph, the village chief, wearing a fisherman's hat, clearly did not believe this, scrutinizing him beside him. Who is this little girl? She is Luffy's sister. I brought her back to help me discipline him. Garp casually picked his nose. Greetings, village chief, and bowed respectfully. The village chief glanced at Garp's finger, nodded, and then departed. In the tavern of Windmill Village, at a desolate bar, An approximately 8 or 9-year-old Luffy rested his chin on the long table, listlessly cradling a cup of juice, recounting the adventure tales that Shanks had shared to Machino, who was polishing a wine glass. The Machino had heard these stories countless times. She patiently listened to Luffy. Machino, I also wish to go on adventures with Shanks, just like Yuta. The boy's tone was filled with yearning. Luffy is still too young. Perhaps when you are a bit older, Shanks will let you aboard. Machino reassured him. I asked that so? Luffy lowered his head, drinking his milk in silence, and the atmosphere in the tavern suddenly grew somber. Creak. The tavern door swung open, and 2 figures, one large and one small, entered. Mr. Garp, Grandpa, you're back. Luffy joyfully hugged Garp's leg, tears streaming down his face, making it seem as though he had missed his grandfather tremendously. In truth, Luffy didn't intend to be so dramatic the last time Garp returned. He had been thrown into the deep mountains for failing to exhibit an expression of anticipation. Observing Luffy's exaggerated display, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth, thinking to herself that the boy must not be sincere. After sizing up Luffy, she noticed the absence of his iconic straw hat, which sparked a flicker of doubt in her mind. Had Luffy not yet met the red-haired pirate, unaware of the storyline of One Piece, and did not dwell on it? She patiently waited for the grandfather-grandson reunion scene to conclude. 5 minutes passed. Unable to withstand his grandfather's enthusiasm any longer, Luffy shifted the topic. Grandpa, who is this person? Listen closely, Luffy. Garp cleared his throat, speaking with gravity. She is your sister, Monkey D. And ha. I have a sister? You fool, you have one now. Garp playfully punched Luffy on the head. A large bump quickly emerged, visibly growing on his head. Witnessing this scene, and began to suspect that Luffy might not be the brightest when he grew up, likely a result of Garp's influence. That hurts. Luffy squatted on the ground, cradling his head, and knew it was time for her to step in. Striding forward, she swatted Garp's hand aside and said loudly, Grandpa, if you keep hitting Luffy, he'll become foolish. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Garp looked at his fist and suddenly realized that Luffy's mind was indeed not sharp. Feeling a bit guilty as he scratched his head, noticing that Garp had truly stopped hitting, and stature in Luffy's eyes immediately grew taller. After reprimanding Garp, and knelt down slowly in front of Luffy, taking out a small bread she had prepared earlier and handing it to him. This is a gift from your sister. See if you like it. Upon receiving the gift, Luffy's little face immediately contorted with grievance. Every time Grandpa returned, he had never brought him a gift, only ever hitting him or throwing him into the mountains, jungles, or abysses, to be beaten by wild beasts. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Luffy clung to Anne's waist and began to wail. Wooer, why didn't you come sooner, sister? Garp, with black lines forming on his forehead, shouted. Luffy, Grandpa did this to train you. Listening to Garp's roar, Luffy tightened his grip on Anne's waist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully forming a bond with the child of destiny. Monkey D. Luffy, hearing the system's prompt, and couldn't help but feel that dealing with children was indeed much easier. She gently patted Luffy's back to comfort him. Deep Blue added, Ding. The host panel attributes have changed. Please check them yourself. The bond system bond. Fate Twins effect. Child of Destiny note. The child of destiny is one who is observed by the will of the world. Effect. Wisdom 100. Gazing at the bond effect displayed by the system, and looked at Luffy in his arms. Truly a worthy protagonist, such a powerful bond. With a wisdom boost of 100, this meant that N could significantly save time in learning anything. This was crucial for achieving N's goals. Sensing N's gaze, Luffy looked up at him. What's wrong, sister? Looking at the adorable Luffy, and joyfully pinched his cheek and led him to sit at the bar. The three of them, grandfather and grandson, sat at the bar, with Luffy munching on small cakes while eagerly listening to his sister narrate stories, creating a harmonious atmosphere among the trio. Mr. Garp, let us all have dinner together tonight, suggested Makino. That would be much appreciated. Makino, I'll go with you, and chimed in Dottin. You can cook too? Garp asked in surprise. Dottin's lips twitched. Don't mistake me for a useless person like you who knows nothing. After Makino and departed, Garp and Luffy sat at the bar staring at each other in bewilderment. Garp, wishing to reshape Luffy's perception of him, encouraged Luffy to share stories from his recent experiences, observing his grandfather's curious expression. Luffy chatted away without restraint in the kitchen, Makino and prepared the meal, while casually exchanging tales of their maritime adventures. Just as they reached an exciting part, a scream echoed from the tavern. Ah! Luffy's cry pierced the air, prompting the two to hastily abandon their ingredients and rush outside. Noticing the large bump on Luffy's head, they immediately understood what had transpired, after inquiring about the cause. N and Makino shook their heads in resignation. Luffy's head truly was not the sharpest. Knowing that his grandfather was a Navy officer, He still had the audacity to declare his desire to become a pirate. Was he simply asking for a beating? Sighing, they returned to the kitchen. Nightfall arrived, and the makeshift dining table at the tavern was laden with a variety of sumptuous dishes, including 2 delicacies that Luffy and Garp had never encountered. "What is this?" they both inquired simultaneously. "Mapo tofu and spicy fish head." Makino responded. As the world of One Piece lacked chopped chili, and had to substitute with salt and pepper. "Wow, that sounds delicious." Both Garp and Luffy, being carnivorous by nature, eagerly took their first bites of the spicy fish head. Garp exclaimed in delight, while Luffy's face turned crimson from the heat. Thankfully, and had prepared milk in advance. "Luffy, try this," and pointed to the mapo tofu. Listening to his sister, Luffy cautiously scooped a small spoonful and placed it in his mouth, immediately overwhelmed by its numbing and spicy flavors. His cheeks flushed as he exclaimed how tasty it was. The dinner passed amidst the sounds of Garp and Luffy enjoying their meal. After dinner, the trio bid farewell to Makino and returned to Garp's home in Windmill Village. After a round of washing up, they sank into deep slumber the following morning and awoke early, eager to utilize the 10 bond points acquired yesterday. After all, which normal person can afford to hoard points, right? A colorful vending machine materialized before her. 10 consecutive draws. A burst of colorful light flashed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained 2 wool enhancement cards, purple. Note: used to enhance wool attributes. 1 cubic meter of special metal, blue. Note: can be forged into various shapes using the sunfire, yielding unexpected surprises. 1 strength enhancement card, purple. 1 agility enhancement card, purple. Beginner's Encyclopedia of Navigation, green. Complete set of exercise equipment, purple. 1 case of certain spring water, white. 1 case of potatoes, white. 500. 000 berries, white. Although no gold was obtained, and was quite satisfied with the results, the 2 will attribute cards would help bolster her weaknesses, while the strength and agility cards would be saved for when she reached a higher level. The special metal could be reserved for future weapon crafting. And flipped through the Beginner's Encyclopedia of Navigation, finding it filled with useful maritime knowledge. As for the exercise equipment, she discovered it could adjust its weight at will. Perfect for her daily training. The remaining white rewards were stored in the system space to be retrieved when needed. Enhancing will attributes. Ding. Enhancement complete. Please check. Host. Bond system host. Monkey D. Age. 11 years character status. Normal bond points. 0 fruit. Phoenix fruit sunfire enhanced. Click the switch. Strength. D. Enhance. Agility. D. Enhance. Constitution. C. Enhance. Will. D. Enhance. Closing the system panel, and donned the clothes Makino had gifted her before leaving yesterday, which were from Makino's childhood. Standing before the full-length mirror in her room, she removed her long-worn white nightgown, revealing her petite frame, and slipped into a pair of denim shorts and a short-sleeved shirt adorned with windmill patterns. Moments later, a lively and charming figure appeared in the room. After checking the mirror for any issues, she exited the room. In the living room, she found that Garp and Luffy were still asleep, so she made her way to Makino's tavern. The Windmill Village Tavern. Makino gazed at Anne, who looked adorable in her childhood clothes, and gently tidied her tousled hair, saying, "It fits you quite well. Makino, do you know where I can buy some ingredients in the village? I want to prepare breakfast. There are no shops in the village. Everyone exchanges what they need. If you need any ingredients, you can come to me. For other items, you'll have to go to the town in Goa Kingdom." Nodding at Makino's words, and understood, it was quite normal for a small village like Windmill Village to lack shops. On her way home, and contemplated what breakfast she could prepare with the ingredients she obtained from Makino. Upon returning home, she found Garp and Luffy still asleep, so she entered the kitchen to begin preparing breakfast. She first cleaned the meat and cut it into 1 centimeter thick slices, placing them in the frying pan over low heat while cooking millet porridge in another pot. After an hour of diligent work, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the table. 1 hour later, and glanced upstairs and noticed that Garp and Luffy showed no signs of waking. Finally, she could no longer tolerate it in the upstairs room. Luffy was blissfully clutching his pillow, drooling as he indulged in a sweet dream that in his dream, he was devouring an enormous piece of meat. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a dark figure appeared at the doorway, and noticed that the door had been kicked open with great force, yet it had no effect on Luffy's slumber. Approaching the bed, and looked at Luffy, whose nose was bubbling as he slept soundly. She tugged at his leg and dragged him towards Garp's room. Garp's room. The same scene unfolded with the same sleeping posture. Couldn't he help but marvel at how much these two truly resembled each other. But she was less gentle with her grandfather than she was with Luffy. Lowering her head slowly, and drew her lips close to Garp's ear, taking a deep breath, with a booming shout, she declared, "Grandpa, it's time to get up for breakfast." Passers-by glanced at the shaking house and hurriedly moved away. Garp's home is still as entertaining as ever, remarked the old village chief, standing with Makino at the tavern's entrance. The young girl merely smiled. Inside the room, Garp, awakened by In's loud call, sprang up from bed in surprise. Rubbing his ears, he earnestly said to In, shouting like that is not good for an old man's ears. In, face-palming, replied loudly, "If you two didn't sleep in so late, breakfast wouldn't be getting cold, and I wouldn't have to come up here to wake you. Breakfast is ready." Upon hearing the announcement of food, Luffy awoke, seemingly unaware of when he had drifted back to consciousness, and both he and his grandfather emitted exclamations of astonishment. In the lives of Garp and Luffy, breakfast had never been a ritual. They typically rose only when the sun was high in the sky. Observing their expressions, and reminded herself to maintain composure. In the dining area on the first floor, Garp and Luffy sat side by side, exchanging sentiments of how fortunate they were to have one another. In, trembling as she heated the breakfast in the kitchen, thought to herself that one day, these two fools would surely drive her to madness. Once the meal was prepared, the trio gathered around the dining table, where Luffy gazed with curiosity at the delectable spread before him. The long table featured Garp at the head, with Luffy and In seated on either side. "I shall begin," Luffy declared, and with those words, the table was filled with the sounds of eating and continuous praises for the meal. After breakfast, the three reclined on the sofa. Luffy was the first to speak, asking, "Will there be breakfast tomorrow?" In, looking at Luffy's innocent face, and shot a fierce glare at Garp, who responded with hearty laughter. And nodded at Luffy, who exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful," and promptly dashed out, presumably towards Makino's tavern. Turning to the old man, and inquired, "When will you return to the Navy headquarters?" After a moment of contemplation, Garp replied, "In about 2 days. In a couple of days, I will take you and Luffy to meet Ace, who is also your brother. This time, I won't bring you back to the Navy headquarters. You've already mastered the 6 forms of the Navy, so there's no need to rush. Later, I will teach you the method for training Iron Fist, and you can practice on your own. Luffy will be your responsibility for a while." Garp rambled on. "Understood." Time swiftly passed, and 2 days went by. For In, these days were quite ordinary. Aside from accompanying Luffy on several outings, she spent most of her time training an Iron Fist. For Luffy, however, these 2 days were the happiest of his life, filled with delicious breakfasts, lunches, dinners, and late-night snacks. Indeed, during these nights, Luffy relentlessly pestered In for midnight meals. And without the burden of Garp's training, he bragged to everyone about how wonderful his sister was, leaving and feeling rather bashful about going out. After finishing breakfast, Garp called out to Luffy, who was about to head out to play, causing him to tremble in fear. It was until In pulled Luffy close that he regained his composure. After a brief rest, "Today I will take you both to meet Ace." The trio walked along a mountain path, with Garp carrying Luffy on his back. "Grandpa, who is Ace?" Luffy asked in his characteristic voice. "Ace is the child of a friend of mine. When you arrive at Dayton's home, remember to become good friends with him." "Got it, Grandpa. I will definitely befriend Ace." At this point, Luffy was still quite obedient to Garp. Corbo Mountain, located near Windmill Village, was home to many fierce beasts, and it had been Garp's training ground during his youth. Additionally, the mountain was notorious for housing a band of notorious mountain bandits, who had established a base known as the Bandits' Den. Unlike the usual tranquility, today the Bandits' Den was graced by unexpected guests. In the open area in front of the Bandits' Den, Garp and the others stood amidst the dilapidated wooden structures. And remarked, "This band of thieves is truly impoverished." Luffy complained, "What kind of place is this?" and began to wander around the buildings. And was scrutinizing the Bandits' Den when Garp approached the door and knocked forcefully, producing a resounding thud. After a moment, the door swung open with a loud creak, revealing Dayton, a man with a rugged face, who rushed out of the house. "What a racket! Who dares disturb our peace?" Garp glared at the boisterous Dayton with an intimidating demeanor and simply stated, "It is I." Upon recognizing Garp, Dayton quickly retreated 3 steps, his bravado evaporating. Stammering, he said, "Mr. Garp." Seeing the frightened expressions on the 3 individuals, Luffy chuckled mischievously and resumed his exploration of the house. Hearing the commotion outside, the bandits Bagura and Dogura hastily lifted the curtain and peeked out. Upon seeing Garp, they expressed their surprise. "Oh, you seem to be in good spirits." Upon seeing Garp, the 3 bandits appeared to recall something dreadful. They exclaimed. What a joke. Spare us, Mr. Garp. Ace is already 10 years old. Really? Ace has grown so much. Dogira said urgently. What is so funny? We've already lost control of him. You need to take him back. Listening to the bandit's description, and sighed. Ah, yet another troublesome child. Dayton, glancing at the ruckus caused by Luffy, shouted, Who is this noisy brat? Garp picked up Luffy and addressed the bandits. You will also take care of these two rascals. Luffy, say hello, Garp commanded. Heeding Garp's words, Luffy raised his small hand and said, Yo, who is this kid? Dayton asked, puzzled at that moment, and stepped forward and instructed Luffy. Luffy, introduce yourself properly. Listening to his sister, Luffy earnestly introduced himself. I am Monkey D. Luffy. Who is this kid? Dogira nudged Dayton and whispered, Boss, this kid looks a lot like Ace. Indeed, the same eyes and freckles, Dayton acknowledged. Hearing Dayton's words, and politely introduced herself, I am Monkey D. And Luffy's sister Ta. Dayton and the others looked at the courteous girl before them, then glanced at Garp, astonished. Garp addressed the trio. These two are my grandchildren. Despite Garp's affirmation, the bandits still found it hard to believe that such a polite girl could be related to Garp. Ignoring their skeptical gazes, Garp continued, From now on, they will be living with you. Please, no. Mr. Garp, we can hardly manage Ace as it is. Adding your grandchildren will be even more challenging, and was momentarily overlooked in their protest. Hearing the bandits' refusal, Garp's expression hardened once more as he proclaimed to the three sitting on the ground. Then you may choose. Will you spend your lives in prison or raise these two rascals? He declared. For your crimes, I can turn a blind eye. That's outrageous, the three exclaimed. We have been taking care of Ace for 10 years. Make your choice quickly. Faced with Garp's unreasonable demeanor, the three reluctantly agreed to look after and Luffy. In the forest, a multitude of birds took flight. Ace, freckled and holding a tattered pipe, emerged from the woods. Luffy stared at Ace, asking, Who are you? Before Ace could respond, Garp's voice rang out, Ace, you're back. He then turned to Luffy and explained. This is Ace, 3 years older than you. From today onward, you two must get along. He pointed to and beside Luffy, adding, This is you're and Luffy's sister. After a brief exchange with Garp reassured Luffy and Ace. I will come to visit you both often. As Garp's figure receded, Dayton and the others hastily called out, Mr. Garp, you haven't paid the allowance yet, to which Garp's voice echoed back, Just consider it a debt for now. At this moment, Luffy continued to gaze intently at Ace. However, Ace did not spare a glance at Luffy. Instead, he fixated on when Ace first laid eyes on it was as though he beheld a reflection of himself. A profound sense of kinship, stemming from their shared bloodline, welled up within him. Upon seeing Ace, couldn't help but smile inwardly, recalling how cold and aloof Ace had been in his childhood. Hey, you still haven't told me your name. Luffy's voice piped up again from the side. And, following Luffy, entered the house as Ace, irritated by Luffy's incessant chatter, walked inside while clutching a tattered water pipe. Upon entering the dwelling, Luffy and discovered Dayton and the other mountain bandits neatly kneeling together. Resembling the judge and jury of a court. In front of them lay 3 cushions, on which Ace sat, indulging in meat. Observing Dayton and her crew's exaggerated display, was filled with intrigue. She tugged Luffy to sit beside Ace. Eager to witness their intentions, Ace, sensing someone sit beside him, glanced over to find it was the girl from earlier, before returning to his meal with indifference. Once, Luffy settled in, Dayton adopted a fierce demeanor and sternly declared, You two newcomers, listen well. The mountain bandit world is not thriving at present, and there is insufficient food to spare for you. Starting tomorrow, you will work for us, which includes tasks such as cleaning and polishing shoes. Remember, you must never disclose this to that fellow Garp. Understood, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Compared to Garp's cruelty, Dayton's authority did not faze Luffy in the slightest. Picking his nose, he leaned closer to Ace. Dayton, exasperated, fell to the ground, exclaiming, Did that little brat not hear what I said? Did you understand? Noticing Luffy's foolish expression, Dayton shifted her gaze to and what will Luffy and I receive after our labor? And stood, clapping her hands as she addressed Dayton. Her petite frame exuded an immense pressure on Dayton and her crew. Dayton averted her eyes from N's gaze and replied, After a day's work, you will receive a cup of water and a bowl of rice. Is that so? And stepped closer to a pillar. Luffy, Ace, and Dayton's crew all looked up at her actions, their expressions tinged with confusion. Suddenly, unleashed a punch against the pillar. With a resounding crash, the entire pillar shattered. debris scattering throughout the room. Dayton and her crew were taken aback by this abrupt turn of events, screaming in terror as they retreated to the corner, huddling together and trembling, reflecting upon her previous actions. Dayton felt as though she had invited her own demise. This girl was a monster, surpassing even Ace in ferocity, and examined her fist and looked at Dayton, asking, "Do Luffy and I still need to work?" "No, no," Dayton and her crew hurriedly replied. "You can do whatever you wish. We'll handle all the work." They knelt before her, observing their demeanor, and set aside her jesting intentions. She helped Dayton to her feet and handed her 400,000 berries. "And Dayton, this is Ace's allowance from these past years, and I would appreciate your assistance with Luffy's meals for the time being. I will provide the ingredients." Without waiting for Dayton's response, and walked out of the house. Dayton stared at the 400,000 berries in her hands, her eyes gleaming with delight as she sat on the ground, grinning stupidly. Aunt Dayton, this little girl, is quite polite. She completely forgot her earlier fear. Outside, Ace positioned himself before and then spoke in a low voice. "I wish to challenge you." And, looking at Ace, shrugged her shoulders in exasperation. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of insight that he stood no chance against her at present. "Stop boasting," Ace declared, swinging the water pipe toward her, with a swift motion, and caught the pipe in her hand. "However, since you insist on challenging me, as your elder sister, I shall grant you the opportunity to do so." "Shut up, you're not my sister," Ace retorted angrily, observing Ace's furious expression, and mused that convincing him to recognize her as an elder sister would be a formidable task, ignoring Ace's ire, and continued, "In 3 months. I will accept your challenge, but I have a condition. If I win, you must call me sister from that day forth. That I refuse." Ace countered hastily. "Don't be so quick to decline. Hear me out. If I lose, I will give you 1,000,000 berries. 1,000,000 berries. The enormity of the sum ignited a flicker of hesitation within Ace, and, noticing his uncertainty, decided to press further. "With 1,000,000 berries, you could buy a ship and escape this island to live the life you desire." And understood precisely what Ace yearned for. "Fine, I accept." The thought of leaving this place and setting sail as a pirate ignited a flame within Ace's icy heart, his gaze fixed on it. He thought to himself that defeating her would allow him and Sabo to pursue their dreams. Understanding Ace's excitement, and recognized that in his childhood, Ace had been burdened by the disdain others held for his father, the Pirate King Gold. Roger. The curse of being the son of a demon had cast a long shadow over Ace's existence, filling him with doubt about his own worth. Thus, he aspired to become a renowned pirate. Seeking validation from the world, "Let us make a pact," and extended her fist toward Ace. He gazed at her fist, then recalled the 1,000,000 berries, extending his own to meet hers, the moment their fists collided. An unfamiliar emotion blossomed within Ace's heart. "Then the agreement is sealed, but you mustn't cheat." Retrieving his fist, Ace prepared to head to the uncertain transport station, eager to share this good news with Sabo, hoping Sabo would assist him in enhancing his strength. "Hey, I'm Luffy. You didn't tell me your name earlier, but I'm not mad anymore. Let's be friends." Luffy, recalling Garp's admonition, waved to catch Ace's attention, wishing to befriend him, and observed Luffy's antics and marveled at how, even without spitting, their paths would still intertwine. "This is my brother Luffy. Don't underestimate him. He is quite strong," and remarked. Ace turned to glare at Luffy, who he found exceedingly annoying. He kicked a nearby tree down and dashed into the forest. Oblivious to Ace's threat, Luffy pursued him without hesitation. As the two troublesome youths departed, and thought to herself that it was time to attend to her own matters. Atop a mountain in Corbo Mountain, and surveyed her surroundings. "This will do. It's elevated, with a nearby water source, and a clear view of the port at Windmill Village." The next task was to clear a plot of land, with a swift series of powerful wind blades, and cleared a large area atop the mountain. The wood that had been severed was neatly arranged nearby, the area now matching the size of the timber. "That will suffice for today. In a couple of days, I can have Dayton and her crew start working." As noon approached, and, amidst the astonished gazes of Dayton and her crew, tossed a massive wild boar at the entrance. "This is Luffy and Ace's meal for today. Please take care of it." Sensing the lingering aura of and, Megura hurriedly gathered some bandits to carry the boar away, observing Megura's anxious demeanor, and shook her head in exasperation. "Am I truly that frightening?" Unbeknownst to Anne, ever since she shattered a pillar with a single punch that morning, Dayton's standing within her family had plummeted dramatically. Now, the entire band of mountain thieves was acutely aware that while they could disregard Dayton's commands, they must unequivocally heed Miss Anne's. They bore no fear of Garp, as he was a distant figure, but they were genuinely apprehensive of him, who was ever so close at hand. Ignoring the trepidation of the mountain bandits and inquired of Dagula, have Ace and Luffy returned? No, came the response. Prepare some food. I shall go look for them. With that, and rose and made her way towards the door. Once her figure vanished from sight, Dayton and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. In the uncertain transfer station outside the Goya Kingdom, a refuse dump lay where impoverished outcasts and ruffians, banished from the kingdom's town, eked out a living amidst a daily torrent of nefarious occurrences. Thanks to an Ace had refrained from casting Luffy into the valley below this time, allowing Luffy to follow him to the secret base he shared with Sabo. Is Sabo not back yet? Hey, Ace, let us be friends, Luffy exclaimed, his voice endearing yet persistent. Why are you constantly trailing me, you bothersome brat? I want to be your friend, Luffy continued, his tone unwavering. Don't you have a sister? Why do you want to be friends with me? Ace retorted. I just want to be your friend, Luffy insisted stubbornly. Fine, if you truly wish to be my friend, then defeat me. If you win, we shall be good friends. If you lose, you must scram. Really? You promise to be my friend? Luffy asked excitedly. You fool, win first, then we shall talk, Ace said as he charged at Luffy. With a single blow, Luffy was sent sprawling to the ground. As a weak. It seems we cannot become friends after all. Wait, I can still do it, Luffy replied, slowly rising to his feet. Ace struck Luffy down once more with another blow, and as he prepared to mock Luffy for his foolishness, Luffy stood up again from a distance. Shouting, Ace, I want to be your friend. With an impassive expression, Ace struck Luffy again. The force of the blow sent him rolling several times before he came to a stop. Oh, you still want to be friends with me? Ace sneered at the fallen Luffy. I can still do it, Luffy murmured weakly, slowly rising again. For Luffy, who had yet to consume the gum-gum fruit, Ace's previous attacks had inflicted considerable harm. Observing Luffy's persistence only fueled Ace's ire, prompting him to shout, You ignorant fool, do you even know who I am? Being friends with me could lead to your demise. Even if it means death, I still want to be friends with Ace, Luffy declared defiantly. Then go die, Ace roared, unleashing all his strength in a single strike against Luffy. The resounding crash echoed through the air as Luffy crashed to the ground, not rising again, while a nearby tree rustled ominously. Finally, it's over. Not yet, Luffy insisted, laboriously pushing himself up with the support of a tree. His blood-streaked face radiated determination as he proclaimed, Ace, I want to be your friend. As he beheld Luffy's resilience, Ace felt no sense of warmth, only disdain. Why do you insist on standing? Wouldn't it be better to just lie down? There are many like me in this world. Why must you want to be friends with me? Ace spat in frustration. I don't care, Luffy replied resolutely, because you are Ace, the one and only Ace in this world, and I want to be friends with you. Even if it means I must die, I want to be friends with Ace. Listening to Luffy's heartfelt declaration, Ace stared at him, a flicker of warmth igniting within his heart. Since he could remember, Ace had only ever heard disdain directed at the son of the Pirate King. No one had ever regarded him as unique, as Luffy did. Suppressing his anger, Ace inquired calmly, Luffy, if I were a person universally despised, if everyone believed I deserved to die, would you still want to be friends with me? Shut up, Luffy shouted, clenching his fists. Didn't I say that even if it means death, I want to be friends with you? Even if I were to die tomorrow, today I want to be friends with Ace. I don't care who hates Ace. If anyone bullies Ace, I will make sure to knock them out. Fate can be truly marvelous. No matter how tangled the threads may be, they can always be unraveled. Then take my final blow. If you endure it, we shall be eternal friends. Luffy patted his chest confidently. Come on, I can endure it. Ace swung what appeared to be a powerful strike, but in truth, it was gentle, directed at Luffy. Bang! A faint sound echoed. Moments later, Luffy discovered he still stood in place, jubilantly exclaiming, I did it! I did it! Ace, from today onward, we are friends. Ace gazed at Luffy with tenderness. Suddenly, Luffy lost consciousness and collapsed. Luffy, in the northern part of Kolbo Mountain, at the uncertain transfer station, amidst the crevices of a heap of discarded materials, a small boy dressed in a blue suit and donning a gentleman's hat concealed himself. This boy was none other than Sabo, the future revolutionary's second-in-command. Before Sabo's hiding place, two menacing figures approached along a narrow path formed by refuse. The shopkeepers in town are truly foolish. With more money than sense, just by claiming this as treasure from the Grand Line, they eagerly offer exorbitant prices. A bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. They would never suspect that this so-called treasure is merely the garbage they discarded. Quick, open the bag and see how much we've earned this time. Before the man could unveil the contents, Sabo leaped from his hiding place. With a swift strike, he knocked the man down, snatching the money bag and making a hasty retreat. Seeing the bag being stolen, the man disregarded his companion's injuries and charged after Sabo. "Stop right there, you brat," he shouted. Sabo turned and made a dismissive gesture before darting through the refuse, attempting to shake off his pursuer. Minutes passed, and despite his agility, the man relentlessly pursued Sabo. "Did I need to think of a way to lose him?" Sabo pondered. Just then, two burly men appeared on the road ahead. "Boss, grab that kid. He stole our money." The two men halted at the voice of their companion, heading towards Sabo. As the trio closed in, Sabo came to a gradual stop, gripping the pipe tightly in his hands. "Kid, let us see where you think you can run now." The pursuing man cracked his knuckles, venting his anger with a punch aimed at Sabo. At that moment, and was observing the uncertain transfer station. Although she had seen its depiction in the anime, reality was often far more brutal. Various types of refuse, excrement strewn about, and the decaying corpses of the dead filled this grim tableau, painting a stark picture of what the uncertain transfer station entailed. From this, one could glean the true nature of the Goya kingdom. However, this chaos proved advantageous for To change the world. She must overthrow the world government, and to do so, she needed to cultivate her own power. The Navy's internal complexities were counterproductive to her ambitions. The Goya kingdom, being weak and remote, was the perfect choice. Even if something were to happen, it would not attract unwanted attention, temporarily setting aside her thoughts, and entered the uncertain transfer station, commencing her search for Luffy and Ace. A figure flickered atop the refuse mound as it scanned the area for Ace and Luffy. "Isn't that Sabo?" Sabo observed as a man pursuing him threw a punch, and he swiftly dodged to the side. In a flash, he hurled a bag of money at the two burly men rushing towards him. He then charged at the man who had just swung his fist, swinging a pipe down heavily upon him, causing the man to collapse instantly. It seemed that even in his youth, Sabo possessed remarkable strength. As in remarked, Sabo turned to the two men holding the bag of money, gesturing provocatively with a flick of his wrist. 5 minutes later, the three men lay sprawled on the ground, and Sabo collected the scattered belly, preparing to depart. A series of applause rang out from above. Sabo looked up to see a girl wearing a t-shirt and denim shorts, peering down at him from atop a heap of trash. When did she arrive? Sabo sensed that this girl was formidable. "Hey, who are you?" he called out to one, his tone laced with caution. "My name isn't. Have you seen Ace and Luffy? I am their sister." Ace? Sabo naturally recognized the name, but Ace had no sister. He thought to himself. In a blink, and vanished and reappeared beside Sabo, patting him on the shoulder. So fast, Sabo thought, feeling a surge of anxiety. If it came to a fight, he was certain he would not stand a chance against her. Sensing Sabo's tension, and spoke. "I'm merely here to find Ace and Luffy to take them home for dinner. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. As you can see, if I wish to harm you. Do you believe you could resist?" Listening to his words, Sabo found her reasoning sound. Most importantly, he felt no malice emanating from her. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward. "I know where Ace is. Follow me." On the path to the secret base, he inquired, "Are you truly Ace's sister? Do you think I don't resemble Ace?" Sigh. Sabo examined him closely, recalling Ace's features. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. "So do you believe me now?" Sabo nodded, though in his heart, he thought it wise to wait until he saw Ace to make a definitive judgment, given the sensitivity of Ace's identity. "You haven't told me your name yet." "Sabo, that little suit looks quite lovely on you." "Really? I found it in the trash." Throughout their journey, the two engaged in light conversation, with an occasionally asking Sabo for his views on nobility and the Goa kingdom. Ultimately, they confirmed that Sabo despised nobility and the Goa kingdom and nodded, feeling more assured about her plan. She did not wish for trivial matters to jeopardize their relationship. Time passed slowly. A tall, majestic tree emerged within their line of sight. "Ace!" Sabo shouted, spotting Ace in the distance. That moment, Ace, upon discovering Luffy unconscious, was at a loss and could only berate himself internally. "Luffy! Luffy! Wake up!" Suddenly hearing Sabo's voice, Ace hurriedly responded, "Sabo, come help me. Luffy is unconscious." "Luffy?" Sabo approached Ace with curiosity, noticing a small boy clad in a red shirt and blue shorts lying in Ace's arms. "He's unconscious. I don't know what to do." Both were delinquent boys drifting in an uncertain world. "You can order him to fight, and he'll do it, but saving him is a different story." Leave it to me. A gentle voice reached Ace's ears. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sabo quickly recounted his encounter with Ace. After realizing that Ace was not angry, Sabo finally believed in his words. I'll take care of Luffy. I'll bring him back to Dayton for treatment. You two remember to come back for lunch. Thank you. Ace replied, though he ultimately refrained from calling her sister. An smiled and nodded, disappearing in an instant. So fast, Ace exclaimed in astonishment. Are you surprised? I was taken aback the first time I saw her. Sabo remarked, nudging Ace with his elbow. She is Luffy's sister. What? That can't be. She looks just like you, Ace. How can she be Luffy's sister? Upon hearing Sabo's words, Ace felt a profound shock, recalling the moment he first met it. That familiar feeling stemming from blood ties. There was also Garp's hint to Ace. This is your sister. Ace murmured to himself. Could it be that she truly is my sister? Sabo interrupted Ace's thoughts. Ace, look. I managed to acquire another stash of treasure today. Sabo produced a bag filled with coins and handed it to Ace. Upon seeing the treasure, Ace suddenly remembered something important. Sabo, I have to tell you. We're about to amass 1 million belly. What? Sabo exclaimed, astonished. Since they began their treasure hunting escapades at the age of 5, they had only saved 300,000 belly up to that point. Now Ace claimed they would soon reach 1 million. Sabo urgently grasped Ace by the collar, shaking him. Quick, tell me, Ace, what happened? With enough money, they could purchase a ship and set sail as pirates, fulfilling their dream for the past 6 years. And promised to compete with me in 3 months. If I win, she'll give me 1 million belly. Listening to Ace's explanation, the astute Sabo immediately detected a flaw in his reasoning. Ace, are you sure it has 1 million belly? Absolutely. This morning she gave Dayton 400,000 belly. Sabo pondered for a moment, concluding that it made sense for someone as powerful as to possess wealth. Little did Sabo and Ace know that it only had 100,000 belly in her possession. However, and never contemplated the possibility of losing. Ace, we need to intensify our training over the next 3 months. If we obtain that 1 million belly, we can embark on our pirate adventure. The two cheered beneath the grand tree. Meanwhile, at the bandit hideout, chaos ensued, all stemming from bringing Luffy back 20 minutes earlier, and had used Moonwalk to swiftly return to the bandit hideout with Luffy from the uncertain transit point. She handed Luffy over to Dayton and the others, then leisurely settled into a chair with a cup of tea. Initially, Dayton and her companions resisted treating Luffy, until, while sipping her tea, and casually remarked, Dear Ms. Dayton, you wouldn't want Garp to find out that he just left here this morning, only to have his precious grandson gravely injured and unconscious by the afternoon. Would you? Surely no one wishes to spend the rest of their life in prison. Right? As thoughts of Garp's fearsome visage crossed her mind, Dayton wiped away non-existent sweat from her forehead. To avoid spending the latter half of her life behind bars, Dayton and her companions hurriedly bandaged Luffy's wounds. After their frantic efforts, they finally finished treating Luffy. Observing Luffy wrapped like a dumpling, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth, contemplating how fearful they must be of prison. During lunchtime, a massive roast was placed in the center of the room, with Luffy, bound like a dumpling, sitting beside an hay. You two, stop laughing already. Luffy pouted, displeased. Ha ha ha. Ace and Sabo could no longer contain their laughter. Hearing their mirth, Luffy slowly joined in, chuckling. I'm starting. With that booming declaration, everyone lunged for the food before them. Luffy stared wide-eyed at everyone devouring the meal, reflecting on his own dumpling-like predicament, reassuring himself, the meat isn't even that delicious. It doesn't matter if I don't eat. Observing Luffy, who finds solace in self-comfort, and shoves a hefty piece of meat into his mouth. With a satisfying smack, he exclaims, This meat is simply divine. Sister, I want more. Laughter and merriment echo from within the room as they behold Luffy's comical expression. A month later, during this span, the bond among Ace, Luffy, Sabo, and it has flourished remarkably. Through Luffy as the connective thread, Sabo has come to accept and, affectionately calling her sister each day. Only Ace remains reluctant to acknowledge him as a sister, though his actions reveal a growing closeness to her. Before the new villa at Corbo Mountain, which had commissioned the mountain bandits to construct a month prior, they had promised each worker a generous reward upon completion. Luffy, propping himself up, circles the new abode, exclaiming, What a beautiful house, isn't it? Ace, Sabo nudges Ace and remarks, Ace, isn't it splendid? Ace gives a perfunctory nod, his thoughts dwelling on the impending departure of Luffy from the bandit home. Leaving a sense of emptiness within him, Luffy, we should head inside, and states, Wait for me, sister. as they stroll through the villa and introduces everyone to its layout. The first floor is designated for daily activities, featuring a dining room, bathroom, and kitchen. The second floor boasts 4 bedrooms, one for each of them. Me, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Upon hearing that there would be a room allocated for him, a warm feeling envelopes Ace's heart. Is there truly a room for me? Sabo asks in delight and nods in affirmation. Wonderful, Ace. We finally have our own home. Sabo exclaims to Ace. Sister, will we be living here from now on? Luffy inquires. Indeed, we will no longer reside with Dayton and the others. That's fantastic. Luffy cheers, raising his small hand in jubilation. Ace, aren't you happy? And questions. Gazing at the bewildered Ace. Ace shakes his head, remaining silent, recognizing the necessity of a conversation with Ace, and continues her tour of the villa. The third floor serves as a guest room, accommodating any visitors or the return of their grandfather in the future. Finally, they ascend a wooden staircase to the most significant area of the house. The azure sky unfolds before them, with clouds drifting lazily. The breathtaking view of Corbo Mountain greets their eyes. Leaning over the railing, they marvel at the panorama of Windmill Village below, a sight that truly tugs at the heartstrings. Suddenly, Luffy shouts into the distance, his voice echoing among the mountains before returning to him. Hee, how amusing. Sabo, Ace, sister, tomboy, come join the fun. Shut it, you little brat. Who are you calling a tomboy? Echoes Dayton's voice, inciting a chorus of laughter from the group. As night falls in serene tranquility, Ace and Sabo venture into the depths of the mountains to hunt wild beasts in celebration of their housewarming. The group gathers outside the villa, encircling a crackling bonfire where a colossal leg of lamb is being roasted. Dayton and the others indulge in grilled meat and drink merrily. Before long, the mountain bandits begin to revel in drunkenness, singing unfamiliar songs, ultimately joining hands for a spontaneous dance. Luffy and Sabo, on the other hand, engage in a contest to see who can consume more roasted meat. After a fierce tussle, Luffy emerges victorious by a narrow margin, both of them lying on the grass, rubbing their round bellies. Ace, let's talk on the rooftop, and suggests. Ace nods in agreement. On the rooftop of the villa, and Ace stand at the railing, gazing down at Windmill Village bathed in moonlight. The sea reflects the beauty of the moon, its silvery glow dancing upon the water's surface. Feel free to ask me anything now, and says gently, brushing her hair, tousled by the mountain breeze. Ace hesitates, gathering his courage. Finally, he voices his doubts, tinged with a hint of fear. Are you really my sister? And comprehends Ace's turmoil. After a decade of solitude, discovering a potential family can evoke profound emotions, often leading to anxiety. Turning to Ace, she intones softly, are you wondering if I am the daughter of the Pirate King? GOLD. Roger. A surge of overwhelming joy washes over Ace, causing him to take a step back. He is certain that is unaware of his lineage as Roger's son, yet she has uttered that name. An answer is evident. Stammering, he asks, is what you said true? And refrains from directly answering Ace's inquiry, instead posing a question of her own. Do you think we are truly siblings? Ace, bewildered by her question, finds his mind clouded by immense joy. What do you mean? Taking a step closer, and stands before Ace, her voice firm yet compassionate. Look closely at us, Ace. Identical freckles, the same eyes, the same visage. Does it truly matter whether we are blood siblings? It doesn't matter, and asserts, her gaze piercing into Ace's. With unwavering conviction, she continues, people only care about themselves, seeking outcomes that suit their desires. The truth is inconsequential. What matters is that we share a bond and a common heart. As Ace processes Anne's words, he reflects, indeed, what significance does it hold whether we are blood-related? Others will undoubtedly perceive you as my true sister. Yet, he still longs to know whether she is indeed his biological sister. Seeing the almost frantic expression on Ace's face, and realizes she has underestimated a lonely boy's yearning for familial connection. Ultimately, and resolves to tell a kind-hearted lie, she gently pulls Ace into her embrace and whispers in his ear. Yes, my full name is Port-D. And I am your biological sister. Hearing a name that mirrors his own, Ace can no longer contain the tears that fall from his eyes, allowing them to cascade freely. And softly pats his frail back and reassures him, Ace, do not concern yourself with the opinions of others or their gazes. Live for yourself, whether you are the son of GOLD. Roger, a child of the devil, a hero, or a villain. It matters not, regardless of how others may disregard or despise you. Luffy, Sabo, and I will always cherish you. Therefore, you must persevere. Ace, the stars twinkle abundantly in the sky, yet those belonging to them are few. Ace, you three wait a moment, and calls out, "Sister, what is it?" Luffy, eager to join the fun, sulks with his head down. Thud. Two large bumps appear atop Luffy's head. "Idiot, speak less." Ace and Sabo chime in unison. "Sister called us for something important." Following their rooftop conversation the previous day, Ace, having confirmed in as his sister, experiences a complete transformation in his attitude toward her, shifting from a cold demeanor to a more open and cheerful disposition. "That hurts," Luffy whines, cradling his head. Disregarding Luffy, Ace and Sabo turn to him and inquire, "Sister, is there something we can assist with?" and nods and retrieves 50,000 berries from her system space, handing it to Ace. "Please go to the town in Goa Kingdom and purchase some vegetables, along with some paper and pens." "Understood, sister." Upon hearing the prospect of going shopping, Luffy immediately rushed over, exclaiming that he wanted to join, and waved her hand, signaling Ace and Sabo to drag Luffy away. Eager to embark on their shopping adventure, Luffy urged Ace and Sabo to hurry. "Sister, we're off." The three bid farewell to him. Once they departed, and reclined in a rocking chair in the courtyard and opened the system panel, deep blue points were allocated. Ding. The host panel attributes have changed. Please check at your convenience. Ding. Searching for Moon's bond. Ding. Search complete. The host has established bonds with 5 individuals, earning 5 bond points. Ding. Rewards have been credited. Observing the issuance of rewards from the moon, and nodded to herself in agreement. This was indeed reasonable. Otherwise, where could she find so many individuals to form bonds? Her gaze continued downward. Bond system host. Monkey Deed, ANH, 11 years status. Normal bond points. 25 fruit. Phoenix fruit. Flame of the blazing sun. Click to switch. Strength. D+. Agility. D+. Constitution. C+. Will. D. Evaluation. Colonel of the Navy Headquarters. Others not yet unlocked. Bond lottery. 1 bond point per draw bond. Daughter of the Sea. Descendant of Hero's Fate. Twinsen and Ace Starfire Effect. Daughter of the Sea. Favor of the Sea. Fire Fiston and Ace. 2 individuals traversing parallel timelines due to the tuning of fate. Will their first encounter alter the world? Effect. When sensing the call of one party, the other may be transported to their side. Can only be used once. Revolutionary Fire. The meeting of those who possess the spark of fire will undoubtedly bring significant change to the world. Effect. All attribute enhancement speeds increase by 100. System space. Click to expand. Taking a deep breath. A flame ignited in Anne's palm. She observed it closely but noticed no apparent changes. What does it mean for flames to possess sentience? And pondered as she gazed at the fire in her hand. Could it be that one must see with their heart? Let me give it a try. Anne closed her eyes, focusing intently on the flame before her. Gradually, a vivid crimson appeared in her mind, with a white light concealed at its center. I found it. Using her consciousness, and touched the white light, and its shape began to morph. Could it be that the so-called sentience of flames involves bestowing life upon them? With that thought, and recalled images of the phoenix and the from her past life. Drawing upon her memory, she carefully molded the white light into the shapes of the phoenix and the... As the last feather of the phoenix was formed, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully created the phoenix and the... Please imbue them with fire. Upon hearing the system notification, and sighed inwardly, realizing it was indeed about granting life to the flames. System, infuse the phoenix with icy flames and with the blazing sun's flames. Ding! Flame infusion successful. In an instant, the flames in Anne's hand split into 2, settling on her shoulders. On her left shoulder. An ice phoenix, the size of an eagle, enveloped in icy blue flames, adorned with a crown and boasting outstretched wings, with 3 blue tail feathers trailing behind. On her right shoulder, a similarly sized creature. Ablaze with crimson flames, crowned with no adornment, busily preening its feathers, its 2 red tail feathers fluttering behind. From this day forth, you shall be named Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan. Upon hearing Anne's chosen names, Xiao Hong emitted a melodious cry of protest, however, and paid it no mind and instead inquired of Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan. Could you possibly shrink in size? Your current stature draws far too much attention. Seeing that Anne ignored its protests, Xiao Hong ceased to resist, and along with Xiao Lan, they extinguished their flames, shrinking down to the size of sparrows. Perched on Anne's shoulders, they appeared exceptionally adorable. Time to test their strength. In the depths of the mountains. Go. Xiao Lan, use Ice Phantom Assault. Xiao Lan, perched on Anne's shoulder, tilted its head in confusion, contemplating whether it possessed such a skill. Oops, wrong cue. Xiao Lan, use Ice Flame Lock to seal its escape route. The unfortunate target was a hapless black bear. With a cry of the phoenix, Xiao Lan soared into the sky, icy blue flames billowing as it ascended. From above, the chilling ice flames cascaded down, transforming into solid, bone-chilling ice walls that ensnared the black bear. At that moment, the black bear was internally cursing its ancestors, grumbling, "I was just enjoying a lazy nap at home. Is this really necessary? Little one, don't you have a plethora of questions?" Disaster struck from above while one was peacefully at home. Seeing its escape routes blocked, the black bear roared defiantly, charging towards and without a second thought. Unmoved and commanded, Xiao Hong, "Unleash fire tornado." As her words fell, Xiao Hong flapped its wings, sending swirling fire tornadoes spiraling towards the black bear. Burned by the fire tornado, the black bear sensed its life was in jeopardy and began to flee in panic. But it would not let it have its way. The surrounding ice walls sealed the bear's grim fate. Once the fire tornado dissipated, the ground turned to scorched earth, and the ice walls melted considerably. Trees were reduced to ash by the searing flames. Had it not been for Xiao Lan extinguishing the fire with icy flames, the entire Kolbo Mountain might have been consumed. As for the black bear, it vanished without a trace from the heart of the fire tornado, surveying the destruction left in the wake of the battle, and pondered, "My two flames should be more potent than the effects of the flame fruit and the ice fruit." However, to the formidable beings of this world, they may not inflict fatal damage. I wonder if the system will awaken even stronger flames in the future. Casually breaking off a chunk of ice to taste, and found it to be delightfully crisp and satisfying, perfect for Luffy. She grabbed another piece of crushed ice and, accompanied by Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong, sped towards the villa. In the town of the Goya Kingdom, Ace and the others were seated in a ramen shop, slurping noodles heartily. "Ace, shopping is such fun. Hee. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Ace and Sabo's foreheads twitched in frustration, although the three had come to shop. Luffy was a whirlwind of mischief, often breaking things or stealing food from others, even going so far as to snatch snacks from children, claiming he was merely sampling the flavors. All along, Ace and Sabo had been apologizing profusely to others because of Luffy's antics. Presently, they were in the ramen shop because of Luffy's insistence. The 50,000 berries their sister had given them had long been spent by Luffy, and now they were using the money Ace and Sabo had retrieved from their secret base. After all, with their own room now, they needed to add some furnishings. "Boss, another bowl." "Luffy, you've already eaten your 10th bowl, but the ramen is just too delicious." Half an hour later, Luffy was dragged out of the ramen shop by Ace and Sabo. "Sabo?" A passing noble observed Sabo's departing figure and muttered, "Ace, Sabo, I'm still not full. You're being insufferable. You've already eaten 20 bowls, Luffy." Luffy rubbed his round belly and grumbled, "But I'm still hungry." Clang, crackle. Ace and Sabo retracted their fists and continued to drag the battered Luffy forward. The quaint villa awaited them. The ice they had brought back was casually placed upon the dining table. They reclined once more into the rocking chair. Creak, creak. The sound of the rocking chair echoed throughout the yard. She continued to observe the bond effects brought by Ace and Sabo. The effect shared between Un and Ace was entirely prepared for the impending Marineford War, serving no purpose in enhancing Un's power. However, as an older sister, this effect was remarkably formidable, even as a traveler, and could not assure herself of a complete prevention of the war's occurrence. After all, fate is notoriously difficult to alter. The effect of the revolutionary fire pleased N greatly. She had already experienced an increase in her training speed and comprehension, coupled with an enhanced rate of attribute improvement, and was now truly experiencing an all-encompassing acceleration in her cultivation. It was the year 1511 of the Sea Garden calendar, and the world's transformation was drawing near. And needed to become sufficiently strong within these 9 years to protect the things she cherished in the future. After a moment of contemplation, and regarded her 25 bond points and rubbed her hands together. System lottery. A burst of colorful light flashed, and the familiar vending machine reappeared. After a brief internal prayer, she initiated a tenfold draw, and 20 bond points vanished. A myriad of colorful rewards materialized before N's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Strength Enhancement Card X1, purple. Physique Enhancement Card X2, purple. Willpower Enhancement Card X2, purple. Equipment Fabrication Device X2, purple. 5 million berries X2, green. Beginner's Navigation Encyclopedia X1, green. Training Acceleration Card, 2 hours, X1 blue. Pirate World Camera X1, white. East Blue Map X1, green. Flame of Nirvana X1, purple. Divine Beans X2, green. Age Daughter Red X2, white. Clothing. Exchange voucher X2, blue, as the system announcement concluded, and began to meticulously examine her gains. Although this lottery did not yield any gold rewards, the abundance of purple items made it a considerable harvest overall. Firstly, there were 7 attribute enhancement cards. Aside from the willpower attribute, and was not inclined to use the other 3 for the time being. During this period, through her relentless training, and had noticeably sensed that her strength, agility, and physique were on the verge of breaking through. She intended to wait until all 3 attributes reached D, at which point she would use the enhancement cards to shatter the bottleneck and achieve an advancement. The Beginner's Navigation Encyclopedia provided a supplementary understanding of her previous nautical knowledge. It was likely that gathering all the encyclopedias would allow her to navigate any sea in the world of One Piece. The equipment fabrication device resembled a box-like object. Upon contact, the system indicated that by inserting materials and fire, one could independently create weapons. Dayan had previously drawn a piece of special metal, and as for the fire, the phoenix flame would suffice. As she continued to explore, a ball of white flame materialized in Anne's hand. Distinct from other flames, radiating a vibrant life force. Flame of Nirvana, effect. After binding to a character, it preserves the last flicker of life after the character's death. The moment Anne beheld the flame of Nirvana, she had already decided whom to bestow it upon. Divine beings, capable of restoring stamina, with higher quality resulting in stronger effects. Anne retrieved a divine being, resembling those from the Dragon Ball world. Upon consuming it, she discovered that the green quality bean could roughly restore 20 of her stamina. The final item was the clothing exchange voucher. When Anne held the 2 pink tickets, a store appeared. Visible only to her, the shop was filled with various garments, including Asuna's trench coat, a navy cloak, and Taoist robes, among others. Upon careful inspection, Anne realized there were no clothes suitable for children, and reluctantly decided to forego the exchange for now. She stored all the rewards from this lottery into the system space, observing the remaining 5 bond points, intending to save them for the next 10-fold draw. Rising from the rocking chair, and stretched, and made her way to the training room. As the sun set and the moon rose, time trickled by. I in the training room, and diligently practiced, gradually increasing the weight of her training equipment. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan and Xiao Hong, bored, transformed into flames and returned to Anne's body. During this time, Ace and the others returned, witnessing Anne's rigorous training, and abandoned their individual training plans to join her. Thus, half a month passed, and Anne's 3 attributes respectively reached Strength D, Agility D, and Physique C. It was time to use the attribute enhancement cards. Anne did not disturb Ace and the others, who were still training. Returning to her room, she freshened up and changed out of her sweat-soaked clothes before heading to the yard. Lying in the rocking chair, and silently recited her intention to use the attribute enhancement cards. Waves of warmth flowed through her body as the system's notification sounded repeatedly, uncertain of how much time had passed. The system's voice eventually ceased. Anne opened her eyes, feeling the newfound strength within her. Deep blue enhancement. Ding. Host attributes have changed. Please check. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your willpower attribute has reached C-. Unlocking Observation Haki. Observation Haki has 5 levels. Beginner. Skilled. Proficient. Mastered. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your physique attribute has reached B. Unlocking Armament Haki. Armament Haki has 4 levels. Coding. Wrapping. Emission. Internal Destruction. Bond System Host. Monkey D. An age. 11 character status. Normal bond points. 5 fruit. Phoenix fruit. Flame of the Blazing Sun. Click to switch. Strength. C. Improving. Agility. C. Improving. Physique. B. Improving. Willpower. C. Evaluation. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters Observation Haki. Beginner Armament Haki. Hardening Conqueror's Haki. Not yet unlocked Bond Lottery. 1 bond point. Next bond. Daughter of the Sea. Heir of Heroes. Fate's Twins. N and Ace. Spark of Stars Effect. Daughter of the Sea. Blessing of the Sea. Fire Fist. Un and Ace. Gifted Children of Destiny. Revolutionary Fire Note. Click to expand system space. Click to expand. Staring at the newly unlocked Haki panel, and felt somewhat astonished. Although she had vaguely sensed an unusual power emanating from her body and mind during her daily training, she had never anticipated unlocking Haki so early. The sea is vast. Yet, only the strong in the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, wield Haki, highlighting its difficulty to awaken. In any case, awakening Haki was an unexpected delight for Anne. Closing her eyes, she expanded her consciousness, and suddenly the entire world transitioned from darkness to clarity. through the walls, and sensed the movements of Ace and the others in the training room. Her thoughts ventured towards the distant mountains. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. As she sought to push further, a sharp pain surged in her mind. And withdrew her observation hockey, massaging her temples, realizing this was the extent of her hockey range. A radius of 10 meters was, at least for Anne, quite satisfying. The only drawback was the significant mental toll of prolonged use. However, with continued practice, she believed these issues would be mitigated. After testing her observation hockey, and left the rocking chair and used shave to reach a massive boulder. With a heavy punch, the boulder split in two, and a slight sting resonated in her hand, approaching another boulder of similar size. A thin layer of black armament hockey enveloped her fist. With a single strike, the boulder shattered into pieces. The application of armament hockey not only enhanced her defense, but also increased her offensive power. Now, she merely needed to persist in training, continuously augmenting her armament hockey to achieve the next stage of wrapping. Returning to the villa, and recalled that it had been over a month since her arrival at Corbo Mountain. It was time to visit Windmill Village and check on Sister Makino. In the training room, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy began tidying up. But we're heading to Windmill Village soon. What does Sister want to do in Windmill Village? Are we going to see Machino? Yes, but you must address her as Sister Machino. Did you hear that, Luffy? And tugged at Luffy's cheek. Understood, Luffy replied, his face puffed up. On the path leading to Corbo Mountain. The four, having changed their clothes, strolled leisurely. Luffy waved a stick in his hand, incessantly chattering, Sister, will we return tonight? Tonight, we will sleep in the house at Windmill Village. That's wonderful, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Sister, does that mean there will be breakfast tomorrow morning? What is breakfast? Hearing something novel, the two leaned closer to Luffy, inquiring. Breakfast is the incredibly delicious food that Sister makes. Is that so? I want to eat it too. Soon, the three tugged at Anne's clothing. Listening to Luffy's words and feeling their actions, and was utterly helpless. I understand. The four walked along the village path, observing the bustling crowd, and greeted acquaintances while also compelling Luffy and the others to return the salutations. Sister Machino, we've come to see you, Luffy shouted as he dashed into the tavern. Oh, it's Luffy. Did you come alone? Where's Anne? They're behind me. I came ahead, Luffy said, a guilty expression on his face. I'll have a glass of juice. Luffy said, as if he were familiar with the routine. The juice was promptly served, and Luffy gulped it down. Luffy, how could you abandon us and run off by yourself? Voices came from outside the door. Ace and Sabo rushed into the tavern, both tugging at Luffy's cheek. Goodness, you sneak away and have the audacity to drink juice here. Sister Machino, bring them 2 glasses of juice as well, Luffy said, his mouth wide open. Moments later, Machino brought 2 glasses of juice. Thank you, Sabo said, while Ace released Luffy and bowed in gratitude. Raising their juice glasses, the 3 chatted with Machino in the tavern. Time passed unnoticed until Ace noted. Where is Sister? Just then, a person burst through the door, loudly announcing, Machino, hurry to the port. The scene shifts back to when Un and Ace had parted ways, after Ace and the others left, and noticed many villagers gathered near the port. Prompting her curiosity to investigate, approaching the shoreline, the usually tranquil sea was now tumultuous. Hundreds of large wooden barrels floated toward Windmill Village. Villagers piloted their fishing boats toward the barrels, quickly returning laden with goods. The onlookers speculated excitedly what could be inside. Surely it's not all treasure. Why not open one and find out? And gazed at the multitude of barrels, an unsettling feeling nagging at her mind. Amidst the chatter, a man with a fishing fork pried open a barrel with great effort. Everyone leaned in to see. Inside, the barrels were filled with provisions. It's all food. Let's open the others, as more barrels were opened. A variety of ingredients were revealed. Some were disheartened, exclaiming, I thought it was pirate treasure, while others laughed joyfully, declaring, this is a bounty from the sea. Yet for Anne, the sight of the food deepened a sense of familiarity. Ultimately, upon hearing someone say it was a gift from the sea, an embarrassing memory resurfaced. Oh, this is the food I prayed for. Why did it take so long to arrive? Why here in Windmill Village? And was filled with questions. If the sea could speak, it would surely scoff. Do I not need to stock up? And how is it you ran so fast that I couldn't catch up? And you're here too. Hello, village chief. UPU nodded. Gazing at the barrels stacked at the dock, village chief UPU was at a loss. Oh dear, how shall we manage all this food? If left unattended, it will spoil, but if we store it, there isn't enough space. We can distribute it among everyone, and suggested, listening to the chief's dilemma, even if distributed, there wouldn't be enough space in each home. How about this? let's give each person a barrel. And I'll purchase the surplus. Then, we can divide the money among everyone. You eyed in skeptically. Where will you get that much, belly? My grandfather left me plenty of money when he departed. Very well. We'll proceed with your plan. Everyone, please be quiet. The villagers immediately fell silent upon seeing village chief Upu. Under the collective gaze, he proclaimed, the food here is a gift from the sea. Each household may take 1 barrel. Before Upu could finish, someone eagerly asked, what about the surplus? And stepped forward, stating firmly, I will buy it, and the proceeds from the sale will be divided among the villagers. Additionally, my grandfather is Garp. Initially, the villagers were skeptical of N's claim. But upon hearing her mention Garp, they instantly believed her. Seeing no objections from the crowd, village chief Upu began to organize the collection of the barrels. After tallying, there were a total of 152 barrels. With 45 households in the village, after distributing some, 107 barrels remained. Village chief Upu nodded and looked at and she stepped forward, addressing the villagers. I will purchase the remaining 107 barrels at 20,000 belly each, totaling 2,140,000 belly. Each villager will receive approximately 47,500 belly. Any objections? In the world of One Piece, most people were uneducated. Thus, when N stated the amount, the villagers began counting on their fingers. Eventually, it was village chief Upu who interrupted them before they could calculate indefinitely. Just then, Machino and the 3 arrived. Seeing so much food, Luffy drooled uncontrollably. Please help me move the food to my house. With the villagers' assistance, barrels filled with provisions were arranged in the cellar of Garp's house in Windmill Village. And, under the astonished gazes of Sabo and the others, paid each one 48,000 belly. Once everyone had departed, only Un and her 3 companions remained in the cellar. And what do you plan to do with all this food? Sabo inquired. We'll save it for ourselves. Ah, and you can't be serious. How could we possibly eat all this? Can't eat it all. And pointed at Luffy. Sabo and Ace turned to look at Luffy. Luffy was sprawled over a barrel of provisions. Drooling, eyes sparkling, and grinning foolishly. Done. How should we store it? Just watch. Go pull Luffy down. With Ace and Sabo's gentle persuasion, Luffy, resembling a gourd baby, quietly sat beside them. Taking a breath, a swirling blue flame of ice appeared in N's hand. Amidst the incredulous stares of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, and struck the ground. Ice prison. The icy blue flames spread at a visible speed throughout the cellar. The flames rose, enveloping the entire cellar in a blanket of frost. Inside the frostbound cellar, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo gazed in astonishment at the frozen food. Luffy then exclaimed curiously, wow, sister's hand is on fire. Luffy dashed a few steps to Anne's side, inspecting the icy flames in her palm. He reached out to touch the flames. Oh, so comfortable. Ace, Sabo, come over and take a look. A few seconds later, the 3 of them curiously gathered around the flames, occasionally reaching out to touch it. This feels absolutely delightful. Luffy exclaimed in awe. Ace and Sabo quickly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, both inquired simultaneously, sister, how can your hand ignite flames? Compared to Luffy, Ace and Sabo, who had long been navigating the uncertain waters of their world, understood the significance of power more clearly. If they could also wield such flames, their strength would at least double. Observing the longing in their eyes, and was about to speak when a sudden damp sensation enveloped her palm. Turning to look, she saw Luffy with his mouth wide open, having taken a bite out of her small hand. You fool, Luffy, and pulled her hand back and shook it. What followed was an unrelenting barrage of punches. Ace and Sabo watched as Luffy endured this merciless beating, internally marveling at Luffy's bravery. 5 minutes later, with his head feeling as if it had been stung by a hornet, Luffy slumped to the ground. Still whining, sister, why are you hitting me? And chose to ignore her foolish younger brother and continued addressing Ace and Sabo. In today's seas, beyond physical prowess and skill, there exists a remarkable kind of fruit, a treasure of the ocean, known as the devil fruit. It is said that those who consume a devil fruit will gain extraordinary powers, but the price is being despised by the sea and rendered unable to swim. Upon hearing N's explanation, Sabo quickly asked, and, did you also eat a devil fruit? Indeed, but the one I consumed is rather special. A Zoan-type devil fruit, the mythical phoenix fruit. And continued, there are many varieties of devil fruits, classified into Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia types. Zoan allows transformation into various animals, granting immense physical capabilities. Paramecia grants a range of peculiar abilities. Logia allows mastery over natural elements and inherently possesses immunity to ordinary attacks. Immunity to ordinary attacks? Luffy, sporting a goofy expression, had approached without anyone noticing. Let me demonstrate for you. And instructed, Ace, attack me with all your strength. Without hesitation, Ace unleashed a powerful punch, just as his fist was about to make contact with Anne. A miraculous scene unfolded. Ace's fist passed straight through Anne's body, surrounded by blazing crimson flames. Do you understand now? Ordinary attacks have no effect on Logia users. Sister, doesn't that make Logia users invincible? And shook her head and replied to Sabo, as I mentioned earlier, the ocean possesses 3 kinds of power: physical strength, skill, and devil fruits. Among them, the most crucial is physical strength. When a person's physique is sufficiently robust, coupled with the right training methods, they can awaken Haki. What is Haki? The 3 inquired simultaneously, and looked earnestly at Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. You must remember, physical strength is fundamental, but Haki is the power that transcends all. Never forsake the cultivation of your body. Sensing the seriousness in her tone, the 3 responded in unison. Understood. Haki is divided into 3 types: Kinbunshika Haki, Busashoka Haki, and Haushika Haki. Kinbunshika Haki allows one to sense everything. One can perceive even without sight. For instance, in the 7th barrel behind me, there is a stash of tuna. Following In's words, the 3 looked towards the barrel and indeed found tuna inside. Sister, have you awakened Haki? I only just awakened it this morning, Dada. Can you teach us? They all exclaimed in unison, and shook her head. I do not know how to awaken Haki. Mine was awakened by chance, that as long as you continually hone your bodies. One day you will awaken your own Haki. Besides the Kinbunshika Haki I just demonstrated, the 2nd type is Busashoka Haki. With the gaze of the 3 upon her, and raised her hand, and black Busashoku Haki slowly enveloped her fist. This is Busashoku Haki. With it, one can strike Logia users. Additionally, Busashoku Haki can suppress many devil fruit abilities. This is why there are many formidable individuals in the ocean who have never consumed a devil fruit. Luffy, your grandfather is one of the mightiest in these seas. Grandpa, Mr. Garp is that strong? Ace remained silent, as he had long suspected this. How could someone associated with the Pirate King be weak? Ace, Pirate King Roger was also such a formidable figure. Originally, Grandpa Garp intended for me to guide you to become excellent Navy soldiers. That I don't want to be a Navy soldier. I want to be a free pirate. The 3 quickly declared their resolve. I know, which is why I have never asked you to become Navy soldiers. Ace, hearing her sister's stern voice, he directed his gaze firmly at An and he do not heed others' descriptions of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, trust the answers you find for yourselves. The ocean is vast. How could it change based on one person's words? Fundamentally, this world is already decaying. Sabo, you should understand the reasons better than they do. Why would Sabo know? Luffy asked, scratching his nose. Upon and revealing her identity, Sabo showed no surprise. Luffy, because I am the child of a noble family that I escaped because I could no longer endure the stench of that decay. Just as An said, even without the One Piece left by Pirate King Roger, many will still set sail as pirates due to their inability to survive. That I see. We are indeed right to become pirates. Luffy said leisurely. The 3rd type is Haushika Haki, which is quite unique. It cannot be acquired through training. It is an innate quality of a person, representing their spirit. Thus, those who possess Haushika Haki are said to have the qualities of a king. Currently, many renowned strong individuals in the seas possess Haushiku. Compared to others, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, you all possess extraordinary talent. Therefore, you must persist in your training. Only by continually strengthening yourselves can you realize your dreams. So, sister, you have eaten a Zoan-type devil fruit. Sort of. My fruit is a bit special. You will know in time. Let's head out. As they left the cellar, the sky turned dim, and they were unaware of how long they had been inside. I just remembered, Sister Machino asked us to go to the tavern for dinner, Luffy said, his voice adorably naive. Then let us go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. Sister Machino, we have arrived. At that moment, Machino was serving the freshly prepared meal onto the dining table. Come and eat. Okay. They chimed excitedly. After dinner, Machino measured Luffy for a new outfit, calling and in Sabo, Ace over as well. In the end, under Machino's gentle guidance, she managed to take their measurements before leaving and took out 1,000,000 berries and handed it to Machino, saying, if one day I leave Windmill Village, please take care of Ace and the others. Under the night sky, the 4 of them walked beneath the starlight. the 4 beautiful stars in the sky twinkling continuously. "Sister, it's time to get up and make breakfast," in the depths of slumber, and was roused by the voice of Luffy, initially dismissing it as a figment of her dreams. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the door burst open. Luffy dashed to the bedside, exclaiming that it was morning and time for breakfast, confounded, and wondered how she could hear Luffy's voice at this hour. As he should still be asleep, pulling her blanket tighter, she drifted back into a drowsy state. Noticing N's lack of movement, Luffy climbed onto the bed, seated himself upon N, and tugged at her cheeks, shouting, "Sister, wake up. It's time for breakfast." Upon hearing Luffy's boisterous call, N opened her eyes to see him perched on her bed, glancing at the clock. The loud commotion reverberated outward, illuminating the lights in the neighboring homes. "Luffy, what are you doing on my bed?" she exclaimed. "Sister, it's time to get up for breakfast," Luffy replied, sitting on N's feet and swaying as he spoke. "Look at the time. Who eats breakfast at this hour? Breakfast is meant for the morning." "Oh really? Is that so?" Luffy tilted his head in inquiry. "Then when do we eat?" "At 6 o'clock, and answered "Oh, then I shall sleep with you, sister, and we can wake up together at 6 to have breakfast." As Luffy's words fell, and felt a small body burrow under the covers, with a resigned heart, and embraced Luffy, and succumbed to sleep once more at T6 in the morning, and stretched and descended from her bed. Chuckling at the sight of Luffy sprawled on the mattress, his rear end in the air. After freshening up, she retrieved some precious ingredients from the cellar and made her way to the kitchen. This morning, and intended to prepare a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western dishes, with the main staples being porridge and pan-fried meat. And busied herself in the kitchen, Luffy awoke to find his sister absent and hurried downstairs. The thumping of his descent startled Ace and Sabo from their slumber. They marveled at Luffy's boundless energy. In the kitchen, Luffy inquired, "What are we having for breakfast, sister?" "Fried dough sticks, Chinese pancakes, pan-fried meat, and dumplings." And replied, "Wonderful," Luffy exclaimed. "But first, brush your teeth and wash your face, or you won't get to eat. Oh, I understand." With a resounding thump, Luffy returned to his room to begin his morning routine. Ace and Sabo, disturbed by Luffy's antics, resolved to rise and wash up as well. In the dining room, Luffy sat upright at the table, wielding a knife and fork. Ace and Sabo assisted in bringing the food to the table. Once everyone was seated, breakfast commenced with the clinking of utensils echoing through the room. Let the feast begin. After breakfast, the 4 of them reclined on the sofa. Sister's culinary skills are truly exceptional. "I want her to be the chef of my pirate crew," Luffy declared, standing up. "Dream on." Both Ace and Sabo retorted defiantly. "Sister should indeed be the chef of my pirate crew." As the 3 of them argued, and felt a serene tranquility unique to daily life. Just as their bickering reached a crescendo, and interjected lightly, "When did I ever say I wanted to be a pirate?" the argument ceased abruptly. The trio suddenly recalled that it had never expressed a desire to set sail as a pirate. "Then what does sister wish to do?" Luffy asked. "I promised the old man I would become a Navy officer. So you better not let me catch you," and replied that if I do catch you, you'll be tasked with cleaning the warship. "Not a chance," they chorused. "Then you must diligently train to avoid being caught by me," and said leisurely, "All right, we should head back to Corbo Mountain now. Corbo Mountain, the den of bandits." After delivering 4 barrels of food to Dayton, the 4 returned to the villa to commence another round of training. Upon leaving Windmill Village, and sought to test the effects of the favor of the sea bond by praying at the shore. This time, she prayed for the Maramara Nomi, knowing that Ace would ultimately consume it, thus allowing him to practice with it sooner. In addition to the Maramara Nomi, and prayed for various other items, she released Xiaolon and Xiaohong, instructing them to patrol the waters of Windmill Village daily and alert her if anything unusual surfaced. Ace and the others watched in amazement as N's flames transformed into birds, marveling at the beauty of Xiaolon and Xiaohong, which fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. Once Xiaolon and Xiaohong had taken flight, and announced a decision that would bring anguish to Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, producing the paper and ink she had previously acquired, and insisted that Luffy, Ace, and Sabo must engage in their studies. After all, as her younger brothers, they could not remain illiterate. Initially, Sabo, coming from a noble background, thought it would be easy, but as delved deeper into the subjects, he found himself as perplexed as Luffy and Ace. 2 months swiftly passed. Enduring both mental and physical strains daily, the trio seized the opportunity to escape to the yard while N was away. Reclining in the rocking chairs and enjoying the mountain breeze, the creaking of the chairs harmonizing with the wind, the port of Windmill Village, and descended from the sky amidst the astonished gazes of the villagers. Picking up a fruit etched with flame patterns from the sea before soaring away once more. Hearing the commotion from above, the trio rushed towards the training room, only to be halted by Anne. Observing the peculiar fruit in Anne's hand, their curiosity piqued, yet they remained silent. This strange fruit was none other than the Mera Mera no Mi that Anne had prayed for 2 months prior. Over the past 2 months, Anne had consistently returned from the shore with the items she prayed for, conducting uninterrupted experiments that led her to discover 2 rules regarding the favor of the sea. The first rule stated that the items prayed for do not simply materialize from thin air, they manifest in the sea. Whether they fall into the water or grow within it, both are possible. The second rule indicated that the delivery time of the prayed-for items varies based on Anne's movements or location. For instance, if Anne desired a specialty from Wano, it must first exist in the sea, and then the sea would transport it according to Anne's position. If Anne's position changed during this period, the time of delivery would also be affected as for the method of transportation, and remained unaware. Setting aside her thoughts, and called for Ace, handing him the Mera Mera no Mi. This is a devil fruit, a natural type Mera Mera no Mi. Consuming it will grant you the power to wield flames. Having heard Anne's explanation about devil fruits, Ace understood the value of this natural type fruit. Ace hesitated over whether or not to accept it, and smiled and said, "This is a gift from sister to brother. You must accept it." Feeling Anne's heartfelt intention, Ace unhesitatingly consumed the devil fruit. With a crunch, the sound of a camera shutter echoed. Before Ace could comprehend what was happening, a revolting taste surged forth from his mouth. Ugh, I can't spit it out. I must swallow it all to gain the fruit's power. And teased with a hint of mischief, suppressing his nausea, Ace swallowed every last bite. The camera flashed from various angles. "The gifts for you two aren't ready yet. I'll prepare them later," and said, observing Ace's discomfort. Both Luffy and Sabo quickly shook their heads, insisting they did not require gifts, as one could become strong without consuming a devil fruit. Ignoring their fearful expressions, and addressed Ace, "Once you consume a devil fruit, you can never touch seawater. If you do, the amount of seawater will determine the extent of your weakness." Understood. Ace took out an album and placed the recently captured photographs inside. Ace, slightly exasperated, chose not to seize the images. As long as his sister enjoyed the act of photography, he was indifferent to the quantity. Upon closer inspection, the album contained many amusing pictures of the trio. On the desolate peak of an unnamed mountain in Corbo, and waved at Ace, signaling that he could commence. In the days following Ace's acquisition of the Mera Mera no Mi, through relentless practice, albeit at the cost of incinerating several patches of forest, he had begun to grasp the fundamentals of the fruit's powers. Within Q, the long-anticipated duel from 3 months prior officially commenced. Ace strode forward, wielding a water pipe as a weapon against the worn pipe, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, hurtled towards him, growing ever nearer until an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a swift shave, and vanished from sight. The water pipe crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a resounding thud that shattered the earth beneath. Not bad, in terms of force, Anne's voice resonated from behind Ace, followed closely by the impact of her iron fist. Sensing the oppressive gust of her punch against his back, Ace rolled to the side. Narrowly evading the blow, the iron fist struck the ground, creating a significant crater. Seizing the opportunity, Ace gripped the pipe horizontally and swept it towards an paper drawing. Its form suddenly transformed into a thickness akin to paper, allowing the pipe to glide harmlessly past her. "What?" Ace exclaimed, bewildered by this technique. From a distance, Luffy and Sabo gasped in astonishment as Ace prepared to strike again, and interjected, "It's my turn." Her voice echoed as she reappeared beside Ace, delivering a kick, enhanced by her haki, directly to his waist. The tremendous force propelled Ace away, prompting him to remark, "Strength alone is insufficient. One must also possess skill." Heeding his sister's advice and feeling the pain in his abdomen, Ace refrained from attacking directly, instead contemplating strategies to defeat her. However, Ace's hesitation did not deter him. Once again employing shave, she launched a powerful punch towards him, this time devoid of any restraint, the fierce wind sealing off any escape routes for Ace. As he felt the impending threat of her overwhelming force, beads of sweat cascaded down Ace's forehead. It was as though death loomed imminent, causing a brief lapse in his focus, just as Anne's dark fist was about to connect. Ace transformed into flames, allowing her strike to pass harmlessly over him and crash into a nearby tree with a resounding boom, sending debris flying. Fool, when engaged in battle, One must maintain focus if you possess power. Wield it without hesitation. There is no fairness in combat, only survival. Ace, and commanded, approach me with the intent to kill and unleash your full potential. Motivated by his sister's admonition, Ace resolved to hold nothing back. Flames ignited from his palm as he enveloped the water pipe in fire. The clash between the pipe and his fiery fist resonated through the air, its punch now adorned with an icy blue fire. As the two flames collided, droplets of water began to cascade down. End deflected the pipe with a powerful punch, and both retreated momentarily to gather strength before colliding once more. The sun ascended steadily, and the two warriors transitioned their battle from an open field into the depths of the forest. Noticing the sweat glistening on Ace's forehead, and retracted her fist and declared, "One decisive move will determine the victor." Ace understood that this was an opportunity bestowed upon him by his sister, Ice Phoenix. A colossal ice phoenix erupted from Anne's hand. In response, Ace summoned a technique he had recently mastered, Mirror Fire. The ice phoenix and mirror fire rushed towards one another, the ground beneath them succumbing to both frost and flame. Boom! An explosion resonated from their clash. The immense ice phoenix and mirror fire locked in a stalemate, with nearby trees split between icy encasement and roaring flames. Time elapsed slowly as they remained locked in this confrontation. "Sister, it seems we have reached a stalemate. You embody ice while I embody fire, and thus we cannot ascertain a victor. Is that so? Ace, what gives you such confidence? Who told you that there exists no hierarchy among devil fruits?" Anne's words kindled an unsettling premonition within Ace. Watch closely. With Anne's command, the massive ice phoenix surged forward, relentlessly consuming Ace's flames and encasing them in ice. Ace, witnessing this transformation, found himself unable to escape and was promptly frozen in place within the colossal ice block. Flames continued to burn fiercely as Ace gazed at the spectacle in disbelief. "Ace, do you now comprehend? There is indeed a hierarchy among devil fruits. Your Mera Nomi is not invincible." And switched her flames to a blazing inferno and unleashed a powerful fire punch that melted the ice almost entirely. Gasping for breath, Ace asked, "I understand now, sister, but how can your ice encase my flames?" "Because my devil fruit is rather unique." "Sister, do you possess a fruit even more formidable than the Mera Nomi?" "Indeed. For instance, the Magu Nomi, sister. How can I better harness the Mera Nomi?" Read more, and allow your imagination to flourish. As Ace posed his questions, Sabo and Luffy rushed over from the distance. "Ace, you're incredible. You've managed to spar with him for so long. The Mera Nomi is truly magnificent." Reflecting on the appearance of Mirror Fire, Sabo expressed his admiration, followed by a hint of disappointment. "I suppose I couldn't compete with you at this moment." In contrast to Sabo, Luffy was more straightforward. "Sister, I also wish to possess a powerful devil fruit like Ace's." Thud. A bump appeared on Luffy's head. "Oh, you think devil fruits are as common as cabbages? Just because you desire one doesn't mean it will materialize. Furthermore, Ace's fruit may not suit you at all. If you aspire to consume a devil fruit in the future, ensure that it is the one most fitting for you." Understood. After enduring the reprimand, Luffy appeared significantly more subdued. Let us return. Indeed, the four continued their daily lives, engaging in study, training, and meals during this time, and imparted a wealth of knowledge related to flames to Ace, guiding him in the development of the Mera Nomi. Meanwhile, Luffy and Sabo persisted in their physical training. Days turned into weeks, and 4 months passed. Through consistent training and Ace's battles with the trio, Anne's prowess experienced substantial growth, feeling the burgeoning mastery of her haki. And nodded in satisfaction. It is time for a reward draw. With 7 months of accumulated rewards, along with the previous 5 points, and now possessed a total of 40 points, including bond points. System, initiate the lottery. A vibrant vending machine materialized before her. 10 consecutive draws x4, that a kaleidoscope of colors illuminated the scene as rewards emerged. After 4 rounds of 10 draws, and received Strength Enhancement Card x1, Agility Enhancement Card x2, Constitution Enhancement Card x2, Willpower Enhancement Card x3, Devil Fruit Awakening Card x1, Golden, Ember x1, Golden. Note: this can be infused with Phoenix Fire to create embers for others. Regarding the remaining items, and merely glanced at them before discarding them into the system's repository. Why does it feel like the odds of winning have diminished? Could it be due to the emergence of gold rewards? Unbeknownst to Anne, from this day forward, her rewards would gradually dwindle. The system utilized the Strength Enhancement Card x1, Agility Enhancement Card x2, and willpower enhancement card X3. Following a series of gratifying murmurs, her attributes began to rise. Deep blue enhancement. Ding. The attributes of the host panel have undergone changes. Please check for yourself. Bond system host. Monkey D.A. age. 11 years. Character status. Normal bond points. 0 fruit. Phoenix fruit. Flame of the blazing sun. Click to switch. Strength. B. Increase. Agility. B. Increase. Constitution. B. Increase. Will. B. Evaluation. Ordinary Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Observation hockey. Proficient armament hockey. Entwined Conquerors hockey. Not activated bond lottery. 1 bond points. Next bond. Daughter of the Sea. Heir of Heroes. Destiny Twinsen and Ace. Spark of Stars effect. Daughter of the Sea. Blessing of the Ocean. Fire Fiston and Ace. Gifted talent. Child of Destiny. Revolutionary Flame note. Click to expand system space. Click to expanding. It has been detected that all 4 attributes of the host have reached B level, granting self-preservation capability in the world of One Piece. The host attribute card lottery explosion rate has been reset to normal mode. Ding. The bond point allocation system has been activated. Upon hearing the system's prompt, and suddenly realized why the lottery explosion rate had decreased this time, it was due to this reason, unfazed by the system's adjustment of the explosion rate. And waved her hand. Do you understand, lucky one? Looking at the second prompt, the bond point allocation system has been activated and attempted to click the plus sign next to the attributes. Elevating the B-level strength attribute requires 20 bond points. As she gazed at the system's required bond points and felt the arduous journey ahead on her path to becoming stronger, the Grand Line, Navy Headquarters, Marshal's office. On the desk facing the door, a mountain of densely packed documents lay scattered. In the chair behind the desk, a middle-aged man with a seagull hat and a goatee was engrossed in work. This man was none other than the Navy's strategic genius, Admiral Sengoku. Above, a plaque inscribed with Justice reigns supreme hung high. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open from the outside, and a towering figure strode in. Kapu, what brings you back? Has something happened in the New World? Sengoku paused his work and looked up at Kapu. For now, there's nothing pressing. The pirates in the New World are all preoccupied with challenging Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, so they have no time for us Navy. Then why are you back? Noticing Kapu sneakily reaching for his senbei, Sengoku inquired while holding a teacup. Ha, having my actions discovered doesn't faze me at all. Kapu laughed heartily. I just found the New World too boring, so I thought I'd come see you. Oomph. With your time, you might as well scout for some promising recruits. Ever since Kazan's generation, the Navy training camp hasn't produced any outstanding candidates, though the Navy seemed formidable with the presence of Akainu. Kizaru and Fujitora, Sengoku, as the Admiral, had already realized that the future of the Navy was concerningly lacking in talent. Haha, that's just how things are. Many gifted individuals have turned to piracy. What is so amusing about that? It's all that damned Roger's fault. Even in death, he speaks of One Piece. Haha, that perfectly aligns with Roger's character. Observing his old friend Kapu's carefree demeanor, Sengoku regretted sitting in the position of Navy Admiral. Remembering what Admiral Kong had once told him, Sengoku now understood. This position did not bring the realization of justice, but rather imposed constraints. Rubbing his forehead, he looked at his friend, who appeared so melancholic. Kapu burst into laughter. When did you become so sentimental, Sengoku? Damn it, Kapu. What do you know? I'm concerned about the Navy's future. The Navy's future. You needn't worry about that. I've come back to tell you some good news. It better not be about your record-breaking donut consumption. Hearing Sengoku's sarcasm, Kapu retorted, what's wrong with breaking a record for donuts? Besides, this time it's genuinely good news. Kapu spoke with gravity. Sengoku. I found someone to succeed me. Who is it? Sengoku stood up, exhilarated. Outside, passing Navy soldiers wondered who could evoke such excitement from the esteemed strategist Sengoku. Sengoku knew better than anyone what Kapu meant. He never claimed that Fujitora could replace him, even when the latter was an exceptional candidate. Watching Sengoku's eager expression, Kapu chuckled heartily, finding joy both in Sengoku's astonishment and the prospect of succession. Without further teasing, Kapu slowly revealed, it's my granddaughter. You're not joking, are you? You have a granddaughter? When did Dragon have a granddaughter? A barrage of question marks echoed in Sengoku's mind. The story unfolded. Kapu recounted his last visit to Fusha village, and how it had destroyed the entire Iron Bull pirates with her phoenix flames. If what you say is true, then your granddaughter may indeed become a pillar of the future Navy. Where is she now? Sengoku asked urgently, eager to meet this prodigy. I left her and Luffy with some bandits in Fusha village. Wait, What did you just say? Kapu repeated himself. You fool, Kapu. You left a normal person in a den of bandits. Why would you think she still wants to join the Navy? Ah, is that so? No, I need to call Smoker right now and have him bring her back. No need. I'll go myself. It's been a while since I last saw Luffy. Observing Sengoku's anxiousness, Kapu made his request. Hurry up. Do it quickly. If anything goes wrong, you'll be in trouble, under Sengoku's urging. Kapu, clutching his senbei, headed towards the warship. Today, Fusha village was particularly lively. The village was bustling with many newcomers. At the harbor, a massive dragon ship was docked, its sails emblazoned with a colossal pirate flag. 2 swords pierced through a skull, and 3 scars adorned the left eye of the skull, the very emblem of the red-haired pirates on the top floor of the Kolbo Mountain Villa. Luffy, spotting the red force anchored at the harbor, joyfully dashed towards Fusha village. Ace and Sabo, who were diligently training in the training room, remained oblivious to Luffy's departure. Fusha Village Tavern. Members of the red-haired pirates gathered in unison. The tavern was filled with merriment, and every face radiated joy. At the bar in front, Shanks sat on a stool, a beer in hand, chatting with Makino. Why hasn't Makino seen Luffy? He should be at home with his sister. Huh, Luffy has a sister. What is she like? Makino reminisced about it. She is a very polite little girl. Just then, the tavern's door burst open as Luffy charged in. All eyes turned towards him as he ran in wildly. Shanks. Hey, Luffy, long time no see. I've missed you so much. Shanks, take me with you the next time you set sail. I've become really strong, and I want to be a pirate too. You think you can become a pirate like this? Shanks laughed heartily. Sitting next to Luffy, Beckman chuckled and released a smoke ring. Shanks, I'm serious. After my sister trained me, I've become super strong. Even the black bears in the mountains can't beat me. Luffy, no matter how strong you are, defeating all the animals in the mountains doesn't qualify you to be a pirate, Yasop remarked. Why not? Simply put, Luffy, you're still too young to adapt to life at sea. Ledu replied while gnawing on meat. I'm not small. I've grown up. Ha! What are you laughing at, Shanks? Enough, enough. Do not be angry any longer. Come, let us enjoy a glass of juice. Thank you, Shanks. Just as Luffy finished his drink, Shanks chuckled heartily, slapping his thigh. Look at you, claiming you are not a child. You are truly despicable. Shanks. The wave of laughter erupted throughout the tavern, continuing from where we left off, as the patrons within the tavern jested at Luffy. With a loud crash, the tavern doors were forcefully kicked down. In an instant, the laughter ceased. A group of strangers entered, led by a man brandishing a long knife, who scoffed derisively. Is this what they call pirates? Why do they all wear such foolish expressions? While speaking, he crushed the wooden door beneath his boot and approached the bar. Welcome, Makino said as she stepped forward. The arrogant man replied, I am Sieg, the mountain bandit king. However, I am not here to cause trouble today. Simply bring us 10 barrels of your finest ale. I apologize, but we have sold out of all our drinks. Makino responded with a hint of regret. What a joke. Do you mean to say these pirates are not drinking? The tavern stock had indeed been completely depleted by them. How unfortunate. It seems we have drained this establishment of all its liquor. If you do not mind, I have one untouched bottle here, Shanks offered, presenting a fine wine. Bang. Sieg dismissed Shanks' goodwill with a punch that shattered the offered bottle, splattering the wine all over Shanks. Mockingly, he said, Do you think I am someone of little consequence? I am Sieg, the mountain bandit king, with a bounty of 8 million berries on my head. I have already dispatched 56 fools like you. One bottle of wine is hardly enough for me to rinse my mouth. Shanks, Luffy said, his face filled with concern. It is nothing, Luffy. Merely a bit of spillage on the tavern floor, Shanks replied, crouching to gather the broken shards of glass. The mountain bandit king unsheathed his sword, sweeping everything off the bar in a disdainful manner. You certainly enjoy cleaning up, do you not, pirate? Glancing at the stunned patrons in the tavern, Sieg waved his hand. Since there is no wine to drink, this is rather dull. Let us depart, boys. The mountain bandits began to exit the tavern one by one, leaving just half of the broken door swaying in the air, creaking ominously within the establishment. Are you all right, Mr. Shanks? Makino asked, approaching with a towel to wipe away the spilled wine. I am fine, Makino. It is merely your floor that has been sullied. Laughter erupted once more within the tavern. Yasu and Riki laughed heartily. What a pity, to be looked down upon. Makino is truly too gentle, Shanks chuckled, wiping himself down with the towel, while casting a glance at the blushing Makino, his laughter resonating. Yet, Luffy was filled with rage. Standing atop a stool, he exclaimed angrily, What is so funny about this? Do you not feel embarrassed? Why do you not confront them? Even if they appear numerous, they may seem formidable. But that does not mean we should be bullied. To be treated so poorly and still laugh. That is not the behavior of a man. You are not worthy to be called pirates. Shanks adjusted his hat and said, Luffy, I understand your feelings, but there is no need to be so furious over a mere spilled drink. Hearing Shanks' words only fueled Luffy's anger further, causing him to turn away. Hey, what is that? Luffy noticed a peculiar fruit encased in a box on the table. It resembled the devil fruit his sister had spoken of. Suddenly, Luffy thought, if I eat it, I will become as strong as Ace and avenge Shanks. Without hesitation, Luffy seized the devil fruit and began to devour it voraciously. Chomp, chomp. Ugh, it tastes awful. Yet, thinking of avenging Shanks, Luffy continued to eat until it was all gone. Luffy, what are you eating? Shanks, not hearing Luffy's response, stood to investigate. Luffy, you have eaten what was in that box. Spit it out, quickly. Shanks exclaimed, turning Luffy upside down and shaking him vigorously. What are you doing? Shanks, let me down. As Shanks shook Luffy, his legs began to stretch and his face smashed into the floor. That hurts. What are you trying to do? Shanks. Luffy, do you know what you have just eaten? I do. Luffy retorted, that was a devil fruit. Only by eating it can I defeat that mountain bandit and avenge you. I cannot tolerate seeing you bullied. Shanks. With that, Luffy broke free from Shanks' grasp and dashed out of the tavern, pursuing the mountain bandits, just as Luffy declared he knew it was a devil fruit. Shanks was taken aback, pondering how a mere child could possess such knowledge. Do not be foolish. Even if Luffy ate a rubber fruit, he would still not stand a chance against those bandits. Yes, we must see where Luffy has gone. In Windmill Village, within a certain residence, the mountain bandits were gathered, drinking merrily. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Luffy stormed in, filled with fury. The sudden interruption caused the bandits to drop their bottles. Boss, this brat was just with those pirates. Sieg sneered at Luffy. You think that group of pirates would dare to cause trouble? They send a little brat like you to your doom. Be quiet. You trash bandit. Shanks is not that kind of person. Quickly apologize to him, or I will send you all flying. Laughter erupted among the bandits. Apologize to those worthless pirates, just moments ago in the tavern. They dared not utter a word. Trash is trash. Know your place. Just like you. Little brat, do you honestly believe I will let you leave here unscathed? Boys, seize this brat and teach him a lesson. Notify his parents to bring money for his ransom. Yes, boss. With that, several bandits charged at Luffy. Remembering his sister's teachings, Luffy quickly dispatched the charging bandits to the ground. Fools. Seeing his lackeys defeated, Sieg frowned. It seems this little brat has some skill. Clenching his fists, Sieg approached Luffy. The sounds of battle erupted from within the house. Bang! Sieg kicked Luffy out the door, sending him tumbling twice before crashing against the steps of a nearby fountain. As Luffy attempted to rise, Sieg stepped on his head. You are quite the tough one, aren't you? Sieg slowly drew his long knife. But today, your life comes to an end. Remember not to provoke mountain bandits in your next life. The knife swung down. Hey, that is going too far. Shanks' voice rang from the entrance. Shanks, Sieg paused, glancing over mockingly. Oh, it is the useless pirate captain. Why are you not hiding away in the tavern? Turtle, you spilled wine on me. And I could brush it off as a joke, but treating my friend like this, I cannot overlook it. Oh, Sieg's long knife grazed Luffy's cheek, leaving a scar. What do you intend to do about it? A bandit brandished a pistol at Shanks. Be prepared to die if you pull that weapon. What? Bang! Riki appeared behind the bandit, taking him out with a single shot. Boys, take down these trash pirates. Charge! Shanks' crew sprang into action, taking down the mountain bandits one by one. Beckman taunted. You think you can fight me? At least bring a warship. Shanks stepped forward, coldly declaring, I will not tolerate anyone who lays a hand on my friends. Sensing the immense pressure emanating from Shanks, Sieg's expression changed instantly. Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he stumbled back a few steps. Damn it. You have forced my hand, with his left arm tightly embracing Luffy. He drew out a smoke bomb with his right hand and forcefully hurled it to the ground. Bang! A dense cloud of black smoke began to spread. Cough. By the time the smoke dissipated. Luffy and the mountain bandit king, Sieg, had long vanished from sight. Luffy! Beckman exclaimed. Shanks, Luffy is in the sea near the dock. On the surface of the water, Sieg held Luffy aloft as he stood on a small fishing boat. He chuckled. Hee, I managed to escape. That group of pirates never anticipated that I would flee to the sea. The kid can only blame himself for provoking me. Perhaps he should be wiser in his next life. Die, Sieg shouted, violently tossing Luffy into the ocean. Splash. Water erupted around him. Watching Luffy struggle in the vast sea, Sig felt a rush of exhilaration. Just as Sig reveled in his triumph, a shadow glided beneath the waves. The near-sea king emerged. It swallowed Sig and the fishing boat in one gulp, chewed a couple of times, and then turned to swim towards Luffy. No, Luffy cried, gazing at the gaping maw of the near-sea king, filled with regret for not heeding his sister's advice to train diligently. How could someone as vile as the mountain bandit king end his life without landing a single punch? It was utterly infuriating. Luffy shouted in despair. With a splash, the near-sea king lunged at Luffy. A figure darted past. Sizzle. A colossal wave surged on the surface, and blood trickled down Shanks' arm. "Shanks, your hand," Luffy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he witnessed Shanks losing his left arm. "Luffy, it's all right. A man shouldn't cry." Luffy attempted to suppress his tears, but upon seeing Shanks' severed limb, he could no longer contain his sorrow and began to wail uncontrollably. "Shanks, you've lost your hand. It's no matter. Saving my friend is worth a hand. As long as you're all right, that's what matters." The sound of sobbing echoed from the sea. Due to Shanks' lost arm, the red-haired pirates hastily concluded their rest period to seek a doctor capable of reattaching it. At the dock in Windmill Village, Luffy looked at Shanks with teary eyes. "Shanks, I will definitely become the Pirate King. I will find many like-minded companions. I will surpass you." Luffy's voice resonated through the air. "In that case, Luffy," Shanks bent down, removing his treasured straw hat and placing it upon Luffy's head. "This is my favorite hat. Keep it safe for now. When we meet again, you must have become an exceptional pirate. And then you shall return it to me. This is a promise between men. Luffy gazed at the receding Redforth. He silently vowed to train diligently. Watching Shanks depart, Luffy gently caressed the straw hat, its wide brim shading his youthful face. It's time to return to training. He finally understood the importance of earnest practice. A soft hand rested atop Luffy's head. Hearing that familiar voice, Luffy felt a release of emotion and buried his face in his sister's embrace. Sobbing loudly, "Sister, Shanks lost an arm because of me. If only I were a bit stronger, even just a little, then you must train seriously from now on, so you won't have any regrets." Should we go thank Shanks? I haven't expressed my gratitude to him yet." Embracing Luffy, and gently spoke. "No, it's fine. Shanks and I have made a promise. When I become an excellent pirate, we will meet again. A man must honor his commitments." Luffy tightened the straw hat on his head. Indeed, fate is inescapable. Luffy was destined to tread the path of a pirate. Time is remarkably serendipitous. The red-haired pirates arrived in Windmill Village just as An was using the Devil Fruit Awakening card. This awakening took longer than previous ones, and by the time An completed it and learned of Luffy's kidnapping by mountain bandits, the red-haired pirates had just departed. It seemed as if everything was deliberately avoiding it. Though he missed the opportunity to meet Shanks, the flames from this awakening proved to be exceptionally useful. Whoosh! A surge of emerald flames erupted as An directed the flames towards Luffy, who had been quietly sobbing. Feeling a sense of relaxation envelop him as he gradually drifted into slumber. An's flames from this awakening were the flames of life, a vibrant green fire teeming with vitality. As long as the injuries were not fatal, it could facilitate rapid healing, akin to Marco's Phoenix flames. Furthermore, through this Devil Fruit Awakening, An noticed subtle changes within his body, deep blue with a hint of color. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened 3 types of Phoenix flames. You may now utilize bond points for the ultimate awakening of the fruit. Ultimate awakening. Upon awakening, the host can transform into a phoenix, gaining comprehensive enhancements. Ding! The host has activated the Flame Liberation effect. Ding! The host panel attributes have changed. Please check. Bond system host. Monkey D.An age, 11 character status, normal bond points, 0 fruit. Phoenix fruit flames of life. Click to switch. Strength, B, enhanced. Agility, B, enhanced. Constitution, B, enhanced. Willpower, B, evaluation. Elite Rear Admiral of the Navy. Observation Hockey, Proficient Armament Hockey, External Release Conqueror's Hockey, Not Activated Flame Liberation, merging the flames of life with other flames to significantly enhance firepower. Bond Lottery, 1 bond point. Next bond, Daughter of the Sea, Heir of Heroes, Fated Twinsen and Ace, Spark of Stars effect, Daughter of the Sea, Blessing of the Ocean, Fire Fiston and Ace, Gifted Prodigies, Children of Fate, Flames of Revolution. Note, click to expand. System space, click to expand. Listening to the system's prompts, and attempted to click the plus sign next to the Devil Fruit. Ding! Phoenix flames have been fully unlocked. You may now use 300 bond points for the ultimate awakening. Ding. Would you like to proceed with the ultimate awakening? Yes. No. With a mindset of gaining something for nothing, and clicked yes. Ding. Host bond points are insufficient. Awakening failed. TCH, I thought I could succeed without effort, and pouted. Lowering his gaze, he examined the effect description of the flame liberation skill. A and extended his palm, summoning 2 flames, one red and one green. Guided by his will, he brought them closer together. Whoosh, the 2 flames merged. This was the flame after fusion, and scrutinized it closely. The color of the fused sun flame had shifted from crimson red to a deep scarlet, and its intensity had significantly increased, most importantly, and could distinctly feel the immense power contained within the flames. After retracting the flames, and assessed the depletion of his stamina. Goodness, just merging a small flame consumed nearly 10% of his energy. It seemed that to use the flame liberation skill regularly, his constitution needed to reach at least A rank. With the system stored away, and began to summon Xiaolon. A figure of icy blue descended from the sky. Catch up to the pirate ship that just left the port and make them stop. As an older sister, how can I not personally thank my brother's savior, upon hearing the master's command? Xiaolon let out a cry and flew towards the pirate ship. On the Red Fourth, Shanks stood by the railing of the deck, feeling the sea breeze. His cloak billowed fiercely, the sight of his severed left arm starkly apparent. Shanks, how could a small sea king bite off your arm? Beckman inquired curiously. I'm not quite certain. That moment, the Sea King lunged at me, and I felt as if I were rooted in place, allowing it to take my arm. Moreover, after saving Luffy, a voice in my mind urged me to leave Windmill Village quickly. Beckman believed Shanks' words. He was well aware of Shanks' formidable strength. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, even 100 Sea Kings could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. As for departing from Windmill Village, Shanks would find it difficult to part with Makino unless there was something of utmost significance at hand. Ahem. Shanks cleared his throat awkwardly. Beckman, some thoughts are better left unspoken. If one harbors affection, it should be expressed openly. Concealing it serves no purpose. Shanks, perceptive as ever, chose not to pursue that topic further. Beckman, that rubber fruit has actually been consumed by Luffy. You must be well aware of its extraordinary nature. The red-haired pirates came upon this fruit by sheer chance, or perhaps it was the fruit itself that beckoned Shanks to seek it out. After the fruit was obtained from the world government's CP department ship, there were members of the red-haired pirates who wished to consume it, yet none succeeded. Each time someone attempted to eat the rubber fruit, it would mysteriously vanish, only to reappear once everyone had forgotten about it. It was due to the multitude of bizarre occurrences that I ultimately entrusted the straw hat to Luffy. Shanks touched his severed arm and gazed solemnly at the sea, remarking, let it be known that I sacrificed this arm in the New World. Captain, there's a strange bird flying towards us from the sky. Jesus Burgess shouted from the lookout. Shanks looked up. And indeed, a bizarre bird, its plumage a chilling blue, was approaching the Red Fourth. Shanks, this bird bears a resemblance to a beastly Marco. Marco would never venture into the East Blue, the weakest of seas. Let us observe for now. The small blue creature soaring above had no intention of sharing Shanks' refined demeanor. Upon locating the Red Fourth, it unleashed a torrent of icy flames, instantly freezing the ship in place, and then circled ominously above. Captain, the ship is encased in ice and cannot proceed. Jesus Burgess' voice rang out again. Shanks, the only one with ice abilities on the sea is Admiral Akiji. Could it be that the Navy has discovered our presence and intends to capture us here? Beckman speculated it cannot be Akiji. Let us not forget the bird that initiated the attack. Furthermore, the Navy is eager for us to return to the New World and challenge Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. They would not take such drastic measures against us at this time. Besides, Akiji creates ice blocks directly, while that bird used flames to freeze the sea, so it cannot possibly be Akiji. Ensure that the crew remains vigilant. Anyone capable of wielding such flames is certainly no weakling. Thus, the atmosphere aboard the Red Fourth grew animated. Meanwhile, in Windmill Village, and escorted Luffy to Makino's tavern, asking her to look after him and inquiring if there was anything she needed to send to Shanks. Blushing, Makino handed in a package for Shanks, above the sea, and transformed her hands into fiery wings and pursued the Red Fourth. On board the Red Fourth, Captain, Jesus Burgess exclaimed, someone is rapidly approaching us from behind. Just one person? Indeed. Crew, stay alert and do not let our opponent underestimate us. Yes. Folding her wings, and landed gracefully on the deck, observing the members of the red-haired pirates brandishing their weapons and emitting peculiar sounds. And, perplexed, inquired, is this some sort of special welcoming ceremony? The red-haired pirates, initially prepared for battle, were taken aback upon seeing a little girl descend from the sky, their disappointment palpable. Upon hearing her question, they exchanged glances and quickly grasped the source of their confusion. Straightening her attire, she introduced herself. I am Monkey Deedan, Luffy's sister, here to express my gratitude to Mr. Shanks. You are Luffy's sister. Impossible. How could Luffy possibly have such a polite and adorable sister? And ignored their chatter and focused on the back of the crowd. Hey, so, she is Luffy's sister. Everyone lower your weapons. Shanks stepped forward, addressing the group, observing Shanks' severed arm, and reiterated her thanks. Thank you for saving Luffy. Shanks nodded. Luffy is my friend. No need for special thanks. After a few pleasantries, Beckman inquired, Luffy's sister, did you come all this way just to express your gratitude? Beckman doubted that it had chased them down merely to say thank you. With a nod, and replied, there are a few matters I need assistance with, just as I thought. Let us hear what you have to say. We'll see if we can accommodate you. After all, the captain has staked our future on Luffy. If it's something trivial, agreeing 1T be a problem. And looked at Shanks and said, first, I dislike being indebted to others. Therefore, I can restore your arm. You can restore my arm? Shanks questioned, intrigued. While it was evident that it possessed some abilities, reattaching a severed arm was not as straightforward as a battle. An's palm emanated a sphere of green flames, which flew toward Shanks' severed limb. Be careful, Shanks. Despite her connection to Luffy, Beckman remained on guard. It's fine. Beckman, feeling a tingling sensation at the wound, Shanks halted Beckman's movements. Such an extraordinary flame. I believe you can indeed help me regain my arm. However, Shanks gently caressed his severed left hand, a light-hearted expression on his face. This arm symbolizes my friendship with Luffy. Therefore, I prefer not to restore it. Are you truly certain? Shanks earnestly nodded, witnessing Shanks' seriousness. And couldn't he help but marvel at the power of fate, feeling an added weight of responsibility for the future rescue of Ace. Since you do not require it, to express my gratitude, I can assist in healing the other members of your crew. Upon hearing Luffy's sister's words, the crew erupted in cheers. In the life of a pirate, who doesn't have a few ailments, how could they not be thrilled at the opportunity for healing? Hearing the cheers of his comrades, Shanks nodded in appreciation towards him. Then I shall trouble you. A massive orb of vibrant green flames appeared on the deck, and it instructed everyone to step inside. As they heard his words, Shanks gestured for his eager crew to enter one by one. Time passed gradually, and as more members received treatment, and stamina began to wane, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Finally, after Beckman completed his treatment and emerged, and extinguished her flames and wiped the sweat from her brow. Meanwhile, the members of the red-haired pirates who had received treatment erupted in a chorus of cheers. As the crew's doctor, and received VIP treatment, and the bonds among them deepened. What is the second matter? After witnessing and healing of the crew's ailments, Beckman's tone had shifted to one of familiarity, and fixed her gaze upon Shanks. I wish to have a sparring match with you. No way, and actually wants to challenge the captain. Impossible. While Anne is indeed strong, she is still far from matching the captain. Shanks felt a bit perplexed, and certainly possessed some skills. Both the freezing of the sea and her healing abilities demonstrated her prowess. However, to challenge him was quite a leap, akin to Luffy's aspirations. Yuri too young. Anne was indeed quite young. At 11 years old, how strong could she possibly be? Even without his adept left arm, he was not someone a mere girl could challenge. Yet, considering Anne's assistance in healing the crew's injuries, Shanks asked once more, are you certain? And recognized the underestimation but was undeterred. After all, strength was the best proof. I am certain. Please, Mr. Shanks, let us engage in a spar. Sure. I promise you. What kind of captain would agree? Alas, it is foolish of the captain to concede. If we triumph over him, he may refuse us treatment out of anger. If we lose, our pride will be shattered. Hearing the mocking voices of his comrades, Shanks twitched his mouth, longing to give them a good thrashing. Let us seek out a deserted island. My fruit possesses considerable destructive power. Very well. The Red Fourth ship then set sail towards a nearby isle. On the verdant isle of the East Sea, an unwelcome group arrived today. The massive Red Fourth dragon ship anchored near the shore, as Anne and Shanks glided toward the island. The members of the red-haired pirates crowded the ship's side. Beckman, how long do you think it can hold out? Yasu asked. That depends on whether the captain shows mercy. If he doesn't, perhaps 10 minutes. However, considering she is Luffy's sister and has just aided us, I suspect Shanks will show restraint on the island. And gazed at Shanks, well aware that he was the best candidate to gauge her strength. Thus, she had traveled great distances to catch up with the red-haired pirates. Small blue and red flames erupted from Anne's body, taking shape. With a command, The sparring session officially commenced. The blue flame conjured ice spears. With wings unfurled, Blue soared into the sky, conjuring ice flames that swiftly solidified into long spears. Aimed at Shanks. Just moments ago, this bird had frozen our pirate ship. Does anyone know what kind of devil fruit this is? Shanks observed the incoming ice spears and effortlessly raised his griffin to defend against them. Suddenly, a surge of searing flames ignited behind him. Shanks swiftly turned, executing a slicing blow that cleaved the flames in two to Igati that moment, and had already positioned herself above Shanks, her fists engulfed in flames. Launching a direct punch, the slender griffin met her iron fist in a fierce clash, sending powerful gusts of air rippling outward, rustling the leaves on the island. No use of hockey, and calm voice rang out. As she spoke, the flames enveloping her other fist surged in intensity, devouring toward Shanks. Just as he was about to draw his sword in defense, a chilling sensation emanated from the griffin, swiftly spreading to his hand. Recognizing the situation, Shanks enveloped the griffin in a dark coating of armament hockey, shattering the ice shards, retreating, and unleashing a powerful slash toward its fiery fist. On the Redforth, the crew witnessed Shanks employing hockey, instantly realizing that in strength surpassed their expectations. However, they were never concerned that Shanks would lose, for he had triumphed over countless formidable foes, including many renowned figures of the sea who had fallen beneath his blade. On the island, seeing Shanks utilize hockey, and decided to reveal her full strength. Crimson flames ignited around her as she unleashed the full might of her devil fruit abilities. Divine bird impact, she cried, as the small red flame ascended above her, transforming into a miniature sun, from which countless fiery phoenixes soared toward Shanks. The explosions were incessant, clouds of smoke billowing forth. As the smoke cleared, craters marred the ground, and Shanks had long since vanished from sight. Activating her observation hockey, and scanned the island. Found you, Blue. Shanks's figure appeared behind him, preparing to strike, only to be met by a torrent of ice flames expelled by Blue, who had emerged at inside. Sensing the bone-chilling heat of the flames, Shanks abandoned his attack, opting instead to unleash a series of slashing blows into the sky. With a sharp cry, Blue ascended, flames soaring from her being, emitting a piercing wail as she took flight. Blue, and gathered her strength and charged toward Shanks. Iron Fist, Frost Wind. This time, and two employed armament hockey, her punch infused with sharp, icy blades surging toward Shanks. Come on, Shanks bellowed, wielding the griffin, now enveloped in potent armament hockey. The clash of the dark fist and sword echoed as the ground trembled, the fierce wind slicing past Shanks's face, freezing the edges of his coat, and felt the sting from the impact on her fists. Truly, the captain of the red-haired pirates is formidable, his hockey so powerful. You are truly impressive. At such a young age, you possess such strength. Would you consider sailing with me? Though feigning nonchalance, Shanks's heart was already tumultuous, having spent his youth aboard the Pirate King's ship, receiving teachings from numerous powerful figures, coupled with his own considerable talent. He had attained his current prowess. Yet, what of this girl before him? She appeared to be merely 11 or 12, yet in terms of her devil fruit mastery and hockey usage, she surpassed many of his own crew members. Such a prodigy must be brought into the red-haired pirates. All right, but first, you must defeat me. With his thoughts realigned, upon hearing her conditions, Shanks smiled and exclaimed, Ha! In that case, do not hold back. No sooner had he spoken than he began to swing the griffin. Now infused with armament Hakai.A and inhaled deeply, her fiery fists launching like comets, fiercely charging toward Shanks. Within the island's center, flames and sword energy intertwined, the sounds of their collisions reverberating throughout the skirmish, and was struck multiple times by Shanks. Yet due to the regenerative powers of her life flame, she continued to engage him. As the two clashed, the morning slipped away. The island lay in ruins, half of the central ground cloaked in fire and frost, crackling with the sounds of combustion, while the other half bore deep gashes from Shanks's sword strikes. This moment, frost covered Shanks's hair, and his clothing bore numerous burn marks, with the damaged areas draped in black hockey. And his fists, impacted by Shanks's formidable hockey, bled profusely. I have long been curious about the devil fruit you consumed. How do you possess 3 distinct abilities? And offered no reply, her emerald flames enveloping her hands once more. Moments later, she launched herself at Shanks once more, igniting the next round of confrontation. Iron Fist, blazing flame, her flame-wreathed fist surged forward again. What a tenacious girl. It seems I must show my true strength. Shanks's expression turned serious as he swirled thick armament hockey around the griffin, darkening its blade to an inky black. With each encounter, and continuously reshaped Shanks's understanding, leaving him profoundly astonished. Her mastery of hockey and those extraordinary devil fruit abilities evoked the essence of the New World as pirates. Were it not for N's lack of combat experience, Shanks would surely have believed he was in the New World rather than the East Sea. Divine avoidance. A shadow darted low to the ground as the griffin transformed into an afterimage. Striking toward N's body, the fierce impact of armament hockey struck in, despite the absence of Conqueror's hockey, inflicting significant damage, struck and felt as if a meteor had collided with her, sending her flying through the air. This truly is Luffy's sister. Why do I feel that the pirates of the Grand Line pale in comparison to her ferocity? And Beckman, do you believe you can defeat Luffy's sister? On the Red Fourth. Yasu and the others stood in stunned silence, their hearts filled with intense doubt about the world. Were they truly so weak? Or was this girl simply too powerful? Hey, Captain, what are you trying to do? No matter how strong it is, she cannot surpass him. Why has he even invoked divine avoidance? Calm down. Without the added Conqueror's hockey, given N's displayed resilience, she should be able to endure it, Beckman interjected. Though inwardly he pondered how long it would take him to defeat her if he were to give it his all, after rolling several times on the ground, and finally steadied herself. Coughing up blood, she slowly rose to her feet. So strong. Is this the power of a future emperor? The body continuously emanates emerald flames, healing itself. Streams of sweat cascade down from the forehead after an extended battle. The relentless utilization of various flames has significantly drained N's stamina. Should the fight continue, although your strength is not to be underestimated, there remains a considerable gap between you and true powerhouses. And refrains from arguing, for Shanks speaks the truth. Apart from the devil fruit, everything else about him is lacking. Continue, and declares resolutely. Then let us proceed, though I shall hold back this time that as soon as the words leave his lips. An intense aura irradiates from Shanks, who instantly vanishes from sight, thrusting his sword forward infused with powerful hockey. The moment N's observation hockey senses danger, he swiftly turns and employs a new technique. Extreme Ice Shield. Icy blue flames are rapidly compressed, forming frost-laden shields before enclaying. As Shanks' strike meets the shield, the ice shatters in an instant, granting him the opportunity to use Jeppo and Shave to soar into the air. Summoning Little Blue and Little Red, the trio stands tall against the sky, as N positions his hands in the shape of 8, emulating Kazara's 8 Shaki Moroku, compressing the red and blue flames at his chest. Divine Bird. Starfall, the compressed fire bullets surge toward Shanks, raining down upon the earth, igniting flames that roar with intensity. Rather than retreating, Shanks charges forward, enveloped in hockey, slicing through the fire bullets as he leaps toward him with his sword raised. Ceasing his technique, and wraps his fists in armament hockey and meets the incoming strike. Boom! The disparity in power is overwhelming, and N is once again cleaved from the sky by Shanks' sword. The impact creates a vast crater in the ground, where N crouches, surrounded by green flames, wiping the corner of his mouth as he slowly rises. It not over yet. This shall be my final strike. Let us determine the victor with one blow. Little Blue and Little Red transform into flames and re-enter N's body. The crimson and azure flames merge above N, culminating in a purple fireball the size of a small island. Its surface bubbling like molten lava. The temperature from the fusion of the two flames far exceeds that of either flame alone. Brace yourself, Shanks. Divine Bird. Starfall, with the utterance of his words. The enormous purple fireball plummets from the sky like a sun. Shanks' expression shifts dramatically upon sensing the fireball's unprecedented heat. Hockey gathers around his upper body as he unleashes a move imbued with black and red Conqueror's hockey. Divine Evade. The clash between the black-red lightning and the purple sun produces a thunderous explosion. Boundless flames incinerate the trees on the small island, spreading outward toward the surrounding sea. The seawater evaporates rapidly, continuously producing steam, until finally, rain begins to pour over the island. As for the Red Force, Beckman had ordered it to steer clear of the island long before it merged with the flames. At the center of the island, or rather, what was once an island, the landscape is now fragmented. The entire island lies in ruins, seawater surging in as Shanks kneels, his coat now absent. The black hockey has faded, revealing a bare torso marked by a white scar, blood occasionally trickling from his lips. The orchestrator of this chaos lies unconscious on a fragment of the island. Shanks. After the flames dissipate, Beckman rushes over from the Red Force. Hearing Beckman's concern, Shanks replies, I'm fine, merely sustained some minor injuries. Hurry and look for N. As Beckman departs, Shanks gazes at the shattered island, increasingly astonished by N's strength. while simultaneously feeling a strong desire to recruit him into the red-haired pirates. My head hurts. Where am I? And questions, awakening in an unfamiliar room that a sharp pain brings yesterday's memories flooding back. Right, he had been sparring with Shanks, feeling the pain from his injuries beneath the bandages, and reflects on how truly formidable the future Emperor is, exiting the room, and stretches his body under the warm sunlight. You woke up quickly. I thought you'd need a few more days, its Beckman, and rubs his groggy head and asks, how long was I unconscious? Today marks the 5th day. Although he anticipated that this bout would leave him in a longer stupor than his clash with the Iron Bull pirates, he did not expect to be out for a full 5 days. So, where are we sailing now? We're near Orangetown. All right, we've come quite a distance from Windmill Village. It seems returning will require some effort. I wonder how Luffy, Ace, and Sabo are faring. Meanwhile, at the Corvo Mountain Villa, Ace and Sabo corner Luffy, interrogating him civilly about the whereabouts of their sister. Trembling, Luffy can only assure Ace and Sabo that she will be fine, silently praying for her swift return. Where's Shanks? Beckman gestures towards the deck ahead and signals for him to follow. Along their path, members of the red-haired pirates nod in acknowledgement upon encountering Un and Beckman. After all, respect for strength is an unwavering principle on the seas. Hey, you're awake, and how are you feeling? Are your injuries healed? For the most part, I'm fine. However, it actually pains me to see you completely unscathed. Shanks, and replies with a hint of envy. Shanks understands the sentiment and nods, saying, do not be disheartened. With such formidable strength at your young age, you are destined to carve out your place in the vast seas. When I was your age, I was merely an intern on another pirate ship. If recalling a cherished memory, a smile graces Shanks's face. He stands, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal his chest, pointing out a pale scar. This is the mark from your final blow yesterday. Even now, I can still feel the sting of your flames. It seems the fusion of flames greatly enhances their power, as evidenced by the indelible mark left upon a powerhouse like Shanks. And muses internally. Seagulls soar across the expansive sky. Shanks gazes at him, solemnly proposing, and, would you like to join my pirate crew and set sail with me? Every captain desires a formidable crew, and Shanks is no exception. Should join the red-haired pirates, their chances of emerging victorious in future battles for dominance over the seas would undoubtedly increase. You want me to join the red-haired pirates? And queries, pointing at herself in confusion. Sigh. If Luffy hears this, he will surely be heartbroken. Luffy is indeed quite remarkable, but he is still too young. The seas hold not only grand adventures, but also countless dangers. Friend, I do not wish for Luffy to face such a life at his tender age. Internally agreeing with Shanks's words, and contemplates before responding. My identity is somewhat special. If I were to join your pirate crew, it could bring about significant peril for you. Danger? The men of the sea fear nothing more than danger. As for your identity, you are none other than Luffy's sister, are you not? You do not know my full name? Shanks scratches his head, casting an awkward glance at Beckman, who chuckles softly. Beckman, do you know? Upon hearing Shanks's question, Beckman exhales a puff of smoke and replies slowly, Monkey D. And you should understand the significance of the surname Monkey D. Shanks, Monkey D. A robust elder figure materializes in Shanks's mind. Are you saying you share a surname with the marine hero? Garp? Indeed. I am the Navy designated by my grandfather, temporarily remaining in Windmill Village solely to care for Luffy. My grandfather should be on his way back now. The Doghead warship. Vice Admiral Hachikaku. Are you all right? It's of no concern, Bogart. I simply feel a sense of unease. Order the warship to accelerate towards Windmill Village. The Redforth. Shanks exclaimed in astonishment. That old man Garp, who only picks his nose, actually has a granddaughter like you. Hey, it's quite inappropriate to speak ill of someone's grandfather in front of others. His face was filled with displeasure. Shanks chuckled heartily, brushing off the topic. Shanks, can I still join the red-haired pirates? Of course. Shanks replied with a voice full of vigor. Although Shanks harbored a fear of Garp, the prospect of recruiting a formidable partner like him made the risk of being pursued by Garp worthwhile. Truly, he is a renowned pirate of the seas, and such audacity is something many cannot hope to attain. Regrettably, I cannot join the red-haired pirates, for I have promised my grandfather to become a Navy officer. One must not go back on their word. That is indeed a pity. We shall meet again upon the vast ocean, that I hope you will spare us then. Just joking. When the time comes, please remember to spare my life. And said with a smile. Their laughter echoed across the sea. Beckman, how long until we reach Orangetown? About 2 more days. Then I would appreciate it if you could give me a ride. I will disembark at Orangetown. No problem. However, before that, my comrades, let us hold a feast to welcome Sister Luffy, Shanks proclaimed aboard the Red Fourth. The members of the red-haired pirates echoed in unison that it is well known that the red-haired pirates are particularly fond of feasting upon the open seas. During the 2 days, apart from sparring with Shanks to hone her combat experience in hockey, and spent most of her time reveling in the festivities at one such feast, Shanks insisted on sharing a drink with him. The result was the loss of a sail from the Red Fourth, which was accidentally set ablaze by Anne, who insisted on performing a fire-breathing act, had not fallen asleep after her performance. The Red Fourth might have been left with nothing but its figurehead. As a result, whenever Anne expressed a desire for alcohol during the festivities, the crew of the red-haired pirates would hastily intervene. Alas, joyful times are always fleeting, and the 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the deck, and bid farewell to the members of the red-haired pirates. When we meet again, Shanks, I shall surely defeat you. I await that day, Shanks replied, and spread her wings and soared towards Orangetown. A package lay upon the table in the captain's cabin of the Red Fourth, East Blue, Orangetown, transforming her fiery wings back into arms, and descended into the woods near the town. As for why she did not land directly in the town, she simply wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. In the woods, after adjusting her attire, and made her way toward Orangetown. The streets of Orangetown bustled with activity, vibrant and lively. What a prosperous town, and marveled inwardly, observing the various shops, and decided to bring some gifts back for Ace and the others in Windmill Village. Entering the largest clothing store in Orangetown, she began trying on garments of various styles, gradually losing herself amidst the repeated compliments from the staff. An hour later, with her arms laden with shopping bags, she was kindly escorted outside by the store staff. Finding an unoccupied corner outside, and stowed her purchases in the system space. As she strolled through the town, she reflected on the experience of spending 800,000 berries on clothes, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall why. Passing by a restaurant, the enticing aroma wafting from within compelled her to step inside. Welcome, a pleasant voice greeted her. And picked up the menu and casually ordered a dozen signature dishes. After handing the menu to the server, she sat down to listen to the conversations of the other patrons. Have you heard? The Bloodsword pirates seem to have resurfaced recently. How is that possible? Didn't Captain Smoker already wipe them out at Logtown? While Captain Smoker did eradicate the Bloodsword pirates, their leader, Bloodsword Lacey, and a few officers escaped by jumping into the sea during the chaos. I heard they've recently assimilated another pirate crew and are making a comeback. Enough of that. Let us drink. I hope those madmen from the Bloodsword pirates don't come here. In the northern waters of Orangetown, a dilapidated pirate ship sailed across the sea. Captain, the Navy from Logtown is pursuing us too closely. If this continues, we will be in danger. A gaunt man with a shadowy demeanor deflected a cannonball with his sword. This man was Bloodsword Lacey, the captain of the pirate ship. Weeks earlier, Smoker had dismantled the Bloodsword pirates, forcing Lacey and several officers to jump into the sea to escape. Fortunately, after drifting for more than 10 days, they were rescued and spent several days recuperating in a place called Water Willow Village. Of course, in return, Lacey and his officers vented their frustrations by slaughtering the entire village. The thought of the taste of the girl who saved him made Lacey's lips curl in anticipation. Captain, there's a town to the north. Let us head to that island. In the Orangetown restaurant, and continued to savor her meal while eavesdropping on the patrons discussing events at sea. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Run, the Bloodsword pirates have come. Bang, a gunshot silenced the area instantly. Lacey's ominous voice rang out. Listen up, if you don't want to die, behave yourselves. He gestured to several groups of pirates, commanding, you lot, gather everyone from this island and bring them to the square. Following Lacey's orders, screams erupted from all corners of the island. With a crash, the restaurant's door was kicked open, and several pirates stormed in, pushing the diners toward the square, and among them in the square. Hundreds of residents from the island were herded together, the air filled with the anguished cries of the elderly and the wails of children. The once bustling street now lay in flames. Armed pirates rushed toward them, many of their weapons dripping with blood. Anne refrained from engaging the pirates, for through her observation hockey, she sensed a significant number of Navy soldiers rushing toward the square. It turned out that shortly after the pirates had landed, Smoker, cigar in mouth, along with Tashigi and a contingent of Navy soldiers, had also arrived on the island in pursuit of the pirates. In the square, Smoker's voice echoed. It's been a while, Lacey. There's nothing pleasant about a reunion with a scoundrel like you. Lacey retorted darkly. As memories of the brutal events in Water Willow Village flashed through Smoker's mind, his anger intensified. Lacey licked his lips, recalling the pleasure of that girl. Shut your mouth, with a furious shout. Smoker struck at Lacey with his smoke-formed fists. Lacey, unwilling to back down, drew his sword to counter. As an elite from the Navy training camp and a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Smoker's strength far surpassed Lacey's. After a few exchanges, Smoker had Lacey in a chokehold with his smoke, declaring, "Scum like you should repent in hell." At that moment, Lacey smiled wickedly, saying, "Smoker, if you kill me, everyone in this square will die." What? Smoker gazed out at the square, perplexed by the sight of explosives piled high on either side. With pirates brandishing torches, poised to ignite the fuses, where did you acquire such an abundance of explosives? He pondered. All thanks to you, Colonel Smoker. If you hadn't compelled me to leap into the sea to escape, I would never have encountered the flame pirate crew. It took quite an effort to defeat them. And these explosives were procured from their ship. How surprising, how unexpected, Colonel Smoker, Lacey declared with a manic cackle. You had better release me quickly, or else many lives will be lost today. Amidst the crowd, and surveyed the explosives flanking the square but refrained from intervening, curious to observe Smoker's next move. Hearing Lacey's words, an irate Smoker clenched his fist, causing Lacey's face to flush crimson. Yet, Lacey seemed oblivious to Smoker's wrath, continuing to taunt him with intermittent jibes. If you're capable, then kill me. If not, I'll ensure everyone on this island pays the price. If you're too cowardly, just let me go. As Smoker hesitated, Lacey spat derisively. You Navy folks prattle on about justice every day, yet now you find yourselves compelled to release a murderer. How amusing. Truly amusing. The surrounding pirates echoed Lacey's derision with laughter. Hurry and let me down. Time is fleeting, Colonel Smoker. Listening to Lacey's brazen taunts, Smoker found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Releasing Lacey could lead to further deaths in the future, mirroring the tragedy of Water Willow Village. Conversely, refusing to let go could result in immediate casualties, including the lives of his longtime Navy colleagues. After a moment of contemplation, Smoker took a deep breath and gradually retracted his devil fruit abilities. He could not bear to witness the demise of his comrades. As Lacey felt the pressure around his neck diminish, he let out a mocking laugh, exclaiming, "Looks like I'll have to find another village to vent my frustrations." Before Smoker could respond, a chilling voice interjected. "Since when can a jester like you question the justice of the Navy? Trash should know its place." "Who dares?" Lacey shrieked, his voice laced with madness. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing the crowd to part as she strode forward. Upon realizing the speaker was a girl, Lacey erupted into a sinister laugh. "Colonel Smoker, I'll deal with this girl later. I intend to eliminate her." Hearing Lacey's words ignited N's fury, prompting her to leap and deliver a punch that sent Lacey flying from Smoker's grasp, his two front teeth soaring through the air. What tremendous strength, Smoker thought in astonishment. Lacey, now aware that escape was futile, muttered incomprehensibly, "Light the fuse, you damned woman. Today, we all die together." Following their captain's orders, the pirates raised their torches towards the fuses. No, Smoker transformed into smoke, racing towards the igniting pirates. Hiss! Lacey cackled as the explosives caught fire, exclaiming, "Everyone shall accompany me to the grave." Ice prison, and unleashed a wave of icy blue flames, enveloping the square in an instant, freezing everything in its vicinity. The fuses still hissed ominously, yet they could not advance a single inch. They approached Lacey and inquired, "Trash, do you have anything else to say?" Without waiting for a response, she stomped on Lacey's face, applying relentless pressure. Moments later, the square erupted in fervent cheers. Regaining his composure, Smoker commanded the Navy soldiers to apprehend the pirates. Terrified, the pirates offered no resistance, allowing themselves to be captured by the Navy. As the battlefield was cleared, pirates were led onto the warship. Dashiki, accompanied by a portion of the Navy, commenced a search of the island to ensure no pirates escaped. Meanwhile, after venting her emotions, and hurled a sphere of blazing sunlight at Lacey, relentlessly scorching his soul, the agony of his spirit surpassed that of his body, and as Lacey's piercing screams echoed, the surrounding Navy personnel felt a chill run down their spines. Once the aftermath was addressed, Smoker transformed into smoke and approached him, lowering his head to speak gravely. "Young lady, may I have your name?" As he turned to walk towards the warship, and replied slowly, "Just a passing traveler, observing Anne's retreating figure." Smoker quickened his pace to follow. Now, tell me about your origins. Has no one informed you, Colonel Smoker, that you are quite bothersome? And rolled her eyes in exasperation. Throughout their journey, Smoker had buzzed incessantly like a fly at her ear, repeatedly inquiring about her background. Anne had no intention of disclosing her origins, for revealing her identity to Smoker would inevitably lead to a report to Navy headquarters. Such a revelation would jeopardize her plans to conceal her strength. The reason for Anne's desire to remain inconspicuous stemmed from her grandfather's influence. The higher one ascended in the Navy ranks, the greater the responsibilities became. Even the Navy's highest combat force, the admirals, could not evade this reality. However, these were merely superficial factors. The true reason was Anne's wish to avoid drawing too much attention to herself. Only then could she clandestinely execute her plot to usurp the nation. Hearing Anne's complaint, Smoker gritted his teeth around his cigar. But if you find me bothersome, then tell me your identity. Yes, I have stated. I am a traveler. I simply could not stand the arrogance of the pirates, which compelled me to intervene. A traveler should possess a modicum of strength, don't you think? And presented her prepared excuse. Ha! Smoker scoffed. You call that a modicum of strength? Recalling Anne's two displays of power, Smoker was acutely aware that this seemingly youthful girl was no weaker than himself. Since you refuse to speak the truth, then I have no choice. Smoker tightened his grip on his weapon. Hey! Hey! And exclaimed, retreating as she sensed Smoker's intentions. As he advanced steadily, she shouted, Stop right there. Do not come any closer. Ignoring her pleas, Smoker continued forward. Do not force my hand. If you push me further, I will unleash my ultimate technique. The moment the words left her lips, Smoker charged at her. As he closed in, and inhaled deeply and cried out, Help! Help! The Navy colonel is attacking me. Thud. Mid-charge, upon hearing Anne's so-called ultimate technique, was merely a cry for help. Smoker's foot slipped, and he stumbled onto the deck. Lifting his head from the floor, he roared, What the hell are you doing? Show me your true strength. Colonel Smoker, please stop. Dashiki rushed from the cabin upon hearing the cries for help. Before Smoker could speak, and dashed towards Dashiki, exclaiming, Navy sister, this uncle was trying to bully me. She emphasized the word bully with conviction. Colonel Smoker, how could you behave in such a manner? I misjudged you. She is but a child. How could you lay a hand on her? Navy sister, this uncle is terrifying. And concluded, hiding behind Dashiki. Hearing the fear in Anne's voice, Dashiki prepared to comfort her, while Smoker's forehead twitched with irritation. I merely wished to test her strength. I had no other intentions. Oh, is that so? Then why didn't you use a weapon? Smoker raised his weapon, crafted from sea stone, which possesses a formidable restraint against devil fruit users. I only wanted to assess your strength. I had no intention of killing you. Why would I need a weapon? As Smoker's voice grew louder, and responded, I see. I thought you were planning something sinister. Listening to the conversation between the two individuals, Daki instantly comprehended that this was a misunderstanding. Just as Daki prepared to resolve this misapprehension, no one anticipated that Smoker would utter a statement that left everyone astonished. This led to a prolonged period of time in which Smoker would witness and suffering greatly each time they crossed paths. Heh, what are you thinking? I wouldn't choose you, a greenhorn, to target. You lack both substance and awareness. Noticing In's face drastically change, Daki hastily covered Smoker's mouth. Daki, why are you covering my mouth? Did I say something wrong? This is merely a fact. Women of all ages are acutely aware of their appearance and physique. And, who was already developing at a slower pace than others for reasons unknown, had never had anyone point this out as bluntly as Smoker did. Heh, greenhorn, lacking in substance. Unaware of N's changing expression, Smoker continued, what a small backside, and so on, each remark piercing N's heart. Haha, Mr. Smoker, you just said you wanted to test my strength. Very well, I accept. As Daki attempted to restrain Smoker, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation down her spine. A coldness that penetrated to the very bone. Breaking free from Daki's grasp, Smoker heard and agreed to his challenge. Although sensing something amiss, he swiftly responded, All right, let's compete on a nearby island. Having witnessed N's fruit abilities, Smoker proposed to compete on land to avoid damaging the warship. No need. We can do it here, and it will be over quickly. Even to this day, Smoker remains oblivious to what he did wrong. Just as he was about to decline N's proposal, a furious N vanished from sight. Colonel Smoker, be cautious. Heeding Daki's warning, Smoker sensed danger and hurriedly raised his hands to defend. Bang! N's fist struck Smoker's face. He was sent flying, landing hard on the deck with a resounding thud. A series of rolling sounds ensued as Smoker tumbled on the ground, finally using his devil fruit ability to come to a halt. So strong, Daki exclaimed in astonishment. Smoker rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart sinking. This force was significantly greater than before. Mr. Smoker, how's my strength? Ann asked with a cold smile. Seemingly oblivious to Ann's tone, Smoker stubbornly replied, It's all right. All right, it seems Mr. Smoker is quite stubborn. Henceforth, you shall be dubbed Stubborn Man, and picked up Smoker's fallen hands, speaking slowly. Holding the hands in her grasp, she sensed the aura of the sea within the sea stone. Watch closely, Stubborn Man. The pitch-black hockey enveloped Ann's hands. Crack. The hands snapped in response. Damn, my weapon. Oh no. It seems I shall be lying down today. Colonel Smoker, surrender quickly, or you shall perish. Witnessing the formidable sea stone being broken by Ann, Daki recognized the extent of Ann's strength as a woman. Daki understood Ann's current mindset all too well. Heh, it's merely a spar. How could anyone die? Although shocked that Ann could use hockey, Smoker remained unfazed. Women truly are ignorant. Daki declared that no one could intervene before this contest concluded. A chilling laughter echoed as Ann appeared before Smoker, but it seemed that Stubborn Man felt no remorse for his actions. Very well. As Smoker sensed Ann's killing intent up close, he thought to himself, it's over. Turning to Daki, he received another punch to the face, sending him flying once more, but this time he quickly regained his footing. Ice prison. A swirl of icy blue flames enveloped Smoker, instantly transforming into a prison of ice. Ann stood atop Smoker, bending down, her hockey-imbued iron fist raining down upon his face. This is for being a greenhorn. For lacking substance, and for having a small backside. Daki watched as Ann's heavy blows fell, feeling a twinge of pain on her own face. Time passed, and from within the ice prison came a resounding roar. Damn you, Stubborn Man. Crack. With that exclamation, the ice prison shattered. Ann rubbed her sore wrist and kicked Smoker towards Daki. Next time you see me, steer clear, or I'll hit you every time. You dog. Nearby naval soldiers marveled at Colonel Smoker, recognizing him as a true man. Despite enduring such punishment, he uttered not a single cry of anguish. Unbeknownst to them, Smoker was unable to speak due to the beating from Ann. After bidding farewell to Smoker, and reclined on a beach chair, basking in the sun. When would she finally grow up? 5 days had passed since Smoker was sent for treatment, and today, our dear Stubborn Man, Colonel Smoker, finally awoke in the infirmary. Ugh! A sound of pain escaped him. Feeling the lingering ache in his face, Smoker thought to himself, this woman truly hits hard, but her strength is undeniable. If only she could join the Navy. Gently massaging his cheek, Smoker exited the infirmary and made his way to the deck. On the deck of the warship, Daki and him were training together. After several days of interaction, Daki had established a close bond with Ann. Daki taught Ann some methods to promote physical development, while Ann instructed Daki on how to become stronger. Under such circumstances, when Ann requested to be taken to Frost Moon Village, Daki readily agreed without hesitation. After training, Daki hurried over to greet the awakened Smoker. Colonel Smoker, you're awake. Daki's exuberance stemmed primarily from Smoker being the backbone of the warship. If Smoker were absent and they encountered a formidable pirate, Daki would be utterly helpless. Of course, if Ann had disclosed her own identity as a Navy member, Daki would have deemed Smoker's awakening as inconsequential, just as Smoker intended to respond to Daki's greeting. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, causing him to double over and kneel on the ground, blowing on his blackened fists, and gazed down at Smoker, her voice cold as she remarked, Did I not tell you to stay out of my sight? What on earth does this madwoman want? The spar is over. Why the ambush? It appears you have no idea of your own faults. Just as Ann prepared to strike again, she was intercepted by a rushing Daki. Colonel Smoker understands his mistake. Please let him be this once. Hearing Daki's plea, Ann snorted icily and turned to leave. Daki, where did I go wrong? As Smoker's superior, Daki facepalmed in exasperation, looking at him with a mixture of pity and frustration. Colonel Smoker, never belittle a woman's physique again. With that, Daki departed. Upon hearing Daki's explanation, memories flooded back to Smoker. He finally understood why he had been so soundly thrashed, casting a guilty glance at Ann standing on the deck. Little did Smoker know that in the years to come, he would endure a similar beating each time he encountered Ann, who would euphemistically refer to it as encouragement among peers. On the beach chair, and in Daki engaged in casual conversation, Smoker pondered how to recruit Ann into the Navy. A soldier's voice interrupted his thoughts. Report, sir. We have spotted the cannon pirate crew ahead of our warship, totaling 10 pirate ships. Faced with such ruthless pirates, Smoker remained composed. Assessing his own condition, he estimated he had recovered about 80 of his strength. Sufficient to conclude this battle. Relay the orders to accelerate. Pursue the cannon pirate crew. Yes, Colonel Smoker, lying languidly in a chair, and heard the approaching footsteps of Smoker and jested, "What brings you here, Colonel Smoker? Are you seeking yet another beating?" Smoker shuddered slightly, recalling the memories of his previous thrashing. Steadying himself, he replied to it, "Ahead lies a formidable pirate crew, numerous in number, but I shall personally handle them," upon hearing that it involved pirates. And ceased his teasing. "So, what do you wish me to do?" he inquired. "While we engage in battle with the pirate crew, I need you to protect this warship." And, upon hearing Smoker's request, declined outright but soon spoke again. "Leave these pirates to me. Consider it my way of thanking you for your earlier assistance." Though taken aback by Ian's willingness to intervene, Smoker did not refuse. After all, and strength could significantly reduce the casualties among the Navy. "But let me make one thing clear. I won't leave any survivors. These wretched pirates deserve nothing less than to meet their end in hell." Sensing the murderous intent in Anne's tone, Smoker nodded in acquiescence. After all, the gunpowder pirates were a traditional crew reliant on firearms and cannons, devoid of devil fruit users. Their demise would matter little. The gunpowder pirates consisted of a fleet of 10 pirate ships. In the East Blue, where devil fruits are scarce, a pirate crew can only grow through two means. The first is to spend exorbitant sums in the black markets of the East Blue to procure devil fruits from the Grand Line. A venture replete with outrageous costs. The second, and more pragmatic method, is to continually increase the number of pirates, ships, and weaponry, thus transforming quantitative growth into qualitative change. Years later, the Krieg pirates would embody this very model. However, this strategy holds a significant flaw. When confronted by true power, the entire pirate crew becomes utterly defenseless. In the anime, Mihawk single-handedly obliterated 50 of Krieg's ships. Don Krieg, captain of the gunpowder pirates, was notoriously greedy. In his youth, he had stolen weapons from the village sheriff and ventured forth alone. After years of struggle, he formed the gunpowder pirates 2 years ago, growing the crew through relentless plundering and weapon acquisitions. "Captain, we have a Navy warship ahead." "What? Only one warship? I command 10 pirate ships. 10 against 1. The advantage is mine. Crew, close in. I intend to capture them alive." Following the command from Don Krieg, the pirate ships unfurled their sails and surged toward the warship. "Colonel Smoker, the pirates are launching an attack on us." "Understood," he replied, issuing orders for the entire fleet to prepare for battle. The ship turned, and the artillery was calibrated to target the pirate vessels. As orders were relayed, the warship became a hive of activity. Sailors armed with weapons ascended to the deck, while cannons began loading ammunition. Fire! Boom! With the Navy igniting the fuses, the side cannons unleashed their barrage, striking the foremost pirate ship and igniting a raging inferno. Compared to the lethargic pirates, the Navy soldiers had undergone rigorous training, resulting in a significantly higher accuracy rate, with the alternating cannon fire from the warship. The leading pirate vessel was swiftly sunk. "Damn it," Krieg roared, lamenting the loss of a ship that had cost him dearly. "Get moving. Whoever reaches that warship first shall be made my first mate." Motivated by Krieg's encouragement, the pirate ships hastened their advance. As time passed, the Navy warship continued its relentless bombardment. Yet the pirates failed to return fire, not due to lack of desire, but because their range was insufficient. The Navy's superior weaponry, with its considerable power and extended range, meant that many pirate crews fell before they could even approach the Navy. "Captain, at this rate, our losses will be catastrophic. Get moving faster. Once we're within range, we'll return fire. When I capture the Navy crew on that ship, I shall make them wish they were never born." Krieg seethed, glaring at the 3 sunken pirate ships. Boom! Boom! The remaining 7 pirate vessels began spewing flames, firing cannonballs that splashed around the warship. "We must act now. If this continues, the warship may be sunk," Smoker urged. "Leave the rest to me," and declared, invigorating his body. Exerting his legs as he leapt into the air, flames engulfed him as he ascended, and with fingers interlaced, 2 colors of fire converged and compressed at his chest. The radiance of the flames merging in the sky brought an eerie silence to the sea. Divine bird, starfall, accompanied by a light and airy sound, the compressed flames descended like miniature meteors upon the pirates. Is this all her power? Smoker mused. a hint of fear creeping into his voice as he sensed the strength contained within the flames. Observing this breathtaking spectacle, Krieg realized he had bitten off more than he could chew and urgently urged his men to flee and hovered in the sky, watching the fiery blossoms cascade into the sea, which erupted with towering waves as the pirate ships were engulfed in flames. 10 minutes later, the meteor shower ceased, leaving the ocean eerily tranquil, devoid of any sign that a battle had transpired. A day later, the warship docked at Frostmoon Village. After issuing a final warning to Smoker, and Indaski bid farewell, as the warship slowly departed the harbor, Smoker stood on the deck, feeling the sea breeze, the form in his hand rustling in the wind, revealing its contents. Name: unknown age, approximately 12 years. Devil fruit, suspected to be a Logia-type devil fruit with immense power. Roronoa Zoro, combatant of the Straw Hat Pirates. Disciple of Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, destined to become a formidable force feared by countless pirates, though that is a tale for another time. Presently, Roronoa Zoro is merely a lost boy with short green hair. Damn it! Why haven't I arrived yet? That old man told me that as long as I walked straight ahead, I would reach the dojo of the heart. Why have I been walking for so long without arriving? Was that old man lying to me? No, I must find someone else to ask. At the entrance of Frost Moon Village, and had just arrived, preparing to inquire about the location of the dojo of the heart. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the dojo of the heart? Upon hearing the question, and was taken aback, not because he had a question, but because the other person did. Intrigued, he turned to see who this great intellect was. Zoro. Turning around, and beheld the green-haired youth before him. Indeed, it was the Zoro of his childhood, and his thoughts wandered. In the manga, it seemed to be around this time that Zoro was preparing to challenge the dojo of the heart, ultimately joining it after his defeat, thus forging his bond with Kuina. Speaking of Kuina, this was precisely why he adventured to Frost Moon Village, reflecting on this, and realized that if Zoro was asking him for directions, it was hardly surprising, given that he was known for his chronic sense of direction issues. Some fans humorously speculated that had Zoro not encountered Luffy and continued to wander aimlessly, he might eventually stumble upon Raftel and become the Pirate King. Though merely a jest among fans, it underscored just how severe Zoro's navigational troubles were. Returning to the present, and, despite his desire to assist Zoro, regrettably did not know the way either. I'm sorry, but I'm also trying to find the dojo of the heart, he admitted apologetically. Oh, what do you plan to do at the dojo of the heart? Zoro inquired. I've heard it's quite renowned, so I came to pay a visit, relieved to hear that it was not another challenger. Zoro exhaled. If both had arrived to challenge on the same day, it could have led to unnecessary animosity. Are you also going to visit the dojo of the heart? And inquired, feigning curiosity. Upon hearing its question, Zoro shook his head, stating, No, an old man sent me to challenge them. Someone sent you to challenge them? Zoro nodded earnestly. Did that old man not tell you where the dojo of the heart is located? He indicated the way forward, stating that if one were to walk straight down this road, they would arrive at their destination. Since you know the way, why did you bother asking me? Zoro retorted with indignation, his suspicion growing that the old man had directed him incorrectly. I have walked this path for quite some time, yet I have not even caught a glimpse of the One Heart Dojo. Contemplating Zoro's notorious lack of direction, I could only sigh in silence, thinking that he might indeed be lost. The more I pondered, the more I believed it to be true. After a moment, I suggested, why don't we search together? You've already been looking for quite some time. It stands to reason that the One Heart Dojo cannot be far from us. After a brief moment of reflection, Zoro conceded that my words held merit and agreed to accompany me as we journeyed. I finally witnessed the extent of Zoro's absurdity. Despite traversing a mere 200-meter stretch, he somehow could not maintain a straight line, and before long, Zoro vanished from sight. I began to suspect that had I not been there to guide him, he might have indeed stumbled upon Raftel. After a series of misadventures, we found ourselves standing outside the One Heart Dojo. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zoro exclaimed, That was quite a distance. With a hint of exasperation, I reflected on how Zoro had managed to stretch a 200-meter street into what felt like 20,000 meters. After a brief rest, I urged him to follow me inside. As I reached out, Zoro forcefully kicked open the door with a resounding bang. That my hand hovered in the air, and an immediate silence enveloped both the dojo and the outside. At last, they have arrived, remarked the dojo's master, Shimizuki Jinshiro, who was seated cross-legged, sipping tea while observing his disciples practice their swordsmanship. Earlier that morning, A messenger had delivered a letter from his father, which stated that an exceptionally talented child would come to challenge the dojo that afternoon, urging Jinshiro to ensure the child's admission into their ranks. He had spent the entire afternoon waiting for the challenger, having lost count of the number of cups of tea consumed, and was on the verge of losing patience. Just then, the door burst open, and Jinshiro realized that the visitor had finally arrived. With a loud crash, the door swung wide, and Zoro strode boldly into the dojo. The disciples, taken aback by Zoro's audacity, prepared to draw their weapons and confront him. With a loud smack, the doors slammed back into Zoro's face, knocking him to the ground. The sudden turn of events left the disciples momentarily stunned. Weapons in hand, stand down, commanded Jinshiro, and the disciples returned to their positions, eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Zoro. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his nose, Zoro shouted at the assembled disciples. How despicable! Meanwhile, I quietly positioned myself among the dojo's disciples, wishing to distance myself from Zoro. When no one responded to his outburst, Zoro approached Jinshiro and declared loudly, "I have come to challenge your dojo. Bring forth your strongest warrior to face me." Jinshiro squinted at Zoro, intrigued by the prospect of a long-awaited challenge. "You must be aware of the rules regarding such duels," he replied, standing up. Of course. Zoro affirmed, "If I win, I shall take your signboard. If I lose, I will join your dojo." "Very well," Jinshiro said, pleased to reach an agreement. He walked to the training rack, picked up a bamboo sword, and tossed it to his daughter. "Kuna, this is my daughter, Kuna. Let her represent me in this competition." "What? You would have a woman face me? Do you look down on me?" Zoro exclaimed in fury. "Do not underestimate me simply because I am a child. I am invincible in the neighboring village. How absurd! To belittle women. I could take on 10,000 of you." I scoffed at Zoro's arrogance. Just as Kuna was preparing to engage with Zoro, she caught my eye and glanced over at me. Upon noticing her gaze, I raised my hand and encouraged, "Kuna, give it your all. Defeat this little brat and show them that women are not to be trifled with." "Hey, where do you think you're going? Who are you siding with?" Zoro accused, his voice filled with indignation. "I am merely a visitor, not here to challenge anyone," I replied, waving my hand dismissively. Ignoring my words, Zoro turned his attention back to Kuna. Jinshiro, having overheard my remarks, scrutinized me with narrowed eyes. In the center of the dojo, Zoro and Kuina faced each other, the difference being that Kuina held only a bamboo sword, whereas Zoro was laden with them, one in each hand and even in his mouth. As they exchanged greetings, Zoro's sword fell uncontrollably from his mouth. Watching this unfold, I couldn't help but think to myself, "Are you certain you are not here to entertain?" As the two prepared for battle, Jinshiro signaled for the duel to commence. With a swift command, Kuna struck at Zoro's midsection. Zoro quickly raised his sword to block, and the clash of bamboo swords echoed through the dojo. However, most of the action consisted of Kuina's relentless attacks while Zoro defended against them. I took a seat beside Jinshiro, who continued to observe the match without interruption. "Mr. Shimizuki, you have a remarkable daughter," I remarked, watching the fierce duel unfold. Jinshiro nodded. "Indeed, it is a pity that Kuna is a girl." Turning to Jinshiro, I challenged, "What is wrong with being a girl? What issues could possibly arise from that?" "As girls develop, their physical capabilities tend to lag behind those of boys," he replied. I raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Is that so? Even if that were the case, wouldn't consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit solve the problem?" An awkward silence fell upon the room as Jinshiro felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed, there are devil fruits. He realized he had been overly fixated on the purity of swordsmanship. It was not impossible for Kuina to become the world's greatest swordsman. In the arena, Kuina continued to strike at Zoro with precision. Crack. Kuina's wooden sword connected with Zoro's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Gazing up at Kuina, Zoro muttered, "Damn it, how can I lose? I must become stronger." He picked up two bamboo swords from the ground and charged at Kuina. Crack. Once more, Kuina's sword struck Zoro's face, sealing his defeat in this challenge. "The victor is Kuina," Jinshiro announced. "What a wild child," he remarked, as Kuina returned to her previous position, her gaze fixed on me. Hearing Kuina's comment, Zoro rose from the ground and addressed Jinshiro. "Since I have lost, I shall join your dojo. Do you have any objections?" "None," Jinshiro replied. Turning to Kuina, Zoro declared, "I will train relentlessly and will certainly defeat you one day." To his proclamation, Kuina responded coolly, "You won't have that opportunity." With the duel between Kuina and Zoro concluded, Jinshiro turned to me and inquired, "May I ask what brings you to the One Heart Dojo?" His voice echoed in the spacious dojo. "Your Excellency, Zoro interjected, clearly displeased with Jinchiro referring to me in such a manner. Kuina, too, was curious as to why her father would address someone her age as Your Excellency, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts like Zoro. Jinchiro narrowed his eyes at me, ignoring Zoro's discontent. Since my arrival, Jinshiro's keen observation had already sensed my strength. Upon hearing his question, I straightened my posture and knelt respectfully on the dojo's mat, my gaze earnest as I addressed the seated Jinshiro. My name is In, and I am a traveler. I have come to pay my respects to your esteemed dojo, and I humbly request a duel with you. You wish to challenge the master. The disciples below erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Hey, if you want to challenge the master, you must defeat me first. Zoro interjected, visibly agitated by my actions. Silence, Zoro, Kana scolded him, though Zoro was displeased with Kuina's reprimand. He chose not to voice his frustrations any further. Sensing Zoro's discontent, I suddenly felt a mischievous urge to tease him. Mr. Shimizuki, what do you think? It has come to light that An actually wishes to engage in a duel with Zoro. Gung Shiro glanced thoughtfully at Kana, before ultimately acquiescing to Zoro's request that he is well aware that his daughter has long aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman, a formidable swordsman himself. He understands the challenges women face in realizing such ambitions. However, as a father, he cannot bear to witness his daughter suffer. Thus, he hopes that Kuina may discover a path suited to her through An's example. Upon hearing his master's permission to spar with An, Zoro was eager to reclaim his lost honor. Come on, he exclaimed, gripping his bamboo sword tightly. Meanwhile, Kuina observed Zoro's foolish demeanor from the sidelines, internally lamenting his lack of intelligence, and casually selected a bamboo sword from the basket and addressed Zoro. Though I have never formally trained in swordsmanship, I am more than capable of handling a novice like you. Enough with the bravado, Zoro retorted, his patience wearing thin. Without waiting for Gung Shiro to signal the start, he launched an attack on An. The clash of blades ensued as Zoro relentlessly swung his bamboo sword, while An deftly evaded each strike. Such ferocity, Zoro growled in frustration, intensifying his assault. Green-haired brat, you won't land a hit on me, quit your chattering. You won't hit me either, An replied, a hint of challenge in his tone. What? I can't hit you, An queried, observing Zoro's defiant expression, determined to teach him a lesson, and decided to oblige Zoro's desire for punishment. Since you seem eager to be struck, I shall accommodate you. Understanding Gung Shiro's intentions, An turned to Kana and advised. Watch closely, Kana. Since my strength is lacking, I shall refine my speed. Remember, in martial arts, speed is paramount. As he spoke, An's bamboo sword began to move with astonishing speed, resembling a phantom as it lunged toward Zoro. This is bad, Zoro exclaimed, sensing the imminent danger. He swung his sword with all his might in an attempt to parry the attack, but the bamboo sword's velocity was overwhelming. It struck him repeatedly, leaving Zoro trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. An did not relent, his voice rising above the clamor as he sought to impart a lesson to Kuina. Even a woman can become a formidable force. Kuina, as long as your speed surpasses that of your opponents, you will remain invincible. If one strike is insufficient to defeat your foe, then unleash 10, 100, or even 1,000 until victory is yours. Watching the relentless strikes from An's bamboo sword, Kuina felt the clouds of doubt begin to disperse. Since childhood, she had been taught by her father that women could never become the world's greatest swordsmen. Initially, she had resisted this notion, but as her body matured, she began to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Yet today, An's display of strength illuminated a glimmer of hope within her. One final strike. With that, An accelerated the speed of his bamboo sword, its tip poised between Zoro's brows. Thud. Zoro collapsed onto the floor, his expression one of utter despair. Click, click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed as An captured several close-up shots of Zoro. Handing a few to Kad. If this fool misbehaves in the future, you can use these photos to embarrass him. That's so underhanded, Zoro protested as he scrambled to his feet. However, Kana paid him no mind, tucking the photographs into her garments. After dealing with Zoro, and turned his attention to Gung Shiro. Understanding the implication, Gung Shiro's frail form suddenly exuded a powerful aura. Squinting, he spoke, in battles of our caliber, there is no swift resolution. For Kana's sake, state your intentions plainly. Gung Shiro's demeanor shifted from his usual gentleness to one of piercing intensity. He could not believe that a mere foreigner, devoid of swordsmanship, sought him out solely for a friendly spar. Moreover, given his unique status, he felt even more skeptical. Sensing Gung Shiro's imposing presence, An released his aura, and the two forces collided within the dojo. Such strength! The observers felt the oppressive energy emanating from the two. Astonished by the immense power that belied their unassuming appearances, the tension continued to build among the gathered crowd. Only Zoro and Kun managed to withstand the pressure through sheer willpower. Thud. Ultimately, Zoro, being younger, succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing his beloved disciple fall, Gung Shiro was the first to retract his aura, yet his sharp gaze remained fixed on, and as the suffocating pressure dissipated, Kuna sat on the ground, panting heavily, realizing Gung Shiro's hostile stare, and paused before speaking. Since Mr. Gung Shiro is unwilling to spar with me, I must trouble you to impart the flowing cherry blossom haki. Is that all? Gung Shiro exclaimed in disbelief. Ah, what else would it be? And countered. The two then entered into a question-and-answer session. Gung Shiro, to produce such a talent as you, your teacher must be a renowned figure of the sea. And, looking perplexed, I have no teacher. Gung Shiro, astonished. Then who taught you all your skills? And, I suppose my grandfather taught me some. That he reflected on his training thus far, concluding that his brief mentorship under Garp sufficed to attribute his abilities to his grandfather. Gung Shiro, and your grandfather? And, with annoyance, he ran off. No lies there. Garp indeed left after a few days for the Marine headquarters, so it was reasonable to say he had run off. Gung Shiro, taken aback. Ha. And? What kind of expression is that? If my grandfather didn't run away, I wouldn't be out here. The truth was, had his grandfather stayed, Shanks would never have dared to approach Windmill Village. And consequently, the subsequent events would never have transpired. Thus, all of this was Garp's fault. On board the Dog-Head warship. Achoo, achoo. Are you all right, Vice Admiral Garp? Just fine, Bogart. But I feel like something is about to happen. Within the dojo. In and Gung Shiro sat across from one another. So you came to my dojo solely to learn Flowing Cherry Blossom. Hey, why does it seem like Flowing Cherry Blossom is viewed as so mediocre in your eyes? Not at all, not at all, Gung Shiro deflected. Really? And displayed a face of disbelief. In East Blue, at the Orangetown Marine Base, Smoker was conversing on the phone with Marine Admiral Sengoku. This all traces back to Smoker submitting information about it. The Marines, one of the three major branches under the world government, bear the mission of upholding justice across the seas. Such a vast organization naturally possesses a comprehensive talent recruitment system. Each year, the branches of the four seas can recommend outstanding individuals to the Marine headquarters for further training, addressing the shortage of naval talent in the Grand Line. Today, the busy Marine Admiral received a talent recommendation form from the staff. To his surprise, it was information submitted by Smoker, and Sengoku had a vague recollection of this rising star from previous training camps. However, he was more concerned about the location of the Marine branch he occupied. East Blue, a region known for its remarkable figures, including the pirate king Gold. Roger, who hailed from these waters. Although this sea has been rendered the weakest by Garp's prolonged absence, every few years, someone emerges from this area who significantly impacts the world. Picking up the form, Sengoku reviewed the scant details. His gaze flitted over the lines before he set the document down and paced to the window. Contemplating the information. A girl of around 12 years, capable of wielding two types of flames, reminiscent of Admiral Borsellino's techniques. The more he scrutinized, the more familiar it became. Could she possibly be Garp's granddaughter? However, isn't Garp's granddaughter in Windmill Village? To ascertain whether the girl Smoker encountered is indeed Garp's granddaughter, Sengoku dialed Smoker's transponder snail. This is how the scene at the beginning unfolded. Bloop, bloop. Smoker answered the transponder snail. The snail transformed into Sengoku's likeness and began to speak. I am Admiral Sengoku. Greetings, Admiral Sengoku. I am Colonel Smoker, stationed at the Navy branch in Orangetown, East Blue. Colonel Smoker, I have reviewed the information you submitted. There are now a few straightforward questions that I require you to answer truthfully. Yes, Admiral. Smoker held Admiral Sengoku in high regard. Under his leadership, the once weary Navy had grown increasingly robust, now capable of standing toe-to-toe with the pirates of the New World. Colonel Smoker, where did you encounter the girl mentioned in the report? Reporting to the Admiral, it was near Orangetown in East Blue. At the time, I was pursuing the Bloodsword pirates. Smoker relayed the events that transpired on the island to Sengoku, placing particular emphasis on the statement made by the girl, questioning when a clown like him dared to challenge the justice of the Navy. Sengoku was unaware of the Bloodsword pirates, yet he found great pleasure in the girl's remark. Even if this girl was not Garp's granddaughter, there was a significant chance she would join the Navy in the future. Colonel Smoker, please describe the girl's devil fruit abilities. Reporting to the Admiral, her devil fruit is rather unique. Smoker conveyed the information he possessed, Sengoku realized just how formidable the devil fruit was. Colonel Smoker. How does her strength compare to yours? Upon hearing this question from Admiral Sengoku, Smoker hesitated. Sengoku, sensing Smoker's reluctance, sternly commanded, Colonel Smoker, answer my question seriously. Hearing the authoritative tone of Sengoku, Smoker ceased his hesitation and recounted the entire encounter with the girl. You mean to say, she broke your seastone weapon with haki and then proceeded to pummel you? Sengoku was well aware of Smoker's capabilities, as a rising star from the training camp and a user of the Logia-type smoke fruit. His strength was among the best of the headquarters colonels, but to easily defeat Smoker, Sengoku estimated the girl's strength must have reached that of a rear admiral. While he understood Smoker's defeat, Sengoku still reprimanded him, urging him not to slack off in his training. Hearing Sengoku's admonition, Smoker reminded himself to be more diligent. Since arriving in East Blue, he had indeed grown too complacent. From now on, he would intensify his training. Ignoring Smoker's inner turmoil, Sengoku pondered the implications of a 12-year-old possessing such a powerful devil fruit and haki. Such a prodigy, regardless of whether she was Garp's granddaughter, ought to be recruited into the Navy. Colonel Smoker, did you invite her to join the Navy? Here it came, the crucial point, and Smoker broke into a cold sweat. He had indeed invited the girl to join the Navy, but was met with a severe beating. Since then, he had refrained from bringing up the matter. When asked by Sengoku, Smoker stammered, I did invite her, but she declined. Noticing Smoker's awkward tone, Sengoku immediately detected something amiss. After relentless questioning from Sengoku, Smoker finally divulged the entire sequence of events. Fool! Upon learning the details, Sengoku berated Smoker vehemently. After a lengthy tirade, Sengoku finally ceased his scolding and issued a direct order for Smoker to bolster his understanding in this area if such an incident were to arise again. Sengoku would personally come to East Blue to discipline Smoker. The mere thought of such a potential powerhouse wandering freely, at risk of being poached by other factions, unsettled Sengoku. He left a command for Smoker to continue searching for the girl and to report any developments to headquarters promptly. After hanging up the transponder snail, Smoker lay despondently on the base's long chair. Meanwhile, Sengoku hastily contacted Garp via his transponder snail. Bloop, bloop. The sound of the transponder snail echoed across the sea. Vice Admiral Garp. This is Admiral Sengoku contacting you. Garp, reclining on a beach chair, annoyedly scratched his ear and rose to answer the transponder snail. The image transformed into Garp's likeness, still rubbing his ear. What is it? Sengoku, Garp's impatient voice resonated. Ignoring Garp's irritation, Sengoku directly inquired, Garp, how long until you arrive at Windmill Village? Casting his gaze towards Bogart, Garp responded after confirming the information. I should reach Windmill Village in about 7 or 8 days. Before Sengoku could continue, Garp preemptively refused, stating, let me make this clear, Sengoku, I will not go anywhere until I see Luffy and the girl. Listening to Garp's string of refusals, Sengoku felt a vein throb on his forehead. Reminding himself to remain calm, but don't make it seem as though I am pressuring you. Hurry to Windmill Village and see if the girl is still in the village. What nonsense are you spouting? Sengoku, the girl is certainly not in the village. What? If you knew this, why didn't you inform me sooner? Sengoku erupted in anger. Ha! Garp chuckled. The girl is not in the village. She's at the bandit hideout behind the village. Ha! Hearing Garp's laughter, Sengoku at the Navy headquarters could no longer contain his fury. Subsequently, a barrage of extreme praises for Garp emanated from the transponder snail. 0.5 minutes later, having vented his frustrations, Sengoku ordered Garp to return to Windmill Village and investigate. Before hanging up the transponder snail, this left Garp and Bogart staring blankly into the sea breeze. Night fell. In the guest room of the Ichino's dojo, the girl lay listlessly on her bed, her mind wandering through the plot of One Piece. Knock, knock, knocked out. A series of knocks resonated at the door. Come in. With a swoosh, the door swung open, revealing Kuna dressed in her pajamas, with a slight nod. Kuna hesitantly asked, can we talk? Of course, and replied, feeling a fondness for this girl of similar age. Within the Ichino's dojo, and then Kuna strolled through the courtyard, where many delicate purple wisteria flowers bloomed under the moonlight. They walked in silence, unaware of how long they had been meandering, sensing Kuna's confusion, and empathized with her feelings. Although she had already pointed out a path during the day, the influence of Kung Shuro over the years would not be easily dismissed. Do you really believe a girl can become the world's greatest swordsman? Kuina gazed up at the night sky, her tone filled with uncertainty. Of course. Why? Upon hearing An's resolute tone, Kuina spoke disheartenedly. My father once said that as a girl's body develops, her strength will gradually diminish compared to boys. Therefore, girls cannot become the world's greatest swordsman. As she spoke, Kuina reached down to grasp her developing chest. Damn it, observing the wrinkles in Kuina's nightgown, and glanced down at herself and mirrored the gesture. Sigh. You think so too? Kuina's heart sank. It's not like that, Kuina. Also, don't listen to your squinty-eyed old man's nonsense. Snickering at Anne's description of her father, Kuina couldn't help but laugh. Laugh as much as you want. Why hold it in? Haha. Although my father does always squint his eyes, please don't describe him that way. He is actually a very gentle man, with the tension in the air dissipated. And continued, whether one can become the world's greatest swordsman has never been determined by gender. What truly decides your potential to become the world's greatest swordsman is yourself. Kuina, is it really up to me? Yes, your future is forged by your own hands. If you do not believe in your potential to become the world's foremost swordsman, then, even without the influence of your father, you would undoubtedly fail to achieve that status. Strength lies in the heart. Those who hesitate are forever the weak. Yet, even though I believe in my capacity to become the greatest swordsman, I am but a girl. Kuina turned her gaze towards the irises blooming amidst the flowers, and gently patted Kuina's shoulder, silently criticizing Jing-Siro for his nonsensical tales to his daughter, forcing Kuina to face her, and solemnly declared, Kuina, you must believe that you can indeed become the world's greatest swordsman. As long as you hold steadfast to this conviction, even as a girl, you can certainly attain that title. Pay no heed to what others say. Trust in yourself. Your future is never dictated by others' opinions of you. Not even if that person is your father. Can I truly? Without a doubt. You can. I believe in you. Kuina. Anyone in this world has the potential to become the greatest swordsman, so why not you? Kuina. Kuina. You will undoubtedly become the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing An's thunderous proclamation, Kuina felt an inexplicable surge of encouragement, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. In that moment, it felt as though the shackles binding her for years had been shattered. Kuina repeatedly reassured herself that even as a girl, she could surpass others and become the greatest swordsman. The strength within her coalesced. Raising her arms high towards the sky, she declared loudly, I will surely become the world's greatest swordsman. The maiden's vow echoed through the night sky. Jing-Siro, eavesdropping from within the room, couldn't help but chuckle. What a ruckus at this hour. Are we to be deprived of sleep? Upon hearing the scolding from outside the courtyard, Kuina quickly silenced herself. Meanwhile, the future great swordsman Zoro lay soundly asleep on his bed, observing Kuina, and laughed heartily as Kuina, blushing, reached out to playfully poke An, their laughter ringing out like silver bells in the courtyard. Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet. Kuina extended her hand, stating, Frostmoon Gwina. An reciprocated, Monkey D. In their hands clasped tightly, a bond was forged. Ding, congratulations, host. For forging a bond with Frostmoon Gwina. An was pleasantly surprised. He had never anticipated forming a bond with Kuina, assisting her merely due to their fateful connection. Deep blue points. Bond system host. Monkey D. An age, 11 status. Normal bond points. 10 fruit. Phoenix fruit life flame. Enhanced, click to switch. Strength, B. Enhanced, agility, B. Enhanced, constitution, B. Enhanced, will, B. Evaluation, elite rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Observation hockey, proficient armament hockey, coiling conquerors hockey, not yet unlocked flame liberation, merging life flame with other flames to significantly increase their potency. Bond lottery, 1 bond point bond. Daughter of the sea. Heir of heroes fated twins. An NA spark of stars, temporal twins effect. Daughter of the sea, blessing of the sea fire fist. And an ace, gifted children, heirs of fate, flames of revolution. Sisterly bond. Note, click to expand sisterly bond. An unbreakable connection between the two. Your friendship is enviable. Effect. Forging a bond between the two shares all attributes at 50. System space. Click to expand remarkable. With the forging of the bond, and could distinctly feel an enhancement in his attributes. Though it was far from a breakthrough, it was due to Kuina's current weakness. However, once Kuina's strength grew, the benefits she would provide to An's attributes would be substantial. In contrast, Kuina would experience a more significant increase in her power. Releasing her grip on An's hand, Kuina clenched her fist, the sound of knuckles cracking echoing. Why do I feel stronger? And casually explained her confusion. suggesting it might be a breakthrough stemming from releasing her mental barriers. Upon hearing this, Guena took a deep breath, realizing it was indeed the case, feeling far more at ease than before. So, don't pay attention to what your father says. He is just a dojo master. What does he know, by the way? And do you wish to become a Navy officer or a pirate? Of course, I want to be a Navy officer. All right, then I shall be a Navy officer too. But don't you wish to become the world's greatest swordsman? Those two goals do not conflict. Fine then. The two figures walked further into the moonlight. Morning at the dojo. Sabo was teaching the morning class to numerous disciples. Scanning the crowd, he noticed Guena was absent. Recalling her declaration from the previous night, I will surely become the world's greatest swordsman, Sabo recognized the error of his past judgments. He had placed too much emphasis on innate talent. Zoro. Hearing his master's call, Zoro sprang to attention. He went to inform Guena from the previous night's gathering to attend the morning class. Yes, master. Although he found it strange that Guena was in someone else's room. Zoro complied with his master's directive in the guest room, and then Guena, having spent a night of revelry, lay soundly asleep on the bed. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking broke the silence. Groggy, Guena opened her drowsy eyes and lazily inquired, "Who is it?" Hearing Guena's voice, Zoro called out, "Sister Guena, master requests your presence for the morning class." "Understood. I will be there shortly." As she prepared to rise, and, still in slumber, instinctively shifted, inadvertently grasping something soft within his sleepwear. "Ah!" Startled by the unexpected sensation, Guena exclaimed and promptly darted from under the covers. In her haste, the neckline of her nightgown slipped, revealing her fair skin. Zoro, who had just left, heard Guena scream and hurriedly turned back. Kicking open the door, he shouted, "Are you all right, Guena?" His gaze frantically searched for her, only to find Guena sitting on the floor, staring blankly at him. "Guena, what's wrong?" Before Guena could respond, Zoro, noticing her state, exclaimed, "Guena, your chest." Being young and naive, Zoro was oblivious to the implications. Upon hearing Zoro's outburst, Guena followed his gaze and realized half of her fair skin was exposed. Her face turned crimson. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, she kicked out her leg. Splash! Zoro fell into the courtyard pond. "What happened, Guena?" And, rubbing his sleepy eyes, glanced at the now flushed Guena. In a faint whisper, Guena stammered, and nothing as if nothing had occurred. In the front yard of the dojo. Guena and arrived with a dripping Zoro. Sabo nodded at them, gesturing for them to find a place to sit. "Zoro, you?" Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Zoro, recalling his near-drowning experience, wore a look of melancholy. After the morning class concluded, Sabo instructed the disciples to practice independently and signaled for En and Ga to follow him. In the open area behind the dojo, 3 massive stones stood before the trio. Sabo addressed Guena. "Now that you are determined to become the world's greatest swordsman, as your father, I will naturally support you. Today's lesson will focus on one of the essential abilities required to become a strong warrior, Haki." Within an hour following the discussion of Haki, Sabo imparted knowledge related to this powerful concept to both Guena and Inen, displaying remarkable patience, attentively absorbed Sabo's explanations, leading to a profound understanding of Haki for both herself and Guena by the end of the hour. Observing Guena's grasp of the essence of Haki, Sabo approached 3 immense stones. "Watch closely, Guena." As Guena gazed intently, the black Haki enveloped Sabo's fist. This represented the initial stage of armament Haki coverage. Most individuals across the vast seas remain at this level. Armament Haki at the coverage level not only enhances one's offensive and defensive capabilities, but also allows one to strike against the bodies of those with Logia-type abilities. "Father, what is the Logia type?" and inquired. "It refers to," and interjected, "like me." Guena turned back to see an enveloped in flames, recognizing Guena's confusion, and explained, "My current form is akin to that of a Logia fruit user." "Guena, try hitting me with your fist." Guena glanced questioningly at her father, who nodded in approval. With her father's consent, Guena swung her fist towards and whoosh. To Guena's astonishment, her fist passed through In's body, the impacted area igniting into flames. "Father, this is unbelievable," Guena exclaimed. This demonstrated the nature of a Logia-type devil fruit ability to strike a Logia user's body. One must employ Hakai.as if to illustrate this point further. Sabo launched a fist, imbued with Haki, towards and sensing the impending danger, and raised both hands to block the attack. The force of the punch sent shockwaves through the air, leaving Guina in awe. Incredible. Gung Zero silently commended himself as he retracted his fist. Observing Gung Zero's retraction, and also withdrew her arm, contemplating, truly, a master of Zoro, the force of this punch is comparable to that of Shanks. With this thought, En's desire to spar with Gung Zero intensified. She was not a battle fanatic. Rather, with her current prowess, routine training had become almost negligible. Only through relentless combat could she transcend her limits. Sensing an fighting spirit, Gung Zero continued to elaborate on the intricacies of haki to Guina. Time slipped away like a fleeting dream, and an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Gung Zero's detailed explanations and the bond shared between Un and Guina, Guina successfully awakened both armament haki and observation haki. Though still faint, it was undeniably a mark of genius for someone of Guina's age. Overjoyed, Gung Zero disregarded and momentarily and devoted himself to meticulously teaching Guina how to wield haki. Now, let us discuss the advanced technique of flowing cherry blossoms within armament haki. Finally, the crux of the matter, En's eyes glimmered with intensity. Sensing her tone, Gung Zero and Guina expressed their apologies to En, and waved her hand dismissively, urging Gung Zero to proceed without delay. Flowing cherry blossoms is an advanced application of armament haki that enables the user to control the flow of haki, allowing it to inflict damage internally within an opponent's body. Hence, flowing cherry blossoms is particularly effective against foes with formidable defenses. Through Gung Zero's elucidations, and finally discerned the distinction between flowing cherry blossoms and ordinary armament haki. Subsequently, Gung Zero approached the three colossal stones. Now, allow me to demonstrate. A swirl of cherry blossom-colored haki manifested in Gung Zero's hand. Each person's flowing cherry blossoms has a unique hue. The reason remains unclear to me. For instance, Luffy's flowing cherry blossoms is golden in color, with his gaze still fixed on Gung Zero, and observed as he placed his hand upon the massive stone. A minute later, the stone showed no visible change. Gung Zero then struck the stone with great force, revealing its interior had been reduced to powder. An crouched down to touch the shattered remnants of the stone. How could it be this powerful? En gazed in astonishment at the debris scattered on the ground. While she anticipated that flowing cherry blossoms would be formidable, she never imagined it would be this overwhelming. No wonder Luffy's performance against Teacher Kaido differed so drastically before and after he learned flowing cherry blossoms. Unlike ordinary armament haki, many individuals spend their entire lives unable to master flowing cherry blossoms. I can only impart this knowledge to you. Whether you can master it is entirely up to you. Gung Zero stated, a sentiment and fully comprehended. After all, a master can only guide one to the threshold. The rest hinges on individual effort. Gung Zero gestured towards the nearby stones, indicating for En to practice on her own. While he proceeded towards the courtyard. 2 days later, outside the One Heart Dojo, Guina was holding En's hand, expressing her feelings about their impending separation. En, must you leave now? Can't you stay for another 2 days? After spending the last 2 days together, alongside and helping Guina resolve her inner turmoil, it was evident that the two had become inseparable friends. The sudden prospect of parting was heart-wrenching. Observing Guina's reluctant expression, and shook her head gently. I do not wish to part from you either, Guina, but I have been away from home for too long, and my 3 younger brothers need my care. I wonder how Ace, Luffy, and Sabo are faring during this time. En's thoughts drifted back to Kelpeo Mountain. Inside the villa at Kelpeo Mountain, Ace and Sabo sat silently at the dining table, devouring grilled meat. Ace, I too desire grilled meat. Hee. Sabo, could you kindly prepare some grilled meat for me? Hee. Looking up, they noticed Luffy, bound and suspended from the ceiling like a dumpling, pleading pitifully. Ace, Sabo, I promise my sister will return tomorrow. Could you please let me down? I want to eat meat. I have not had a proper meal in days. Luffy's mouth watered, akin to a ravenous wolf, his eyes fixated on the grilled meat on the table, his stomach growling incessantly. I wonder where my sister is now. Luffy, keep your mouth shut. You can only come down when your sister returns, Ace replied coldly. I assure you, this time I speak the absolute truth. You said that last time as well. I am finished eating, Ace declared, abandoning his knife and fork as he rose from his seat. Where are you going? Sabo inquired, lifting his head to the rooftop to take a look. On the ceiling, as Luffy watched Ace's silhouette fade, he urgently called out to Sabo, Sabo, let me down. Forget it. You want to be coming down. I can offer you a bit of food, Sabo retorted, leaping up to stretch Luffy's mouth downward, creating a massive black hole. Sabo then tossed all the leftover meat from the table into Luffy's mouth. Upon release, Luffy's mouth snapped shut, now filled with food. After feeding Luffy, Sabo warned him to reflect on his actions. Understood, Luffy murmured in response. His mouth still full. On the villa's rooftop, Ace leaned against the railing, gazing out at the harbor of Windmill Village. The sea breeze flowed gently, as tranquil as ever. Ace, do not worry. Sister is incredibly strong. She will surely be fine. Perhaps she will return in a couple of days. Sabo approached to comfort him. I know my sister will be safe. I am merely pondering when she will come home. In Xuanyue Village, Un, who was dearly missed by Ace and Sabo, was bidding a heartfelt farewell to Mr. Gungshiro. I truly appreciate your assistance during this time. It is I who should thank you for helping Guina resolve her inner struggles. The green-haired lad must train diligently and refrain from getting lost again. I will not get lost, Zoro retorted. After teasing Zoro, and, under the astonished gazes of those present, produced a snug sun hat and placed it atop Guina's head. This shall serve as a parting gift for you, Guina. Remember to cherish it. As and retreated, she waved her hand, saying to Guina, my home is in Windmill Village on Kolbo Mountain. If you miss me in the future, you can come find me directly. With that, she departed. In the midst of Guina's tears, An's hands transformed into fiery wings, soaring into the sky. Gazing at An's receding figure, Guina, her eyes brimming with tears, called out to the heavens, An, I will definitely come looking for you in the future. The girl's voice resonated with a profound determination. After parting from Guina, and followed the direction marked on the East Sea map she had drawn previously. Flying towards Windmill Village, during the day spent at the Isen dojo, and diligently practiced the use of Luiying, seeking guidance from Gungshiro whenever she encountered perplexing issues. Eventually, through An's remarkable talent, the acceleration of her training, and Gungshiro's meticulous instruction, she began to grasp the essence of Luiying. Notably, An's Luiying bore a vibrant crimson hue, possessing not only internal destructive capabilities, but also the ability to incinerate. In essence, An's Luiying was characterized by its fiery red color and enhanced internal destruction. The scenery over the ocean was monotonous, lacking any noteworthy features. Hours later, the port of Windmill Village gradually emerged from beneath the sea's surface. The iconic windmill of the village turned gracefully with the wind. An soared past the port, the village, and the mountain bandits' lair, landing steadily at the entrance of her villa. Finally home, she realized she had been adrift for over 10 days. Stretching lazily, and entered the villa. I'm so hungry. I'm starving. A faint voice echoed within the villa. And looked up in the direction of the voice. Luffy? What are you doing up on the ceiling? The dazed Luffy squinted down. Sister? Upon seeing Luffy in such a feeble state, and unleashed flames to sever the ropes binding him, allowing him to descend, embraced in its familiar warmth, Luffy tugged at his sister's cheek. So soft, he exclaimed joyfully. Sister, you've finally returned. With a flood of emotions, Luffy began to confide in and about the hardships he had endured during her absence. In the early evening, Ace and Sabo dragged a wild bull towards the villa. Inside, Luffy animatedly recounted to how Ace and Sabo had treated him over the past few days, noticing the two lingering at the doorway, and spoke sternly, Aren't you going to come in? Do I need to invite you myself? Hearing their sister's voice, the two sheepishly entered the villa. They had evidently been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, hesitant to enter due to Luffy's complaints, as they were indeed guilty of treating him poorly. Ace, Sabo, see, I told you sister would definitely come back today, Luffy declared, hands on his hips, observing Luffy's triumphant demeanor, and sighed. Ah, what a foolish boy. You too come here. At An's call, the two ambled over. I know you blame Luffy for my prolonged absence. However, you cannot hold him accountable. It is my duty as his sister to express gratitude for the kindness he has received. Even if it were one of you two in his place, I would make the same choice. Therefore, Ace and Sabo, in the future, do not blame Luffy when faced with similar situations. An gently patted their shoulders, earnestly stating, Ace, Sabo, if there comes a day when I am no longer around, I hope you will take good care of Luffy, just as I have. Sensing the change in their sister's tone, they responded in unison. Sister, we will definitely take good care of Luffy. As a punishment for how you treated Luffy these past few days, tonight's dinner will be your responsibility, and announced. Luffy, what do you think? The famished Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed. I want to eat lots of meat. The three erupted in laughter at Luffy's enthusiasm. During the dinner, Luffy nearly devoured all the food by himself and couldn't help but marvel. Truly, he is a person worthy of being the Pirate King. He really does say, I want to eat a whole bull. After dinner, on the villa's rooftop, Luffy insisted on recounting the events of his disappearance to An. while Ace and Sabo listened intently. As tales of the ocean's dangers and wonders unfolded. The three felt not fear, but rather a deep fascination for the sea, a daily life that was indeed hard to part with. In the early morning, and angrily kicked open the door to the three of them, dragging them downstairs to the dining room. With her armed hockey enveloping her iron fist, a collective cry arose as Ace and the others clutched their heads, bowing over the table. I leave for just a few days. And you've all turned so lazy. Let me see what time it is now. Awakened by the commotion, Luffy discovered a lavish breakfast spread before him, cautiously glancing at his sister, who was conducting a disciplinary meeting. He activated his rubber fruit powers and stealthily snatched a fried dumpling to pop into his mouth. As he chewed, he secretly critiqued the taste. It's a bit salty, and the dumpling skin is too thick. Luffy, after disciplining Ace and Sabo, N's gaze shifted to the laziest of them all. Transforming into a culinary master, Luffy was engrossed in analyzing the merits and flaws of the dumplings, oblivious to the world around him. Is it delicious? N's melancholic tone jolted the food connoisseur Luffy back to reality, and in his straightforward manner, he laid out his opinions. Really? Our culinary expert Luffy has put in a lot of effort. To reward you, Sister has decided to prepare another delicacy for you. N's voice brimmed with playful sarcasm. Great, great. Luffy clapped excitedly, unaware of the impending danger. And walked away with a somber expression. Ace and Sabo patted Luffy's head and commented in a peculiar tone. Luffy, you're really lucky. Hee, of course, Sister loves me the most, Luffy replied, laughter echoing as the two moved their chairs away in the forest and sifted through branches of varying thickness, muttering to herself. No, this one's too thick. It could injure Luffy. This one won't do either. It's too thin and might snap. After 3 minutes, a branch approximately 50 centimeters long and a vibrant green hue appeared in Anne's hands, with her hockey flowing around it. She swung the branch gently, producing a whizzing sound in the air. Very good. Back at the villa, Luffy remained eagerly anticipating his sister's culinary creation. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo silently hoped that she would not bring trouble upon them. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A series of footsteps echoed as N returned to the villa, this time wielding a pitch-black branch. Sabo, I must be seeing things. Ace stammered. No, Ace, I don't think you're wrong. That color must be the hue of armed hockey. The two exchanged stammered inquiries, and upon receiving mutual affirmation, they swallowed hard, sensing that today would be extraordinary. Let's have breakfast first, and declared, placing the black branch firmly on the table. Luffy, having searched in vain for food, sighed. Sister, where's the food I was promised? How foolish. Luffy, if you keep being this silly, what will you do in the future? And remarked, exasperated. I'm not foolish. I'm very clever. Last time, Annie Machino even praised me as the smartest in Windmill Village. Luffy proclaimed, tilting his chin up, awaiting N's compliment. All right, Luffy. First, have breakfast. I've already prepared something delicious for you that you will never forget, and spoke with a dreamy tone. Wonderful. Luffy's heart was already brimming with impatience. Ace and Sabo sensed the chilly atmosphere in the air, lowering their heads to eat in silence. Only Luffy remained incessantly chattering. Clang. The cutlery was tossed onto the plate as N declared, I have finished my meal. Once you are done, come outside. Grasping a pitch-black branch, N reclined in the rocking chair in the yard, which creaked softly. A few minutes later, and led the three who had finished their breakfast to the woods where they had previously sparred with Ace. The remnants of ice and fire lingered in that forest. Finally, we can begin, and stated with a steady and prolonged tone, let me assess the results of your training during this time. Luffy, you go first. Without hesitation, Luffy unleashed the powers of the gum-gum fruit. After the incident with Shanks, Luffy was determined to become the Pirate King and yearned for immense strength with a stretch of his rubber arm. Luffy charged at N too slow, and caught Luffy's fist with ease and yanked him towards her, sending Luffy flying in her direction. Looking at Luffy in his grasp, and smirked, haven't you always wanted to savor delicious food? Allow me to indulge you. With that, and picked up the black branch and began to swat Luffy's backside. Useless sister, I am a rubber human. I fear no pain. From a distance, Sabo and Ace silently prayed for Luffy to speak less. They realized that today, and intended to give them a thorough lesson, and all they could do was hope she would go easy on them. Luffy. N's fury ignited. It seems the knowledge I imparted to you has been utterly forgotten. Very well. N's anger turned into a smile. Today, you shall spend the day in bed. The black branch emanated a fiery aura, and N had not anticipated that her first use of flowing cherry blossom would be to discipline Luffy. Smack. Ouch, sister, why is your strike so painful? Foolish Luffy, This is a loving reprimand. The sounds of swatting echoed as it swung the branch, delivering a stinging lesson to Luffy. It hurts, sister. Please stop. I understand my mistake. Ah, my dear sister, I beg you, cease this punishment. Enough chatter. This time I want you to remember. Be smarter in the future and stop being so foolish every day. Understood? Please stop, sister. I genuinely realize my error. Feeling the fiery sting on his backside, Luffy hurriedly admitted his fault. Time seemed to stretch as he grew increasingly amused, her laughter spilling forth as Luffy acknowledged his mistakes. Oh, not let me catch you slacking off again. Luffy, clutching his rear in pain, quickly complied and tossed Luffy to the ground, ignoring his cries as she turned her gaze to Ace and Sabo. You two, come at me together. Use all your strength, or else Luffy will be your fate. Seeing Luffy's state, the two of them shivered. Enduring a beating was minor, but losing face was significant. With Ace's fiery punch, N's branch began its lesson for the duo. Crack, crack. Inside the villa, the three of them lay face down on the bed. Their backs marked red, while headed to the training room to commence the day's regimen. 10,000 punches, 10,000 squats, and 10,000 weight lifts. The hours spent sweating passed swiftly. As night fell, and sat alone on the rooftop. Gazing down at the brightly lit Windmill village, the fishing boats in the harbor swayed lonely, and the cool mountain breeze tousled her hair. How wonderful it would be if the entire world were as peaceful as Windmill Village. Humans, truly, are greedy creatures. Noticing three presences at the stairway, and softly remarked, "What are you three doing here instead of resting in your room? Is your rear no longer sore?" Upon hearing N's voice, Ace and the others sheepishly stepped out one by one. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo nudged Luffy forward. Luffy, awkwardly, approached N. "I was wrong," sister. And patted the space beside her, gesturing for Luffy to sit down. Ouch, Luffy winced, struggling to suppress the pain in his backside as he took a seat. Pfft, ha ha ha. Unable to contain herself, and burst into laughter at Luffy's contorted expression. "What's so funny? It's not like you didn't hit me," Luffy pouted, somewhat displeased. Ha ha ha. And finally let loose, her laughter echoing. "Luffy, you are simply too adorable. You two come here as well." Compared to Luffy, Ace and Sabo were only slightly younger than N, making it difficult for them to share such intimacy. Yet, their love for N matched hers for them equally. Under the dim moonlight, the four sat side by side on the rooftop, observing the grimaces on the three brothers' faces. Verdant flames surged from N, enveloping the trio. "Wow, how magical. Sister, what is this? It feels so good." Seeing Luffy revert to his silly self, and chose not to correct him. As long as Luffy was happy, that was enough. Without answering the brothers' inquiries, and continued, "Ace, Sabo, Luffy." The three turned their attention. "You must strive to grow stronger." N's tone deepened. "The sea is merciless. Many lives are lost daily. Perhaps they are of no concern to me, but when I think about the possibility of you three perishing somewhere in this vast ocean, and I remain unaware," as N spoke, her voice faltered, tears streaming down her cheeks, glistening in the moonlight. The night deepened her fears. So promise me, you must, without fail, survive. Gently grasping Ace's clothing, and implored, "You must return home safely." In both this life and the last, and had always been solitary. During her time with Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, she had come to regard them not merely as means to gain rewards, but as family. Family for whom she would willingly lay down her life. Sister, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, witnessing their usually caring sister in such a vulnerable state, finally comprehended why she had always urged them to train diligently. Memories of Anne's nurturing presence flooded back. The three made a vow to one. "Sister, we will definitely not die. We will not only survive, but will live in a way that is extraordinary and unlike anyone else. When we achieve our dreams, we will return home bearing our treasures." Making everyone envious of us, the mountains bore witness to the three's promise. "Wait for me." Suddenly, Ace dashed downstairs, returning shortly with a bottle of sake. And gazed at the sake in Ace's hands, thinking, "Isn't this akin to the bond of brotherhood?" "Sister, this is sake I procured from Dayton's home. Each of us harbors our own dreams. Perhaps someday we will embark on our separate journeys. That I have heard that as long as one drinks this brotherhood sake at sea, they will become brothers. Once we drink this, we will be family." Ace raised a cup filled with the sake he had poured. In. Sabo and Luffy each lifted their own cups. Ace continued, "No matter where we find ourselves in this world, the bond in our hearts will never fade. It will represent our longing for one another." Having spoken, Ace raised his wine glass high. The the sake within shimmering like the brilliance of their emotions under the moonlight. My dream is to become a world-renowned pirate, and I shall ensure that my name is etched in the memories of all. Observing Ace's fervor, Sabo also lifted his glass, and my dream is to be the freest pirate in existence. And you, Luffy, what is your dream? Upon recalling the promise made to Shanks, Luffy fondled his straw hat and joyfully raised his glass. My dream is to become the Pirate King and host a grand banquet to which everyone is invited. Haha, Luffy, that dream of yours is truly amusing. Sister, what is your dream? Listening to the aspirations of the three and reflected on the stubbornness of fate, despite their individual growth, the dreams of the trio remained unchanged, and raised her own glass and, turning to Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, spoke gently. My dream is to transform this distorted world, allowing everyone to live in happiness. As her words echoed, the glasses clinked together, and the clear sake splashed forth. Hearing their dreams reverberate amidst the mountains, the four drank heartily, sealing their pact. The following morning, and adjusted her pillow, leaning against the headboard while listening to the pitter-patter of rain outside. It has been raining the whole night. Why does it not cease? It's unbearable. With that thought, she withdrew her mind from the window. Glancing at her attribute panel, she noted that aside from her armed hockey transitioning from entwined to flowing sakura, her other attributes remained unchanged. With 10 bond points remaining, her upgrade points were insufficient. System lottery. A colorful vending machine materialized. 10 consecutive draws. Radiant hues sparkled. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. Physique Enhancement Card X1, purple. Great Sword 21 Kiruyuki, purple. Training Acceleration Card, 1 day, X1, purple. Nautical Encyclopedia, beginner, X1, green. Nautical Encyclopedia, ultimate, X1, blue. The rewards from the system lottery were enumerated. The drop rate for attribute cards had significantly diminished. Previously, a 10 draw could yield 3 cards, but now it yielded only 1. It appeared that any future enhancements to her attributes would have to be achieved through her bond points. Drawing forth the Great Sword 21 Kiruyuki, she unsheathed it. The blade, elongated and gleaming white, bore intricate carvings along its surface. The hilt was crafted from fine wood, adorned with a decorative white cord at its end. With a single swing of Kiruyuki, and struck the corner of the wooden bed, cleaving it effortlessly. Truly worthy of the title Great Sword 21. She marveled as for the sword's purpose. She had already decided. She would gift it to Ka when they met again, stowing Kiruyuki away, and utilized the physique enhancement card. As the words fell from her lips, warm currents surged within her, continuously fortifying her body. During this process, she seemed to hear the sound of shackles shattering. Upon completion of the enhancement, and perceived her current physical recovery and resilience to impacts had multiplied several times compared to her B-grade state. Recognizing the newfound strength of her body, she mused, it appears that A-grade and B-grade represent a significant dividing line. Previously, and had been curious as to why the top-tier powerhouses on the seas could engage in battles lasting days and nights. Now she understood. With such a physique, one could hardly be defeated in a fleeting encounter. Once more, she accessed the system panel, revealing her attributes as follows. Bond System Host, Monkey D. And age, 11 character status. Normal bond points, 0 fruit. Phoenix Fruit Life Flame Enhancement. Toggle, Strength, B, Enhanced, Agility, B, Enhanced, Physique, A, Enhanced, Will, B. Evaluation, Elite Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Observation Hockey, Proficient Armament Hockey, Flowing Sakura Conqueror's Hockey, Unawakened Flame Liberation. Merging the life flame with other flames significantly enhances flame potency. Bond Lottery, 1 bond point bond. Daughter of the Sea. Hero's Descendant, Fate's Twins and an Ace. Sparks of Stars, Times Twins Effect. Sea Maiden's Favor, Fire Fist and an Ace. Gifted Prodigies, Children of Destiny Revolutionary Flame, Sisterly Affection Note. Click to expand system space. Click to expand closing the system panel. And changed her clothes and ventured to the kitchen downstairs, where she began preparing breakfast. After a flurry of activity, breakfast was ready just as Ace and the others descended the stairs. The four took their seats and commenced their meal. Though the atmosphere was notably quiet, even Luffy, typically the loudest, was silent. After breakfast, the four settled on the sofa to rest, and observed something unusual about the trio but refrained from inquiring. Ultimately, it was Sabo who broke the silence, asking, "And do you recall what transpired after we drank the oath wine last night?" After we drank the oath wine, I merely went back to sleep. What else could have happened? And replied, her face a mask of confusion. Nothing, absolutely nothing happened. And, please, do not ever drink again. Why not? There's no reason, just promise me, please, don't drink again. Understood, and had never been fond of alcohol, and since this was the first time Sabo had made a request of her, she readily acquiesced, though she remained unaware of the underlying reasons. Upon hearing In's affirmative response, Sabo exchanged a glance with Ace, relief washing over his features. The two recalled the tremendous noise generated by the colossal purple sun that had set behind Corbo Mountain the previous night. And both felt a chill of apprehension. If N were to visit Windmill Village now, she would overhear villagers discussing the peculiar purple sun that had appeared the night before, after their rest. Ace and the others headed to the training room to commence their training for the day. Having witnessed N's true capabilities yesterday, they finally grasped the extent of their own weaknesses. Furthermore, having promised N they would survive, they were all the more resolved to train diligently. As the trio departed and returned to her room, sitting on the floor, she retrieved a black box, the equipment crafting device she had won in the lottery. Initially, N had intended to take Ace and the others to eradicate nearby bandits today, especially after Luffy had nearly been harmed by Sig. However, the incessant rain was vexing her, so after careful consideration, she decided to wait until it ceased. It had been nearly 8 months since and had last visited Windmill Village. Her grandfather had mentioned that the next time she returned, he would take her to the Navy headquarters, and knew her time with Ace and the others was limited, so she planned to prepare a gift for them. After all, who could say when they would meet again? Opening the equipment crafting device before her, a soft blue interface appeared, accompanied by a prompt requesting the insertion of flames and special metals. The interface was straightforward, featuring 3 slots connected by a Y-shaped line. With a thought, and placed the special metal she had previously acquired into one of the slots. Extending her palm, she merged the radiant flame and the life flame, producing an enhanced version of the radiant flame in her hand. Bringing the flame near the crafting device, she received the system prompt asking whether to input the flame. After consenting, the enhanced radiant flame was absorbed by the device. With all materials prepared, the panel displayed a variety of weapon models for and to choose from. Ultimately, she selected the pipe template. The crafting device hovered in the air, radiating a spectrum of colors as flames roared brightly. 3 hours later, 2 pieces of equipment floated before, and, upon touching the equipment, she received a system prompt that clarified their functions. Equipment name: Fingerless Gauntlet. Untitled: Strength, A. Agility, B. Durability, A. Special Effects. 1. Reduces the user's domineering energy consumption. 2. Has a chance to inflict temporary dizziness on enemies upon hit. 3. Can ignite flames, increasing their intensity. Equipment name: Water Pipe. Untitled: Strength, B. Agility, A. Durability, B. Special Effects. 1. Reduces the user's domineering energy consumption. 2. Hitting enemies in succession enhances the user's speed. 3. It can ignite flames, increasing their intensity. Stow away the equipment, and makes her way to the first floor. On the first floor in the living room, Ace and the others are seated on the sofa. Sister, did you call us over for something? Ace inquires first. And nods and gestures for the 3 to quiet down. Looking at Sabo, and tosses a silver-white water pipe over to him. Give it a try and see how it works. Upon receiving the water pipe thrown by his sister, Sabo stands up and begins to wield it. After executing a series of water pipe moves, Sabo exclaims, "This water pipe is incredibly useful, and I can feel a portion of power within it that I am currently unable to unleash. As long as it's useful, that's all that matters. As for the other functionalities, you can explore them at your own pace. It now belongs to you." Awesome. Thank you, sister. And although Sabo had anticipated this, hearing N explicitly state that it was a gift for him still left him quite exhilarated. Seeing Sabo receive a gift, Ace harbors no jealousy. Having already obtained the Mera Mera no Mi.as for Luffy, he is more direct. "Sister, what about my gift?" and glances at the impatient Luffy and replies with a smile. "How could I forget you?" With a thought, a green flame seed appears in N's hand, which she tosses to Luffy. "Eat it, Luffy." Upon hearing his sister's instructions, Luffy does not hesitate, gulping down the flame seed in one go. However, after examining himself, he finds no noticeable changes. "Sister, why is there no effect?" and gently tugs at Luffy's cheek and says softly, "With your personality, Luffy, you will undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble in the future. The purpose of this flame seed is to heal wounds. As long as your stamina isn't exhausted, it will continuously restore your injuries. Therefore, you must diligently train your physique." Satisfied with his sister's explanation, Luffy beams, as he is indeed a man who relishes physical confrontation. Finally, and turns to Ace and tosses a ball of red flame for him to consume, after Ace eats it and does not explain its purpose, merely informing him that it will naturally take effect when he needs it. Upon hearing this, Ace does not press for further details, knowing that his sister would never harm him. That I have a few more items for you, and retrieves the clothes she purchased in Orangetown from her system space and distributes them among the three. The trio believes that Anne's ability to conjure items out of thin air is due to her devil fruit powers. Go take a shower. We'll be having lunch at Dayton's place. Upon hearing Anne's words, the three rush upstairs with their clothes. The mountain bandits' home. The group gathers together as today's lunch is prepared by Anne and Dayton. Watching Ace, Sabo, and Luffy eat their meal with decorum, Dayton reflects on the trio bowing in gratitude earlier, turning his gaze to the girl beside him, silently pondering. Truly, a thing can subdue another. After lunch, and asks Dayton to take a few group photos of the four of them. In front of the small villa on the mountain, the four stand together. Click. Dayton presses the shutter from afar, and the camera flashes repeatedly, with photos slowly cascading down. In the small photos, Ace and Sabo are positioned at either end, while Anne and Luffy stand in the middle, all four wearing broad smiles. East of Corbo Mountain. In a mountainous area about a 5-hour journey from the mountain bandits' home, a small bandit camp is nestled. Above the camp, a bandit flag depicting a fearsome tiger head flutters in the wind. Shadows flit about atop the towering lookout tower, while bandits yawn on the wooden walls. From above, the entire camp resembles a miniature military encampment. Inside the central building, 3 figures are seated. These 3 are the leaders of the Black Tiger bandit group, the 3 brothers of the dog family. His and Hirin were formerly officers in the Goya kingdom. Unable to endure the long-standing oppression from the nobility, a year ago, they brought their 8-year-old brother Hill here to turn to a life of banditry. The eldest brother, His, sits at the head of the table, while the second brother, Hirin, on his left, speaks up. Brother, food has been increasingly difficult to procure lately. There is hardly any prey left in the nearby mountains. Indeed, the youngest, Hill, echoes repeatedly. Considering the issue for a moment, the leader, His, inquires, what ideas do you both have? Hirin organizes his thoughts and suggests, how about we send some men to other routes to try our luck and see if we can catch some plump fish from the Goya kingdom? Great idea, the battle-hungry Hill exclaims excitedly. Hirin continues, we could also send people to the seaside to fish, temporarily alleviating the food pressure. Yes. Can you please be quiet? You're the one who eats the most in our bandit group. Hirin scolds Hill, who keeps chiming in. Then shall I leave? Hill retorts, be quiet, and stop bothering us. His chimes in, finding Hill bothersome. Hirin, let's proceed as you suggested, and also send some men to the nearby villages to purchase food. Remember, do not clash with the villagers. Brother, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Hirin, his counters. Brother, we are bandits, not peacekeepers of the town. If we do that, how can we still call ourselves bandits? Hirin replies helplessly. Hirin, do not forget why we left the Goya kingdom. With that, his strides out of the hall. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Hirin grumbles, glancing at the younger brother sitting nearby. Hirin kicks Hill. What are you still doing sitting there? Get out and train. Fine, I'll go. No need to hit me, Hill mutters quietly. As he passes the doorway, Hill kicks a large black dog lounging in the sun. Woof woof, with the dog's furious barks. Hill walks away. Noticing Hill's actions, Hirin chuckles, but his expression soon turns sour. Corbo Mountain is so small. How can a band of 300 survive without robbing the common folk? Sighing deeply, Hirin turns to arrange manpower. On a certain high mountain, and has brought Ace and the others here. Gazing into the distance at the Black Tiger bandit group, she recalls the information received from Dayton yesterday, fixing her gaze on the Black Tiger bandit group, and declares the mission objective for today. Before nightfall, we will seize the camp before us and capture the 3 bandit leaders alive. Do you understand? Understood. X3 Ace and the others respond excitedly. The trio has long anticipated this battle. After stating the mission objective, and vanishes from their sight. Ace, Sabo, let us charge in and knock them away, then capture the 3 leaders. That will complete our mission, Luffy exclaims, raising his hands in enthusiasm. Ace and Sabo ponder carefully, considering the strength of their opponents while weighing their own capabilities. That we have the advantage. Sabo promptly asserts, all right, we'll follow Luffy's plan and charge in directly, concealed among the branches, and listened intently to the plans of the trio. His eyelids twitching as he pondered how each of them had seemingly lost their wits in the company of Luffy, just as he was about to voice his disdain for Luffy. Ace and his companions set off, Before the imposing gates of the Black Tiger bandit group, Ace refrained from unnecessary chatter. With a swift strike of his fiery fist, he unleashed a torrent of flames that consumed the wooden gates entirely. Sabo followed closely behind, launching a water pipe that sent the charred remnants of the gate crashing down. The thunderous sound echoed as they rushed inside. The bandits dozing on the walls were jolted awake by the commotion. Hastily arming themselves and descending to investigate. As they reached the ground, still dazed, a small fist flew towards them, and they collapsed. Unconscious. Am I impressive, or what? Luffy boasted, eager for affirmation from Ace and Sabo. However, before they could respond, a large group of bandits surged towards them. Instead of retreating in fear, Ace and his companions charged headlong into the fray. Fire Fist, Ace shouted, while Sabo wielded his water pipe with finesse. And the three engaged the advancing bandits in a chaotic melee. Meanwhile, within a central building, the trio of Doug, having been resting, were interrupted by the sounds of battle erupting in the camp before they could step outside. The door burst open, and a panting bandit rushed in. Boss, trouble. Intruders have breached our defenses. Calm down and explain, Doug urged, as the bandit took a moment to catch his breath and relay the entire situation. Understood. Kieran, hiss, let us go check it out. In mere minutes, the news had traveled among the Black Tiger bandit group, and within the camp, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were wreaking havoc, dispatching bandit after bandit. Ace, armed with the formidable powers of a Logia fruit, was especially unstoppable. Boom, boom. A barrage of fireballs erupted from Ace, forcing Sabo to evade. Bullets whizzed through Ace's form, striking Luffy, whose skin dinted under the force. Useless, Luffy shouted, and with a surge of energy, he expelled all the bullets from his body. Nearby bandits fell, struck by the ricocheting projectiles, wailing in pain. Just then, Kieran arrived, narrowly dodging a bullet aimed at him by tilting his head. Is that kid over there a devil fruit user? He inquired. Hiss nodded. Indeed, he possesses a devil fruit power, but I am uncertain of its nature. Let me have a word with him, Kieran insisted. Wait, Hiss. Before anyone could protest, Hiss charged at Luffy. This is madness. His words were barely out when both he and Kieran joined the fray against Ace and Sabo. As Luffy prepared to strike a bandit with his rubber fist, Hiss appeared, seizing Luffy's arm. You shall not continue to act so brazenly, boy, he warned sternly. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo, having encountered their own adversaries, prepared for battle. The bandit minions, witnessing their leader's engagement, retreated, leaving the stage clear for the 6 combatants. A new battle was about to commence. Ace versus Hiss, Sabo versus Kieran, Luffy versus Hiss. Luffy looked at the boy gripping his fist and asked, "Oh, are you here to help me?" Hiss, having built up a fierce momentum, was momentarily thrown off guard by Luffy's naive question. You fool, can't you see? I am not here to assist you. Luffy retracted his fist, scratching his head, and replied, Ah, so you're not here to help. Then what are you here for? Hiss, infuriated by Luffy's demeanor, shouted, Can't you see? I am your enemy. Ah, an enemy. Then I'll send you flying. Before Hiss could utter another word, Luffy struck, his arm elongated, and his fist shot towards Hiss. Hey, no sneak attacks, Hiss protested, but their fists collided, and they were soon entangled in combat. Meanwhile, as Luffy and Hiss clashed, Sabo and Ace were equally relentless in their attacks. Under Hiss's watchful gaze, Ace darted to his right, delivering a powerful punch. Impressive speed, Hiss exclaimed, pivoting to counter Ace's blow with one of his own. The air crackling with intensity. Good strength, but you're still far beneath my sister, Ace remarked coolly. Sister? Hiss was taken aback by the mention. Ignoring Hiss's confusion, Ace surveyed the surroundings and inquired, You 3 must be the leaders of this bandit group. Correct? Hiss remained silent, unwilling to respond. Noticing Hiss's reticence, Ace withdrew his fist and swung his water pipe horizontally. Realizing the imminent danger, Hiss snapped back to reality and leaped backward to evade the strike. In contrast, Sabo was effortlessly dominating Kieran, his water pipe dancing skillfully as he drove Kieran back with relentless attacks, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Hiss, witnessing the unfolding chaos, refrained from attacking immediately and instead asked Ace, Why are you causing trouble for the Black Tiger bandit group? I'm not sure, Ace replied. My sister merely instructed us to capture you 3 alive. I still advise you to surrender. My sister is vastly stronger than us. As Ace spoke, he launched another strike, his water pipe aimed directly at Hiss's head. Hiss felt a sinking sensation as he considered Ace's words. If this kid was so powerful, just how formidable was his sister? Boom! Hiss managed to block Ace's water pipe with one hand, but pressed for answers. Why do you need to capture us? Who knows? Ace shrugged. This is the first mission my sister has entrusted to us. And I cannot fail. With that, Ace intensified his assault, the water pipe crashing down towards Hiss's waist. Boom. This time, Hiss was unable to defend himself and was sent sprawling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hiss, brother. Both Kieran and Hiss called out in alarm. Instead of worrying about others, you should focus on yourself, Sabo said, stepping forward and spinning his water pipe, delivering a decisive blow that sent Kieran tumbling to the ground. As Kieran attempted to rise in defiance, Sabo pressed the water pipe against his throat. Feeling the pressure, Kieran surrendered, collapsing back down. Sabo versus Kieran. Sabo wins. With Kieran subdued, Sabo prepared to assist Luffy, but heard Luffy declare, Sabo, I don't need your help. I can defeat him on my own. Sensing Luffy's determination, Sabo sat cross-legged beside Kieran, ready to observe the bout. With Sabo having concluded his battle, Ace's gaze locked on a Hiss. His tone grave. Show me your true strength. I won't hold back any longer. With that, Ace unleashed all his power, striking Hiss with his water pipe, though reluctant to offend the sister Ace had mentioned. Hiss knew he could no longer conceal his strength. Boom. Hiss seized Ace's water pipe and hurled him away. However, to Hiss's astonishment, Ace did not crash to the ground but transformed into a ball of flames. Landing gracefully. How is this possible? Hiss gasped in disbelief. I am the Flame Man. Having consumed the Mara no Mi, ordinary attacks have no effect on me, Ace explained, gesturing for Hiss to come again. Hiss wasted no time. Launching another punch at Ace. Boom. Hiss's fist passed through Ace's form, leaving behind a blazing inferno. How can this be? A devil fruit user should not possess such power. Now it is my turn. Crossfire, a technique devised by Ace based on Masuno's movements. Two index fingers intertwine, and searing flames converge to form a cross. I surrender. Feeling the might of the flames, Hiss shouted in immediate capitulation, collapsing beside Hiron. Contemplating the prowess of Ace and his companions, Hiss was convinced that the elaborate effort to capture him was not intended for his demise. Observing this scene, Ace remained indifferent, as long as his sister was safely captured. Ace versus his Ace triumphs. Subsequently, the four of them turned their attention to the battle between Luffy and Hill. In stark contrast to Ace and Sabo's confrontation, Luffy's struggle proved to be far more arduous. Regardless of his devil fruit abilities or personal prowess, Luffy required substantial time for growth. Luffy and Hill were both panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads, their bodies marred with bruises. Notably, Luffy was engulfed in green flames. Come on, Luffy shouted at Hill. Damn it, what kind of creature is this kid? How can he withstand so many brutal blows and remain unscathed? And what are those green flames surrounding him? Every time I sense he's about to fall, that flame appears, revitalizing him. Nevertheless, Luffy disregarded Hill's thoughts and exerted every ounce of strength for another strike. Goma Goma no Gatling. His rubber fists unleashed a flurry of blows, creating afterimages. Sensing his dwindling stamina, Hill could only respond with punches in an instant. Their fists collided. Luffy gritted his teeth, stepping forward to quicken his assault. Realizing his energy was almost depleted, Hill internally lamented. Luffy's fist struck Hill's body like a tempest. And with the final blow, Hill fell to the ground, incapacitated. Luffy versus Hill. Luffy emerges victorious. After vanquishing Hill, Luffy bellowed, Ace, Sabo, did you see that? I did it. Ace and Sabo exchanged indulgent nods. Suddenly, Luffy felt his strength wane, his body growing weak as he collapsed into a soft embrace. Sister X2. Upon seeing Anne's arrival, Ace and Sabo hurried over to Anne and observed the trio's performance closely, noting that aside from their recklessness, they had done remarkably well. You all performed excellently this time. Leave the rest to me. Handing Luffy over to Ace, and strode purposefully towards his. Whoosh, the howling wind swept through the forest, the verdant leaves rustling softly. Shaking off the remnants of fatigue, Hiss fixed his gaze intently on Anne. Curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Freeze. The ice-blue flames blazed fiercely as Anne's arm waved, causing the icy fire to rapidly spread outward in an instant. His expression shifted dramatically as the entire mountain transformed into a colossal ice sculpture. Lowering his head, a torrent of energy surged from within him, pressing down upon his, enveloped in phoenix flames, and commanded in a voice imbued with authority, submit to me. Having never witnessed such an aura, Hiss was drenched in cold sweat. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from it, he knelt in submission after merely a moment's resistance. gazing at the kneeling and retracted his formidable presence and gestured for him to rise and follow. With the unprecedented sense of oppression dissipated, his took a deep breath, dusted himself off, and followed suit. For the first time, he aimed to leave a good impression on the boss. The two gradually distanced themselves until they vanished from the onlooker's sight. As for what in and is discussed, only the ancient mountains bore witness. At the Colbo Mountain Villa, after a morning of arduous training, and Ace and Sabo replenished their strength during lunch. At the dining table, Luffy animatedly recounted how he had defeated Hild, and Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound exasperation. In the mountain bandits' lair, Dayton and her companions sat cross-legged before Garp, enduring his interrogation, confronted by Garp's imposing demeanor. Dayton recounted the actions of the four without omission. Garp glared menacingly at Dayton. Are you saying that and the others rebuilt a house and moved elsewhere? Indeed, that's precisely it, Mr. Garp, and strength is simply overwhelming. The three of us were utterly incapable of stopping them. Dayton casually pointed to the newly repaired pillars. Examining the restored pillars closely, Garp nodded in agreement with the trio's assessment. However, rather than expressing remorse, Garp burst into hearty laughter. I see. No wonder your dilapidated house seems to have grown considerably. Upon hearing Garp's mockery, Dayton and the others dared not show any signs of discontent. This isn't your fault. Dayton, you should know where their new house is. Take me there. Hearing that Garp bore no grudge against her, Dayton finally relaxed, relieved that she wouldn't have to serve time in prison, rubbing her sore legs. She quickly led Garp toward the small villa. The winding mountain path stretched into the distance, and a quaint villa emerged before them atop the summit. Yearning for his grandson, Garp abandoned Dayton and ascended the peak with Moonwalk. In the first-floor living room, and the others were still enduring Luffy's relentless verbal onslaught. At a certain moment, N's observation Haki sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from the foot of the mountain. Without a doubt, and knew the source of that energy. She mused, considering the time, Grandpa should be returning soon. As for why it wasn't another formidable presence, well, in the desolate Colbo Mountain, who besides Garp would venture here? Moments later, Garp's imposing figure appeared in the villa's living room. N lay languidly on the sofa, appearing half unconscious. However, Ace, facing Garp, widened his eyes in surprise. Sabo also took note of the newcomer and, upon seeing Ace's expression, wisely chose to remain silent. With his back to Garp, Luffy, noticing the serious expressions on Ace and Sabo's faces, became even more animated in his storytelling. Garp, standing behind Luffy, listened with rapt attention, refraining from interrupting him. Finally, with Hill's defeat, Luffy leaped onto the sofa. Ace and Sabo, sensing Luffy's intentions, opened their mouths in an attempt to stop him, but Luffy was quick to shout, "I'm going to be the Pirate King." Garp, who had been enjoying the tale, suddenly darkened his expression, his aura becoming frigid. "So cold." Luffy shivered. Grabbing Luffy, Garp's chilling voice echoed in Luffy's ears. "What did you just say you want to become?" Suspended in the air, Luffy turned in terror to face his somber grandfather, struggling to find his voice. Garp's furious voice rang out again. "What did you just say you want to become?" Sensing the weight of Shanks's hat on his back, Luffy summoned his courage and shouted at his grandfather, "I will definitely become the Pirate King." As the words left his lips, Ace and Sabo gazed at Luffy with admiration. "You little brat, I raised you to become an outstanding Marine. And now you're spouting nonsense. Do you even know what a pirate is?" Garp's enraged voice reverberated throughout the villa. Perhaps bolstered by his earlier proclamation, Luffy retorted, "I don't care what a Marine is. I want to be a free pirate. What does it matter to me what pirates are like? I will definitely become the Pirate King." Luffy resolutely patted the straw hat on his back, reinforcing his conviction. Hearing Luffy declare his intent to become a pirate for the third time, Garp could no longer contain himself and prepared to discipline Luffy. Grandpa, wait. And, who had been reclining on the sofa, sat up, looking at his only source of solace. Garp halted his fist. "What is it?" And, "It's nothing much," and replied with a smile. "I just wanted to remind you that using this will yield better results." Unbeknownst to him, a branch had inexplicably found its way into his hand. Upon seeing the branch that his sister had produced, Luffy's complexion turned pale, with a stiff smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He stammered, "Grandpa, let us stick to using fists. I find myself missing your beloved punches." Realizing Luffy was already becoming incoherent, Garp understood the situation all too well. Taking the branch from Luffy's hand, a barely perceptible dark crimson aura began to envelop it. "Ah, no, Grandpa, I acknowledge my mistakes, Grandpa. Why does your punishment hurt more than my sister's? Please, no more. This isn't how one kills a person. I no longer wish to become the Pirate King. Just stop. I'm sorry. Shanks. The pain is unbearable. At that moment, Luffy resembled a monkey, stomping around on the living room floor. Hearing Luffy's series of anguished cries, Ace and Sabo found themselves trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, and inwardly scoffed at the absurdity of Garp using Conqueror's haki to discipline his grandson. The branch swished through the air with a thundering sound, and an exasperated Luffy capitulated, humbly promising Garp that he would abandon his pirate dreams. Only after hearing Luffy's promise did Garp finally relent. Showing no intention of returning the branch to, and witnessing his grandfather cease his relentless assault, the rolling Luffy silently vowed to himself that he must become a pirate and escape from Garp's grasp. Having dealt with Luffy, Garp's gaze shifted toward Ace and Sabo. The two, having witnessed the tragic spectacle unfold, immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet Garp, noticing a change in Ace. Garp's eyes revealed a glimmer of relief as he mused to himself that rescuing and had indeed been the right choice. Despite the politeness of the two, Garp spoke up. You two want to be aspiring to become pirates, will you? No, no. The two responded fervently, their survival instincts kicking in as they waved their hands, fearful that a moment's delay might lead to a similar fate as Luffy's. They stole glances at Luffy, who was writhing on the ground in pain. Very well, Garp exclaimed, evidently pleased with their affirmative response, observing Garp's series of actions, and couldn't help but reflect on why Luffy and his friends were so determined to pursue a life of piracy. A burst of emerald flames was hurled toward Luffy, who immediately ceased his tumbling and hurriedly hid behind, and, completely forgetting who had provided Garp with the branch. What is that? Garp inquired, sensing the peculiar essence of life emanating from the flames. It's the ability granted by a devil fruit, and explained, as she sent a large ball of life flames towards Garp. Immersed in the flames, Garp felt invigorated, as if he had regained years of youth. Satisfied with his curiosity, Garp changed the subject, his voice dropping to a serious tone. And, I have returned to Windmill Village to take you to the Navy headquarters. Understood, and replied softly, although she knew this day would eventually arrive. The reality of parting made it difficult for her to let go of her tranquil life and the three individuals within it. Sister is leaving. The initially fearful Ace and the others were suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of confusion. They appeared as if they had lost their anchor, their faces betraying a look of bewilderment. Why such expressions? And asked with a forced smile. Each of us has our own dreams. There will come a day when we must part ways. Just as there are no never-ending feasts in this world, even those closest to us will eventually experience separation. However, every farewell is merely a prelude to a better reunion. Feeling her tears threatened to spill over, and urged the three to head to the training room for their afternoon practice. The living room fell silent. While muffled sobs could be heard from the training room, night fell, and the once lively dining hall became somber. The trio finished their meal early and retreated to their rooms, spending a sleepless night. Days later, at the Windmill village port, and bid farewell to Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, who wore expressions of melancholy. Don't look so glum. I'll return whenever I can, and comforted as she hugged Luffy, releasing him, and took 3 pendants from her pocket and presented one to each of them. Let this necklace symbolize our companionship before departing. And reiterated, even in my absence, you must continue your training. With that, she turned without looking back and boarded the warship she had arrived on. As the sails unfurled, catching the sea breeze, the ship slowly departed from Windmill Village, heading toward the vast blue ocean, and glanced at the pendant around her neck, which held a photo of the 4 of them together. She had arrived alone, and now she left with a heart full of longing. Suppressing her reluctance to part, Ace called out, "Let us go, Sabo, Luffy. We must return to our training. We will become renowned warriors of the seas, so that no matter where sister is, she will hear our names." Yes, they replied in unison, aboard the warship as the figures of Ace and the others faded from view, and walked directly into the training room. Moments later, she emerged again. The reason? While training, she had inadvertently exerted a bit too much force and had broken the training equipment. With no means to continue her training and return to the deck, seeking a spot beside Garp to bask in the sun, the warm sunlight lulled her into a drowsy state. And, wake up, a persistent voice called out, gradually rousing her from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, and looked at the familiar figure of Lieutenant Curry and asked, "What is it, Lieutenant Curry?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just noon, and Admiral Garp asked me to summon you for lunch." Surprised at how quickly noon had arrived, and stretched and made her way to the dining hall. At this moment, many sailors were already dining, and greeted by their friendly hellos, approached Garp. To her astonishment. Even after 8 months, these naval soldiers still remembered her. After lunch, Garp shared stories about the Navy headquarters with and on the deck. During their conversation, he mysteriously mentioned that upon arriving at the training camp, and would receive a surprise. After discussing some important details, Garp inquired whether and had awakened her haki. He asked this because he had sensed remnants of armament haki from the branch and had once wielded. "Indeed, I have awakened both armament and observation haki," and admitted, having no intention of concealing the truth from Garp. With that, a dark hue enveloped her fist, showcasing her abilities to her grandfather. "Huh? Truly, you are my granddaughter," Garp exclaimed proudly as he beheld N's darkened fist. Nearby, Bogart was equally astonished to witness and utilizing armament haki at such a young age. What kind of extraordinary individual had Garp brought back at just 11 years old? At the Navy headquarters, following a period of investigation, Sengoku had confirmed that the person encountered by Smoker was indeed Garp's granddaughter. Holding N's profile, Sengoku called out, "Notify the 3 admirals to come to the Fleet Admiral's office." A moment later, in the office, 3 admirals gathered. Sengoku gazed at the trio. Kizaru was diligently trimming his nails with a clipper, while Akiji, donning an eye patch, rested with his eyes closed. Only Akina sat upright, awaiting the command of the Fleet Admiral. Observing Akiji, who was the beloved disciple of Garp, Sengoku felt a pang of regret. Ever since the O'Hara incident, Akiji had transitioned from the burning justice to the lazy justice, which left Sengoku feeling quite disheartened. With all 3 present, Sengoku distributed the photocopied resumes among them. Name, Monkey D. And age, 11. Gender, female. Devil fruit, suspected Zoan type. Mythical beast, phoenix fruit. Strength, Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Identity, granddaughter of Navy hero Garp. Comprehensive evaluation, possesses remarkable strength, masters 2 forms of haki, exhibits exceptional talent, and is filled with a sense of justice. Upon reading the contents of the resume, Kizaru was the first to emit a lewd sound, exclaiming, "How frightening!" The granddaughter of Vice Admiral Garp. Akiji, who had been resting, removed his eye patch upon hearing Kizaru's remark and began to peruse the resume in his hands. After finishing the last line about her being filled with justice, he donned the eye patch once more, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed formidable. At merely 11 years of age, she already possesses such strength. Remarkable that she has even mastered haki. She truly is Garp's granddaughter. Sengoku then turned to Akainu, who had yet to speak. "Humph, there is nothing particularly impressive. While her talent is decent and her strength is commendable, until she matures, the so-called genius holds little significance. After all, I have encountered numerous talented pirates over the years," Akainu declared with a murderous glint in his eyes. Hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku chose not to offer any commentary. "The reason I summoned you today is to make you aware of such an individual within the Navy. After all, the potential for Garp's granddaughter to grow is substantial. Should she develop her abilities, the dynamics of the sea will undergo a profound transformation. The Navy will be able to seize greater initiative," Sengoku said, his tone imbued with fervor. The 3 admirals, upon hearing Sengoku's evaluation of and glanced once more at the resumes in their hands. Meanwhile, far away in the East Blue, and remained oblivious to the fact that she had already garnered the attention of several high-ranking officials before even reaching the Navy headquarters. Unaware of Bogart's thoughts, and retracted her armament haki under Garp's approving gaze. Thus, in this leisurely passage of time, days slipped by. In the Grand Line, near the Navy headquarters, today, the Doghead warship surged forth from the calm belt. Officially entering the Grand Line, this signified that N's journey to the headquarters was but a day's voyage away. At this moment, and leaned over the ship's railing, marveling at the breathtaking scenery of the Grand Line. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Do not let your guard down," Bogart cautioned, having overheard N's exclamation. "Though the Grand Line is indeed stunning, it is equally perilous. Countless individuals from the 4 seas flock here annually. Yet few survive." "Understood," Uncle Bogart, and responded, graciously accepting his well-meaning warning. Thus, the warship continued its journey for another day, finally arriving at the Navy headquarters. The colossal complex of the headquarters came into view and, as the ship approached, the first sight that greeted her was the towering, majestic walls engraved with the word Navy. steeped in historical significance. Looking upward, she beheld the antique lofts used for Navy offices. As the warship glided into the crescent-shaped harbor, the densely clustered cannons on the docks and the quaint residential town emerged. The former symbolized the security of the Navy headquarters, while the rising smoke from the latter added a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. Once the warship docked and settled, the soldiers disembarked in an orderly fashion. Noticing and captivated by the scenery of the headquarters, Garp beckoned her to follow him, and together they made their way toward the residential town. Creak. Pushing open the door of a two-story building, Garp said to Anne, "Feel free to choose a room and rest for the night. Tomorrow we shall report to the training camp at the Navy headquarters." Marineford. The chief instructor's office, in the dead of night. The cool sea breeze from the Marineford port mingled with the sounds of soldiers' slumber outside the window. The bright lights within the office dispelled the solitude of the night. On the cluttered desk lay a navy cloak, a symbol of justice. Its owner stood at the window, gazing out at the moonlit Marineford at a robust figure with a resolute visage. His short purple hair framed a chest marked by scars that spoke of his valor. As he perused the resumes of the current batch of recruits, Zifa's aged face expressed regret, and he sighed softly. Although they were all exceptional, mere excellence could not quell the tumult of the sea stirred by Roger. Amid his sighs, Zifa murmured to himself, "Yet they cannot compare to Akainu and his companions." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Zifa retrieved the resume that Sengoku had sent over that morning to Garp's granddaughter. "I can't believe that old fellow has a granddaughter now. What a delightful girl." Holding Anne's resume, Zifa reminisced about his deceased son. If my son had not perished, he would likely be around her age now. Perhaps the two could even form a bond. Zifa mused, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Zifa, known as the non-lethal admiral, was a powerful figure of the previous era alongside Sengoku and Garp. However, he adhered to the principle of non-lethal justice. During his years pursuing pirates at sea, Zifa seldom killed them, always granting them a chance for redemption. Perhaps it was fate's cruel jest. One day, a pirate whom Zifa had spared found Zifa's wife and son. However, unlike Zifa, they did not spare his family. From that day forth, the non-lethal admiral vanished, replaced by Zifa, who was now resolute in his judgments. Pirates deserved to perish, and unknowingly, Zifa's grip on the resume tightened at a formidable devil fruit, mastery of 2 forms of hockey, and a commitment to the Navy's justice. Humph, mere embellishments. One wonders what the reality truly is. Throughout Zifa's tenure as chief instructor, he had received countless ornate resumes, each time harboring hope. Yet upon the arrival of the recruits at the training camp, he discovered that they were all exaggerated claims. Cough, cough, cough. Zifa emitted a series of urgent coughs, bracing himself against the medicinal remedies he carried in his pocket. His health waned with each passing day. He wondered how many more training batches he could oversee. The most disheartening sight is witnessing a hero's twilight and a beauty's aging. In the Navy training camp square, a vast expanse gathered many of the finest sailors from across the seas. As the crowd enjoyed the absence of the instructors, they engaged with one another, sharing tales of their respective lands. "Sister, what happened next?" In a corner of the square, a slight figure clung to another. "Sally, there is no next. Why didn't you just eliminate that hard-headed guy?" And twitched her mouth. "You've gone too far." As for why Sally is here, it is the surprise that Garp has spoken of. According to Sally's account, after they were sent to Shell's town, the local Navy subjected them to tests. Due to her outstanding performance in the tests, Sally was inducted into the Navy. Later, owing to her commendable conduct during her service, she was sent to the headquarters for further training by the base commander. After some casual conversation, Sally began to share the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days. Their batch of trainees had arrived 3 days ago. Wallen, due to Garp's arrangements, arrived on the final day. "Sister, I've gathered some information that we should pay close attention to regarding a few individuals in our cohort." Sally pointed out with her little finger, and looked up to see that Sally was indicating a young man, approximately 17 or 18 years old, sporting a flamboyant crest hairstyle. "Sister, he is Mori from the South Sea Branch 156, a person who has consumed the peacock fruit and possesses the abilities of a peacock." While Mori was engaged in conversation with others, he sensed he was being watched. Turning to look at In and Lisa, the 2 charming young ladies, he instinctively adjusted his crest. Observing this, Sally hastily began to introduce the others. Mori, puzzled by the situation, inquired with his companions, "Isn't this cool?" His peers raised their hands in unison, responding with a chorus of "Tai cool LAS." The sound of footsteps echoed. the cacophony in the square subsided. Periodically, a group of officers emerged into view. At the forefront were Zephyr and Garp, Instructor Zephyr, Vice Admiral Garp. Upon their appearance, the trainees in the square greeted them with excitement. Is that Zephyr? Feeling the aura emanating from Zephyr and glancing at her grandfather, and felt a sense of comfort in the familiarity of time. Despite being of similar age, Zephyr's strength had evidently waned considerably. However, anyone who underestimated Zephyr for this reason would undoubtedly pay a hefty price. Stepping forward, Zephyr spoke in a booming voice. You are all elite selected from the 4 Seas branches that I reviewed your resumes yesterday, and they are impeccably written. However, I do not trust the information on paper. I trust my own eyes, he continued. I will have the officers behind me assess your capabilities, and those who do not meet the mark will be shown the door. Following Zephyr's declaration, a wave of fervent discussion erupted among the crowd. Observing the discontented crowd, Zephyr bellowed, Silence! If you cannot even pass such a simple test, then you might as well return to the 4 Seas. The Grand Line is not a place for child's play. Countless Navy members perish here each year. Those lacking strength and talent are merely awaiting their demise. Think of your families. Do you understand? Most of the trainees recognized the truth in Zephyr's words and promptly responded. Understood. A minority clung to their delusions. Acknowledging the trainees' responses, Zephyr gestured for the officers to commence the evaluations. Machines were rolled out, and the officers quickly began their preparations. Once ready, the officers informed everyone that the scoring would be categorized into 4 levels: S, A, B, and C, with anything below C being deemed unsatisfactory. Subsequently, the officers called out names for testing. The first was Fuin. After the assessment, the officer announced Fuin's score as B. The second was Sally. As she approached the officer, whispers rippled through the crowd. How could someone so young participate in the training camp? Surely, she must have had connections. She'll probably be crying on her way home after failing the first round. Listening to the murmurs below, Sally felt no perturbation. With several months of naval experience and her previous encounters with the Iron Bull pirates, Sally had long ceased to care about others' opinions of her. What mattered to her was whether she could become strong enough to silence them. Upon hearing the crowd's discussions about Sally, and silently noted the individuals for future reference, seeking an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Just as amused, Sally's assessment concluded, and the officer declared her score to be A, instantly silencing the earlier naysayers. The test continued with the 3rd and 4th candidates. N was the last to be tested. And when the officer announced and score as S, no one in this cohort dared to look down on N or Sally any longer. Had they known that N had only used 30 of his strength, they would have been left to ponder in disbelief. Following the assessments, Zephyr approached with the results in hand. Swirling the score sheet, he expelled a dozen or so trainees who scored below C from the training camp. After clearing out the opportunists, Zephyr continued, Congratulations to those who remain. You have officially become trainees of this session's naval training camp. The remaining trainees beamed with joy upon hearing Zephyr's words. Zephyr was undoubtedly adept at wielding a big stick while offering a sweet reward. Next, we will proceed to our second assessment, practical combat. This time, I and Vice Admiral Garp will serve as your judges. What? Instructor Zephyr and Vice Admiral Garp as judges. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted with excitement. Each one beginning to fantasize about the prospects of being favored by these 2 esteemed figures, envisioning a bright future ahead, eagerly awaiting Zephyr to announce the matchups. The anticipation grew. First group, Fuin versus Mori. As they stepped forward, Fuin felt the pressure mounting. Having scored AB while Mori scored an A, he found himself subconsciously entertaining thoughts of retreat. With both participants ready, Zephyr stated, For this practical combat, I only care about the outcome. The process is of no concern. You may use any powers at your disposal. I protest, Fuin interjected directly. Mori is a devil fruit user. If he employs his abilities, I want to stand a chance. Zephyr disregarded Fuin's objection and announced the match to commence. As Fuin tried to voice further concerns, Mori, transformed into a peacock human, charged forward with flamboyant flair. The demoralized Fuin was swiftly kicked out of the ring by Mori. Tidying his feathers, Mori awaited Zephyr's verdict. Mori wins, Zephyr declared, marking a red cross beside Fuin's name. Next group, the practical assessments continued, with each trainee showcasing their utmost strength. The arena was a spectacle of swordsmanship, martial arts, devil fruit abilities, physical techniques, and marksmanship, all dazzling in display. The onlookers were captivated. However, in N's eyes, it could only be described as chickens pecking at each other after watching Sally's match, and stood in line, growing bored and daydreaming. What should I have for dinner tonight? I wonder how Ace and the others are doing. In the final match, and faced man stepped onto the stage, he discovered that his opponent's seat was empty. With no choice left, he turned his gaze towards instructor Zephyr. After calling out twice with no response, Zephyr glanced at Garp. Garp responded with a silly grin. Exasperated, Zephyr called out once more, "A tea this moment." Sally nudged and awake from his stupor, hearing Zephyr's summons, and swiftly utilized the Soru technique to arrive at the combat arena. Soru, Zephyr's gaze sharpened, unaware of Zephyr's thoughts, and noticed that his opponent was one of those who had previously mocked Sally. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Reining in his thoughts, Zephyr announced the match to begin. Bang! With a single punch, and sent man sprawling, frothing at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. Impossible, gasped the spectators below. Although it had received an S rating, man had a B rating. How could it end so quickly? Wiping his knuckles, and kicked man back towards the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "Watch your mouth next time." The individuals who had mocked Sally hastily scurried back into the throng. Zephyr silently appraised N's impressive speed and strength, and has been declared victorious, a red check mark placed next to her name. Upon closer inspection of the entire list, only a handful of names bore such a mark. After organizing the ranks, Zephyr and Garp offered their critiques of the recent competition, one by one, once the evaluations concluded. Zephyr's gaze fixed intently on and man didn't assess your true strength earlier. Now it is my turn to evaluate your abilities. What? A duel with instructor Zephyr? The students below reacted with a mix of envy and schadenfreude, and scratched her head, internally reluctant. She had long resolved to conceal her prowess upon reaching the Navy headquarters, aiming to navigate her career under the radar with a modest rank. With this in mind, she reluctantly replied, "Grandpa Zephyr, didn't I already convey my capabilities to you?" Grandpa Zephyr? The students turned to Sally, bewildered. Why did N refer to instructor Zephyr as Grandpa? Sally, without hesitation, revealed, "Because N is the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Garp." Oh, the crowd gasped, particularly Mand and his companions, who felt a sense of foolishness wash over them. Upon hearing N call him Grandpa, a long-lost smile graced Zephyr's face. Yet, he sternly replied, "In the training camp, you must address me as Instructor Zephyr. As your instructor, I need to be well acquainted with each of your strengths." Catching a glimpse of Zephyr's smile, and pouted, thinking to herself, what a proud old man he is. Well, it seems I have no choice but to comply. With reluctance, and stepped up to the arena. "Fear not, and I will go easy on you." Zephyr chuckled heartily. The onlookers and shared a moment of disbelief, knowing they had agreed that in the training camp, he should be called Instructor Zephyr, but no one dared to point out Zephyr's inconsistency. After all, who would dare question the authority of the training camp's leader? Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku would not stand a chance. "Please, make your move first," and Zephyr commanded, embodying a grandfatherly demeanor, and contemplated, deciding to wield only half of her strength. "Then I shall not hold back, Instructor Zephyr." With a swift motion, she unleashed Iron Fist, Frost Gale, for this match, and merely wished to showcase enough strength to satisfy Zephyr and conclude the bout swiftly. Zephyr, seasoned and astute, sensed the chilling wind of Anne's punch and raised his arm to meet it head-on. The collision of their fists sent shockwaves through the training ground, frost spreading across the surface. "Impressive strength," Zephyr commented, and mused to herself, even in his old age, Zephyr's power remained formidable. Another punch hurtled towards Zephyr, creating a tempest of wind in the arena. Is this real? And is indeed matching Instructor Zephyr blow for blow? The students murmured, bewildered. Who could fathom the technique that allowed N to vanish from her original position moments ago? Only Sally, watching her sister's prowess, felt warmth in her heart, grateful for N's earlier defense on her behalf. Conversely, as the others remained stunned, Mand and his cohort were left in despair. A powerful background is not frightening. What terrifies is having both influence and strength. Apologize. I must find a chance to make amends. In the training ground, after several rounds of fierce exchanges, and felt her arms beginning to ache. I must utilize hockey. Otherwise, my arms won't hold up. The black hockey enveloped her, and the pain vanished instantly. Clearly, she had mastered hockey, and undoubtedly, she had also grasped observation hockey. Since that's the case, allow me to show you this move. "Stop," and urgently called out. Crush. Punch. A looming sense of crisis emanated from Anne's flank as Zephyr's punch surged, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its path. Divine bird freeze. A torrent of icy flames erupted from Anne, leaving a trail of frost in its wake. Upon collision, the The icy flames shattered from within, countered by Zephyr, who enveloped his fist in dense haki. Boom! The icy flames were obliterated, scattering fragments across the ground. Forming pillars of ice, seizing the moment, and retaliated with ultimate ice shield, layers of ice shielding her from Zephyr's assault. Crack! The ice shield shattered under Zephyr's force, absorbing much of his power, and was propelled backward. Landing outside the arena. Regaining her senses, she realized she had expended too much energy. Fearing Zephyr's ire, he chastised Garp, who was nearby, leisurely enjoying a snack. Damn it, Garp. Why didn't you stop me? What if something happened to him? In the distance, and brushed off the dust, and surveyed the scene in the arena that it seemed further confrontation was unnecessary. Reflecting on Zephyr's earlier blow, she recognized the considerable gap between her abilities and those of an admiral. After a commotion in the arena, the spectacle concluded with Garp's dismal defeat, ending the farce at the Navy headquarters. In the dormitory of the training camp, Zephyr had to call upon the logistics department to repair the ground after the chaos caused by and himself. As for the current cohort of students, they were granted a half-day reprieve due to the morning's assessments. Inside the dormitory, and was busy sweeping away dust. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat, pondering how long it had been since anyone occupied this room. Through the officer's explanation, and learned that accommodations in the training camp were not assigned randomly. Officers arranged dormitories based on students' performances during their initial assessments. Naturally, the better the performance, the more favorable the living conditions. Its current luxurious double bedroom was a prime example. Indeed, competition exists everywhere, and mused as she finished cleaning the entire dormitory. Disposing of the broom, she lay on the bed, closing her eyes to rest for a moment. In her dreams, and found herself back at Corbo Mountain. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried knocking sounded, accompanied by Sally's melodious voice. Sister, startled awake from her leisurely reverie at Corbo Mountain, and groggily opened her eyes upon realizing it was Sally. With a sense of resignation, she got up to answer the door. Opening the door, and turned back and flopped onto the bed once more. Observing her sister's room, Sally exclaimed, Sister, your room is so spacious. Well, it's just average, and replied lazily, her voice dripping with apathy. Sister, stop sleeping. We should go eat. Sally insisted, shaking Anne's arm. Stop shaking me. The moment and felt Sally's budding form brush against her arm. All remnants of sleep vanished. In the training camp's dining hall, an array of rare ingredients from across the world awaited, meticulously prepared by chefs to replenish the students' energy for the day. Holding a plate, and Sally selected some enticing dishes. In the empty dining hall, they found a table and began to enjoy their lunch, piercing a piece of grilled meat, adorned with an unfamiliar spice, and took a bite. The combination of the meat's texture and the spice created a unique sensation in her mouth. Delicious, and took another bite and gestured for Sally to try. Look there. Just as Mand and his group entered the dining hall, they spotted Sally and Anne, recalling Anne's formidable display of strength yesterday. Mand felt a shiver run down his spine as he mustered the courage to walk forward. Upon noticing Mand's group, and acknowledged their presence but chose to ignore them, continuing to savor her meal. After all, one must never forsake the joys of good food. Holding a tray, Mand and his companions found a table to sit at, enveloped in a heavy silence. Mand, distracted, absent-mindedly ate his roast meat with a knife and fork. The serene sound of Anha and Sally echoed through the vast dining hall, their voices ringing like silver bells, pressing down on Mand's heart like a boulder, ultimately unable to bear the weight of his inner turmoil. Mand rose and set down his utensils. Noticing his distress, his companions hastily followed suit. I'm sorry. They bowed in apology before Sally. The resounding sincerity of their apology reverberated through the dining hall, piquing the curiosity of those in the kitchen. Startled, Sally glanced at Mand and his friends, her confusion evident. They reiterated their apologies for the events of the previous day. Understanding their plight, Sally graciously forgave them. With her pardon, Mand and his companions turned their gaze towards and halting his actions, and unleashed an imposing aura that enveloped the group. So powerful. It was overwhelmingly strong. This singular thought consumed Mand's mind. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he braced against the pressure, once more apologizing. Silence reigned. Time passed, and just as Mand felt he could endure no longer, and retracted his aura and spoke, Since Sally has forgiven you, let this matter rest. Now, leave. With an consent, Mand and his companions hurriedly exited the dining hall. The brief interlude concluded, and Sally lost their appetites, departing the dining area. In the commercial district of the small town. Sally, still unsated, led on a leisurely stroll. Sister, try this. Sally offered a skewer of grilled vegetables and helplessly opened her already full hands to accept the offering. Sally, I can hardly eat anymore. Please don't buy any more. Understood, sister, Sally chuckled. Doreen. Suddenly, Sally waved ahead, setting down her skewer, and noticed a girl with a black ponytail, her bashful expression directed at Sally. Doreen, a user of the superhuman type spin fruit, rated an A in her evaluations, and instantly recalled information about her. Hearing Sally's call and noticing the onlookers, Doreen hurried to Sally's side. Covering Sally's mouth with her hand, Doreen whispered, "Don't shout. Sally, it's too embarrassing that I know. Just let me go." Doreen. Once Doreen released her grip, Sally continued, "Sister, this is my roommate Doreen from the North Sea branch. She is quite quiet and shy." Upon hearing Sally describe her personality, Doreen's face flushed as she attempted to hush Sally. Defiantly prying Doreen's hand away, Sally began to introduce A as the top trainee in the camp. Doreen naturally recognized and hello. Doreen greeted softly, "Hello," and replied, "What a quiet and shy girl," and remarked, causing Doreen's face to flush once more. No longer teasing Doreen, the trio resumed their leisurely wander. Meanwhile, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku and Tsuru were discussing the situation in the New World. The pirates in the New World have become increasingly reckless. Tsuru remarked, "They frequently engage in fierce battles over territory, and even our navy branches have come under attack. The latter half of the New World is particularly chaotic in the struggle for dominance over the seas. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom often clash," Tsuru added. The navy was utterly powerless to intervene in the New World's affairs. Upon reflecting on this, Sengoku grit his teeth. "It's all that damned Roger's fault. He left us with this colossal mess." After venting his frustration, Sengoku turned his thoughts to the camp's trainees. "I wonder if this training camp has produced any formidable newcomers." Sengoku. "Didn't you mention that Garp's granddaughter has considerable talent?" Haha. Sengoku laughed heartily at Tsuru's mention of Garp's granddaughter. He held in high regard. Wondering how she was faring in the training camp at that moment, the office door swung open with a bang, and Zifa and Garp entered. This time, Zifa wore a broad smile, while Garp appeared disgruntled. "Sengoku, I must tell you, and is truly a promising candidate. I can guarantee she will become a vice admiral in the future." The two men had just been discussing it, and upon hearing Zifa's praise, curiosity flickered across their faces. Zifa, a renowned instructor who had trained many high-ranking officers in the Navy, possessed an impressive ability to assess talent. If he claimed and had the potential to become an admiral, it was likely true. Without waiting for Zifa to sit down, Sengoku seized the opportunity to inquire about, and he paid no heed to Garp's displeasure, even contemplating a few jabs at him. Zifa then began recounting the events of the morning's training camp evaluations. Sengoku and Tsuru nodded appreciatively at S numerous outstanding performances. When they learned that Zifa had unleashed his armament hockey, yet had still taken the blow unscathed, Sengoku stroked his goatee with satisfaction, his demeanor contrasting sharply with Garp's growing irritation. Inwardly, Garp grumbled, "That's my granddaughter. I should have one of my own." Meanwhile, and unaware of the discussions among the dignitaries in the Marshal's office, was preoccupied with thoughts of when Sally and Doreen would conclude their shopping excursion as a woman, and found herself unusually disdainful of the shopping experience. Was the process of buying things supposed to be straightforward? Choose what you want, pay, and leave. Why had such a simple procedure become so convoluted? And internally screamed in frustration. 4 hours later, Sally and Doreen finally concluded their lengthy shopping spree. Observing their empty hands, and eyes reflected a profound sense of self-doubt. What had been the purpose of this afternoon's outing? As evening approached, the trio grabbed a quick bite in town to satiate their hunger, before heading back, and suggested they stop by the local fruit shop. Seizing the opportunity while her companions were distracted, and purchased a small quantity of papaya and kiwi fruit, stashing them in her system space to bring back to the dormitory. At the dormitory entrance, after bidding farewell to Sally, and returned to her room, collapsing onto her bed, she exhaled deeply, utterly exhausted. The physical exertion she had expended that afternoon surpassed even a full day of training. After a brief rest, and took a bath, donning white undergarments as she returned to her room. Extracting the papaya and kiwi fruit she had bought earlier, she prepared a cup. With a firm press, she produced a delicious cup of papaya juice. Drawing forth her knife, she deftly sliced the kiwi fruit into thin pieces. After finishing the papaya juice in one gulp, she switched off the light with a satisfying click. Each motion flowed seamlessly to eye in the darkness. As her upper body was draped in her undergarment at the head of the bed, and murmured, "I wonder if Dasky's secret recipe will be effective." The following morning, having prepared early, and arrived at the training camp square. By this hour, a considerable number of people had gathered, and Zifa was already waiting. After exchanging greetings, and stood quietly in place. Minutes later, Zifa, growing impatient, nodded to the officers behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, several figures vanished from sight. 5 minutes later, sounds echoed from the dormitory building. 15 minutes later, all trainees had assembled. With a commanding gaze, Zifa scrutinized them all. He proceeded to criticize the group, reiterating the training camp as scheduled. He then announced the day's training content. The first training exercise is a run of 100,000 meters. However, given that most of you did not perform well this morning, the distance is doubled. Each of you will run 200,000 meters, and no one is permitted to use any techniques. I want you to toughen your bodies. As Zifa's words fell, the crowd erupted in commotion. What? 200,000 meters? I haven't run that distance in a year, if we can't use our devil fruits. What's the point of having them? Though the crowd buzzed with murmurs, not a soul dared to challenge Zephyr, and, feeling a sense of secret delight, thought it would be an easy day. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zephyr's devilish voice resonated. And, given your prowess, you need not run a mere 200,000 meters. Not good. Sensing the ominous tone in Zephyr's words, and was about to stammer a justification, that Zephyr's voice drifted slowly. And before the curious gazes of the onlookers, he proclaimed an astronomical figure, and, "You shall run 1,000,000 meters. Am I mistaken?" And looked up at the sky in disbelief. 1,000,000 meters. With Anne's current physique, even with all her might, it would take her approximately 5 to 6 hours to accomplish such a feat. Trembling, and hesitantly inquired, "Instructor Zephyr, are you certain there is no error?" Noticing the tremor in Anne's voice, a stark white smile appeared on Zephyr's dark face. "There is no mistake. It is indeed 1,000,000 meters, 50,000 in the morning and 50,000 in the afternoon. And you are unlike others. Your abilities surpass those of your peers. The training methods for ordinary individuals do not suit you. Thus, we have tailored a training regimen specifically for you." Tailored a training regimen, and scoffed, her eyes glazed over. This accursed Navy headquarters, I should never have come here. Indeed, she resolved to sneak away from Marineford that very night, that I in her heart. She roared, "No one shall impede my escape. I must return to Windmill Village. To my home. Do not even think about fleeing. This plan was devised by your grandfather, Garp, just as pondered her escape." Zephyr's voice echoed once more. "I knew it. Only that old coot could conceive such a twisted method." And bellowed, ultimately, and began to run. Yet throughout the process, her face bore no semblance of human emotion. Of course, if Zephyr were not pursuing her from behind, perhaps Anne might have felt somewhat better. Time passed inexorably. Other trainees had long completed their running drills and commenced other forms of training. On the field, and continued to sweat profusely. 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 meters. Just as the others finished their training and prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch, and finally reached her morning goal, ignoring the praises of the crowd, and dashed toward the cafeteria, her legs refusing to stop. Ha. What a splendid prospect. Zephyr laughed heartily. Unbeknownst to Anne, this very training regimen was the method employed by the young Garp, Sengoku, and others to hone their stamina. Through relentless long-distance running, they gradually uncovered the limits of their physical endurance. The difference was, they were not merely running a trivial 1,000,000 meters. In the cafeteria, the chefs gazed at Anne, who was leaning against the window, silently assessing her as a vibrant young woman. At last, she came to a halt, bracing herself against the cafeteria window, breathing heavily. After running 500,000 meters, she indeed felt some effect, albeit only a slight one. Anne still possessed a B-class physique. This effect would have been commendable. However, her physique had already shattered its shackles and ascended to A-class. Gurgle, the depletion of her energy brought forth a tremendous hunger. Selecting an oversized tray, and incessantly pointed at the food, gesturing for the chefs to place it on her plate, finding a table at random. At noon, this particular young lady commenced her lunch. Gurgle, gurgle. Another serving, chef. Another serving. The empty plates on Anne's table multiplied. Soon after, the other trainees, having concluded their training, arrived at the cafeteria, engaged in jovial chatter. When Sally and Doreen spotted Anne, who was buried in her work at the table, they approached to greet her. What greeted them was, "Hurry, go, get the food." After a moment of bewilderment, gazing at the empty plates, Sally seemed to grasp the situation and quickly pulled Doreen toward the window. Thus, this cohort of trainees not only had to complete Zephyr's training each day, but also added a new task to their regiment on the sweltering afternoons under Zephyr's meticulous guidance, and commenced yet another 500,000-meter run. In the square, and then Zephyr raced under the midday sun. The other trainees, witnessing Zephyr's dedication, promptly picked up their pre-prepared training equipment and began their afternoon exercises. 1 lap, 2 laps, with her eyes glazed over, and failed to notice that Zephyr had already halted behind her. She continued to mechanically move her legs, filled with resentment, and thought to herself, "Damn that old man. Just you wait. One day, I'll make you pay." As the sun began to set, the harbor's surface was draped in a layer of crimsoned it last. She finished and wrung the sweat from her clothes and, dragging her weary body, headed toward the cafeteria. Observing In's actions, the trainees still training in the square muttered, "Not good." The shadows of their training equipment flickered. When everyone completed their training and rushed to the cafeteria, a chorus of wails erupted, followed by the sounds of a frenzied scramble for food. That night, in the training camp classroom, a female officer passionately addressed the trainees below about the Navy's righteous program. We, the Navy, are the guardians of justice upon the seas. Her monotonous rhetoric echoed throughout the classroom. Sally, Doreen, and the other trainees exhibited great enthusiasm. And felt as though she had returned to her high school language class, fighting to stay awake, leaning on the table, and succumbed to slumber. A soft snore interrupted the officer's lecture. The officer, displeased, exclaimed, "Who is it?" The attendees began to search for the source of the sound. After a brief search, their gaze landed on In, who was fast asleep in the last row. Upon realizing the culprit was On, the officer felt somewhat helpless. She was well aware of Anne's strength and background. It was only natural that this individual would become a significant figure in the Navy someday. Surely, she must have been exhausted from the day's training. The officer found solace in this excuse and resumed her lecture, while the other trainees who wished to emulate and slumber were met with stern reprimands. Thus, Anne spent a grueling month at the training camp. In the square, as usual, and prepared to begin her run. But Zephyr raised a hand to halt her. And looked up, a look of confusion crossing her face. Noticing her bewilderment, Zephyr spoke. "In, starting today, you need not return to the training camp. Go seek your grandfather, Garp." "Why?" Anne asked out of curiosity. Zephyr, fond of his granddaughter, elaborated, "Because over the past month, your physical training has met the standards. You may now attempt to increase your running volume to enhance your training. Furthermore, the training camp will soon begin to teach the Navy's 6 styles, which holds no significance for you. Thus, your grandfather will temporarily take over as your instructor for strength training." "Understood, Instructor Zephyr. Shall I seek out grandfather now?" And pointed toward the training camp's exit. "Go ahead. Your grandfather is at the abandoned shipyard behind the headquarters." Receiving Zephyr's affirmative response, and felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Reflecting on the grueling month of long runs, she distinctly felt her speed had improved significantly. Though she still had a ways to go before breaking through to B, she was certainly not far off. As for her physique, there was barely a hint of improvement. Bidding farewell to Zephyr, and turned and strode toward the exit of the training camp. The crowd in the square, though puzzled by the direction of Anne's departure, remained silent. For even if Anne were to graduate today, they would not be surprised. After all, they were not of the same caliber. Who could deny that she was a true genius, unbeknownst to others? As soon as Anne left the training camp, she felt lost. Just how does one navigate to the abandoned shipyard? Gently tapping his forehead, and inquired with passers-by about how to reach the abandoned shipyard. As he walked and asked, he gradually distanced himself from the bustling area of Malinfando. After a while, the dilapidated facade of the shipyard began to emerge in Anne's line of sight, from the outskirts of the shipyard. He could already see the remnants of decommissioned warships within. Approaching the entrance of the shipyard, a languid voice called out, "Ah la la, you have finally arrived." A man with a curly hairstyle and an eye mask on his forehead emerged, and furrowed his brow, pondering, "Where did this guy come from? My observation hockey isn't picking up anything." The man with the curly hair drew closer, and finally recognized him. "Akiji," he exclaimed, slightly surprised. "Hey, don't call me by my code name. Refer to me as Kazan, your senior brother." Given that he was the granddaughter of Garp, it was only natural for him to be recognized. "Let us go. Garp has been waiting for us for quite some time." Without lingering on these thoughts, and walked alongside Akiji into the shipyard. "You finally made it. Garp exclaimed, opening his arms and laughing heartily. However, what awaited him was not N's warm embrace, but rather a solid punch. In an instant, N disappeared from beside Aokiji and reappeared above Garp's head, delivering a light jab. Haha. Garp chuckled, fully aware of N's temperament. Observing Garp in this manner, and felt as if he had struck a cotton ball. From a distance, Aokiji watched this scene, his lips twitching, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness, Garp, you certainly didn't treat me this way before." After this farcical interlude, the three gathered together. Garp began the introductions. Kazan, Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. My eldest disciple, and my granddaughter, the heir to my legacy, your junior sister. Upon hearing Garp's introduction, each had their own thoughts. N considered that Aokiji would eventually be defeated in the contest for Fleet Admiral and would sorrowfully leave the Navy to become a pirate. This was a potential ally she could cultivate. Aokiji reflected that despite his own excellence, Garp had never referred to him as his heir. This junior sister before him must possess extraordinary qualities. After exchanging pleasantries, Aokiji inquired about the reason for Garp's summons. Haha, Garp laughed. There's nothing significant. I just wanted you to meet your junior sister. Truly, you're remarkable, Garp, Aokiji replied. Following this, he found a quiet spot, lay down, and donned his eye mask to rest, disregarding Aokiji. Garp led into a warship that appeared to have been abandoned not long ago. You have already achieved the ability to shatter iron and awakened your Busashoka haki. Next, you can proceed to the third phase of Iron Fist training. Pointing to the warship, Garp stated in an authoritative tone, blow it up, and gazed at the immense warship, tapping its metallic exterior with her hand. The sound echoed off the unknown hard metal. A thought crossed her mind. Do the strong in this world engage in such extravagant feats? Garp continued, there's no time limit. Once you blow it up, your Iron Fist will advance to the fourth stage. Recalling his own youthful days of using warships as punching bags, Aokiji observed, now, Kazan will supervise you. I'll take my leave. Nanny. Ignoring the resentful gazes of the two, Garp swaggered away, leaving N and Aokiji exchanging bewildered glances. Grandpa is truly outrageous, and broke the awkward silence. That's just how Garp is. You'll get used to it, Aokiji explained. But it's precisely for this reason that I've followed him since my youth. Even as an admiral, I still aspire to his approach to that's so. And chuckled lightly, saying, I suppose I will find it quite challenging to adapt to such a personality. Ending their brief conversation, and approached the abandoned warship. It was time to commence training. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her stance, arms raised, channeling her strength into her fists, and did not hold back her power. After all, this was essential for her Iron Fist training. With all her might, she swung her fist, striking the hard surface of the warship. A series of dull thuds echoed throughout the desolate shipyard. As an admiral, Aokiji was highly attuned to the perception of power. This strength seems different from what Fleet Admiral Sengoku described, he mused inwardly. Raising his body slightly, Aokiji lowered his eye mask, observing it as she struck the warship. With each blow, the vessel emitted a cacophony of sounds, and shattered components fell like rain, clattering to the ground. Upon focusing on N's fists, he noticed they remained unscathed. Recalling his own injuries from past training, Aokiji marveled, the newcomers are truly impressive. And paid no mind to Aokiji's praise, fully immersed in her training. After delivering her first punch, a peculiar sensation arose within her. It was as if there existed a specific point she needed to strike to obliterate the warship. Noticing that N was oblivious to him, Aokiji donned his eye mask once more, but this time, he was not sleeping. He was contemplating the essence of justice, as he reflected upon his experiences in the Navy. Aokiji found himself increasingly perplexed by the concept of justice. With repetitive strikes, a deep dent formed in the warship's peculiar exterior, yet N could not locate the elusive point she sensed. If only Garp were here, he could elucidate this matter for her. In reality, the point N felt did not exist on the warship. It was a rhythm, or the vibrations of all things, much like a swordsman perceiving the breath of the world. Capable of slicing through steel. If N could master this rhythm, she would inflict tremendous damage upon her adversaries. This was also why Garp instilled fear in others. Being struck by his Iron Fist was no mere pain. It was the force of rhythm that caused internal injuries, leaving hidden wounds. As her fists continued to fly, the warship trembled violently. Time passed, and N's speed gradually slowed until she finally came to a halt. Upon closer inspection, the massive warship bore a significant hole. The abandoned shipyard fell silent. How terrifying. You've completed Garp's task in such a short time. At some point, Akiji had approached Anne's side, gazing at the gaping hole in the warship. He recalled, I remember it took me 3 weeks to achieve this level of damage. Yet here was this girl, accomplishing it in merely an afternoon. Hearing Akiji speak, and shook her head, replying, I haven't completed it yet. Huh? How can that be? Haven't you already penetrated it? Garp said to blow it up. Blow it up? Akiji, quick-witted, immediately grasped the distinction. To blow it up seems impossible. Even if my hawk came, he could only slice it into pieces. He pondered no, and firmly countered Akiji's assertion, then resolutely declared, I can feel it. I can blow it up. I just haven't pinpointed that key point. Point? Akiji looked down at it, a thought forming in his mind. Truly. She was Garp's chosen heir. At least he had never felt such a sensation during his own training. Akiji, observing it in contemplation, offered his suggestion. I recall hearing Vice Admiral Bogart mention that swordsmen aiming to break through to the realm of swordmasters must also sense the breath of all things, gaining the ability to sever steel. Stop. Wait. And directly interrupted Kazan's speech, inquiring, what did you just say you felt? Unperturbed by the interruption, Kazan replied, the breath of all things. The phrase the breath of all things resonated deeply within Anne's soul. Indeed, this is it, and exclaimed with excitement. Just as all things possess their own breath, they also embody unique vibrations. Anne referred to this phenomenon as rhythm. As long as he could perceive the rhythm of all things, he would be able to locate the precise point within the warship, allowing his strength to resonate with it. This would enable a true explosion of power from within the vessel, which would constitute the genuine meaning of blowing it up. Concluding his thoughts, and approached the warship. Focusing his observation, he began to attempt to sense the rhythm of the ship. Although the concept sounded straightforward, achieving it proved to be as challenging as climbing to the heavens. Unlike the swordmaster who perceives the breath of all things to sever their connections, Anne's goal of detonating the warship required him to identify the specific rhythmic point that aligned with his own attack, triggering an internal explosion. The difficulties of the two tasks were not on the same level. As time gradually elapsed and remained at a standstill, days turned into nights, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Throughout this period, and had not moved an inch, fully employing his observation to incessantly feel the warship's rhythm. Even with Anne's formidable physique, exhaustion began to set in by his side. Kazan remained steadfast, vigilantly ensuring Anne's safety over these 20 days. As the sun rose above the horizon, its radiant light illuminated both and the warship. A subtle, invisible ripple emanated from the two, converging into a luminous point under the sun's brilliant glow, dim yet shimmering. He found it. Now is the moment, and shouted, his voice reverberating throughout the abandoned shipyard, echoing outward, with a swift, light punch. Infused with the power of the safe department, he struck the luminous point. Crack, a sound of shattering echoed. Moments later, the entire warship erupted in a thunderous explosion from within. The tremendous noise was palpable even to the trainees in the camp. As the warship shattered and maintained his punching stance, Kazan gazed at the cascading debris of the warship, pondering whether this was the power he had yet to comprehend. Looking down at it, he realized that this young apprentice's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. At the Navy headquarters loft, the deafening sound prompted the senior Navy officers to spring into action. Light flashed as Admiral Kazuru was the first to arrive at the abandoned shipyard, with the battle reaching their doorstep. It would be remiss for him, a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, not to make a show of it. Otherwise, his salary for the month might be in jeopardy. As the light coalesced, Kazuru's tall, somewhat lewd figure emerged. How terrifying. Kazan, why are you here? The sunglasses obscured Kazuru's eyes, which were now lowered in a somewhat unsettling manner. Following him were Akainu, Tsuru, and other notable vice admirals of the Navy, all arriving at the scene. Today marked the most glorious day in the history of this abandoned shipyard. Allah, this is how things unfolded, Kazan explained to the crowd in a languid tone. Regarding the recent commotion, how terrifying. Vice Admiral Garp's granddaughter is actually this formidable, and she's only 11. Kazara remarked with a somewhat lecherous tone. In contrast to Kazara's pale astonishment, Akainu was more direct, pointing toward the nearby derelict warship. Dogman, go blow up that warship. Upon receiving the order, Dogman swiftly launched into action, delivering powerful punches. After several strikes, the abandoned vessel only bore a few massive gaping holes. Full power? Akainu questioned, his gaze fixed on the damaged warship. Absolutely, Dogman affirmed. Hearing Dogman's response, the other vice admirals grew curious and decided to take action, resulting in similar levels of destruction. Observing the vice admiral's efforts, a rare smile broke across Akinu's face. He then stated, "If she requires assistance in the future, we shall do our utmost to help her." Although Akainu was known for his ruthlessness, he was willing to aid some prodigies, provided it did not hinder his own interests. Following the command, the vice admirals nodded in agreement. While the gathered officers esteemed In's capabilities, Kizaru posed a probing question. Why has she yet to lower her hand? I am equally curious about that. Kazan scratched his head. Perhaps young people simply enjoy showing off. A gentle breeze swept through, and amidst the speculations of Kizaru and Kazan, and collapsed backward onto the ground. Dust swirled, and silence enveloped the abandoned shipyard. At the Navy Headquarters Hospital, within a tranquil and tidy ward adorned with several pots of greenery, golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting a warm glow on the floor. Creak. The door turned, and footsteps echoed within the room. The jarring noise stirred in from her slumber, causing her eyelids to flutter open, revealing her drowsy gaze. You've been asleep for 2 days. Would you care to rise and have something to eat? Kazan's languid voice reached her ears as he opened a food box. The box opened. The delicious aroma wafted toward In's nostrils, instantly awakening her hunger. Yes, she responded, showing no hesitation with her senior. Throwing off the covers, she swiftly removed the four from her hand and seated herself at the table, grasping chopsticks, and let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "I'm ready to dig in," before commencing her hearty feast. During their meal, and learned from her conversation with Kazan that the sound she had made earlier had gathered a host of high-ranking Navy officials, her expression stiffened slightly. Surely my plan to conceal my strength has been thwarted. Stealing a glance at Kazan, she inquired, "What do you think my current strength is, and roughly what tier would that place me within the Navy? Your strength is quite commendable, likely just shy of a Navy Vice Admiral." Kazan recalled In's punch from the previous day and continued, "If you can master that power, you should possess the capabilities of a Vice Admiral." "Understood. I shall continue to strive for improvement," she affirmed. Though inwardly, she felt relieved that her true potential had not been exposed. "It seems you've nearly recovered. What are your plans for this afternoon?" Kazan asked again, after contemplating for a moment, and replied, "I'll head back to the abandoned shipyard to train. I must seize this opportunity to master that power and complete my second phase of training. Allah, I have nothing planned for the afternoon. So I'll accompany you," Kazan responded. "Are admirals really this idle?" And expressed her envy. Kazan scratched his head, saying, "Allah, it's not quite as you suggest. I'm simply a bit freer than usual." In the afternoon, and rode on Kazan's bicycle toward the deserted shipyard. Along the way, onlookers gazed at the peculiar pair with curious expressions, seated on the back of the bicycle, and envisioned a whimsical scenario in her mind. "Kazan Gigi, if I sit on the back of your bicycle, will your girlfriend be upset? Kazan Gigi, if she finds out, will she not give me a beating? Unlike me, who only feels pity for Gigi." Shaking her head vigorously to dispel the odd imagery, and thought to herself that although Kazan had no girlfriend, if she spoke in such a manner, she would likely find herself at the Marineford port. Tossed into the sea to feed the fishes, while everyone else enjoyed a sumptuous feast that evening, the bicycle emitted a creaking sound as the two individuals returned to the abandoned shipyard. They sought out a derelict warship once more, and then recommenced her training, with her senses fully attuned, and began to seek the rhythm of the warship. Observing In's training, Kazan leaned against the tilted mast. Pondering the nature of justice, time continued its relentless march, and 5 days passed, during this span, and devoted herself solely to training, interspersed with meals and sleep. After 5 days of rigorous practice, her sensitivity to the rhythm had sharpened considerably. Finally, at a certain moment, and swiftly delivered a punch to the warship. Crack! Boom! The vessel erupted once again to at last. She could perceive this rhythm clearly, and then exhaled a sigh of relief. The continuous awareness over those 5 days had taken a significant toll on her energy. Gazing at the exploded warship before her, and mused, all that remained was to train incessantly and familiarize herself with this newfound power. Rubbing her temples, she shifted her gaze to Kazan. Throughout these days, Kazan had played the role of Ant's chauffeur, arriving punctually each morning on his bicycle to escort her to the abandoned shipyard. The residents of Marineford had grown accustomed to this peculiar duo. "Kazan, what are you pondering?" and inquired. Lost in thought, Kazan blurted out, "What is justice?" Upon hearing this question, and contemplated silently, realizing that Kazan had yet to move past the O'Hara incident. After a brief moment of reflection, she replied, "Isn't the Navy the embodiment of justice upon the seas?" "Ah, can the Navy truly represent justice?" Kazan responded, his tone languid, yet contemplative. "That I never imagined you, a vice admiral, would question the justice of the Navy." And teased and retort, "It's nothing. You'll understand once you spend enough time in the Navy. That's also why I admire Captain Garp. To be able to do whatever one desires is indeed enviable." Kazan expressed with longing. "Then, what do you believe justice to be, Kazan?" and inquired pointedly. Kazan refrained from answering her question, instead countering, "What does my little junior sister think justice is?" After a brief pause, Kazan was met with a grand declaration: to protect all the kind-hearted in this world, allowing them to live happily, to punish all the wicked, ensuring they receive their due retribution. This is my justice. I call it justice of fairness. Lowering his eye mask, Kazan gazed at his junior sister and praised. "Ah, what a magnificent sense of justice." Receiving Kazan's commendation, and seized the opportunity to invite him directly. "Then, Kazan, would you consider lending me a hand?" "What do you mean by that, little junior sister?" Kazan squinted, his demeanor turning sharp. Unfazed by Kazan's intensity, and boldness stemmed from her reasoning. On one hand, Kazan's connection to Garp, and on the other, the knowledge that Kazan would eventually leave the Navy, rather than allowing him to become a pirate. It was preferable to take the initiative and have him as an ally. "You understand my meaning," Kazan in my view, and began to articulate confidently, "the current Navy cannot be deemed true justice, though they bear the name of justice. They often fail to uphold it. In the eyes of the world government, the Navy is merely its enforcer, or rather, a dog. The world government never considers the Navy's sense of justice. Think about it." "Kazan, is this not the case?" and refrained from mentioning the O'Hara incident, as doing so would complicate how she knew of it. Recalling the entirety of the O'Hara incident, the deceased scholars, the obliterated tree of knowledge, the refugee ship struck by a Kainu's cannon, each event contradicted the principles of justice. Kazan found himself at a loss to counter his inquiries, noticing his silence, and continued, "Aside from the world government, even among the Navy's 3 admirals, the justice you uphold is rather peculiar. Admiral Akainu adheres to absolute justice, believing that anyone who obstructs justice can be killed, whether they are civilians or fellow Navy members. Kazan, do you consider this justice?" Admiral Kazaru espouses an ambiguous form of justice that needs no commentary from me. "Kazan, do you deem this justice?" Lastly, there is you, Kazan, although your understanding of justice is sound. Can you truly enact your version of justice while serving in the Navy? Faced with En's assertive questioning, Kazan remained silent, fully aware that his junior sister spoke the truth. After delivering her statements, and ceased to speak, allowing Kazan time for contemplation. As time drifted on in the tranquil shipyard, the tattered Navy flag atop the warship fluttered without wind at its length. Kazan raised his gaze to the sky, murmuring, "Can the Navy truly not realize my sense of justice?" A deep sigh escaped his lips, ascending into the heavens. Sensing Kazan still harbored illusions about the Navy, and decided to administer a more potent dose of reality. Her voice floated lightly, "Kazan, are you perhaps thinking that if you become the fleet admiral, you can change the current situation?" Kazan's pupils contracted, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on it. Without uttering his usual catchphrase, a cold voice emerged. "Indeed, that is what I think. Is there a problem with that? You'd better provide me with an explanation. Though you are Garp's granddaughter, I will not divulge today's events. However, you will not escape without some form of punishment. An aura of frost spread around them, the ground beginning to freeze as Kazan spoke with fury. "Such coldness has no effect on me," and replied, her expression tranquil as crimson flames surged toward the ground, halting the advance of the frost. In the abandoned shipyard, ice and fire separated the two, their gazes locked. "They asked for the explanation you seek. I have already provided it." "When did you say that?" Kazan asked icily. An fixed her eyes on Kazan and declared, "I stated that the Navy is merely the enforcer of the world government. Do you believe the world government would select a disobedient admiral like you to become the fleet admiral? Furthermore, even if you were to achieve that rank, what makes you think the world government would allow you to alter the Navy? Consider the actions of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a man of great intellect. Has he not committed numerous acts that contradicted justice over the years? Was he truly acting of his own volition? Most importantly, do you know why the world government would prevent you from changing the Navy?" After several exchanges, Kazan found himself unable to respond, and he leaned wearily against the mast, exhausted. "Why? and revealed a bright smile. Because the world government is the greatest evil in this world. Consider why there are so many pirates upon the seas. Reflect on the actions of the celestial dragons, then think of the outrageous deeds committed by the Navy. Kazan, you must understand, the world government is the greatest enemy of justice, and nearly shouted this last declaration. Kazan had long contemplated the truths within his words. As a vice admiral, he understood the chaotic roots of the sea better than most. Ah, I see, Kazan uttered with a weary tone. But how can you prove that what you can accomplish is beyond my reach? At present, I cannot provide proof, and replied calmly, I in the midst of Kazan's astonished gaze, and extended her hand, saying, let us make a pact. If you find that the Navy cannot fulfill your sense of justice, and I can prove that I can, then you shall join me in contributing to the transformation of this distorted world. Ah, I cannot believe that at this age, I would engage in such a ruse. Kazan chuckled as he extended his fist. Hey, are you insinuating something? And retorted angrily. Their fists collided, sealing the agreement. Retracting his fist, Kazan formed an ice blade with one hand and declared, while I have accepted your terms, I still wish to test whether you possess the strength to back it up. If you lack that strength, I will not hesitate to breach our agreement. Stop, and commanded, halting Kazan's actions with a single hand. Let's find an uninhabited island to continue our training tonight. What a peculiar request, Kazan remarked, but as you wish. The two refrained from further training and instead made their way home. On the back seat of the bicycle, and lamented, must you always ride this way? Sitting behind you every day, I've noticed how the looks from others have changed. Does it matter? Kazan replied nonchalantly. I thought they were looking at me. Stop being so vain, and retorted without hesitation. The bicycle came to a halt in front of the training camp's dining hall. Kazan announced, tomorrow, I'll arrange for a bicycle for you. Okay, and responded with a gesture, entering the dining hall, oblivious to the fearful gazes of the onlookers, and began to feast heartily. That night, at the Marineford port, and Kazan boarded a warship, which then silently departed from the harbor in a windless zone. On an unknown small island, flames soared high into the night sky. Divine bird impact, Little Red transformed into a blazing sun, unleashing a torrent of miniature flame phoenixes towards Kazan. In response, Kazan conjured a barrage of ice spears to intercept them. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom as fire met ice, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Within the haze, Anne's armed iron fist emerged, striking towards Kazan. Ice block, ice wall, a thick shield of ice materialized, but shattered upon contact with Anne's iron fist, allowing it to pierce through Kazan's abdomen. Ah, how careless of you. And Kazan exclaimed, seizing Anne's arms as frost began to encroach upon him. Is that so? I have already declared my fearlessness towards your freezing powers. The flames of the blazing sun ignited, halting the frost's advance instantly. Is that so? Kazan inquired as he swung an ice blade towards, and what else would it be? And retorted, his left hand ablaze, colliding his fist with the ice blade, before Kazan could act again. And retracted his right hand and delivered a blow known as Iron Fist Frostwind towards Kazan. Sensing the chill emanating from Little Sister's fist, Kazan scoffed, are you attempting to use ice against an Iceman? As the fist passed through Kazan's body, his expression shifted dramatically, and's fiery fist had transformed into a deep blue flame, freezing his own body. Before Kazan could ponder further, and's left fist deflected his ice blade, and a fiery punch struck Kazan's abdomen with great force. Whoosh! Kazan was sent flying by and's blow, landing as a block of ice to mitigate the impact. Ah, that was perilous. I didn't expect you could freeze me, Kazan remarked, his voice laced with surprise. You have yet to fathom many other surprises, and declared, raising his fist engulfed in deep blue flames. The deep blue flames represented the liberated form of the ice flame, significantly amplifying its freezing effects. Here I come, and bellowed, shattering the ground beneath him as he propelled towards Kazan. The earth fractured under the force of his iron fist. Noting En's approach, Kazan swung his ice blade to counter the attack. But in an instant, the blade shattered. Kazan immediately elementalized, reappearing on another ice surface. Boom! En's iron fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The downside of natural abilities is the inability to use armed hockey while employing them. Kazan mused, gazing at the broken ice blade. Spare me your humble brags. In that case, unleash your true strength. As your grandfather's eldest disciple, your martial arts should be formidable as well. Perhaps not. That would be too exhausting. Let us test our fruit abilities instead, Kazan suggested, discarding the ice blade. As you wish, and replied casually. Kazan leaped into the air, shouting, ice block, ice rain. Sharp ice droplets rained down from the sky towards him. Little Blue intervened, swelling in size at its master's command, flapping enormous wings ablaze with icy blue flames as it soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp raindrops struck against Little Blue's wings, creating ripples of blue. As the ice rain continued to fall, Little Blue began to channel the ice flames to repair its wings that a stalemate ensued in the air. "Da-da, your pets are quite useful," Kazan remarked, pausing his assault with a tone of envy. "By the way, is that truly a Zoan-type devil fruit?" Exhausted, Little Blue transformed back into flames, returning to N's body. Meanwhile, Little Red shrank down, perching on N's shoulder to preen its feathers, hearing Kazan's question, and replied with a hint of exasperation. What else could it be? Kazan clicked his tongue. My, how unreasonable the mythical beast type is. Without commenting on Kazan's statement, N evaluated his own stamina and inquired, "Shall we continue our battle?" seeking Kazan's acknowledgement. And decided to reveal his full capabilities this time. Let us call it a day. Kazan drawled lazily. My freezing powers have no effect on you at all, acknowledging the truth in Kazan's words. And silently nodded. After all, the liberated flames were indeed overwhelmingly potent. Yet, and remained humble, responding, "Even without utilizing my fruit abilities, you could still defeat me with just hockey and martial arts," from their recent skirmish. And realized the considerable gap that still existed between them. During the fight, Kazan had not even resorted to hockey. Using martial arts is far too exhausting, and with your strength, it's not something you could achieve in the short term. Kazan remarked languidly. By the way, why do you conceal your true strength? Kazan asked, puzzled. "I prefer to remain unnoticed." And explained to Kuzumin. My intention is to blend in as a naval captain and then quietly execute my plans across the seas. Ah, that is indeed a splendid idea. Had I known, I would have done the same. Now that our battle is concluded, shall we return? And yawned, stretching as he looked towards Kazan. Then let us head back. Kazan replied, and with that, both vanished from the spot. The warship slowly set sail, gliding into the night towards Marineford. In the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar, a month had passed since Un and Kazan's confrontation. The numerous abandoned warships once visible outside the derelict shipyard had significantly diminished. Inside the shipyard, the sound of fists resonated. Bang, bang. The echo of striking the warship filled the air with a casual punch and sent the warship flying with a thunderous roar, scattering it in all directions. Straightening up and brushing off the debris from his hands, and murmured to himself, "I have nearly mastered the rhythm of all things. It is time to return to the training camp." Retrieving his pink bicycle from a corner, and mounted it, humming an unknown tune as he pedaled towards the training camp. "Riding my beloved bicycle. It shall never be caught in traffic." Hearing the melody, the residents along the way were unfazed, with some even joining in harmony. As the song resonated, and pondered, "I wonder what Kazan is up to now." As he considered Kazan to be a valuable ally for his future endeavors, and felt it was essential to show a bit more concern for him. The Grand Line, casually dispatching the oblivious pirates. Kazan, riding his new bicycle, was on his way back to the Navy headquarters. The training camp had arrived. He parked his pink bicycle with care and walked into the training camp. In the training camp square, Zephyr was assessing the cadets on the Navy's 6 styles. For those who performed poorly, Zephyr offered guidance. Noticing N's arrival, he showed no sign of acknowledgement, continuing his serious evaluation of the students. Seeing that Zephyr was ignoring him, N, out of boredom, decided to embark on a long-distance run of 1,000,000 meters. For N's self-motivated exercise, Zephyr grew increasingly satisfied with this granddaughter of his. As the scenery shifted and opened the system panel. Deep blue points allocated, bonding system, upon closer inspection, and noticed 2 changes on the panel. The first, the bonding points had risen to 18. The second, the observation hockey had advanced from proficient to mastery. How nostalgic it was to recall the joy of sudden power surges, and mused while glancing at the system panel. In the training ground, everyone was sweating profusely, and before they knew it, midday had arrived. The training camp cafeteria became bustling again with N's return, as chefs and cadets braced themselves. N sat at a table with the long-missed Sally and Doran, listening to Sally recount her progress. In the afternoon, under Zephyr's supervision, everyone commenced a new round of training. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the square, Zephyr ordered the cadets to assemble. Observing the young cadets with sweat trickling down their faces, he nodded in approval. Facing the setting sun, Zephyr remarked, "You have spent 3 months in the Navy training camp, and I am quite pleased with your performance during this time." As Zephyr's words lingered, a somber atmosphere enveloped the crowd. Having only been in the camp for 3 months, the cadets were already aware of their impending departure. The thought of parting ways with companions, roommates, and instructors, whom they had grown close to, filled their hearts with reluctance to eye in this chaotic and unpredictable sea. A farewell could very well be a final goodbye. Witnessing the scene below, Zephyr felt a pang of sadness himself. The older one gets, the more one clings to the past. Indeed, he was aging. Suppressing such sentiments, Zephyr continued, as the training camp concludes, the headquarters will determine your future placements based on your final assessments. There will be 2 examinations. The first, a practical battle against pirates. The headquarters will grade you based on the bounty of the pirates you defeat. The second, a challenge against active Navy officers. At that time, all the headquarters generals will be present, and those who perform well will have the opportunity to join their ranks. Teacher Zephyr, does that include the admiral's ranks? As long as you are strong enough, it is indeed possible, Zephyr said, deliberately casting a glance at it. A wave of exhilaration washed over the cadets, dissipating their earlier sadness. Zephyr did not aim to discourage them. Joining an admiral's ranks was no simple feat. Tomorrow will be a day of rest, and the formal assessments will begin the day after. With the setting sun as his backdrop, Zephyr departed, leaving behind his final command at Allah. I'm finally back. I wonder what Admiral Sengoku wants with me. At the Marineford port, Kazan tossed aside his bicycle, mumbling as he made his way to the Admiral's office. Inside the office, Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane awaited Kazan's arrival. Teacher Garp, you're here too. Kazan greeted the 4 as he entered. Upon seeing Kazan, Sengoku directly stated the purpose of their gathering. Kazan, the final assessment at the training camp has commenced. However, there is a matter that requires your attention. What do you need me to do? For reasons unknown, An's figure flashed through Kazan's mind. Is it because of An? Indeed, Sengoku affirmed, An's abilities far exceed those of the average cadet. Thus we have devised a new assessment plan for her. Kazan nodded, agreeing with the Admiral's perspective. This day, he had not forgotten the moment and had frozen him. This would be the content of An's assessment. Kazan took the document and examined it closely. The first assessment, apprehend a pirate with a bounty of 300 million, along with 9 pirates each with a bounty of 100 million. At the second assessment, battle against a Navy lieutenant commander. This should pose no problem. Given An's strength, she can accomplish this effortlessly, Kazan thought to himself. There are no issues with the assessment content, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku's expression shifted subtly. The tasks outlined, even for some exceptional Navy lieutenant commanders, would be challenging to accomplish. The reason Sengoku had called Kazan back was that he was familiar with An and would therefore better understand her capabilities. Hearing Kazan's unhesitating affirmation, Sengoku pondered. In that case, Kazan, you will serve as An's proctor and oversee her assessment. So that's why I was summoned back. It seems I have no choice but to agree, Kazan conceded helplessly. The 4 nodded. Then we entrust An's assessment to you. A night passed in silence. 2 days later, at the Marineford port, a naval vessel prepared for departure, laden with supplies and munitions. Lines of well-trained cadets marched aboard the ship. The sails unfurled, catching the wind. Zephyr and a host of officers boarded the vessel, setting sail towards the horizon. The assessments had officially commenced. Hey, why are you leaving me behind again? And cried out desperately from the dock. Damn it. Why do I have to be treated specially again? All I want is to graduate normally and become a base commander in the 4 seas. The ocean listened to the girl's aspirations. Watching the ship fade into the horizon, and gritted her teeth. It's obvious. Zephyr didn't take me along for a reason. There must be a special mission reserved for me. Special means attention. Ugh, this is so hard. Like a salted fish, and slumped onto the dock. Shouldn't ta girl pay more attention to her image? Kazan remarked, drawing An's ire. Mind your own business, and snapped at Kazan, who had appeared out of nowhere. Weren't you supposed to leave the headquarters? Why are you back? And questioned angrily that I had no choice. I received orders to oversee someone's assessment. A chill ran down An's spine. Trembling, she asked, this person wouldn't be me, would it? You're quite astute. Rise, we must set off. Kazan pointed to 2 bicycles parked in a corner of the dock. Oh, so you were waiting for me here. You even brought my bicycle. Seeing Kazan's retreating figure, and, in a mix of anger and amusement, followed suit. The sea water surged as An and Kazan pedaled away from the Navy headquarters on the calm sea. The 2 bicycles rode side by side. A gentle breeze blew, and suddenly, An let out a loud sneeze, shattering the tranquility. This wretched weather on the Grand Line is truly unbearable. An and Kazan had not been on their journey long when they experienced the extremes of scorching heat and biting cold. The crimson flames enveloped her pink bicycle, prompting him to exclaim in comfort, "By the way, Kazan, did you return just to supervise my assessment?" "Allah, if my memory serves me correctly, that seems to be the case." Quite a redundant task, and pointed angrily at the sky, seething. This wastes the Navy's resources. Did they not understand? Without needing Kazan to explain, and knew this was undoubtedly the doing of Zephyr, Garp, and the others. You, an admiral, should be maintaining order at sea. Yet here you are accompanying a mere cadet for an assessment. Sigh. I fear the Navy is on the brink of collapse, with a sigh, and shook her head in agreement. Ahem. We are still part of the Navy. Is there a need to belittle ourselves in such a manner? And shot Kazan a disapproving glance, thinking to herself that he was no saint either. Since this is an assessment, there ought to be specific details, right? We have been riding on the vast sea for quite some time now. Did I not mention the content of the assessment to you? Anne's expression darkened. Did you ever mention it? Did I not? Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me. Reaching into his pocket, Kazan retrieved a document and handed it to him. Take a look for yourself. Taking the document, Anne's eyes scanned the contents, and he erupted in fury. What on earth is this? You expect me, a mere trainee yet to graduate, to apprehend a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. What caliber of pirate commands such a bounty? The top few supernovas each year only reach this level. Who told you to perform so brilliantly in the training camp? Kazan reminded him. It was better not to mention it, for Anne's anger only intensified. As if I wanted this. It's all that idiot grandfather's fault. Rather than fuming here, perhaps I should consider how to complete the assessment, Kazan suggested. Anne opened his palm, allowing the document to be swept away by the wind. This should be simple enough. Just locate the pirate and send them on their way. The dilemma lies in how to find these pirates. Ordinary pirates are indeed plentiful, but those with bounties exceeding 100 million are far more elusive. Let's take it one step at a time. On the Grand Line, Valrius Island, renowned for its glass production and processing, welcomed 2 new guests today. What exquisite craftsmanship, and marveled at a light blue glass bird. This customer has an exquisite eye. What you hold is our finest product. How much does it cost? 500,000 berries, the proprietor replied, extending 5 fingers. Farewell, and may we never meet again. Anne and Kazan walked away without a backward glance, leaving the owner in a state of bewilderment. Coming to his senses, the owner shouted, "Why don't you negotiate?" Departing, Kazan and Anne made their way to a tavern on the island. Within the cramped establishment, a diverse array of individuals sat, the cacophony of noise, shouts, and drinking permeating the air, pushing through the throng, and then Kazan settled at the BARDAS for the reason for their visit to the tavern. Kazan claimed it was a place to procure pirate intelligence. With a bit of luck, they might even encounter a pirate. Anne pondered this reasoning and deemed it plausible, thus accompanying Kazan to the tavern. Behind the bar, the tavern owner, a middle-aged balding man with a fierce demeanor, regarded the peculiar duo seated before him. "Are you two here to drink or to buy information?" "To buy information," Kazan cut straight to the chase. "What information do you seek? Let me make it clear. It's 500,000 berries per inquiry, regardless of whether you obtain the information you desire. Otherwise," the tavern owner's tone hinted at a certain menace. "Do you have information on pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million? And asked, pinching his nose as he took in the owner's words. Sizing them up, the owner scoffed. "You too, with your lack of fame as bounty hunters, dare to pursue pirates of such stature?" Apparently, the owner perceived Anne and Kazan as mere bounty hunters living off the bounties. "Enough with the trivialities, just tell me if you have it," and retorted impatiently. Noticing the owner's derisive smirk, Anne harbored a strong dislike for this pirate tavern. The atmosphere made her stomach churn. "I possess the information, but do you have the funds?" the owner asked, adhering to his principle of prioritizing money. "Speak quickly," Anne insisted, eager to exit the tavern, tossing a wad of berries onto the bar. The patrons of the tavern regarded Anne with subtle glances. A devil fruit user. Although there are numerous devil fruits at sea, the number of individuals possessing such powers is rather scarce. Do not let the anime from the past mislead you into thinking that powers are common, as they are indeed quite rare in reality. After collecting the cash from the bar, the owner divulged the information. The Fire Sword Pirates, led by Captain Garin, renowned for his fiery swordsmanship, currently holds a bounty of 190 million berries. They are presently recuperating on a small island southeast of Valrius. "How do you know this so well?" Kazan inquired suspiciously. The owner replied calmly, 2 days ago, a member of the Fire Sword Pirates came here to buy liquor, and I learned this information from him. Nodding in acknowledgement, and Kazan hastened to leave the tavern. This information is already 2 days old. If we do not hurry, the Fire Sword Pirates may very well have departed by the shore. The two mounted their beloved bicycles and sped towards the direction of the Fire Sword Pirates. Boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed incessantly. A naval warship was under siege. Flames raged, and Navy personnel were falling one after another. Garen swung his sword, flames entwining the blade as he cleaved towards a naval captain. In the heat of battle, Garen taunted the bandaged Mars. Captain Mars, look at the heavy casualties your foolishness has wrought upon the Navy. Mars silently deflected Garen's attack with his sword, inwardly chastising himself for being too hasty in upholding justice. Earlier that morning, after clearing out some pirates, Mars had returned to base. Upon hearing the news of the Fire Sword Pirates, he rushed to the scene without taking a moment to rest, resulting in the Navy's current dire situation. After a moment of contemplation, Mars resolved that defeating the man before him was the only way to salvage the Navy's reputation. With a swift movement, he vanished, appearing behind Garen once more, and the two re-engaged in combat. Kazan, look over there, and pointed towards the smoking warship. It seems we must hasten our pace. After several clashes, the wounded Mars was pierced through the chest by Garen's blade. Following his victory, Garen triumphantly lifted Mars aloft. The pirates erupted in sinister laughter at their captain's success, while the Navy's ranks paled in despair. Casting Mars aside, Garen commanded, "Kill all these Navy scum." Realizing their dire predicament, the remaining Navy officers rallied their morale. It was time for the soldiers to sacrifice for justice and eliminate these pirates. With her observation Haki, sensing the situation aboard the warship, and abandoned Kazan and soared towards the vessel, her arms transforming into fiery wings. On board the warship, defeated Navy personnel knelt one by one. Garen, observing Mars struggle, wore an expression of delight. After a bout of humiliation, Garen signaled his subordinates to execute the Navy soldiers. With a raised blade, a blue light illuminated the sky, streaking across the horizon. "What do you think you're doing?" Anne's figure emerged at the ship's railing. Her voice cold and accusatory. Anne held deep admiration for those low-ranking Navy soldiers who harbored a sense of justice. Their selfless sacrifices allowed the Navy to uphold the principles of justice upon the seas. Thus, she found Garen's actions utterly repugnant. Unfazed by Anne's sudden appearance, Garen calmly unsheathed his sword and stepped towards the kneeling Navy soldiers. "What do I intend to do? Naturally, it is to slay these Navy fools," Garen bellowed, his fury palpable as his blade descended. Greatly displeased with Anne's interference, Garen resolved to eliminate the Navy first before addressing the audacious girl. The blade halted mere centimeters from the soldier's neck. Anger erupted in Anne's gaze as he fixed his stare upon Galuin. With a deft flick of his fingers, and effortlessly snapped Galuin's sword in two. "Now it is my turn," and declared, his face as cold as ice. Raising his right foot, an aura of dominance surged forth as he delivered a powerful kick to Galuin. Bang! The ship's railing splintered, and Galuin lay on the ground, wide-eyed and momentarily breathless. Witnessing their captain's defeat, the pirates surged forward. Ice prison, and unleashed a torrent of icy blue flames, transforming the pirates into lifeless ice sculptures, striding towards Galuin, and brought his foot down upon Galuin's right hand, relentlessly crushing it. Anger surged within him. Trash! A cry of agony escaped Galuin's lips as the broken sword slipped from his grasp, and continued to stomp down. One foot, then another, as Galuin writhed in torment beneath him. It was only after completely shattering Galuin's limbs that enraged in his fury. He gestured for the remaining soldiers to bind Galuin, then began tending to the wounded. Have I arrived too late? He mused silently as he continued to heal the injured. Kazan observed the flames in Anne's hands, the flame of life flickering as it healed the Navy soldiers. "Your ability can actually heal injuries," Kazan remarked, astonished. It was no wonder Kazan was taken aback. Individuals with healing powers were exceedingly rare upon the seas. Each healer was a coveted asset for powerful factions, and the Navy was no exception. From another perspective, all those possessing healing abilities on the ocean were formidable warriors, such as the future Yonko Kaido and the immortal Marco.as for a certain adorable little person. They were disregarded. Verdant flames continued to surge as Anne persisted in his healing efforts, just as Kazan was about to inquire further, and decisively hurled a ball of flame, sensing the surge of vitality coursing through him. Kazan let out a contented moan. Finally done, and sighed with relief, now waiting for the injured to awaken. Having dealt with the wounded, and approached the bodies of the fallen Navy soldiers. He gazed upon those valiant warriors who had sacrificed their lives for the justice they believed in. With reverence, he acknowledged these pillars of righteousness. Clenching his fist over his heart, he nodded slightly in respect. May the departed rest in peace. With both hands ignited in icy blue flames, he waved them forward. Conjuring ice coffins, salute. At some point, Mars had awakened. Witnessing all that it had accomplished, this fearless man extended his utmost respect towards it. Along with the Navy soldiers that I in this world, only the strong were remembered. And the Navy was no exception. But who would remember those silent soldiers toiling at the bottom? A tranquil existence comes at a price. Colonel Mars, Kazan said, I will ensure that the headquarters provide sufficient compensation for their families. Upon hearing Kazan's promise, Mars and the soldiers expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Admiral Kazan. Meanwhile, near Walrus Island, the fleet of the 74th Division was returning. Unlike before, this time the ships were adorned with pirates engulfed in flames. Heart-wrenching cries emanated from Galuin, echoing across the ocean. The searing agony of his soul and the guilt in his heart rendered Galuin's existence unbearable. Is it really necessary to torment these pirates so? Kazan queried, listening to Galuin's wails. It is necessary. My sense of justice does not allow evildoers to die easily. I will spare his life until he has received adequate punishment. With that, and tossed a small orb of life flame towards Galuin. Another piercing wail erupted. The port of the 74th Division. The Navy ships docked. Hang these pirates at the base entrance for the islanders to see. Yes, Colonel, and several soldiers responded loudly. The rank of Colonel was a title Kazan casually assigned when Mars inquired about N's identity. Witnessing the soldiers drag the hollow-eyed Galuin and others outside, and Kazan entered the base. Outside the 74th Division, local residents watched the Navy approach. Filled with curiosity, Galuin and the other pirates were hoisted up at the base entrance. The residents initially gasped in surprise, then broke into tears of joy, scattering in excitement. News of the fire sword pirates being hung at the Navy base spread throughout the island. The tavern owner also received this news. His first reaction being disbelief. However, upon witnessing Galuin's dire state, images of two figures flashed in his mind. Click, click. The flash of the newspaper's camera captured the plight of the fire sword pirates. On the second floor of the base, Kazan lay sleeping in a chair while engaged in casual conversation with Mars. Regarding the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Garp, Mars did not dare to be careless. When it inquired if there was a way to quickly locate high-bounty pirates, Mars immediately produced the pirate information collected by the 74th Division to hand to him after perusing the information, and selected several promising leads. After lunch, the Navy ships of the 74th Division set sail once more in the waters near Walrus Island. Kazan stood on the ship as countless meteors of flame descended, obliterating the pirate vessels ahead. In mere moments, the entire pirate ship was engulfed in flames and sank beneath the The moonwalk was heard, and returned, dragging a terrified, sharp-faced man back with him. After glancing at the bounty poster in hand, and confirming it was worth over 100 million, and tossed the man to the soldiers aboard the ship. The soldiers swiftly bound the man and hung him from the side of the ship. Through these 2 days of demonstrating his strength and attitude towards pirates, he garnered the unwavering support of all the Navy personnel in the 74th Division, returned to port, and commanded. And the ships turned towards the 74th Division. The same formula, the same operation. At the base entrance, the islanders awaited the arrival of the Navy, curious as to which wretched pirates Colonel Mars would bring for public display today. During this time, and had kept a low profile to conceal his identity, leading the islanders to believe that it was Mars capturing these pirates. They are coming, amidst the jubilant cheers of the islanders. The pirates were dragged out one by one. After the Navy departed, the residents began to unleash their pent-up anger. As for Galuin and the others, after enduring sufficient punishment, they were beheaded by Mars at the base entrance for all to see. Gradually, Mars's reputation as the pirate executioner began to spread throughout the first half of the Grand Line. As for Mars himself, he held a deep-seated respect for an unnamed island in the Grand Line. A dozen pirate ships of various designs were docked at the center of the island. A man with long braids sat upon a colossal rock. Hadro, why have you summoned us? Someone beneath the rock inquired. We're still waiting for everyone to arrive, so be patient, Hadro replied. Tap, tap, tap. A multitude of footsteps resounded across the small island. You all have finally arrived. Hansen, Emily. Cut the pleasantries, interrupted Hansen, whose face bore several crimson scars. Get to the point. Emily, adorned with a pink scarf and red lips, chimed in agreement. Upon hearing Hadro call out the names, the crowd below gasped in shock. It was none other than Hansen, the captain of the Blackfist Pirates, with a bounty of 280 million, and Emily, the captain of the Red Lip Pirates, with a bounty of 295 million. What could they possibly want? Gathering 3 formidable supernovas, the onlookers pondered. Haha. Hadro paid no mind to their attitudes. Once Hansen and Emily settled down with their crews, Hadro promptly announced, "You all must have heard of the pirate executioner from the 74th Division, right?" Quick-witted Hansen immediately caught on, squinting his eyes. "You intend to target him?" "Exactly," Hadro nodded. "And our bounties have not changed in quite some time. Have they?" Interrupting Hudson, Emily interjected, "On what grounds do you believe that eliminating a moderately renowned Navy officer will prompt the Navy headquarters to elevate our bounty? Taking down a minor figure will undoubtedly yield us little value. But what if we were to eliminate a Navy officer soon to be commended by the Navy headquarters?" Hadro responded. "Do you possess some insider information?" Hansen interjected. "Clever indeed. According to my sources from the underground black market, the Navy headquarters is poised to honor this officer shortly. So, would you two care to join me in this lucrative endeavor?" After a moment of contemplation, Hansen was the first to speak. "Such a splendid opportunity. How could I possibly let it slip by? Count me in. I wonder, is this officer handsome?" Emily mused, licking her red lips as she looked up. "What do you think? If that is the case, then it is settled. We shall meet in 5 days at the 74th Navy Branch, the Grand Line, 74th Navy Branch, after several days of relentless efforts, and had nearly eradicated the pirates in the vicinity of the 74th Branch. The few who managed to escape misfortune fled the waters under the cover of night. The branch's port, and waved goodbye alongside all the Navy personnel at the dock. 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared slightly out of place and gently patted the half-squatting Mars on the shoulder, saying, "Next time, try not to be so impulsive. And for heaven's sake, don't get yourself killed." The 2 then hopped onto their bicycles, heading towards the next island. "Kazan, are you saying that Mars will soon receive commendation from the Navy headquarters?" As they pedaled along, they engaged in conversation. "Indeed, this is all thanks to you leaving all the credit to Mars," Kazan replied nonchalantly. Through their days together, Kazan had come to understand his junior sister better. Her sense of justice resembled that of a kainu, albeit tempered with compassion. Isn't that a good thing? A Navy officer like Mars, who harbors such righteousness, being recognized as commendable, perhaps, Kazan pondered, withholding his thoughts from it. 2 days later, a pirate ship drifted upon the sea and stood with his foot planted upon the face of the pirate captain, ready to deal with the scoundrel. "Bring," the sound of a transponder snail rang out, and withdrew his foot, gesturing for the pirate to answer the call. Complying with Anne's request, the pirate captain hastily connected the call that Hadro's visage materialized on the transponder snail. "Buck, how long until you reach the 74th Navy Branch?" Upon hearing the name, Anne's expression darkened as a troubling thought crossed his mind. He signaled Buck to respond to Hadro's inquiry. "Boss, I should arrive in 2 days. Remember, once you arrive, do not act until I am there." "Understood, Boss Hadro." After ending the call, Anne's countenance turned grim. Without waiting for him to inquire, Buck candidly divulged Hadro's plan. Hearing the moniker Pirate Executioner, Anne's expression shifted dramatically, and he cursed vehemently. Who on earth came up with such a ridiculous name? Truly lacking in sophistication, Kazan, beside him, raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, is that really the focal point? However, Kazan's previous suspicions were confirmed and is it conceivable that they have mistaken Mars for you? Kazan's reminder struck and like a thunderclap in his heart. Indeed, he had left all the credit for their achievements to Mars. Thus, the pirates outside must have mistaken Mars for him. Damn it, with Mars's limited strength, how could he possibly contend against so many pirates? "Kazan, what kind of strength do you think the personnel sent by the headquarters to commend us will possess?" And inquired of Kazan. For commendations of this level, it should be around the rank of a captain. Would a captain be able to handle a pirate with a bounty of 300 million? And there are various kinds of Navy captains. Some are formidable, like Vice Admiral Bogart, while others' capabilities depend on the specific circumstances. Kazan patiently explained to him upon hearing Kazan's explanation, and ultimately resolved to return to the 74th Branch. If his negligence were to cause trouble for the entire 74th Branch's Navy, he would never forgive himself. In a fiery blaze, and granted Buck a swift end. Subsequently, he and Kazan rode their bicycles back to the 74th Navy Branch. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Major Jean was aboard a warship. bearing commendation documents from the headquarters. En route to the 74th Navy branch, time passed swiftly, the end pedaled faster, and soon 2 days had elapsed. The 74th Navy branch, Colonel Mars, as was his custom, extolled Anne's achievements at the morning assembly. This had nearly become a daily ritual for the entire 74th Navy branch. In a few brief words, Mars depicted Anne's might and benevolence. The gathered Navy personnel erupted in cheers for Anne. Colonel, personnel from the headquarters have arrived. Just as Mars was about to step out to greet them, Major Jean had already entered. With a broad smile, Jean announced, "Colonel Mars, this is the headquarters commendation for you," and handed over the commendation document. "Given your achievements, the headquarters permits you to select a devil fruit." "Major Jean, I must decline this commendation. This achievement is not mine. I cannot usurp Colonel N's credit." Mars had begun to prioritize N's interests. Major Jean was left perplexed, as it was his first time encountering such an issue while delivering commendation documents. However, well versed in the ways of the world, Jean promptly interrupted Mars. "Colonel Mars, since Colonel N has bestowed this honor upon you, she must have her reasons. Do not squander her goodwill." Jean reminded him with a meaningful look. "Is that so?" Mars began to ponder, recalling N's tone before her departure, and he felt a newfound understanding. Thus, he grasped Jean's hands, expressing, "Thank you so very much, Major Jean. Had it not been for you, I might have missed Colonel N's heartfelt intentions." Mars's gesture left Jean bewildered. Nonetheless, as long as the commendation document was delivered, Jean did not mind. While Major Mars and Jean were engaged in their cordial exchange, not far from the 74th base, on the surface of the sea, a dozen pirate crews were lined up in formation. "Has Buck not arrived yet?" Hadro inquired. "Boss Hadro, Brother Buck has yet to come. He may have been delayed on the road." Buck was one of Hadro's most capable subordinates, his strength beyond question. Given that Hadro had contacted him 2 days prior, he assumed that Buck was simply occupied. Without further thought, Hadro issued the command to attack the 74th Navy branch. As Hadro's pirate crew mobilized, Hansen and Emily also ceased their waiting, each issuing commands for a joint assault, but on the open sea. The pirate ships surged ominously toward the 74th Navy branch, the 74th Navy branch. Mars had just concluded his conversation with Jean and was preparing to invite him for breakfast when suddenly, the alarm bells blared throughout the base. The urgent sirens rang out incessantly. Within minutes, the base's officers rushed to the port. "Major Jean, a multitude of pirate ships has appeared on the sea. The confirmed pirate crews include Hadro's crew, the Bloodscar pirates, and the Red Lip pirates, totaling 7 crews and 12 ships." "What?" Mars and Jean's expressions turned grave. "Quick, notify all Navy personnel to prepare for battle." As Mars issued his command, the well-trained Navy soldiers began returning to their posts. The defenses and artillery of the base and port commenced loading ammunition, turning their cannons toward the SEA. In an instant, the entire Navy base transformed into a formidable fortress ready for combat. "Major Jean, I apologize for the trouble this may cause you." Mars spoke with a hint of gravity. "Colonel Mars, as Navy personnel, combating pirates is our duty. There is no need for thanks. On the sea, the pirate ships braved the waves, charging into the range of the Navy's cannon fire. Fire, at the command of Mars. All artillery erupted in a deafening roar. Explosions continuously erupted from the pirate ships. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the pirates, the gunners adjusted their cannons, prioritizing fire upon the masts of the enemy vessels. The seasoned Major General Jean took charge of the operation, should the multitude of pirates successfully land. The mere 74 naval soldiers would be utterly incapable of withstanding them. With a worried expression, Jean surveyed the sea. The cannons were recalibrated, and another thunderous blast resounded as the masts of 2 distant pirate ships were obliterated by cannonballs. Deprived of the wind provided by their sails, the pirate ships lay motionless upon the water's surface. Detecting the naval intention, Hadro acted decisively, unsheathing his longsword, and sent a white arc of slashing energy skyward to shatter the incoming cannonballs. On other pirate vessels, Hansen and Emily also sprang into action. Hansen leaped high, striking the incoming projectiles with his fists, while Emily, with her sword, pierced the incoming cannonballs, causing them to lose momentum and plummet to the depths of the sea. The relentless bombardment continued, and gradually, the pirate fleet began to suffer casualties, with several ships sustaining catastrophic damage and beginning to sink. The azure waters surged into the vessels, and the pirates aboard frantically attempted to plug the breaches. Yet the relentless onslaught of water rendered their efforts futile. Observing the sinking ships, Hadro remained unperturbed. He bore no concern for the demise of such lowly pirates, as long as the officers of the pirate crew survived. Countless such scoundrels roamed the seas. Andre instructed the fleet to refrain from lingering and to hasten towards the harbor. Hadro understood that in a firepower exchange with the Navy, defeat was inevitable for his side. After destroying 2 more approaching pirate ships, Mars noticed the pirate fleet abandoning resistance and charging towards the harbor. Realizing the pirates' intentions, Mars felt a pang of reluctance, unleashing several more rounds of cannon fire before commanding everyone to abandon the artillery positions and retreat to the base. With the suppression of naval artillery lost, the pirate fleet swiftly approached the harbor. With a crash, the hulls collided with the dock, and 8 ships laden with elite pirates successfully made landfall, the pirates jumping ship in a frenzy. Fueled by memories of their maritime tribulations, they surged towards the naval base, seething with fury. The once tranquil and imposing naval base now resounded with chaos. Bang! Bang! The deafening sounds of impact echoed as the pirates breached the base's gates, their fierce countenances urging them onwards. Fire, Mars commanded, as the Navy had long been prepared for this moment. At the broad entrance of the base, white smoke billowed as metal bullets were unleashed. The hardened projectiles pierced through the bodies of the pirates, inflicting further harm upon those that followed. Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining pirates instinctively began to retreat. Noting the retreat of his subordinates and the peculiar gazes of Hansen and others, Hadro's expression darkened. Useless fools, must I intervene myself? With a slight adjustment of his stance, Hadro ascended into the air and unsheathed his sword, preparing for battle. The blade swung, sending several arcs of slashing energy toward the lined-up naval soldiers. Bang! Bang! The sound of moonwalks echoed as an intruder shattered Hadro's sword energy and delivered a powerful punch, sending Hadro crashing towards the ground. Major General Jean, the previously panicked naval soldiers, found a pillar of hope in that moment. Outside the base, wiping the blood from his mouth, Hadro chuckled. At last, you have made your appearance, Major General Jean. You know me? Jean inquired, somewhat surprised. That's not the point. The crux is that I've been anticipating your arrival for quite some time. Hansen, Emily, come forth. Hadro beckoned, revealing the reason behind their invitation. The pirates parted to make way as a man and a woman stepped forward. Otherwise, with just a somewhat renowned naval colonel, I have no need to join forces with you. As long as we eliminate this naval headquarters envoy, our worth will skyrocket. A major general of the naval headquarters is indeed worth our combined efforts. Emily's enchanting voice chimed in. So that was your intent. Your plan is sound, but are you certain you can kill me? Without a moment's hesitation, Jean vanished and reappeared behind Hadro. So swift, Hadro barely managed to catch Jean's fist as his arm strained under the force. Still not moving, at this command, Hansen and Emily joined the fray. Let go of Hadro. Jean evaded their attacks, mindful of not harming the naval soldiers, and made his way towards the northern part of the island. Preparing for this moment, Hadro would not allow Jean to escape. He pursued alongside Hansen and Emily. Fire. As Jean distanced himself, Mars commanded the Navy to open fire once more. The sound of triggers being pulled echoed, and some pirates fell. Casualties mounted among the pirates, and Andre gestured for the remaining men to join him in the fray. Amidst the blood and fire, the surviving pirate captains and officers clashed with the naval officers led by Jean. For a moment, the sounds of battle and gunfire resounded at the entrance of the 74 Naval Division. Meanwhile, the island's residents hid in their homes, praying for the Navy's victory. On the northern clearing of the island, the four engaged in a fierce battle. As a master of martial arts, Jean shattered Hadro's sword energy with a single punch, surging towards him with unprecedented speed. No more hiding your strength. If this continues, we will perish, Hadro grunted, taking Jean's punch head-on and urging his companions. Seeing this, Hansen and Emily dropped their guard against each other and unleashed their hidden abilities. With a mighty roar, Hadro's body bristled, transforming him into a lion man. A Zoan-type devil fruit user. But what of it? Jean mused inwardly. Shave. Jean vanished again, delivering a punch aimed at Hadro's head. Sensing the imminent danger, Hadro swung his sword to intercept Jean's fist. While Hadro's strength had indeed increased, it proved insufficient. Piercing finger barrage. Jean's fingers pierced through Hadro's fur. Flicking the blood from his fingertips, he taunted, with such paltry strength, "Do you think you can defeat me?" Unable to tolerate Jean's mockery, Hadro unleashed a flurry of flying slashes. Galefoot. A torrent of wind blades countered Hadro's sword energy. Shave. Jean evaded the sword strikes. Coating his fist in armament hockey, he appeared beside Hadro. 6 styles, 6 kings puncture. With a slight bend of his body, power coalesced, and a wave of white energy surged forth as his fist struck Hadro's side, sending him soaring. Crack. a rib shattered, and blood sprayed forth as Hadro rolled across the ground. All these events transpired in the blink of an eye. Seizing the moment to finish him off, Jean charged forward. Don't forget about me. Hansen's rough voice boomed as he delivered his symbolic black fist strike. Halting his advance, Jean clashed fists with Hansen. However, Hansen was no match for Jean. His muscles bulged, and in an instant, Hansen's arm bent under Jean's might, collapsing to the ground, with the intention of eliminating one adversary. Jean surged towards Hadro. Enveloped in Jean's murderous intent, Hadro's expression soured as he shouted, "Emily, hurry and attack." A longsword thrust from behind was met with Jean's swift grasp on the blade, the sharp edge failing to inflict any harm upon him. "Is that all you've got?" Jean mocked. "Oh, is that so? Then how about this?" Emily's delicate hand danced, her crimson lips curling slightly, captivating Jean in an instant. "Hurry and strike. He has already fallen under my enchantment." Emily's beguiling voice echoed. With that, Emily unsheathed her longsword and pierced it through Jean's heart. The intense pain jolted Jean back to consciousness, but before he could react, Hadro and Hansen launched their combined assault. Hadro's longsword pierced and ravaged Jean's insides, a torrent of blood gushing forth from the wound. It not over yet. Hansen swung his black fist, empowered by armament hockey, striking Jean's heart. Thud. Blood sprayed forth. After enduring a barrage of powerful blows, Jean collapsed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Well done, Emily." Hadro wiped the sweat from his brow, offering rare praise. Gazing at the grievously injured Jean, Emily caressed her red lips with a smile. "Major General Jean, are you satisfied now?" To Jean's pale visage, he exclaimed, "I never anticipated that you are indeed a person of power. Indeed, I have consumed the merry fruit, granting me the ability to enchant the hearts of others." Came the reply, as Jean, suppressing his injuries with the life restoration technique, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Merely a jester." Witnessing Jean's skepticism towards her abilities, Emily's fury ignited, and she unleashed her enchanting powers once more. Jean's gaze became dazed, seemingly entranced once again. Observing the entranced look in Jean's eyes, Emily approached him slowly, lightly tapping his shoulder. "It appears you are not as formidable as you claim. Is that so?" Jean replied with a faint voice. Sensing something amiss with Jean, Hadro cautioned, "Be wary of Emily. He has not been enchanted." Although Hadro's warning came, it was too late. Fist wind, strangulation, with muscles bulging, Jean's fist, imbued with immense force, struck Emily's abdomen at close range, the swirling wind shattering her insides and erupting outward, tearing up the ground behind her. "How can you be so? Enough of your prattle," Jean retorted, seizing Emily and hurling her at Hadro's feet. "What a foolish woman," Hadro remarked, kicking the gravely injured Emily aside. "Indeed, pirates are nothing but refuse," Jean scoffed, observing Hadro's actions. "Ha. Who's to blame for this woman's foolishness?" Hadro dismissed Jean's ridicule without a care. "Isn't that the way of pirates? The weak perish while the strong thrive." In the 74th Naval Branch, the imposing structure had now collapsed significantly, with the remaining half teetering precariously. Whoosh! Bang! Mars was propelled from the base, crashing against the outer wall and stirring a cloud of dust. "Is this the extent of strength possessed by the fabled pirate executioner?" Andre scoffed, sporting a mustache. Coughing, Mars swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, a metallic taste flooding his senses. "What nonsense are you spouting? You trash pirate?" Mars retorted defiantly. "I am unworthy of the title pirate executioner. Moreover, Colonel N is not someone of your ilk who can pass judgment." Mars could endure personal insults, but would not tolerate slander against him. Remembering the pirates wailing at the base entrance, Mars regarded him as the embodiment of justice. Andre's forehead twitched with rage upon hearing Mars's words. Grasping his weapon, he swung the staff towards Mars. "What, Colonel N? Merely trash like yourself?" Andre sneered. In the past, when they killed Navy personnel, they always claimed justice would exact retribution, yet here he stood, alive and well. Infuriated by Andre's words, Mars's muscles tensed as he swung a punch at Andre, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, a vague image of Andre's attack trajectory flickered in Mars's mind. Following this hazy thought, Mars dodged Andre's strike and retaliated with a punch of his own. "You actually evaded my attack," Andre exclaimed, surprised. He was well aware of Mars's capabilities. "What trick did you employ to escape my blow?" Andre inquired, intrigued. What awaited him was not an answer from Mars, but rather a heavy punch. "Are you aiding me, Colonel N?" Mars pondered, attributing his newfound prowess to him. With a resounding thud, his fist struck Andre's abdomen, sending him crashing into the rubble. "Since you've chosen to court death, do not blame me." Andre growled, tossing a stone aside as he rose from the debris, his expression fierce as he charged at Mars. The two clashed repeatedly, the aftermath of their battle ravaging the ground below. Relying on his instinct, Mars continued to grapple with Andre. As time wore on, Mars's speed and strength began to wane. It seemed he could not endure much longer. Surveying the battlefield, the Navy was retreating steadily. Despite Jean's formidable forces brought from headquarters, they were ultimately outnumbered. Their ability to hold on thus far was solely due to the advantageous terrain of the base, which had allowed them to eliminate numerous pirates. You dare to be distracted while battling me? Andre swung his staff, launching another assault. The staff, infused with power, struck Mars on the head with a resounding crack. Boom, Mars fell once more into the rubble. The staff continued its relentless barrage, mercilessly pummeling the downed Mars. Moments later, Andre exhaled deeply, ceasing his assault. Grasping Mars by the hair, he hoisted him high. Pathetic, witnessed the demise of these Navy fools, in the midst of the battlefield, through the blood pooling in his eyes. Mars beheld the Navy warriors fighting valiantly, their cries of anguish ringing in his ears. Agonizing pain surged through his mind. Suddenly, his vision sharpened, as if he could sense the emotions of those around him, the Navy's fearlessness, courage, and resolve juxtaposed with the pirates' cruelty, excitement, and arrogance. All these emotions overwhelmed Mars's consciousness. Colonelin, you are right. I am indeed too weak that it appears I am destined to perish. Alas, I regret not being able to eradicate these filth of the seas. Tears mingled with blood as they fell. As his palm brushed against his tears, Andre felt a wave of disgust surge within him. With a careless toss, he discarded Mars as one would refuse. In the rubble, Mars emitted faint breaths, his eyes hollow and devoid of life. Having dealt with Mars, Andre was prepared to swiftly conclude the battle. Master Andre, trouble is afoot. A pirate rushed over. Breathless. A multitude of warships has appeared on the sea. Within mere steps, Andre reached the damaged cannon at the port. On the surface, 7 warships, having received the order for support from Admiral Akiji, arrived at the battlefield. Under Andre's watchful eye, 3 warships opened fire upon the pirate vessels lingering on the waves. Launching an assault, the remaining 4 warships advanced determinedly towards the port. On the dock, Andre observed the Navy soldiers preparing for battle and unleashed a torrent of curses that I must warn Hadro. Without further delay, Andre turned and sprinted towards Hadro's location. After Andre departed, the warships officially docked. Freshly invigorated Navy soldiers joined the fray, igniting a new wave of battle. Witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of the 74th branch surged, collectively chanting, "Justice will prevail." Hearing the rallying cry of the 74th branch, the newly arrived Navy felt the same conviction that it was simple. Admiral Akiji was en route, but on the northern battlefield, Jean was withstanding the onslaught from Hadro and Hansen. Covered in wounds, blood flowed continuously, and Jean's vitality dwindled. Hadro and Hansen were not faring much better either. Both were marked with bruises and bloodstains, their faces pale and dry, truly worthy of being a rear admiral from headquarters. To endure such grievous injuries yet persist until now, Hadro gasped, wiping the dried blood from his face in admiration as his cardiac injuries worsened. Jean had lost interest in banter. Were it not for the life restoration technique suppressing his wounds, he might have already collapsed. Justice will prevail. The rallying cry from the base reached Jean's ears, filling him with relief at the thought that he no longer needed to worry about them. Conversely, upon hearing the cheers, Hadro's expression darkened. Hansen, we cannot afford to delay any longer. We must finish this swiftly. Hansen nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment, Hadro transformed back into his human form, raising his sword high with a focused gaze as he executed the secret technique. Swift sword shadow dance. Shattering the earth beneath him, Hadro appeared before Jean, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows towards him. Following closely, Hansen executed the move Falling Black Fist, bringing his hammer down with great force. Witnessing this, a heavy weight lifted from Jean's heart. Disregarding his injuries, he swung his fist to meet the assault. The air filled with the clash of blows as the 3 engaged in a stalemate. Coiling Dragon, a rustling sound emanated from behind. With a long staff in hand, Andre appeared unexpectedly, becoming the final straw that overwhelmed Jean. After a decisive blow, Jean finally succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Sitting on the floor, Hadro and Hansen took a moment to rest. 8 warships have arrived at the port for reinforcements. Andre announced 7 warships, Hadro noted, aware that the Navy would undoubtedly come to their aid. However, he had not anticipated such a swift response and such a significant number of vessels. There's no need to rush, Andre. I have already prepared for contingencies. let us first regain our strength before proceeding. Andre nodded, standing guard beside the 2.3 hours later. On the battlefield of the base, the pirates began to show signs of fatigue, after several majors from the headquarters had dispatched opposing pirate officers. This change became even more pronounced. The naval officers, now free to assist their comrades, engaged the enemy, and under the relentless assault of the navy, the pirates gradually retreated from their stronghold to the port. The warship that had just sunk a pirate vessel opened fire upon witnessing the situation. Heavy cannonballs detonated among the throngs of pirates. Each explosion claimed numerous lives that in a mere moment, with the coordinated cannon fire. The port became a scene of carnage, and some pirates began to lay down their arms and surrender. The acrid smoke hung thick in the air, as the pirates fully relinquished their resistance. The Navy ultimately emerged victorious in this battle. Following the conflict, the Navy commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield, binding several hundred once-feared pirates and discarding them in the port square. To the south of the isle, Hadro and his two companions brought the gravely injured and unconscious Major Jean to the shoreline. Awaiting them was a sailboat, which they boarded, setting sail and cutting through the waves away from Valrius Island. In the same direction, and Kazan were approaching. What will Hadro do with Andre? And pondered, examining the nearly lifeless Jean. Hansen, what do you think we should do with him? Hadro queried, testing Hansen's resolve. Following the annihilation of the Black Fist pirate crew at the 74th Navy branch, Hansen had wisely aligned himself with the Lion pirate crew. Realizing Hadro was indeed testing him, Hansen began to contemplate the matter. After a brief moment of thought, he proposed, Hadro, why don't we execute Jean publicly? Haha, you truly are remarkable, Hansen. Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. Rising from his seat, Hadro spread his arms and laughed heartily. After all this effort, it would be absurd to let him die so easily. If the Navy can produce a pirate executioner, why can't we present a Navy executioner of our own? By executing Jean publicly, we would not only enhance our bounty but also gain immense prestige among pirates. At that point, we could leverage our fame to recruit even more formidable pirates, thereby strengthening our ranks as we venture into the New World. Hadro articulated his ambitious plan with satisfaction. The New World, a realm every pirate yearned to explore. Hearing Hadro's thoughts, Andre and Hansen chimed in with praise, exclaiming, Truly, you are the illustrious Hadro. Bring forth the wine. The exuberant Hadro prepared to indulge in revelry with the two. The pirate waiting nearby, upon hearing his captain's command, hastily presented fine wine. Excellent, Hadro declared after taking a sip of the exquisite drink. Once the pirate crew is fully recruited, I shall appoint you as a squad leader. Grateful for Hadro's commendation, the pirate expressed his thanks repeatedly, inciting envy among the others, just as Hadro and his companions were savoring their wine and fantasizing about their rising fame and conquest of the New World. Two speeding bicycles whizzed past them. On the sailboat, other pirates, eager for an opportunity to shine, spotted the two figures on the water. Suddenly struck by inspiration, one of the pirates enthusiastically declared, Captain Hadro, allow me to fire a couple of cannonballs for your entertainment. The inebriated Hadro, upon hearing this scheme, exclaimed, You're a genius. Ha, fire away. Select a few powerful shells to amuse this captain. Understood. The pirate quickly gathered several cannonballs, igniting the fuses. The projectiles soared towards the water. On the surface, Kazan, riding his bicycle, abruptly halted, activating his observation hockey. Noticing the incoming cannonballs, he swiftly utilized his fruit ability to transform the projectiles into ice blocks. No need to head to the 74th branch. They are right on this ship, Kazan uttered in a chilling tone, calling out to one who was hastily making his way to the naval branch. What? And paused momentarily before realization struck, prompting a surge of anger. Freeze! He exhaled deep blue flames, encasing the boundless ocean in layers of ice, suspended waves hanging in the air. Boom! The swiftly moving vessel collided with the ice, coming to an abrupt halt, the sound of the ship's hull crashing reverberating through the air. What? Gripping the cannon, the pirate gazed in astonishment at the frozen sea, his expression turning to dismay as he lamented, My dreams of promotion, and silhouette appeared at the ship's railing, patting the shoulder of the cannon-firing pirate. He remarked, Well done. Had it not been for that cannon, and might have indeed brushed past Hadro and the others. What is happening? Hadro, having fallen to the ground, pushed aside the pirate on top of him and bellowed. N's gaze remained indifferent as he coldly asked, Hadro. Years of survival on the tumultuous sea instinctively jolted the inebriated Hadro into alertness. Who are you? The one who will kill you. N's black fist surged forth, striking Hadro with such swiftness that he had no time to evade. Bang! The blow to his face sent Hadro tumbling back, colliding with Jean. "That I will kill you," Hadro seethed, feeling the burning pain on his face. His expression marred by humiliation. As the saying goes, one mustn't strike the face. That Hadro's body began to swell, his bones protruding, golden fur enveloping him as he unleashed a powerful roar, transforming into his half-beast form. At the sound of Hadro's ferocious roar, both Hansen and Andre instantly regained their senses from their drunken stupor, ignoring the two. An overwhelming aura surged forth, materializing before Hadro. How is he so strong? The recently risen Hadro was taken aback by the oppressive force emanating from it, something he had never experienced in his years as a pirate. Only when An's fist made contact did Hadro snap back to reality. Gagging from the sharp pain in his abdomen, Hadro collapsed to his knees, retching and flipped Hadro over with his foot, planting it on his chest. His armed hockey-covered fist rained down and furrowed his brows and inquired, "Tell me, what happened at the 74th Navy branch?" Before Hadro could respond, Hansen, watching from a distance with widened eyes, recognized that An's hockey was leagues beyond his own. Realizing the impending doom of Hadro's pirate crew, Hansen prepared to flee. As the ancient saying goes, in times of crisis, the wise take flight. "Release my Hadro." Andre lunged towards, and simultaneously, Hansen also contemplated becoming a new wise one. "Do not ignore my presence." Noticing the dire situation of his subordinates, Kazan raised a finger, unleashing frost towards the two. Unbeknownst to them, ice began to coalesce beneath their feet. "Damn it, what is this?" Andre roared in frustration. Admiral Kazan, Jean, touched by Hadro's strike, gradually regained consciousness. The Navy Admiral. Upon hearing Jean utter that title, Hadro's trio turned ashen. Gazing closely at Kazan, Andre and Hansen felt their bodies weaken. It was indeed the Navy Admiral. They were all too aware of the formidable prowess possessed by an admiral. Capable of rivaling the pinnacle of pirates, Andre and Hansen could not fathom why they had provoked such a powerful figure. A fiery orb of life was hurled towards Jean as An resumed his interrogation of Hadro. "Speak quickly, will you? What has become of the 74th branch?" The flames continuously mended Jean's body, and as he felt the wounds around his heart healing, he slowly rose to his feet. Facing Akiji, Jean lowered his head in shame. As a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, it was utterly disgraceful to have been defeated and captured, a blemish on the Navy's honor. The ever-tolerant Kazan gestured for Jean not to be so hard on himself, and the two of them turned their gaze towards An as he interrogated Hadro. 10 minutes later, Andre raised his voice, halting An's actions, An's chilling gaze fixed on Andre. Swallowing hard, steeling himself, Andre spoke, "Stop hitting him. You should be letting him speak. If you don't stop, how can he say anything?" Witnessing Hadro's dour visage, Andre's expression turned sympathetic. "Oh, that's it. I was wondering why he was so stubborn like Smoker." Clenching his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed as An abandoned the now speechless Hadro and approached Andre. "Tell me, what is the current status of the 74th Navy branch?" Having witnessed Hadro's fate, Andre dared not delay. "I know." Just as Andre was about to speak, Wei Junja interjected, revealing the outcome. Ignoring Andre's scornful gaze, Hansen looked eagerly towards An and Kuzan. It was known that with other Navy reinforcements, the 74th branch had achieved victory despite suffering heavy losses. Although An felt a pang of guilt, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What about Mars?" And began to express concern for the just Navy colonel. Upon hearing this question, Andre was at a loss for words. Hansen wanted to speak, but realized he did not know Mars. "Speak quickly." Noticing Andre's unusual demeanor, and sensed something was amiss, and his expression darkened. "But he might already be dead," Andre grimly uttered, unable to confess that it was he who had killed Mars. "You lie," and refused to accept this outcome. With a swift motion, his fist pierced through Andre's heart in a fit of rage. Blood gushed forth as Andre's eyes conveyed disbelief. With a thud, Andre fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, blood pooling on the deck. Hansen, witnessing this, trembled in fear. However, and paid no heed to their expressions. Flames surged forth, evaporating the blood, and he transformed into a meteor streaking towards the 74th Navy branch. The 74th Navy branch. The victors of the battle were clearing the battlefield. The Navy reinforcements led by Jean were scouring the island for any remaining pirates and searching for Jean's whereabouts. Upon hearing the news of the Navy's victory, the hearts of the island's residents finally felt a weight lifted. They could hardly fathom the fate that awaited them had the Navy lost. Amidst the ruins, Mars lay with a faint breath, his gaze distant. Memories of the past flooded back. Young Mars was born into a nation perpetually ravaged by pirates, and his parents were the most ordinary of people. While his childhood was far from idyllic, Mars was content. Until one day, they came. Mars, they say that when a person is on the brink of death, they see the one they long to meet the most. His mother, lying in bed, weakly reached out, wiping away little Mars's tears. Do not cry. Your father is here to take me. You must take care of yourself. The tears of his youth fell alongside his mother's gentle hand. Please, I beg you, let me join the Navy. Outside the room, a small boy knelt, pleading to the Navy. 20 years later, amidst the ruins, tears blurred Mars's vision as he murmured, "What a failed life." A fiery meteor streaked across the sky, capturing the attention of the Navy below. The meteor symbolized hope and good wishes to eye in the sky. The brilliance of the flaming meteor intensified. Through his tears, a glimmer of hope shone, as Mars struggled to lift his arm, calling out with the last vestiges of his life, "Justice will prevail. Indeed, justice will prevail." And, realizing that Mars was still alive, exclaimed playfully. Hearing this response, its hazy figure appeared before Mars. It was finally time to depart. And his mother's words echoed in his ears once more. "But how wonderful it is to see you one last time." Colonel and his arm slowly fell, symbolizing the end of Mars's life journey. Extending his hand, and grasped Mars's limp arm, green flames enveloping him. "Rest well, Mars." The sound of footsteps echoed as numerous Navy soldiers arrived at the ruins. Accompanying Navy officers also arrived, drawing their swords in readiness. "Colonel, you have returned," the remaining soldiers of the 74th Branch discovered, and, as if they had found their pillar of strength, sensing the emotions of the 74th Branch soldiers, and strode forward. "Leave the rest to me." Yes, all the Navy personnel of the 74th Branch lined up, watching its progress. After ensuring Mars was settled, and began to treat the wounded with the soldiers of the 74th Navy Branch, shadows darted to and fro as flames ignited. Before the sun withdrew its brilliance and had finally finished treating all the injured. During this time, Kazan and Jean, accompanied by Hadro and his group, also arrived at the 74th Navy Branch. The dock square. Kazan and stood before the gathered Navy personnel. Regarding the young female officer, the surrounding sailors knew little, only that she was the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Garp. Observing the throngs of pirates in the square, Kazan entrusted the task of handling them to An, eager to see how she would manage the situation. Killing a few was vastly different from exterminating hundreds. Seeing Kazan assign him this task, a glint of murderous intent flickered in An's eyes. Turning to the soldiers of the 74th Branch beside him, and commanded, "Bring all the residents of Valerius Island here." "Yes, Colonel," and departed with the soldiers. Subsequently returning with the island's inhabitants to the squared AT this time, the residents were puzzled about why the Navy had summoned them to the square. Once everyone had gathered, and conjured a high platform of ice flames. Ascending to oversee the crowd below, noticing An's authoritative gaze, the square gradually fell silent, under the scrutiny of the masses, and began to enumerate the crimes of the pirates. As the residents listened to the heinous acts committed by the pirates, their anger swelled, and some rushed forward to strike the pirates. An did not halt these actions but allowed them to vent their frustrations. After a few moments, the tumultuous crowd quieted down, their eyes fixed intently on An, eager to see what this young female officer would do next. In the face of the residents' expectant gazes, and gestured for the Navy of the 74th Branch to enter, weapons drawn. Noticing the soldiers filing in, the crowd watched An with incredulity. "Domai, you can't be serious." Kazan expressed disbelief. Once all the soldiers had entered, and addressed the crowd, "For these worthless pirates, I have but one method of handling them." As soon as the words left her lips, the icy blue flames swirled gracefully, and then leapt into the air, standing tall against the backdrop of the sky, exuding an aura of holiness and authority. Raising her right hand, the sacred flames radiated a blue glow. In the eyes of the residents, an ethereal voice resonated. "All those here, be eradicated." The sea roared tumultuously, waves crashing upon one another as An's celestial voice echoed across the port square. The residents erupted into jubilant cheers at the prospect of the pirates' demise, while the pirates themselves displayed expressions of terror, each one desperate to rise in resistance. Particularly, Hadro could hardly believe that this female officer truly intended to execute every pirate present. However, it did not take long for Hadro to comprehend An's disposition. Flames cascaded downwards, transforming into icy tendrils that ensnared those who dared to resist the pirates, leaving only heads protruding from the chilling grasp. The naval officers turned their gazes toward Admiral Akiji, yet there was no indication of his thoughts, as Kazan remained inscrutable. Following orders, the 74th Branch of the Navy acted with unwavering decisiveness. their blades rising and falling as they vented their fury. Heads soared into the air, the square transformed into a veritable river of blood, and headless corpses knelt upon the ground, blood gushing forth in torrents. The residents, unaccustomed to such horrors, succumbed to waves of nausea. Retching uncontrollably. As night enveloped the scene, illuminated by the flickering flames, not a single pirate remained alive. They had all been executed. In times of chaos, harsh measures must be employed. The following dawn, countless messenger seagulls took to the skies, delivering newspapers across the sea, each eagerly purchased by eager hands. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the old man exclaimed, "Look at today's newspaper." Upon receiving the paper, he was met with the striking image of an who had dispatched hundreds of pirates the previous day. Gololala, to have slain so many in one fell swoop. What a truly fearsome child. In Wano country, Kaido lounged upon his throne, drinking, as his subordinate, Jin, handed him the newspaper. Glancing at it, Kaido remarked dismissively, "How weak," before resuming his drinking. Meanwhile, Big Mom, upon seeing the newspaper, commended its beauty. Aboard the Red Force, Shanks held the newspaper in one hand, his thoughts drifting into the unknown. Individuals across the globe. Upon receiving the newspaper, each formed their own opinions. In the holy land of Mariehua, within the opulent hall of Panga City, 5 elders reclined upon their sofas. They were astonished that Kazan would permit his subordinates to engage in such actions. Observing the gruesome images of headless corpses in the newspaper, one elder commented, "Humph, such behavior will significantly diminish the world government's credibility in the eyes of pirates and intensify their rebellion." Another elder, irate, added, "Then let the empty air hold the Navy accountable. Simultaneously, we must have Sengoku warn Kazan that such conduct is unacceptable. As for Garp's granddaughter, let her be reassigned to the 4 Seas." Agreed. X5 at the Navy headquarters, the phone buzzed. Sengoku answered, and the voice of former Fleet Admiral Kong resonated through the receiver. A barrage of criticism flowed from the snail phone, culminating in Kong demanding that Sengoku caution Kazan against any future occurrences of this nature. He specifically admonished Tin, insisting that she be dispatched to the 4 Seas, with a 3-year prohibition on promotions. In response to the proposed punishment for Rin, Sengoku protested, but Kong's decision was resolute. After hanging up, Sengoku gazed at the newspaper depicting In's actions. While he feared that In might become a second Akainu, he was more incensed that the Navy's youngest genius would be relegated to the 4 Seas merely due to the actions of some despicable pirates. His gaze shifted to the seat of the Fleet Admiral, his expression darkening. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, directing all his frustrations toward Garp. Dialing Garp's snail phone, Sengoku connected the G3 base in the New World. Garp answered, but before he could speak, Sengoku's marvelous language erupted from the device. A torrent of words left Garp reeling, his worldview shattered from afar. In the East Blue, the port of Goa Kingdom buzzed with excitement. A crimson carpet adorning the dock. The King of Goa, accompanied by the nation's gentlemen and elite, awaited the arrival of the celestial dragon, Charlemagne. To create a favorable environment for the arrival of Charlemagne, the king ordered the complete incineration of the entire uncertain goods transfer station, showing no regard for the commoners within. If sacrificing a few lowly citizens could earn him the celestial dragon's favor, he would willingly obliterate the entire populace of the Goa kingdom. On the other side of the port, even with his newfound strength, Sabo could not escape his fate. To break free from his father's control, Sabo resolved to set sail alone. Dragging his small boat into the sea, he boarded his pirate ship. Standing upon the vessel, Sabo caressed the pendant hanging from his neck, filled with remorse as he thought, "Luffy, Ace, forgive my abrupt departure. I can no longer endure this loathsome country." Just as he had vowed, this photograph would symbolize your unwavering companionship. Farewell, Ace. Luffy, gazing at the vast ocean he longed for, Sabo declared with fervor, "I shall become the freest pirate." Suddenly, a cannon shot rang out. Sensing danger, Sabo brandished a water pipe, using all his strength to deflect the incoming cannonball. Observing the scene from the sightseeing boat, Charlemagne fumed with rage. How dare the lowly commoners defy the Creator's blessings? Navy, eliminate that child. Following Charlemagne's command, the naval officer, though reluctant, ordered his men to open fire, knowing that failure to act would mean their own demise. The cannons aboard the sightseeing boat fired in succession, and Sabo hurriedly swung his water pipe in defense. Why are they attacking me? Sabo pondered in confusion. Yet the celestial dragons remained indifferent, personally launching cannonballs that obliterated Sabo's small vessel. I understand now, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Next time I will put a stop to her. After ending the call, Kazan handed the newspaper to one, grumbling, "Can you not be so ostentatious next time?" accepting the paper without raising her head. And retorted, "Did you not instruct me to deal with those pirates? Are you not aware of my sense of justice? Aha. While I acknowledge your sentiment, it would be wise to temper your approach. There is no need for such grandiosity," nodding, and conceded to be more cautious in the future, recognizing her shortcomings in light of the recent pirate incident. By the way, Kazan, what do you intend to do with the remaining soldiers from the 74th branch? At the desolate square, Mars held a notebook, passionately proclaiming injustice to the 65 remaining Navy soldiers. Colonel states, "In times of chaos, harsh measures must be employed." Colonel states, "All men are created equal." With no distinctions of high or low, Colonel states, "Justice will surely triumph over evil." Each phrase resonated through the air, igniting fervor in the eyes of the Navy soldiers. "Colonel, I shall carry your justice forth." Mars vowed internally, casting a sincere glance at N, who stood beside Kazan. Their eyes met, and smiled while Mars grinned broadly, exhilarated that Colonel finally acknowledged him. "I must not betray Colonel's trust. I will convey her justice to many more." With fervent eyes, Mars led the remaining Navy soldiers in reciting the Declaration of Justice. Their voices rose in a powerful chorus, causing him to flush with embarrassment. "Mars, be quiet." Flames erupted, and Mars was encased in ice. "Fool, why do you remember everything?" and scolded, her face a mix of anger and shame. Realizing the disapproving look in N's eyes, the Navy soldiers quickly fell silent. "Aha, it appears Mars wishes to follow you. Given that, you can simply take these soldiers with you. Once you graduate from the training camp, they shall become your direct subordinates," Kazan suggested regarding N's situation. After some contemplation, and found this arrangement agreeable. Although Mars had room for improvement, he demonstrated strong work capabilities. Most importantly, she had grown fond of the remaining soldiers of the 74th branch. Having determined the fate of the 74th branch Navy, and probed, "Kazan, what did Fleet Admiral Sengoku discuss with you earlier?" "Nothing of significance," Kazan replied lazily. "That cannot be. Logically, the world government should express dissatisfaction with my actions. How could there be no repercussions?" And mused inwardly. "Even if I am Garp's granddaughter, surely there would be some minor punishment, such as a promotion ban for several years or reassignment to the 4 Seas." Undeterred, and pressed further, "Are you truly certain there is nothing?" "There must be a punishment for such actions." Kazan simply chose not to disclose the details to, and his sole intention was to avoid witnessing her joy diminish. "Alas, I have already mentioned that there is nothing of concern." And Kazan speaks dismissively. "What a pity," and murmured softly as Kazan was about to inquire about the progress of my assessment. A piercing pain surged through my heart, and beads of sweat began to trickle down my forehead. "And what is wrong?" Kazan asked, his expression filled with confusion. "And nothing," I replied, forcing myself to endure the discomfort, my pale visage providing a response, as in faded from Kazan's sight. "I in the East Sea, atop a certain peak of Corbo Mountain." The two stood in stunned silence, having witnessed Sabo's demise. "Ace, is Sabo really dead?" Luffy asked, unable to fathom the grim reality. "No way. No way, Luffy. Sabo cannot be dead." Ace's voice grew increasingly louder as he tried to convince himself that Sabo was unharmed. Yet, the shattered remnants of Sabo's small vessel upon the ocean's surface conveyed a harsh truth to Ace. Ignoring the tears welling in his eyes, Ace sprinted toward the shore. "Wait for me, Ace." Luffy's voice was hoarse as he wiped away his tears and hurried after Ace. On the rugged mountain path, Ace continuously reassured himself that Sabo would surely be all right. Stumbling along, the two finally reached the coastline. The sea lapped against the shore, fragments of the broken ship were pushed ashore by the waves, and the vast expanse of the ocean lay desolate, devoid of anything. "Sabo, Sabo," they called out weakly to the sea, their trembling voices carried away by the waves. Time passed, and their throats grew hoarse, leaving them powerless as they slumped on the beach. Ace, Luffy trembled as he picked up a pendant from the splintered shipboard beneath his feet. From the black chain dangled a damp photograph. I in the image, for figures wore smiles. One boy sporting a gentleman's hat revealed a gap-toothed grin. It was Sabo's pendant. How could it be here? Unless, gazing at the photograph, Ace was unwilling to accept the implications of his thoughts. Tears cascaded down, each droplet landing on the picture, and sunlight refracted through the tears, making Sabo's smile appear even more enchanting. Recalling the vow made by the four, Ace burst into laughter, realizing that his sister had been right. Indeed, we might one day perish upon this very sea. Why, oh why, must it be Sabo who dies and not me? Grief struck Ace's mind with relentless force. The first time meeting Sabo, the first time robbing with Sabo, the first time training with Sabo, the first time bathing together with Sabo. All memories associated with Sabo began to fade away one by one. So, who exactly perished upon the sea today? Why do I feel such immense sorrow? Ace, at the port of the 74th branch, and plunged into the ocean. Water splashed, and the sea concealed N's breath, as he felt the lingering pain in his heart, yearning only to return to Windmill Village. To Corbo Mountain, dark clouds shrouded the sky, and heavy rain poured down as Luffy supported Ace, sitting on the shore. The rain intensified, and Luffy shielded Ace's body with his straw hat, allowing the rain to drench himself. Meanwhile, Dayton, worried by the prolonged absence of the two, set out with the mountain bandits to search for them. Ace, Luffy, her calls echoed through the forest. Damn it, have you found them yet? Dayton scolded angrily. She had promised him to take good care of the three. Yet Sabo had been taken home by that sudden appearance of his father, and now Ace and Luffy were missing. How was she to explain this to him? Hurry and search at that moment. As Dayton grew anxious, Dogura shouted loudly, "We found the boss. They're at the beach." Dayton rushed to scoop up Ace and Luffy, carrying them back toward the villa. In the Goa Kingdom, due to the torrential rain. Saint Charmak expressed deep dissatisfaction with this journey to the east. In a fit of rage, he shot dead the royal family and subsequently took up residence in the palace with his guards. After Saint Charmak departed, the remaining nobles did not feel fear at the king's death. Instead, they grew excited, contemplating how to seize the throne for themselves. The following day, the weather cleared beautifully. Saint Charmak concluded his East Sea expedition and boarded a sightseeing ship back to the Sabo archipelago. At the Corbo Mountain Villa, Dayton kept vigil by the beds of the two throughout the night. Feeling the sunlight streaming through the window, Ace opened his eyes and noticed Dayton dozing at the bedside. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Ace recalled N's words. "If I ever leave, you must take good care of Luffy." Who are we? Is it just me and Dayton? His head throbbed painfully, and Ace abandoned his thoughts. Throwing off the covers to search for Luffy. In the training room, Luffy relentlessly threw punches at the iron disc. Despite being drenched in sweat and trembling all over, he did not cease. "Sabo," Luffy cried, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing Sabo's death and Ace's unconsciousness made Luffy realize that perhaps one day Ace might also perish before him. I must grow stronger. I cannot allow Ace to die in front of me. Just then, the training room door swung open, and Ace walked in. "Luffy, what's wrong?" Ace inquired. Luffy sobbed. "Ace, promise me you won't die." Although Ace did not understand the reason behind Luffy's plea, he still vowed, "I will not die." Outside, the mountain winds howled, carrying away Ace's promise. The ocean roared, waves crashing higher and higher beneath the sea, and swam toward the East Sea with a speed far surpassing that of a fish. As his feet moved, and prayed to the ocean, "Mother Sea, please protect Ace and the others. Keep them safe." His thoughts reached deep into the ocean's depths. In the East Sea, in an unknown area of the ocean, the unconscious Sabo floated on the water, rising and falling with the waves. Beneath him, a fiery red bird was hunting in the sea. If N were present, he would surely recognize the bird. Chirp, chirp, the fishing bird emitted strange sounds, and after seeming to receive some promise, nodded and soared toward the ocean's surface. Chirp, chirp, the fishing bird leaped from the water, landing on Sabo's face in an attempt to awaken him, but after a series of actions, it proved futile. Chirp, the fishing bird tilted its head, pondering why this fellow was sleeping so deeply. Spreading its wings, the fishing bird flew high into the sky, following a messenger seagull, far from Sabo, in another expanse of ocean. A massive dragon ship sailed across the waves. Having received an invitation from Yangshiro, Dragon did not linger long in the Goa Kingdom. After rescuing uncertain individuals at the transit station, he departed with them. As for the matter of his father recently telling him he had gained a daughter, Dragon paid it no mind. After all, he was not raising her. Having a few more made no difference to him. As he aimed to overturn the world government on the prow of the pentagram ship, Dragon contemplated why Yangshiro had invited him. The dragon ship cleaved through the waves, heading toward Frostmoon Village. Caw! The familiar sound of the messenger seagull reached him, casting a disdainful glance at Dragon. What, this guy again? Penniless as ever. As expected, Dragon called out, "Ivankov, get a newspaper." "Coming." Ivankov, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle and dressed in alluring black stockings, promptly appeared and purchased 3 newspapers. Caw! Satisfied, the messenger seagull nodded before departing from the pentagram ship. Ivankov distributed the newspapers to Kuma and Dragon, preparing to peruse the latest sensational news from the ocean. Chirp chirp, a series of bird calls rang out. The three looked at the fiery red bird before them, puzzled. Chirp chirp, the diving bird called out again. Ivankov cautiously asked, "Little fellow, what is the matter?" Chirp chirp. The diving bird circled around Ivankov, leaving him somewhat bewildered. With elongated nails, Ivankov intended to use the abilities of the hormone fruit to evolve the little bird. "You want us to follow you?" Dragon's deep voice resonated. Chirp chirp. At last, there was someone who could understand, and the diving bird nodded eagerly. "How did you know it meant that?" Ivankov asked, retracting his abilities with a hint of curiosity. Without addressing Ivankov's question, Dorag replied, "You all proceed to Frostmoon Village. I shall accompany it for a while." With that, a tempest swirled around Dorag as he soared after the diving bird. The scenery of the ocean remained unchanged. And gradually, the diving bird slowed its pace. Sabo's figure appeared within Dorag's line of sight, and he mused, "You summoned me merely for him." Chirp chirp, the diving bird called twice before landing on Sabo. Dorag had encountered Sabo before. In the desolate streets of the Goa Kingdom, this child had raised a cry for the world, a noble. "I feel ashamed of this. Is it fate?" Dorag pondered. The wind howled as he embraced Sabo and flew toward the bent glamour. The sun's last rays disappeared over the sea, and by nightfall, Dorag arrived at Frostmoon Village with Sabo in tow. "Dorag, why have you returned so late?" "Hey, where did you find this child?" "Ah, he is gravely injured." "Let me assist him." Ivankov bombarded with questions, taking Sabo and swiftly attending to his wounds. That night, within the courtyard of the One Heart Dojo, Zoro lamented his 2000th defeat, attributing it to his insufficient strength and intensifying his training. "Did you see that man with an unusually large face during the day?" "Indeed. Not only is his face large, but even their ship is quite substantial." Following the sound, the bent glamour was docked in the sea behind Frostmoon Village. However, Zoro paid little heed to such matters. His sole desire was to defeat Kuina and become the world's greatest swordsman. Inside the dojo, Gungshiro knelt, awaiting Dorag's arrival. "You finally come, Dorag," he said, observing the figure wrapped in a green cloak entering the dojo. As Dorag slowly lowered his cloak, revealing his face adorned with peculiar patterns, Gungshiro remarked, "Every time I see your visage, I am filled with intrigue, indulging in rare levity." Upon hearing Gunshiro's jest, Dorag seemed to recall something, his expression turning awkward. "Let us not dwell on that. Gungshiro, what was it that you summoned me for?" Noticing Dorag's curiosity, Gungshiro handed him a newspaper. The headline prominently featured news of hundreds of pirates led by an ominous figure. And then, after perusing the article, Dorag looked toward Gungshiro, who, understanding Dorag's confusion, inquired, "Dorag, do you know the name of this girl?" Before Dorag could contemplate, Gungshiro continued, "Her name is Monkey D.N." Upon hearing that name, Dorag felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Moments later, realization dawned upon him. "Is this the daughter my father has spoken of?" "So, Gungshiro, this is the reason for your invitation." "Indeed." Gunshiro's demeanor grew serious as he stated. "She visited my One Heart Dojo. We sparred, but I declined. However, I could feel the immense power within her. Moreover, her mastery of hockey is remarkable. She learned Flowing Cherry from me in just a few days." "What?" A look of astonishment crossed Dorag's composed face. He held no doubt that, and had visited the One Heart Dojo, given its proximity to Windmill Village. What truly astonished him was Anne's prowess. Dorag was well aware of Gunshiro's strength. To be deemed powerful by him indicated Anne's abilities were formidable. Most astonishing was that Anne had managed to learn Flowing Cherry, even in the latter half of the Grand Line. Where powerful individuals abound, few could master it. According to my father, Anne is only 12 years old. A dual hockey user at such a young age, Dorag could foresee Anne's future accomplishments, just as Dorag was lost in thought. Gungshiro interjected, "Dorag, if you intend to overthrow the world government, it would be prudent to enlist and into the Revolutionary Army. After all, you are ostensibly father and daughter, and communication should be seamless." Cloaked in the night, the bent glamour departed from Frostmoon Village. "Dorag, what was the reason for Gunshiro's invitation?" Kuma, who rarely spoke, directed his gaze toward Dorag. Dorag, what did Gungshiro say to you?" Ivankov also displayed a curious expression. Both were aware that while Gungshiro supported the Revolutionary Army, he never actively participated in its endeavors. Thus, they were somewhat taken aback by Gunshiro's invitation to Doragi.it was nothing of great consequence. "Gungshiro merely wished for me to take Kana to sea. Dorag fabricated a half-truth, omitting the details regarding, and indeed, Gung Shiro had proposed that he take Ka with him. Ka. They surely know Ka. She is a strong and endearing girl that it seems Gung Shiro dotes on her quite a bit. Dorag, what about Ka? Ivankov eagerly searched around. I declined Gung Shiro's request, as our upcoming endeavors would not be suitable for a child. This revelation left Ivankov, who had hoped to meet the adorable girl, feeling quite dejected. By the way, Ivankov, how is that noble child faring? Dorag inquired about Sabo. I have already used the power of the hormone fruit to treat him. He is out of danger now, and we merely await his awakening. Hearing that Sabo was well, Dorag felt relieved. His first impression of Sabo had been quite favorable. In that case, let us first venture to the Grand Line. Dorag resolved, prompted by Gung Shiro's reminder to meet this daughter. At the 74th Navy Branch, Kazan stood at the dock with a grim expression. The presence has vanished. What is happening? Just minutes after Anne's departure. Kazan had rushed over, worried for her safety. Upon arriving at the port, he discovered that Anne had already disappeared, along with any trace of her presence. Kazan unleashed his formidable observation hockey, searching for clues. Yet found none. After another round of probing with no results, he pondered the situation. What could have transpired? How could Anne vanish so suddenly? Was it the work of a devil fruit user? Kazan stared at the sea, contemplating that the absence of Anne's presence could only be attributed to a devil fruit user. After all, the powers of fruits at sea are exceedingly diverse, and even masters can easily fall victim. After a moment of contemplation, Kazan dialed Sengoku on the Den Den Mushi. Brew brew. This is Sengoku. What is the matter, Kazan? Sengoku. It concerns and 0.5 days later, during which Anne utilized the formidable effects of the sea girl to navigate the waters like a fishman. As she recalled the plot of One Piece, and felt as though she had overlooked something. Setting aside her questions, she began to worry. Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and quietly called out in her heart. Ding. This month's bond points have been credited. Hearing the system's notification, and had no inclination to check, she simply wished to return to Corbo Mountain swiftly. At Corbo Mountain. Within the villa, Luffy, you keep mentioning Sabo. Sabo. Who exactly is he? Ace asked, visibly displeased. Sabo is. Luffy exclaimed. Ace, don't you know Sabo? You seem strange today. Luffy. I've never met Sabo. How would I know him? Ace replied. Ace, Sabo is our brother. How could you forget him? Luffy raised his voice, his tone revealing his irritation. Luffy, stop talking nonsense. It's just you and sister who are my family. I have no other brothers, Ace retorted, unhappy with Luffy's attitude. Ace, think carefully. Sabo is, just as Luffy was about to pull out a photo from around his neck. Dayton's large hand halted his action, offering an excuse as she led Luffy outside. Much to Ace's exasperation, these two are truly peculiar. But who exactly is Sabo? Ace pondered, watching Dayton and Luffy leave the villa. In the woods outside the villa. Why did you pull me out, Dayton? Luffy's face revealed a sense of foreboding. Luffy, were you about to show Ace Sabo's photo? Dayton spoke in a somber tone. Indeed, once Ace sees the photo, he will surely remember, Luffy asserted with unwavering confidence. Sabo is our brother, not a mere stranger to be forgotten, Luffy declared, visibly displeased, crossing his arms. Luffy, can't you see? Ace has lost his memory. Dayton's voice resonated with a heavy weight. Humph, even if he is distressed, you should be able to come back to himself, Luffy stammered, mouth agape, his tone faltering. Dayton, are you saying Ace has lost his memory? This is impossible. Luffy struggled to accept that both of his brothers could be in peril. His emotions escalating. This can't be true. Can it? Dayton, please, tell me quickly. Luffy pleaded weakly, tugging at Dayton's sleeve. Wiping away Luffy's tears, Dayton calmly grasped Luffy's shoulders. Luffy, Dayton's voice was steady yet somber. Sabo is already gone. Ace lost his memory because he could not bear Sabo's death. If you wish to spare Ace from experiencing the loss of a loved one again, do not awaken his memories. I believe Sabo would have wanted the same. Tears streamed down Dayton's face as she spoke. Dayton's tears fell upon Luffy's face, making him realize that indeed, Ace was the one who mourned Sabo the most. Perhaps it is best for Ace to forget, Luffy murmured. Sister, I miss you so much. I understand now, Dayton. Pushing Dayton's hands aside, Luffy touched his straw hat and walked into the villa at the Navy headquarters. The 74th Navy Division ship docked at Crescent Harbor. Kazan disembarked, his expression radiating an aura of aloofness. Admiral Akiji, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is waiting for you in the conference room, a messenger promptly informed him. Understood. Jean, please see to the arrangements for the 74th Division's Navy. Kazan replied as he made his way to the conference room. In the Navy conference room, Sengoku sat at the head of the table, flanked by Tsuru and Zephyr, along with several other rear admirals. Before long, Admirals Akainu and Kizuru also arrived. Finally, Akiji entered, his countenance grim. With everyone present, Sengoku signaled for the meeting king, brand new, to commence. The Den Mushi activated, revealing a photo of and before the assembly. The high-ranking Navy officials were well acquainted with and, both for her prodigious talent and her involvement in the abandoned shipyard explosion. They had all come to recognize that she would undoubtedly become one of their own. Sengoku, has something happened to, and Zephyr expressed his dissatisfaction, as and was his cherished granddaughter. Ignoring Zephyr, Sengoku began, Monkey D. And, granddaughter of Garp, a prodigy from the Navy's training camp, age 12, currently a rear admiral. However, 5 days ago, she went missing at the 74th Navy Division. What? The revelation of Anne's prowess surprised everyone, yet none opposed it. However, the news of her disappearance ignited fervent discussions. What do you mean missing? Zephyr exclaimed, rising from his seat. Wasn't Kazan accompanying her? The gravity of Zephyr's words silenced the room. The idea that a rear admiral could suddenly vanish under the watch of an admiral was a shared concern among those present. How terrifying, to disappear right under an admiral's nose, Kizuru remarked, pausing his grooming. Akainu remained silent, recognizing that he shared a similar level of strength as Kazan. Had he been in Kazan's place, the outcome would not have changed. Zephyr, please sit down and let Kazan explain the circumstances, Sengoku said. Understanding Zephyr's agitation, with a frosty demeanor, Kazan began recounting the events. The tale was brief, akin to a childhood fable, and upon concluding, Kazan returned to his seat. His expression still dark, the conference room fell into a heavy silence. Had it not been for Kazan's position as an admiral, no one would have dared to believe the account. The room remained quiet until Chief of Staff Tsuru suggested, Sengoku, use the Den Mushi to contact Garp and inquire if he has any updates. In the New World at the G3 Division, Garp was leading a naval ship to clear nearby pirates. BRRR, Vice Admiral Garp, Bogart prompted, indicating Sengoku's call. Since the previous incident, Garp had lost basic trust in Sengoku. Oh, you have any idea how much harm that last call caused me? Ignoring the sounds from the Den Mushi, Garp continued munching on sunbae. BRRR. Eventually, after Bogart's reassuring words, Garp picked up the receiver. Wearing his seagull hat, Sengoku's image appeared on the Den Mushi. Garp, have you been in contact with and recently? What has happened? Garp, distracted, suddenly sensed something amiss and retorted, what do you mean? And is missing? Haha, is that so? Truly, she is my granddaughter, Garp boasted. Shut up. What is there to be proud of in this matter? Sengoku shouted in frustration. Missing is just missing. It's not like she's dead, Garp replied nonchalantly, continuing to pick his nose, while Bogart beside him wore an awkward expression, sympathizing with and... Before Sengoku could respond, Garp interjected, Sengoku, I was hoping to take some leave to visit my grandson and perhaps search for and as well. Be quiet, old man. Do you intend to find and don't even think about going home to see your grandson? Sengoku retorted, ending the call abruptly. Hearing Garp's flippant response, the others exchanged glances, reflecting their thoughts of that just like Vice Admiral Garp. Realizing he had gleaned no useful information from Garp, Sengoku pondered that without any leads, they had no choice. Slowly rising, Sengoku addressed the assembly, send a command to the entire fleet to keep an eye out for Monkey D. And, yes, in the calm belt, a magnificent pleasure vessel sailed towards the Grand Line, its colossal form casting a shadow over the sea's sunlight, amidst the dark waters, and caught sight of the large ship above. A sense of curiosity swelling within her. In this world, only the Navy and the world government possess the technology to navigate the calm belt. Others, if they wish to cross it, would either need to fly or possess extraordinary strength. For instance, pirates in the New World seeking to reach the North Sea would face a prolonged journey through Reverse Mountain but could traverse the calm belt swiftly. It was evident that the grand vessel was neither a Navy ship nor manned by formidable warriors. Thus, only one possibility remained. It belonged to the world government. But what business did the world government have in the weakest East Blue, driven by curiosity about her adversaries, and released her hockey to probe the ship? As her perception sharpened, two indistinct figures, a stout one and a slender one, began to materialize on the deck. CP0 agents stood guard beside St. Charles Mako, awaiting directives from their creator. As her perception intensified, the figures became clearer. Celestial dragons, and gasped internally, astonished to see them outside of Sabaody Archipelago. Wait, celestial dragons. Fragments of missing memories coalesced, and scenes of the celestial dragons firing upon Sabo from her past life in one piece surfaced in her mind. So that's how it is, and seethed with fury. Just because Sabo dared to set sail, the celestial dragons deemed him a nuisance and sought to eliminate him. Had it not been for Dragon's fortunate proximity, Sabo would surely have perished. He, having unraveled the events at hand, and laid to rest her concerns for the three individuals, her gaze filled with malice as she fixated on the sightseeing vessel. Merely due to its obnoxious presence, it had nearly cost her beloved younger brother his life, with this thought in mind, and had no intention of allowing this swine to escape, casting her eyes about. She recognized the calm belt as an ideal location for nefarious deeds, though she understood that slaying a celestial dragon could lead to numerous complications, including the pursuit of marine admirals and CP agents, and resolutely decided to take action. While she bore no fear of the world government's bounty, she chose to disguise herself for the sake of Garp. Producing a clothing exchange coupon, a hidden apparel store materialized before her eyes. Visible only to an after rummaging through the options, she ultimately exchanged it for a deep green cloak. Unable to betray her grandfather, she resolved to deceive the cheap father, consuming a mystical bean to restore her stamina, and donned the emerald cloak and propelled herself upwards from the ocean floor. The commotion beneath the water drew the attention of CP agents aboard the ship, tasked with protecting Charlemagne, the sole celestial dragon present. Immediately, the CP0 agent issued a command: freeze the divine bird, and, unwilling to delay, unleashed her flames without hesitation. That a torrent of deep blue fire surged toward the vessel, unlike her previous encounter with Zifa, and was now utilizing her full strength. Sensing the chill emanating from the flames, CP0 hastily activated their hockey to resist its onslaught. As the flames dissipated, the entire ship transformed into an ice sculpture, leaving the celestial dragon with a foolish expression frozen upon his face, encased in frost. Upon witnessing Charlemagne transformed into an ice statue, CP0 panted, "You dare attack the ship of a celestial dragon? Do you wish to perish?" Adhering to the adage that villains often perish through excessive verbosity, and refrained from engaging in dialogue and struck once more, her fiery red aura enveloping her fist. Iron Fist Strike, Advanced Armament Hockey. As a member of CP0, he recognized this flowing hockey as a hallmark of the strong. Realizing the fierce wind of its punch was locking onto him, he could not evade it. With muscles tensed, CP0 bellowed, "Iron block!" Crash! The iron block shattered, and his abdomen caved in as CP0 was sent flying. "Do you possess such bravery, daring to use iron block? Do you think you are Garp?" Amused, coughing, CP0 steadied himself, spitting out blood, stanching the flow. He glanced at Charlemagne. Realizing he was incapable of protecting the celestial dragon, CP0 retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and dialed for internal assistance. "Hello. Are you ignoring me?" N's chilling voice resonated. The iron fist meteor struck again. The fiery red aura reappeared, and a barrage of powerful punches rained down upon CP0. His body trembled as his abdomen caved in once more. In crash, CP0's form shattered through the frozen ship's hull, landing amidst the ruins. That moment, the transponder snail was answered, and a voice inquired about the situation. Grimly enduring his injuries, CP0 rose and shouted, "The celestial dragon is under attack. The assailant wears a deep green cloak. Our location is the East Sea." Hearing CP0 relay her message, and crush the transponder snail's receiver with a stomp. "Useless, even if you destroy the transponder snail. It is of no consequence. The message has already been sent out. Relying on the world government's technology, marine admirals will be here shortly. As for you, who dared to assault the creator's celestial dragon, you will surely perish." CP0's face contorted in rage. "Take care of yourself first," and swung her iron fist once more, forcing CP0 to engage. In that instant, on the icy ship, the two continued their fierce exchange, with an inflicting significant damage upon CP0 with each strike. At Marine Headquarters. Shortly after concluding a meeting, Sengoku received a call from the world government. "Yes, I understand. I will arrange for personnel to head there immediately." Hanging up, Sengoku's expression darkened, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. "Go inform Borsellino to come to my office at once." Soon, a flash of golden light appeared in the marshal's office. "Sengoku, what is it that you need me to do?" Noticing Sengoku's grim demeanor, Kizaru adopted a serious expression that a crisis has befallen the celestial dragons. Borsellino, the world government just informed me that a celestial dragon is under attack in the calm belt of the East Sea. The situation is dire. You must ensure the celestial dragon's survival. As he spoke, Sengoku indicated the location to Kizaru as an admiral. Kizaru understood the significance of a celestial dragon. Without hesitation, he transformed into light and departed from Marine headquarters. Watching Kizaru leave, Sengoku muttered, "Damn foolish pirates. Why attack a celestial dragon for no reason?" Though Sengoku harbored no fondness for the celestial dragons, as marshal, he often found himself bound by duty. Meanwhile, the battle between N and CP0 continued aboard the celestial dragon's sightseeing ship. And internally lamented, the inhabitants of the Pirate King's world are far too resilient. The CP0 agent before her had endured countless punches and was nearly unrecognizable, yet still fought on. This cannot go on. The Marine Admiral will arrive soon. I must buy myself some time, and contemplated, delivering another iron fist that sent CP0 crashing to the bottom of the ship's hold. She then shattered the ice encasing the celestial dragon and seized Charlemagne. Rising into the air, "You filthy commoner, what do you intend to do? How dare you lay your filthy hands on me?" The freed Charlemagne seethed in rage. Producing a handgun from seemingly nowhere, he began firing at it. Bullets passing harmlessly through her form. Sensing a change within her body, the cold, sharp gaze from beneath her cloak pierced into Charlemagne. The flames melted the handgun, and then delivered several resounding slaps, rendering the swine unconscious. "You dare lay a hand on the esteemed Charlemagne? I shall kill you." CP0, emerging from the ship's hold, was incensed upon witnessing this, the natural-born slave, and scoffed, delivering a crushing blow to the rushing CP0. "Haha, how could lowly beings like you ever comprehend the greatness of the celestial dragons?" CP0's eyes brimmed with adoration for the celestial dragons. The celestial dragon is the ruler of this world. The creator, we all must obey the celestial dragon's commands. Faced with such a CP0, and felt no anger, only pity. "What a pitiful soul. Let me help you find your release," she murmured. The divine birds binding ensnared CP0 in chains of deep blue flames that flew forth and bound him. "Let this be the end of your tragic existence." Divine bird Starfall, employing the technique she had previously used against Shanks, and unleashed it once more, this time with greater potency. 3 types of phoenix flames manifested behind her. The flame of life splitting into two, intertwining with the blazing sun's flame and the icy flame, gradually revealing unprecedented might within the conflagration. Flame fusion, and manipulated the flames to coalesce, the two liberated flames transforming into a divine phoenix that soared above her head, continuously intertwining until a black sun, glowing with devouring light, coalesced above and go. The black sun plummeted towards CP0, once again encasing Charlemagne in ice, and swiftly dove into the ocean to make her escape. In her efforts to erase all traces and unleashed her full power, the black sun descended from the heavens, merging with the sea. The inky brilliance shimmered across the water's surface, akin to a black meteor crashing to Earth. A searing mushroom cloud erupted from the ocean as the water vaporized, forming a massive void. The sea surged back, and a colossal vortex began to form. Flames and heat waves relentlessly battered the ocean. As white waves converged into a tsunami that blotted out the sky, surging outward at AS for CP0 and the ice ship, they had vanished without a trace. "What was that sound just now?" Dragon inquired. His expression fraught with concern aboard the Mistral. "That it must be the sound of a powerful battle," Ivankov speculated. "Ivankov, you and Kuma ensure the safety of the Mistral," Dragon directed, a gentle breeze swirling around him as he prepared to investigate. "Captain, a tsunami," a crew member shouted, pointing ahead at the monstrous tidal wave approaching. The lookout echoed with voices of sheer panic. Gazing into the distance, colossal white waves loomed on the horizon. How could there be such a tremendous tsunami in the calm belt? As he beheld the towering waves that obscured the sky, Ivankov's face twisted in dread. "There is no way we can evade such a massive tsunami. Dorak, think of something quickly, or we shall perish." Ivankov urged Dorak. This was the first time Dorak had witnessed such a magnificent tsunami. "Hold on tight," he cautioned everyone while activating his fruit abilities. A fierce wind howled, and the ship began to sway violently as the Binjalama ascended into the sky. The waves drew nearer, and Dorak's expression darkened as he activated his abilities once more to gain altitude. The raging waters grazed the hull of the Binjalama, and the revolutionary army breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful to have escaped with their lives. As they flew toward the source of the tsunami, distant voices reached them. Ivankov, continue as planned toward the Grand Line. How terrifying. To think the Calm Belt could experience a tsunami of this magnitude. Kizaru soared into the sky, casting a disbelieving glance at the scene below, confirming that the direction was indeed where the celestial dragons had encountered trouble. Transforming into his light form, a frown creased his face. It seems I shall not be clocking out today. Once more, he utilized the powers of the Pika Pika Nomi to hasten toward the location of the celestial dragons. The sea where the celestial dragons had perished was shrouded in relentless torrential rain. With a colossal whirlpool below roaring ominously, Dorag's face bore a pensive look. Who had fought here? How frightening. It turns out you attacked the celestial dragons, Dorag, as a brilliant light gathered not far from him. Kizaru's figure materialized, though his expression was somewhat grim. Throughout his journey, he had detected no sign of the celestial dragons, making it evident that they had perished. Dorag, perplexed, asked in a low voice, Borsellino, what brings you here? Of course, to protect the celestial dragons, but it seems they have already met their demise. I suppose I must take you back to answer for this, he replied. A sort of cloud formed in the sky. And amidst the downpour, Kizaru charged toward Dorag. Having consumed 2 sins of beans to replenish his energy, and rode the tsunami towards the East Sea aboard the Charlemagne St. Point 3 days later, in the sea where the celestial dragons had perished. Dorag was engaged in combat with Kizaru and 3 CP0 agents who had arrived later. Borsellino, I did not kill the celestial dragons, Dorag attempted to explain, his black hand clawing at Kizaru's light sword. If it wasn't you, how coincidentally did you appear here? Moreover, only your powers could conjure such a colossal tsunami, Kizaru said, his gaze fixed on Dorag. Dodging a sneak attack from CP0, Dorag summoned a water vortex to strike at Borsellino. Gathering light in his fingertips, Kizaru unleashed a laser that shattered the approaching water vortex, his brilliance coalescing once more. Dorag, cease your struggles. Our CP0 received word before their demise that a powerful figure cloaked in green attacked the celestial dragons. Their claws clashed amidst the torrential rain, the CP0 agents glaring savagely at Dorag as one remarked, a dark green cloak. Do you claim it wasn't you? Their anger stemmed not from the death of their comrade, but from the realization that the celestial dragons were likely dead. As for whether Dorag was the perpetrator, CP0 was uncertain. However, they required a target to bear the wrath of the world government. Clearly, Dorag was that target. Recognizing this, Dorag ceased his explanations, understanding that someone was framing him. Seeing Dorag's silence only further solidified their suspicions. Yada no Kagami, Kizaru's voice rang out, as countless dazzling light bullets surged toward Dorag. Raging dragon tsunami, he countered, as a hurricane whipped up waves to fend off Kizaru's assault. Dorag's dragon claws repelled several attacking CP0 agents, his mind racing to devise an escape. Dorag fought fiercely against the Navy CP0 and arrived at a remote island in the East Sea. Shedding his cloak, and felt no remorse for impersonating Dorag. After all, with Dorag's prowess, it was merely a trivial matter. Flames surged, evaporating the seawater from his clothing as he shattered the ice to release Charlemagne Saint. Achu. Upon regaining consciousness, Charlemagne Saint trembled from the cold. Turning to one, he commanded, You lowly peasant, remove your clothes and present them to the esteemed celestial dragon. In a fit of rage, and hurled a ball of crimson flames. Causing Charlemagne Saint to scream in agony, the phoenix flames could sear a person's soul, and the more wicked deeds one had committed, the more excruciating the pain. For beings of the celestial dragon ilk, and abilities were their greatest dread. Ice chains bound Charlemagne Saint, and it retrieved food from his spatial pocket to replenish his strength. Beef jerky, instant noodles, small breads, and chocolate. A violent whirlwind lifted vast quantities of seawater, forming a 100-foot-long water dragon, which Dorag commanded to charge at Kizaru and his trio of agents. How terrifying. Dorag, truly, only your fruit abilities could incite such a tsunami, Kizaru mused, his gaze fixed on the water dragon as he concentrated. Gathering a multitude of lights before him, preparing to counter the water creature alongside the 3 CP0 agents, the colossal beam of light clashed with the 100-foot water dragon in the sky. Neither side yielding. Borsellino, I assure you, I did not kill the celestial dragons, believe it or not, Dorag declared, decisively detonating the water dragon. Torrential waters surged toward Kizaru and his companions, allowing Dorag to seize the opportunity to escape. The deluge cascaded down, and Kizaru had no intention of pursuing Dorag. With the 3 CP0 agents in tow, capturing Dorag was beyond their capabilities. Could it be that Dorag was truly innocent? Kizaru pondered. Yada no Kagami shattered Dorag's technique as CP0 approached him. Kizaru urged, "We must pursue. We cannot allow the murderer of the celestial dragons to flee." To Kizaru's directive, he squinted, replying, "How terrifying. You may chase after him. My mission is complete, and the remainder is your responsibility." After glancing at his watch, Kizaru transformed into light and returned to Navy headquarters. Seeing Kizaru depart, the 3 CP0 agents understood that without the Admiral's assistance, they stood no chance against Dorag. They commenced a search for any useful clues nearby, the lead CP0 agent issuing commands. Finally satiated, and activated his life return ability to eliminate his slight belly. Clapping his hands, he approached the unconscious Charlemagne Saint and poured the remaining mineral water over his face. Feeling the coolness on his skin, Charlemagne Saint opened his eyes. Upon seeing him, fear washed over his features. "Demon, don't come any closer." Terrified, Charlemagne Saint retreated on the ground. "Do you know why I captured you?" and asked, his calm demeanor laced with fury. Charlemagne Saint appeared dazed, unable to grasp the situation, and simply asked, "Yes, why did you capture me?" "You dare ask me why? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you." Producing the massive blade, Jiue, and continued, "Do you recall the boy you bombarded on the seas of the Goya Kingdom?" The celestial dragon's eyes glazed over. "You look so foolish. It is evident you have forgotten," and unsheathed Jiue, its pristine blade gleaming coldly. "What do you intend to do?" Charlemagne Saint, noticing En's movement, grew anxious and stammered. "I remember now. It was my fault. Please don't kill me. If you take me back to Mariewa, I can offer you 10, no, 100 such children," and found Charlemagne Saint's conditions laughable, which quickly morphed into a furious roar. "Swine, the child you nearly killed is Sabo. He is my beloved brother. How could a swine like you comprehend my feelings?" En's eyes turned crimson as he glared at Charlemagne Saint, the murderous intent emanating from and pierced Charlemagne Saint, who trembled in fear. "You cannot kill me. I am a world noble, a celestial dragon of high standing." Before Charlemagne Saint could finish, a flash of cold light appeared, and his head flew from his shoulders. Crimson blood drip in a blazing inferno reduced the body of Charlemagne to mere ashes, while it unfurled the map of the East Sea and soared towards Windmill Village, the sacred land of Mary Geos. Panga City, CP0 knelt in submission, bowing their heads to report the findings of their investigation. N01 could have anticipated that the usually fearsome CP0, the highest echelon of CP09, would exhibit such humility before the 5 elders. Upon hearing CP0's report, the 5 elders, wielding their swords, were consumed by wrath. How dare one kill a celestial dragon? Dracule's audacity was growing ever bolder. Moreover, the recent upheaval caused by Dracule's revolutionary army had toppled numerous kingdoms, causing considerable concern among the world government's affiliated nations, as cautioned by the elder with a goat-like beard. "Indeed, we can no longer permit Dracule to act with impunity," declared another elder, who, with a staff in hand, struck the ground as he spoke. "Even in the absence of this incident involving the celestial dragons, we must initiate a worldwide manhunt for Dracule. However, I still harbor doubts regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of the celestial dragon." The elder with the mustache turned to CP0 and inquired, "Are you suggesting that when you arrived at the scene of the celestial dragon's incident, Borsalino was already engaged in battle with Dracule? Yet, you did not witness the corpses of Charlemagne or his entourage, nor did you encounter any remnants of their vessel." "That is correct, esteemed elders," confirmed CP0, wiping the sweat from his brow. The mustached elder pondered aloud. "Do you truly believe that, at this juncture, Dracule had any motive to assault Charlemagne?" The other 4 pondered this in silence. Moments later, the elder with golden hair seemed to grasp a notion, suggesting, "Are you implying that this incident was not orchestrated by Dracule?" "It remains uncertain. Inform Borsalino to come to Panga City." "Dismissed," commanded the mustached elder. "Yes, Your Excellency," replied CP0, retreating with a sheen of perspiration on his forehead. Minutes later, Borsalino arrived at Panga City. "Borsalino, please recount the events you encountered while rescuing the celestial dragons," prompted the elder with golden hair. Borsalino responded, "A tremendous noise and a tsunami. I understand. You may return now." Once Borsalino vanished, the 5 elders collectively concluded that this matter was not the doing of Dracule. "In light of this, we shall issue a bounty for Dracule, while simultaneously urging CP to expedite the search for the true perpetrator." decided the elder with golden hair. Agreed, echoed the others in unison. The following day, the world government, through Morgans, issued a bounty that sent shockwaves across the seas. The world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dracula. Simultaneously, the Navy headquarters dispatched a command to locate Monkey D. Ace. Within a single day, the nominal father and son appeared in the public eye through different means on the Grand Line. After a day's pursuit, Dracula finally caught up with Ivankov and others, noticing Dracula's disheveled appearance. Ivankov inquired, "What transpired, Dracula?" After recounting the events to Ivankov and Kuma, both were astounded, unable to fathom Dracula's misfortune that a seagull landed on the Bintgarama ship, disdainfully observing Dracula. After Ivankov purchased 3 newspapers, the bird departed with a friendly smile. "Dracula, look!" Ivankov exclaimed, producing the world government's bounty, which prominently featured the visage of the dragon, the world's most notorious criminal. "It seems the world government has implicated me in the death of the celestial dragon. So be it. Let this decaying world awaken." 2 days later, Windmill Village and Korpa Mountain came into Anne's view at last. "I have returned and I wonder how Ace and Luffy are faring," gliding past the village and the mountain bandits' abode, and directed her flight towards the small villa. "Ace, here I come," Luffy exclaimed as he rose from the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Luffy, let's call it a day," Ace suggested gently. "No. Ace, let's keep going. I feel I can still push through. Don't overexert yourself, Luffy," Ace admonished as he observed Luffy's trembling legs. "It's all right. Ace, point one more time." "I can do this," Luffy insisted, activating his gum-gum powers to strike Ace. His fist pierced through the flames, causing him to topple forward. "Luffy!" Ace exclaimed, attempting to catch him, but a figure appeared, cradling Luffy in her embrace. "Sister," Luffy murmured, and Ace revealed a tender smile, after months of training, and had grown significantly taller. "Ace, it has been too long." Emerald flames enveloped Luffy, gradually alleviating his fatigue. Gently placing Luffy on the bed in the room, and tenderly tucked him in, concerned that he might catch a chill despite the blazing sun outside. Leaving the room, and an Ace entered the living room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the room in a golden hue. Reclining on the soft sofa, and kicked off her shoes, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. "Ah, home sweet home. No longer do I need to worry about some old man persecuting me. Indeed, I find myself yearning for this tranquil daily life. In the new world, at the G3 base, Garp inexplicably sneezed. "Ace, why did Luffy faint?" and inquired, her arms draping over the sofa. Upon seeing her sister's expression, Ace sighed in resignation. "Sister, I do not understand either. Luffy has been training as if possessed, and when alone, he often murmurs another's name." Whose name does he murmur?" and asked, curiosity piqued. "Sabo," Ace replied flatly, "and this name has come up frequently in Luffy's conversations." "Sister, do you know Sabo?" "Sabo, you say?" Anne's gaze locked onto Ace, seeking a glimmer of humor in his eyes, a sign that he was merely jesting. Yet, Ace's dark eyes remained serene, tranquil like the blue sea. Life can often be so unfathomable. Chuckling softly, and faced Ace, "Who is Sabo? I do not recognize that name." Evidently, I too have chosen to embrace a falsehood. With a pillow covering her face, she reclined on the sofa, the accumulated fatigue overwhelming her, and she drifted into slumber. "Sister, sister," and was roused from her dream by a voice calling her. "What is it?" asked Ace. "Dinner is ready. It turned out that the sun had stealthily slipped away. Let us go," and said as she sat up from the sofa. In the familiar dining room, Luffy sat upright in his chair. "Sister," he spoke softly, lacking his usual exuberance, sitting beside Luffy, and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Luffy, it seems you've become quite the little man," through Ace, and was aware of Luffy's growth. "Sister, I will become incredibly strong, very strong indeed," Luffy declared, holding back tears to avoid affecting Ace. "I believe in you," and encouraged, "but let us eat first." "Bon appetit," echoed the trio. Under the starlit sky, the entirety of Korpa Mountain succumbed to the night. With only the sounds of insects filling the air, the silvery moonlight cloaked the mountaintop villa in a hazy veil. In Anne's room, Luffy sobbed. "Sister, Sabo is dead. He perished before my and Ace's eyes." "I understand," Luffy, and replied gently, soothingly stroking his back. Anne chose not to reveal to Luffy that Sabo was still alive, for the journey of life is seldom one of joy. Growth is invariably accompanied by pain, and they must learn to adapt to this suffering. Perhaps one day, Interrupted in her thoughts, Luffy gripped her tightly, exclaiming, "And sister, Ace has lost his memory. He no longer remembers Sabo. Dayton informed me that it is because Ace could not accept Sabo's death, which led to his amnesia. What should I do? I am so afraid. I fear that one day Ace will forget me too." Sniffling, Luffy spoke with a tremor in his voice, listening to Luffy's heartfelt sentiments, and rhythmically patted his back, softly saying, "Luffy, let Ace remain as he is. Do not mention Sabo again. Allow him to forget Sabo." "Okay," Luffy responded, attempting to stifle his sobs. "Who exactly is Sabo?" In the adjacent room, Ace buried his head in the pillow, lost in thought. The night was tranquil, and it seemed that even the moonlight, disenchanted with the vast sea, had returned to its homeland. Bathed in sunlight, migratory birds soared outside the window. And, separating her hands from the embrace of Luffy, gazed at his distinctive sleeping posture, a whimsical smile gracing her face as she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his adorable cheek. Sensing an unfamiliar sensation on his face, Luffy instinctively touched it, turned over, and drifted back to sleep. Witnessing this, and, just rising from her slumber, felt a shadow of displeasure cross her face, her fists clenched tightly. Yet she reassured herself that today was the first day back home, and that she must exercise restraint. She shed her nightgown and donned casual attire before making her way to the kitchen downstairs. "Sister." Ace, why are you awake? Don't you wish to sleep a little longer?" "I've grown accustomed to rising early to prepare breakfast for Luffy," Ace replied with a smile. "Is that so? Then today, allow me to sample your culinary skills." In the living room, as she leaned against the sofa, listening to the sounds of Ace bustling about in the kitchen, and conceived a peculiar idea. Should she cultivate Ace into her personal chef? The thought of the flame fruit being used for cooking seemed rather fitting. With determination, and grabbed the Chinese culinary compendium she had won in a lottery and hurried to the kitchen. "Ace, look at this," and exclaimed as she entered the kitchen, thrusting the cookbook toward him. "Sister, what's the matter?" Ace wiped his hands and accepted the cookbook, flipping through its pages, a sudden unease washing over him. His lips twitched slightly as he inquired, "Sister, why did you give me this? You don't intend for me to cook all the time, do you?" "Of course not. I merely noticed you were busy in the kitchen and thought it would serve as a reference." In reply, "Is that so?" Ace questioned, puzzled. And nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. "Certainly. I wouldn't dream of causing you trouble. Now hurry, I want to eat this." She pointed to 2 dishes in the cookbook. "Are you sure there's nothing else intended?" Ace asked skeptically. "You're being so tedious. Am I capable of deceiving you? Now, get to work." Reluctantly, Ace complied with Anne's wishes and began preparing the meal. Little did he know, this would mark the beginning of his transformation from the future renowned Fire Fist to the culinary AC in East Blue at Logtown. "Colonel Smoker, we have a situation." Tashigi burst in, holding news of Anne's disappearance. "I've told you countless times not to panic. Speak slowly," Smoker advised, maintaining his composure. Gasping for breath, Tashigi straightened up, replying, "I understand, Colonel Smoker." She then handed over a document. "What is this?" Smoker asked. Curiosity piqued as he took the file from Tashigi. Looking from the bottom up, Smoker was taken aback. It was a missing persons notice. Pondering who would warrant such a search by the Navy, his gaze rose further, upon seeing the photo of the missing person. His cigar fell to the ground, his eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape. "Damn it, how could it be her?" Smoker thought, memories of a troubling past flooding back as he stared at Anne's photograph at the port of Frostmoon Village. A girl muttered to herself, "Colonel Smoker, keep your distance next time, or every encounter will lead to a fight." Rubbing his aching face, Smoker's expression darkened. "Colonel Smoker, what's wrong?" Tashigi called, snapping him from his reverie. "Nothing," he replied. Regaining his composure, "Tashigi, you handle the search. Meanwhile, I need to intensify my training. Unless it's urgent, refrain from bothering me with trivial matters." With that, he transformed into smoke and soared toward the training grounds on the outskirts of Kolbo Mountain. In a quaint villa, after several futile attempts to rouse Luffy, and could no longer contain her frustration, seizing one of Luffy's legs, she hoisted him into the dining room. Smack! 2 resounding slaps echoed on Luffy's face. Gradually awakening after the abrupt wake-up call, Luffy exclaimed, "Huh, how did I end up here? Ouch, my face hurts." He rubbed his cheek, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Pfft. And Ace erupted in laughter at Luffy's expression. "Hey, what are you 2 laughing about?" "Nothing. We just recalled something amusing." "Really?" Luffy, still rubbing his face, nodded in confusion. "Pfft. And Ace laughed again. Hey, sister, what exactly are you laughing at? Well, Luffy, I was merely thinking about our plans to go out today. Which makes me quite happy. I want to go too. Luffy, upon hearing the prospect of an outing, disregarded N's laughter. Haha. Ace stifled a giggle behind his hand. Hey, Ace, what are you laughing at this time? Luffy glared, his expression darkening. Nothing, Luffy. I'm just excited about going out with him today. Luffy turned away, annoyed. Really? You both plan to go out without me? Suppressing her amusement, and interjected, let's have breakfast first, Luffy. Ace has prepared plenty of delicious food today. Once we finish, we can go out. Delicious food. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, quickly forgetting his earlier irritation. Seeing his amusing expression, and Ace could no longer restrain themselves, bursting into laughter and leaning over the table. Hey, you still claim you're not laughing at me? Luffy stood atop his chair, pointing at them. I've had enough of you too. Sorry, Luffy. Both N and Ace quickly apologized. Well, since you both have apologized, I shall forgive you, Luffy declared generously. Thank you, Luffy. Amidst their playful banter, the trio commenced their breakfast. On the outskirts of the Goa Kingdom, in a small town. N, Ace, and Luffy strolled through the sparsely populated streets. Most shops remained shuttered, with only a handful still in operation. Sister, what's going on? Luffy tugged at N's sleeve, his voice tinged with disappointment. For Luffy, who adored adventure, such a situation was disheartening. Let's ask someone, and suggested, curiosity piquing her interest in the unusual circumstances. Leading the way, they entered a restaurant devoid of its customary welcoming atmosphere. Inside, a plump owner dozed at a table, the establishment empty of customers. Upon noticing the trio's entrance, the rotund proprietor quickly approached, his belly protruding. What can I get for you? He inquired, retrieving the menu. As and glanced at the menu. Her eyes widened in shock. A serving of roasted meat costs 4,000 berries, and a glass of juice is 1,000 berries. Staring incredulously at the owner, she exclaimed, why don't you just rob someone? The owner regarded her with disdain. But if you can't afford it, little girl, you should just go home instead of wandering about. I may think this food is overpriced, but I have no choice, and thought, restraining Ace, who seemed ready to retaliate. She ordered several plates of roasted meat and 4 glasses of juice. In her mind, she mused, no one dares to swindle me. I'll make that fat man pay. The owner, scrutinizing it, asked, do you have the money? With a glance at the owner, and retrieved a wad of berries from her pocket and tossed it toward him. Counting the money, the owner, satisfied, ceased his complaints and, with a grin, retreated to the kitchen with the menu in hand. As he walked away, he muttered, robbery is never this easy. Minutes later, several plates of mediocre roasted meat were served, alongside the 4 glasses of juice. Just as the owner intended to leave, wait, and called out, pushing a glass of juice toward him and signaling for him to sit. Let's have a chat. Observing the empty establishment, the owner, seeking to pass the time, complied and took a seat. What do you wish to discuss? He asked, sipping his juice. I remember this town used to be quite prosperous. How did it come to this? And pointed out the deserted street outside. Indeed, this town was once thriving, but ever since the nobles began vying for the throne, chaos has engulfed the nation. Having finished speaking, the rotund proprietor lit a low-quality cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a smoke ring towards it, before slowly continuing his tale. Due to the conflicts among the nobility, food prices across the nation began to soar, rendering it impossible for ordinary citizens to afford sustenance, thus compelling them to join the ranks of the noble armies. This, too, accounts for the dwindling number of people on the streets. Dispelling the smoke ring, and pressed on with his inquiries, in the struggle for the throne. Where has the king of the Goya kingdom gone? The proprietor looked at him with a look of astonishment. You don't know? How would I know? And glanced at his companions, Ace and Luffy, noticing his sister's gaze upon him. Ace and Luffy shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Realizing that the trio spoke the truth, the proprietor recounted the events. He was slain by the celestial dragons, upon hearing the cause of the king's demise. Ace gasped in shock. After all, he was a monarch of a nation. Sister, what exactly are the celestial dragons? Luffy inquired, puzzled. The celestial dragons, they are akin to a pack of swine. So the celestial dragons were likened to swine. Luffy nodded, mentally tagging them accordingly. Hey, do you even realize what you're saying? The corpulent proprietor looked at him with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The celestial dragons are indeed swine. What is the problem with that? Besides, you should worry more about yourself. having acquired the information he sought, and prepared to teach this proprietor a lesson. What do you mean? The proprietor looked bewildered, under the proprietor's confused gaze, and drew a long knife from the void. Placing it against the proprietor's throat, and a cold voice emerged, "Return my money." A few minutes later, and left the proprietor with a parting remark. It seems that robbing is indeed the more lucrative endeavor. With the proprietor's expression reflecting despair, the trio departed the restaurant with a substantial portion of his savings. On the streets, they found no further inclination to continue their revelry and headed straight back to the villa on Colbo Mountain. That evening, dinner was once again prepared by Chef Ace. After the meal, Ace retreated to his chamber, while Luffy insisted on sleeping alongside his sister. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after partaking in Ace's breakfast, and departed the villa, leaving behind Ace's forlorn gazed eye in the waters near Colbo Mountain, and prayed to the sea for a devil fruit, making a heartfelt wish before setting off towards the Black Tiger pirate crew. As for why he did not utilize this ability at the Navy headquarters, it was primarily due to the ease of detection. At the Black Tiger pirate crew's base, it was evident that the crew had evolved far beyond the modest band of mountain brigands they once were. In the training grounds, His was diligently instructing the members of the crew in the art of combat. Suddenly, flames streaked across the sky, and appeared before His. Recognizing it, His approached excitedly, exclaiming, "Boss, you've finally returned." Nodding, and made his way toward the central building, gesturing for His to follow. Observing His actions, His instructed the brigands to continue their training and turned to accompany him inside the room, and took his seat of authority and inquired, "His, how has the Black Tiger pirate crew been faring?" At his question, His, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Boss, in the 6 months since your departure, we have unified the entirety of Colbo Mountain using the devil fruits you left us.